Hi, you're watching Anyverse English.
Sky continent howling forbidden land. Old demon Chu is dying. I think you old devil Chu bullied men and women all your life, and did a lot of evil, but did you ever think that you would die today and return to Soul Cliff? I want to avenge my poor apprentice. Chu Xiu, when you lied to my sister, you not only lied to her body, but also caused her to die. Today, I will thank you madman for tearing your body into pieces, cut into pieces. I've been chasing you for 3 years, and I finally have nowhere to escape, right? Swear, Dad will avenge you today. The top of the Duanhuan cliff tens of thousands of miles high. The young man's face is like a crown jade, his eyes are like stars, and his skin is as white as snow. Black hair like a waterfall, automatic without wind. The red robe was soaked in blood, and it was tightly attached to the body, outlining a well-proportioned figure. Holding the sword in his right hand, pointing at the ground obliquely, drops of blood dripped down the tip of the sword. Looking around, his dark eyes were still as indifferent as before. Rumbling in the void above the head, there are Buddha whispering, Vajra glaring, and Avalokitesvara laughing while holding flowers. There is endless sword energy vertically and horizontally. There are thousands of miles of snowflakes flying and freezing space. There are endless divine flames burning the sky. Dozens of great sages and powerhouses who came to various ancient families, holy places, and great religions suppressed everything, and even the space was distorted and closed. At this moment, Chu Xiu, who had been hunted down for 3 years in a row, finally had nowhere to escape. A stunning and beautiful Mahatma in a fluttering white dress stepped out with a sword. A pair of cold eyes looked down at Chu Xiu, and her red lips parted slightly. Chu Xiu, you can regret it. Chu Xiu slightly raised his head and looked at him, sarcastically. Fairy Mengdie, I have never offended you Taisu Holy Land, why did you come to chase me? You have done so many unrighteous things. I will ask you, but I regret it. Xiao Mengdie's tone was still indifferent. Regret? Haha, Chu Xiu raised his head and laughed wildly. I, Chu Xiu, have been practicing for less than 100 years. I have been fighting all my life, and the sky is stained with blood. Among my peers, except me, who dares to be invincible? Who dares to be invincible? You are old and immortal, don't be shy, surrounded and killed me for 3 full years with the realm of the great saint, but instead asked me if I regret it? This seat only regrets, time is ruthless, if this seat is given another 1,000 years, who in this world would dare not be a minister? The wanton and insolent words spread throughout the southern border region, and thousands of practitioners were all moved. Next moment. His hands formed a mysterious magic seal quickly, and the sky and the earth turned pale in an instant, and the wind was surging. Not good. This devil wants to use his backhand to stop him together. The great sage who came to the ancient Buddhist temple in the western region pinched the Buddha's seal in his hand, wrapped in the endless light of Buddha's light and accompanied by Zen sounds, and took the lead in attacking Chu Xiu. The rest of the great saints reacted and also shot one after another. Countless supernatural powers and magic weapons oppress the world, and so many great saints and powerhouses attack together. The power is terrifying, the sky is piercing, the space is collapsing, the chaotic breath is surging, and the Guihan cliff tens of thousands of feet high emits bursts of shock. There was a whimper, and it began to shatter inch by inch. The supernatural tide has not yet hit the target. Chu Xiu's body exploded into blood mist with a bang, dissipating in the sky and the earth. Leaving the void alone with a sigh. Breaking immortality and asking for longevity, the Emperor regrets, but I don't regret it. After all, I still lost, hey. Dozens of saints silently watched the place where Chu Xiu's body disappeared. His face was expressionless, but he was relieved in his heart. The sun finally died. If such a person is willing to go to the Tianyuan Great Wall to kill monsters and barbarians, he must be a fierce general of our human race. It's a pity, a month later. Taisu Holy Land. In this era when the great emperor passed away and the quasi-emperor did not appear in the world. For a force to be called a holy land, there must be at least one holy king level overlord level powerhouse to suppress everything. There are 18 sacred peaks in Taisu Holy Land. The first 3 peaks, Xingfa Peak, Yunxia Peak, Tianjin Peak, and the owners of the 3 peaks are all great saints. The owners of the other 14 peaks are all minor saints. The last Taisu Peak is the place where the Holy Lord lives, and it is also the place where major affairs are discussed within the Taisu Holy Land. Status is a pyramid from bottom to top. As followed. There are millions of outer disciples, 10,000 plus inner disciples, tens of thousands of direct disciples, elders of each peak, hundreds of true disciples, 14 peak masters, 3 peak masters of saints and saints, saint masters, and supreme elders, the abdication of the Holy Lord, and some old immortals. Yunxia Peak. Personally passed on to the eldest disciple Dong Fuzhong. Sitting cross-legged on the futon, the black-haired young man in black robe with his eyes closed slowly opened his eyes, and the blood in the pupils flashed away. The handsome face was full of mockery, the corners of the mouth were slightly raised, and he smiled evilly. I have to say that sometimes, failure is also a means to an end. I am indeed a man who wants to be invincible in the world. Old clappers, you wait for me, the 3-year siege will definitely be repaid in the future. Now let me take a look, the memory of the tool man. Oh, it turned out to be in Taisu Holy Land. The young man stood up and brushed the dust off his robe. For today, this seat has prepared a total of backhands and resurrection methods. After all, it should be in Taisu Holy Land. It seems that this seat is destined for this place. Jie. This person with a weird smile, named Chu Xiu, was originally just an ordinary college student on Blue Star. When he returned to his hometown during the summer vacation, he accidentally fell into an ancient well, and when he woke up, he was in the sky continent. Just like the protagonist of the novel, he is also bound to the system. But this system is unusual, it is called the Destiny Villain system. As long as you do a lot of evil, you can quickly become stronger. After 9 years of compulsory education, of course he refused at first. However, in this world, the weak are preyed upon by the strong, people are like birds without feet, if they don't fly, they die. He can only swim against the current. Fighting for 100 years, rising from the bottom, fighting all the way to the peak of Shaoxing. Offended the sky continent, the territory of the human race, and almost all the big forces that ranked high. Therefore, it is not surprising that people were besieged and killed. Of course, Chu Xiu had long thought that this day would come, so he arranged dots in advance. Being able to die and resurrect now is one of the many backups he has prepared for himself. Ding, the host has been detected to be resurrected, and the system function has changed, please choose one of the following 2. Villain of Destiny, as long as you keep doing evil, you can get system rewards. Goshio Villain, you, who died once, felt pain and thought about it, and decided to get stronger secretly, and then do evil again. Note, as a Goshio, you can get special rewards every time you break through. Note, after doing bad things every time, you will get a breakthrough point, and there is a very small chance to get exercises, props, weapons, pills. Note, consuming breakthrough points can greatly speed up your cultivation speed, regardless of skills, supernatural powers, or intent, and Tao can accelerate breakthroughs. Note, treasures of heaven and earth, treasures of magic weapons, and pills of primordial stones that contain the vitality of heaven and earth can all be exchanged for breakthrough points. Chu Xiu's eyes moved slightly, and he touched his chin. I don't think I'm a good person, but I really don't feel good when everyone shouts and beats me like a mouse in the street. In this life, it is better to be a little bit dog. Wouldn't it be beautiful to secretly become powerful and then harm the world? If he can become the son of the Holy Land undercover, then. Jie. Speed up the speed of cultivation. I like it. I choose the second one. Ding, choose success, Go Xiu's villain system is loading. 1%. 100%, successful loading, system, display my personal panel. Host, Chu Xiu, boundary, no, destroyed state, special constitution, none, qualification, 17, everything, cultivation method, because the host's soul is too powerful, it was forcibly taken away, and it has been erased. Luck value, -18, black, breakthrough point, 0, comprehensive combat power evaluation, you are better than a spirit chicken. Chu Xiu's eyes twitched. Close your eyes, and start to read carefully the memory of Tool Man Chu Xiu. 10 days ago, Chu Xiu, a tool man, and a direct disciple of Yunxia Peak fought jealously for a woman, went to the arena of life and death, was defeated by a single move, suffered extreme humiliation, and was finally smashed into pieces, and his cultivation base was abolished. What a miserable man. Chu Xiu shook his head and sighed. Don't worry, as the client of this seat, your enemy is the enemy of this seat. Sit cross-legged and start to run your mind. After half an hour, he opened his eyes. A pair of sword eyebrows stretched slightly. The qualifications are too poor. The injury is also slightly serious, and now I just need to recover, but... Jia Kaka he twisted his neck and stood up. Push open the cave door. Walk leisurely on Yunxia Peak. Have you heard that the peak master who chased and killed Chu Quanma returned to the sect 3 days ago? Ah, can the Chu devil be killed? Demon Chu is indeed invincible among his peers, but after all, he is in the realm of minor sages. He was besieged and killed by dozens of great sages. No matter how strong he is, he will still be hated. Good kill, such a devil, I will kill everyone in the righteous way. Listening to the excited discussions of the disciples around, the corners of Chu Xiu's mouth curled up slightly. You must never have imagined in your dreams that not only did Lao Tzu not die, but he joined you. Can't beat? Hey, join in then. Well, I'm just kidding. Brother Chu Xiu. Brother, are you healed? Seeing Chu Xiu, the person who had previously discussed old demon Chu had an unnatural expression on his face. Because the name of this senior brother cannot be said to be similar to that of old devil Chu, but only slightly the same. Chu Xiu nodded slightly. Not much to say. Go straight to the Peak Master Cave on the top of the mountain. He is going to see Fairy Dream Butterfly. Familiar with the road, came to the outside of the cave, and touched the forbidden place. Wei Wei cupped her hands and said respectfully, Master, this disciple has something to ask for an interview. A cool and pleasant voice came from the cave. Come in. The blue mask covering the front disappeared. An antique, magnificent and ethereal hall, like the residence of an immortal, appeared in front of my eyes. Chu Xiu stepped forward, walked up the stairs, and quickly entered the hall. Above the main hall, on the lotus throne, a stunning woman propped her chin lazily. She was wearing a white gauze skirt, a colorful feather robe, a tall and graceful dress, bare feet, and flawless skin, like a goddess who could not eat fireworks. Where? A purple divine sword as thin as a cicada's wings floated behind her, the blade exuded bursts of cold air, and one glance at it seemed to freeze the soul. The woman's cold eyes moved slightly, looking at the young man in black robe who walked in. The red lips are lightly parted, the wonderful sound is blooming, and a pleasant fragrance permeates the whole hall naturally, which makes people tremble and fascinated. Chu Xiu, 10 years ago, you were injured in a fight with others. Now that you see me, do you want to be your teacher and continue your cultivation path? Chu Xiu cupped his hands with a sincere face, please. Master. Mengdie frowned slightly, flicked the sleeves of her skirt slightly, and said lightly, you have a low cultivation base, but you are brave and ruthless. You deserve to be abolished now. This seat can't help you. You go back now. Master, my cultivation base is low, and you still don't know the reason. How can I become stronger without cultivation resources? You gave all the cultivation resources to the third junior sister, the second junior brother, the fifth junior brother, and the fourth junior sister. How can I become stronger? Chu Xiu took a step forward, his voice sonorous and powerful. Mengdie snorted coldly, the mighty pressure of the great sage dissipated, and the 3,000 blue silks moved without wind. Presumptuous, your aptitude is dull, and you don't work hard to cultivate, but now you come to blame your teacher. I don't know what to fear. Hee, Chu Xiu smiled, I know, master, why don't you give me cultivation resources? Isn't it because I have the same name and surname as that old devil Chu? Is it too ridiculous for you to vent your anger on me? When Mengdie heard this, his cold eyes twitched. The tone softened slightly, as a teacher, I have never angered anyone. You go back, and when the master finds the treasures of heaven and earth to repair your injuries, he will definitely continue the path of cultivation for you. No, Chu Xiu smiled and said, Master, you can help me now. Why did you say that? Mengdie's beautiful face showed a puzzled expression. The corners of Chu Xiu's mouth curled up, and he cupped his hands. It is said that, Master, you are the body of heavenly fragrance. If you can double cultivate with you, this disciple will not only be able to repair all injuries, but also improve your cultivation qualifications. Please. Master, please be a disciple, to preach and receive liquids. Hearing this, Mengdie's pretty face turned cold instantly, and she suspected that she had auditory hallucinations. What are you talking about? The apprentice is saying, Master, please double cultivate with me. Traitor, seek death. Mengdie snorted coldly, and the divine sword floating behind him hummed. The killing intent enveloped the entire hall, as if the next moment, Chu Xiu would be strangled to death. Chu Xiu didn't panic at all, and formed a mysterious magic seal with one hand. An invisible wave swayed away. Mengdie paused, her pretty face full of astonishment. She discovered that she was completely sealed by an irresistible and mysterious force with her great sage cultivation. Today's her, let alone a great saint, is probably not as good as a mortal. Mengdie was shocked and angry. You. Traitor, what have you done to your teacher? Chu Xiu stepped forward step by step, her long hair fluttering in the wind, and a soft smile appeared on her face. Could it be that he was able to seal Fairy Mengdie's cultivation by accident? No, it is inevitable. When dozens of great saints chased him down, he didn't do nothing. Item, Reincarnation Heaven Crying Child and Mother Seal. Category, Seal Props. Grade, Divine Grade. Function: designate a female cultivator, and use the seal of reincarnation. You can seal the child seal in the opponent's body silently, control the mother seal, and seal all the cultivation bases of the opponent at any time. Quantity: 2 out of 1, reusable. This thing is a sealed item he got from the system. As long as the sealer moves his mind, the neutron sealer can be completely banned. Very powerful, very terrifying. Under the realm of the Great Emperor, there is no way for a female cultivator who has been sealed by this seal to break free, and can only let the sealer take whatever they want. Back then, on the top of Guihun Cliff, Mengdie asked him if he regretted it. He secretly cast this seal on her. Now is the time to harvest. Rebel, what do you want to do? Fairy Mengdie's beautiful eyes trembled. She started to panic. What does this traitor want to do? Does he really want to achieve dual cultivation with me? How dare he, how dare he? Isn't he afraid of being liquidated by this seat afterwards? Standing beside the lotus throne, Chu Xiu stretched out his right hand to hold Fairy Mengdie's white chin in admiration. Thousands of years old, I didn't expect the skin to be so smooth, just like a 20-year-old girl. Fairy Mengdie was ashamed, her delicate body trembling, and a blush appeared on that beautiful face. Gritting her teeth, rebel, I swear I will kill you, I will definitely kill you. Ha, really? Master, why do you only use these 2 threats? Chu Xiu grabbed her hair, put it on the tip of his nose and sniffed lightly. A pleasant fragrance entered his nostrils, and smiled. Master, if I tell you about your loss of cultivation, I will tell Tianjian Peak Master Lu Shui. Tell me, will she rush up to Yunxia Peak with her sword and cut you alive, Master? You must know that you killed her father with a single sword. How can you not take revenge for killing her father? Fairy Mengdie's pupils shrank slightly. A chill spread from the spine to the brain. Of course she believed, no, Lu Shui would definitely come to kill her when she learned that her cultivation was sealed. That woman is a lunatic. Traitor, what do you want? Treasures of heaven and earth, or cultivation resources, I can give you as a teacher. Not enough, not far enough. Chu Xiu shook his head, stroking her soft hair. Mengdie wanted to struggle. However, she is just a mortal woman now, and she can't break free from Chu Xiu's clutches. Tell me, what exactly do you want? I want Master to honor you. Chu Xiujia laughed strangely. Impossible, absolutely impossible, don't even think about it. Hearing Chu Xiu's words about tigers and wolves. Mengdie clenched her teeth, her heart boiling with murderous intent. She wished she could kill the rebel who wanted to attack her master immediately. How can a majestic and powerful man in this hall commit himself to an ant like you? Sigh, Chu Xiu's smile became more gentle. I have no grievances or enmities with you in Taisu Holy Land, but you participate in the hunt. Are you scared now? Master, please. Tour has an ancient exercise, which is also good for you. Just take a look. The index finger of the left hand lightly touches the center of his eyebrows. Mengdie's beautiful eyes trembled, and she was secretly surprised. Immediately felt extraordinary. Where did this traitor come from with such a miraculous double rest technique? This method is faintly consistent with the way of heaven, absolutely extraordinary. Compared with this fairy grade yin and yang gossip combined cultivation method and Hehuan sex suppressing method, Tianpin de Wangxi Zhen is simply a fighting girl among garbage. Master, it's getting late, let's rest. Get out of here, Mengdie's voice trembled. Chu Xiu smiled charmingly. Jie. 8 == D. Master is not good. It seems that the disciple needs a whip to give him some encouragement. After a few hours, Chu Xiu stood up turning his head. He looked at the fairy master curled up under the lotus throne. Master, you have worked hard, take a good rest, and disciple will come back tonight. You, a traitor. Chu Xiu glanced at the plum blossoms on the jade floor. Bigger smile, thank you, master, for your generous teaching. Teacher, I'll come later to ask the teacher to respect. Chu Xiu, who entered the state of emptiness, felt dull and turned around to leave. Wait a minute, can you break my seal? Mengdie's tone was no longer as arrogant as before, but rather pitiful. Cannot. Traitor, do you want to be killed as a teacher? Master doesn't want others to know that your cultivation base has been sealed, so hide it well. What are you holding in your hand? Mengdie gritted her teeth, staring at the crystal ball in Chu Xiu's right hand that was constantly tossing up and down. You're talking about this? Of course it's the photo crystal. What, you actually took a picture? Fairy Mengdie, that beautiful face became even paler. Don't get excited, just keep it as a souvenir. Chu Xiu waved his sleeves and said as he left, Master, listen to my disciple's advice, don't try to break the seal. Looking at the entire sky continent, no one can unlock it, unless the ancient emperor is reborn. Unfortunately, there is no great emperor in the world. By the way, because of our long-standing friendship, Tua reminds me again that in the whole world, I am the only one who can break the seal. If Tua dies, then you can only be immortal for the rest of your life until you die of old age. If you don't believe me, try it. Also, if the apprentice dies, the image in the crystal will not only spread throughout the entire Taisu Holy Land, but even the entire sky continent. You know, Jie. You traitor, you must die. You are despicable, you are shameless, you are obscene. Looking at his back, Mengdie bit her red lips tightly and stood up with difficulty. Hiss. Lu frowned. She is going to take a shower. Wash it 10 times. No, wash it 100 times. It is necessary to completely wash away the smell of that traitor on the delicate body. She still has to find a way to break the seal, and then smash the traitor of the jockey's ancestor into pieces. Humph, she doesn't believe that the seals made by ants who don't even reach the Dao Palace realm are really as strong as he said. However, Mengdie in the bathtub finally put on a pain mask. She sadly discovered that this seal was really strong, and with her thousands of years of experience, she couldn't even read it. Ding, the host turned out to be a rebel against the master. What an idiot that is. He deserves to be the villain of destiny, and he was rewarded with 1,000 breakthrough points. Ding, the host and the body of Jianxiang have completed the double break, and the injury has fully recovered. Ding, the host and the body of Jianxiang have a double break, and the cultivation qualification has been improved. Ding, host qualification plus 100. Ding, host qualification plus 100. Ding, host qualification plus 100. The host's qualification reaches 317 day level, and the cultivation speed is increased by times. The host's cultivation has been improved. The second floor of the foundation, the third floor of the foundation, the eighth floor of the foundation, the ninth floor of the foundation. On the way down the mountain, system prompts kept ringing in my mind. With the improvement of Cultivation Base, the momentum of the whole body is also continuously improved. Chu Xiu was expressionless. No joy, no sorrow. Mengdie could help him improve his cultivation aptitude. He already knew it when he was in Taisu Holy Land. As for realm improvement, he didn't feel anything at all, since he had to recultivate anyway. This level of cultivation was not worthy of his happiness. Foundation building is very important for monks. If the Luanhai realm is a wooden barrel for storing water, then the foundation establishment realm is the process of accumulating wood. The more wood there is, the larger and stronger the VOC will be, the purer and larger the water that can be stored, the stronger the Dao foundation casting, and the farther the cultivation path will naturally go. Although Chu Xiu was invincible in the same realm before his rebirth, he could not reach the level of the protagonist in the novel to kill the enemy. If he fought head-on, he would at most be evenly divided with a great saint. If time dragged on for a long time, he might even lose. Why is that? He is already very strong, why can't Mao fight his opponents like the protagonist in the novel? He often ponders this question. Finally, come to a conclusion. After traveling to this world, he was constantly bullied. He became black and started to do evil continuously. He quickly improved his cultivation and skipped the 4 basic realms of building a foundation, Luanhai, Shenxiao, and the other shore, resulting in an unstable foundation. Percent of the reason why he was blocked by those great saints on Guihun Cliff was because he was tired of being chased and killed, and the other percent was because he wanted to die once and seize the house to rebuild. He wants to create a supreme foundation, and by then, even if he encounters a monk with a higher realm than him, he will be able to kill him. Did not go directly back to Dongfu. Instead, he took the flying boat rented from the Zongmen and rushed to the outside of the Taisu Holy Land. The flying boat flew for half a day. Arrive at the Taisu Holy Land mountain gate. Register with the disciple guarding the mountain gate. He left the Taisu Holy Land and entered the 100,000 mountains. As night falls, the full moon is in the sky. Arrived in a valley in memory. Standing on the flying boat with hands behind his back, his robe fluttering and his black hair fluttering. Chu Fu looked down at the valley with his narrow and deep eyes, and murmured, I don't know if the resources I left here for foundation building are still there. Control the airship to descend. Among the strange rocks, I found a half-meter-high, ordinary-looking gray rock. He bit his finger and drew a pentagram pattern on the rock with his blood. The formation pattern flickered blood light. The rock gradually moved away. Exposed the dark hole below. No hesitation. Chu Xiu jumped down. After half an hour, Chu Xiu crawled out of it. He looks disheveled, but the corners of his mouth are raised unconsciously, and he is in a very good mood. Items that were put here many years ago have been retrieved to make no sense to stay long. Take the airship back home. When we returned to Taisu Holy Land, the sky was already bright. Chu waste. Just going back to Yunxia Peak. But the flying boat was stopped by a bigger fiery red flying boat ahead. Chu Xiu raised his eyebrows slightly and looked up. I saw 2 men and a woman standing on the deck of the flying boat ahead. The leading man was dressed in purple clothes, with a long sword on his back, and a hideous scar at the corner of his left eye. Zhang Meng sneered, Chu Waste, I thought you were dead, but I didn't expect to see you after 10 days, and you ran out alive again. It seems that the master of Yunxia Peak has treated you well as a great apprentice. You are willing to take out the treasures of heaven and earth that repair Luanhai and give it to you Waste. A trace of blood flashed across Chu Xiu's long and narrow eyes. Control the flying boat, change direction, and pass by the other flying boat. Leave 10 words plainly. 10 days later, I will kill you in the arena of life and death. 10 days ago, it was this person who humiliated and abolished his tools. Chu Xiu expressed his anger. Zhang Meng and his 2 fellow disciples looked at each other in blank dismay. The next moment, he laughed loudly, tears overflowing from the corners of his eyes. Brother, did I hear correctly? What did I hear? This trash dared to challenge senior brother Zhang and even said he wanted to kill senior brother Zhang. Zhang Meng sneered, looked at the direction where Chu Xiu was leaving, and circulated the power of the sea, and his voice spread thousands of miles. Chu Waste 10 days ago, for the sake of Peak Master Yunxia, I didn't kill you, since you want to seek death. Then after 10 days, if you dare not come to the arena of life and death, I will definitely find an opportunity to kill you outside the Holy Land. When the disciples from all peaks heard Zhang Meng's voice, they started talking about it. That Chu Xiu, how dare you fight in the arena of life and death? He doesn't want his life. Who knows, most likely there is something wrong with the head. I heard that 10 days ago, his Luanhai was scrapped. What would he use to fight Zhang Meng in the later stage of Luanhai? Never mind, anyway, there will be a good show in 10 days. P.S. Ask for collection. Chu Xiu returned to Yunxia Peak Cave. Think for a moment. Still decided to go to the Peak Master Cave. The aura of Master's Cave is relatively strong. And it can also cover up the movement of his breakthrough. I don't mean to be polite. Anyway, what is Master's is his, what is his is still his, and every inch of Master is his. See Chu Xiu again. Mengdie's expression turned ugly for a moment, and her plain hands tightened her skirt. The waves fluctuated. What do you want to do, traitor? Chu Xiu smiled and pinched her cheek. What does Master want me to do? Mengdie had goosebumps all over his body. A chill. Rebel, don't go too far. Hee, there are even more excessive things for this disciple. While teasing Chu Xiu, he took out the formation flag from the storage bag and set up a ban. Mengdie looked at his mysterious way of setting up the restraint. Her beautiful eyes were full of astonishment and shock. Could it be that your method of formation is inherited from the ancient way of formation? Oh. Master has good eyesight. Want to learn? What are you going to exchange for? I don't want to learn. Mengdie shook his head quickly. As if thinking of something, a blush appeared on her beautiful face, and her beautiful eyes were full of disgust. Like a proud flower that can no longer withstand the wind and rain. Chu Xiu arranged the main hall to restrict. Soon the main hall of the peak was covered by a layer of mist. Master, apprentice, I will retreat for a while. He said and threw a lot of wild fruits from the storage bag. If you are hungry, eat these. After all, you are immortal now, so you cannot fast. Mengdie looked at the colorful wild fruits on the floor and gritted his teeth. It's not because of you, a traitor. One day, I will kill you. Master is not good. Slap the upturned part was slapped heavily. Crispy, numb, painful and embarrassing. Mengdie's beautiful face was flushed. Tenku let out a feeble roar. Chu Xiu Jia laughed strangely, turned and walked towards the back hall. Master, I have set up a killing formation in the back hall, you'd better not break in easily. The apprentice still needs you to improve your cultivation qualifications. If you die, disciple will be sad. Chu Mengdie was really about to collapse. Thinking of her, Fairy Mengdie, who is also considered a strong person in Tianqiong continent, what evil did she do in her previous life to meet such a traitor? One day, this seat will kill you, a rebel. Chu Xiu didn't care about her incompetent roar. When I came to the apse, I sat cross-legged on the jade floor. Taken out of the storage bag, a pear-shaped fruit glows with colorful light. A blue intro bar that appears above the fruit. Item, the Tao fruit of life and creation. Category, treasures of heaven, materials and earth. Grade, immortal grade. Function, foundation casting sacred product. Monks can lay an extremely strong foundation after taking it. Ordinary people can go straight to the other side after eating one, and their lifespan will increase by 1,000 years. Introduction. The Tao tree of life and creation grows at the bottom of the heavenly crying demon abyss, and it bears only 3 fruits for 10,000 years, which are extremely precious. Once, the Lord of a holy land took out 3 heavenly grade exercises and 2 immortal grade exercises in exchange for life. The fruit of fortune only lays a strong foundation for its beloved descendants. Chu Xiu took a deep breath, and the brilliance flowed in his pitch-black eyes. I once got a copy, which is known as the most powerful foundation building method in the sky and the earth from ancient times to the present, the Shenpin of Taoism. Coupled with this Tao fruit of life and creation, and system assistance. From now on, looking at the sky continent, is there any monk with a stronger foundation than this seat? Chu Xiu smiled wildly, his white teeth gleaming coldly. Put Xinghua Tao fruit to his mouth and bite it lightly. The whole Tao fruit immediately turned into streams of sweet juice, which flowed down the throat into the abdomen. Close your eyes and run the Tao Jing. Chu Xiu began to rebuild the foundation. The cultivation base gradually dropped from the 8th floor of foundation building to the 1st floor of foundation building, and finally fell to the mortal stage. Tao fruit essence, along with the operation of Tao scriptures, began to nourish every inch of his tendons, skin and flesh. The muscles and veins all over the body are stretched and expanded, the essence is washed and the marrow is washed, and the flesh is strengthened rapidly. Rumbling qi and blood flowed like a river bursting its bank, crazily flowing through the limbs and bones, sending out bursts of thunder. As time goes by, the cultivation base gradually improves. Whether to make a breakthrough? Whether, yes. It is detected that the host is practicing the strongest foundation building technique, Tao Jing, and the consumption of breakthrough points has increased. It is estimated that 1 small week a month will consume 100 breakthrough points a month. In the first month, you swallowed the fruit of creation and started to run the Tao Jing to build the foundation, and you successfully broke through the first layer of the foundation. In the second month, you swallowed the fruit of creation and started to run the Tao Jing to build the foundation, and you successfully broke through the second floor of the foundation. In the third month, you swallowed the fruit of creation and began to run the Tao Jing to build the foundation, and you successfully broke through the third layer of the foundation. In the 9th month, you swallowed the fruit of creation and began to run the Tao Jing to build the foundation, and you successfully broke through the 9th floor of the foundation. Chu Xiu's whole body was shrouded in golden light, with myriad visions above his head, phantom shadows of dragons and phoenixes flying. There were Tao ancestor gods preaching, gods and demons roared, and Buddha sang. Countless insights about Taoism poured into the mind. It's not finished yet. Chu Xiu suddenly felt something in his heart, surprised and happy. It turned out to be the case. Everyone in the world says that 9 is the extreme number, and they will only follow the way of the predecessor step by step. As everyone knows, breaking through the poles is the way to go. Ha ha ha, so it is. If you lose your horse, you will know that it is not a blessing. If you break it, you will stand up. There is great terror between life and death, and there is also great opportunity. 7 days later. Chu Xiu clearly felt that the invisible shackles that had been locking up the soul had been broken, and the whole person seemed to relax a lot. At the same time, in the hall, various visions appeared. Building the 10th floor of the foundation, success. Ding, this breakthrough is over. The host successfully broke through to the 10th floor of the foundation. This time took a total of 10 months, and consumed 1,000 breakthrough points. The current breakthrough point of the host is 0, boom brunette windless auto. The air wave centered on him, spreading wave after wave around the apse. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in Yunxia Peak gathered crazily. Unexpectedly, above the main hall of the peak, a funnel-shaped spiritual energy vortex with a diameter of 1,000 meters was formed. In the front hall, Mengdie, who has been banned and cultivated, has not yet felt the change of spiritual energy. The disciples at Yunxia Peak could clearly feel it, and they raised their heads to look towards the peak. Even the major powerhouses from other peaks couldn't help but look sideways. What a strong spiritual energy tide, is that bitch Mengdie about to break through? On Tianjin Peak, a woman in purple with a white veil covering her face looked in the direction of Yunxia Peak. Her beautiful eyes were full of gloom. The accumulation of physical body and vitality has reached the limit. Chu Xiu, who was like an old monk in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes, overflowing with divine light. Today, I will break through the shackles with the ultimate foundation, sublimate it into the sea of wheels, and forge the supreme foundation. Bang among the dantian. The sea of golden wheels formed in the blink of an eye. Expanding, expanding. At first, it was 3 times that of ordinary monks who had just entered Luanhai, then 5 times, 10 times, and 20 times. The rich spiritual energy was absorbed and transformed into vitality, forming golden sea water, which continuously merged into the sea of wheels. Whoa, 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 the golden tide is surging. Chu Xiu was like a newborn ancient dragon, his whole body was full of explosive power, his blood was like a pillar, and even a small mountain could be smashed into dust with a single punch. At this time, whether it is his body or breath, he gives people a sense of perfection. To break the shackles and achieve perfection is the ultimate state. Ding, it is detected that the host has broken through the big realm, and the reward mechanism is triggered. Ding, the host actually broke through to Luanhai with the 10th level of foundation building, achieved perfection, and received a reward, the ancient holy body. The Eucharist is merging with the host, fusion success. Fuck, Chu Xiu's face was gloomy for a moment. What is it? The ancient holy body? The system does not allow fusion. No. Late. Oh, asterisk asterisk, oh, I fuck you f asterisk 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 asterisk, Chu Xiu yelled. Next moment. His dantian will see expanded again, and the aura vortex above the main hall of the peak turned faster and faster. 25 times, 35 times, times. If we say that the ordinary Luanhai layer monk's Luanhai is a well, then Chu Xiu's Luanhai at this time is a lake. The vitality sea water in the wheel sea was almost consumed. If you want to fully store it, you don't know how many natural materials and earthly treasures you need. Of course, the sea of wheels is vast, and there are advantages and disadvantages. Such a huge will sea can fully explain how terrifyingly strong and perverted Chu Xiu's foundation is, and it is definitely at the peak level among the same level. Now he is still at the first level of Luanhai. When his Luanhai is perfect, Chu Xiu estimated that his Luanhai is probably hundreds of times that of the ordinary Luanhai at the 9th level, or even more exaggerated. Of course, there are also disadvantages. Such a large will sea consumes dozens of times the resources of the same level. Mixed joys and sorrows. The joy is that he broke the shackles of cultivation without making a sound, and forged a supreme foundation. What is worrying is that the system rewards him with the ancient holy body. Is this physique strong? Of course strong, but the ancient sacred body, invincible physically, invincible at the same level, is the strongest combat body of the human race. In ancient times, the Eucharist was a physique favored by heaven and earth, it was easy to cultivate, and could challenge the great emperor after attaining great accomplishment. After the ancient times, the laws of heaven and earth changed, and the holy body was no longer suitable for cultivation. Forced cultivation is extremely resource intensive. Even if you take the entire Holy Land, you will not be able to reach the stage of minor success, resulting in stagnant cultivation. Now, ancient holy body equals waste body. The above remarks are the consensus of all monks for nearly 10,000 plus years. Wow, I broke the limit, and I was a big spender when I practiced. Now I add the wild father of desolate ancient Eucharist. How can I still play? Do you want to practice another number? But I no longer have the fruit of creation. At this moment, Chu Xiu felt like scolding his mother. The system, you bastard. The host doesn't want to be cowardly, just do it. No resources, then go for it. If you can't beat the old ones, go for the young ones. Kill until no one dares to respect you. As long as the resources are exchanged for a breakthrough point of points, this system believes that the host will be able to accomplish great success. Ghost knows how many breakthrough points do I need to break through later. How many resources do I need to exchange for breakthrough points? Besides, I feel that the confinement of the Eucharist is not something that can be broken through at a breakthrough point, definitely requires some special encounters. Show my personal panel. Host, Chu Xiu, boundary, the first floor of the Sea of Wheels, special physique, ancient Eucharist, qualification, 317, Tian Pin, cultivation method, Dao Jing casting foundation. Breakthrough point, 0 luck value, -18, black, kill the person with great luck, you can absorb their luck for your own use. Note, luck affects luck, and those with strong luck can become strong even if they lie flat. Comprehensive combat power evaluation, 19 times the combat power of ordinary players of the same rank. Chu Xiu stood up. With his right hand, he pinched the dust remover to clean off the dirt on his body, take out a new set of black robes from the storage bag and put them on. Shi Shiran walked towards the front hall. At this time, our fairy Mengdie is squatting on the lotus throne with her jade feet bare, holding a red fruit in both hands, sipping it, pitiful and helpless. Is it tasty? It's delicious. She Mengdie hid the fruit behind her back, raised her head, and looked coldly at the place where the voice came from. Looking at that smiling face, she wished she could tear it into pieces. You traitor, master, I haven't seen you for a few days, like 3 autumns. Chu Xiu strolled over, with dark eyes, looking up and down, this vigilant woman. The skin is like jade, the face is beautiful, and there is a faint fragrance, overflowing from her delicate body. Master, have you not bathed for a few days? When Chi Mengdie heard this, he was almost pissed off. This traitor forcibly occupied the apse, lost all her cultivation, and couldn't leave the hall, and she couldn't find a place to wash off if she wanted to take a bath. It's a good thing now, but she actually asked her, how many days did she not take a bath? Shameful, extremely shameful. Don't worry, master, this disciple will not forgive you. Ah bah, this disciple will not despise you. The body of Tianxiang is really as rumored. Without taking a bath for a few days, it is still spotless, with icy muscles and bones. Traitor, what do you want to do? Master, please. Improve the aptitude for the disciple. Jie. You, traitor. After half an hour. A long distance away. Criminal Law Peak. A white streamer rose into the sky. After a few breaths. A handsome middle-aged man with a long sword on his back stands on the top of Yunxia Peak in the air, like a god and a demon. He has a white face, white eyebrows, white hair, white robe, and even the pupils of his eyes are white. Standing there, he is like an unsheathed divine sword, with boundless killing sword intent lingering around his body, and black lines are drawn in the surrounding space. Elder Tianqing's voice was heard in the main hall of the Peak Master. Heaven. Brother Tianqing, are you, anything? Hearing the slightly trembling and hasty voice of his junior sister, Tianqing frowned, and didn't think much about it. I don't know if junior sister can come out and say something. Brother Tianqing, I'm not very convenient. Junior sister, your voice. Just now. Some problems in my cultivation, senior brother Tianqing, don't care about it. Tianqing's handsome face immediately revealed a look of concern. Junior sister, for my brother, there is a 7th level healing pill specially made by junior brother Danding Feng Tian, which can help you heal your wounds. No. No need. Gush, Jia, Chu Xiu kissed the master's face, stood up with a smile, you traitor, fairy Mengdie curled up, panting, her face flushed. Oh my god, that scene just now was definitely the nightmare of Mengdie's life. She actually had a conversation with senior brother Tianqing, and at the same time was unable to extricate herself from the traitor. Wow, host, you are really the ultimate villain, and you are actually dual cultivating with the master, triggering a special reward, Xianbing, Jade Blood Sword, you and Tianxiang body dual cultivation qualification plus 100, you and Tianxiang body dual cultivation qualification plus 100, you and Tianxiang body dual cultivation qualification plus 100, the host's qualification reaches 617 day level, and the cultivation speed is increased by 25 times, ding. The host's cultivation base is sophisticated, and he successfully broke through to the 2nd floor of Luanhai. Please keep improving and make persistent efforts. Quack, Master, Chu Xiu felt refreshed. Fairy Mengdie turned her head, her black hair was messy, she didn't want to look at this traitor. No more, unless you unseal me. I can take out other items from the storage ring. Chi Mengdie gritted his teeth. Beautiful eyes stared at Chu Xiu not far away, who was squatting down and counting the trophies. It's all 4th tier pills, and the 5th tier pills are pitifully rare. There are still 4,000 high-grade primordial stones, which is better than nothing. Chu Xiu nodded, and put all the small pile of items into the storage bag. Thank you, Master, looking at the bag that is gradually going away. For the first time in Mengdie's practice career, he felt powerless. Otherwise, I will ask the Holy Master, maybe she can help me lift the seal. No, if it can't be lifted, the traitor feels the danger, flees away, or is killed by someone. Doesn't this seat really want to be immortal for a lifetime, and eventually die of old age? No. That's not my Mengdie's life. I, Mengdie, am stunned and talented. In this life, I am destined to go to the starry sky to compete on the ancient road. How could I fall here? She reached into her arms. Take out a bronze mask with a fox pattern printed on it. Before, when the traitor was unsealed, I took out this treasure. Fortunately, the traitor didn't search the body, otherwise, he would have been snatched away. Bronze fox noodle, it can simulate the covering of all monk breaths. As long as you don't come into contact with people, even the Peak Saint King can't detect from the air. Chi Mengdie was in a trance, recalling the figure on Guihun Cliff a month ago. This mask was dropped when that person was hunted down. Hey, Chu Xiu is also considered amazing and talented. After only 100 years of practice, he is respected by the younger generation. That sentence, break immortality and ask for longevity, the Emperor regrets, but I don't. How wanton and insolent, how stunning and gorgeous, unfortunately, you are too strong, too evil, if you don't die, how can the great holy lands, ancient families, and great Pope sects feel at ease? If you don't die, the Emperor's road will open in the future, and who will have a chance in the sky continent? Shaking his head, he got rid of distracting thoughts in his mind. Now I have to find a way to break free from that traitor's imprisonment, otherwise I'm afraid I will be subject to him in this life. Chu Xiu, who returned to the entrance of his cave, seemed to have a sense, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Put it on. If you don't wear this mask, how can I develop in Taisu Holy Land with peace of mind? My good master. Enter the cave. Chu Xiu took out the Xianbing jade blood sword rewarded by the system from the storage bag. The long sword was unsheathed, blood lingered. This sword is 3 feet 3 inches long, the blade is as red as blood, and as thin as a cicada's wing. The hilt is made of the ribs of an unknown beast, revealing a fierce killing intent. It's still a murderous soldier, just barely enough. Chu Xiu shook his head, obviously looking down on him, but he didn't think much about it. His realm is too low now, even if he is given a divine weapon, he won't be able to use it. Sitting cross-legged, laying the jade blood sword flat on both knees, the long and narrow eyes were closed, and he began to refine the Xianbing. There are still 3 days until the deathmatch. He planned to use these few days to practice one kind of movement technique and 2 kinds of sword tactics. One of the sword formulas was practiced by the original toolman Chu Xiu, and it is called Xianpin of Qingfeng's 3 styles. The name sounds very low, and the moves are also very simple. The 3 moves are, draw the sword, cut the sword, and return the sword. Draw out the sword, slash, sheath. Chu Xiu was originally a great swordsman. Judging from his eyesight, this sword art, although the grade is low by 2, has a faint taste of returning to the basics and being in harmony with the Tao. What is sword repair? Could it be that one can be called a sword cultivator if he controls the flying sword of his own destiny, kills people thousands of miles away, returns 10,000 swords to his ancestors, and makes all the fuss? Shallow. If the skill is not as good as the decision, it will never be as good as it should be. Sword cultivator, what he cultivates is not sword skills, nor sword tactics, but sword intent. The sword intent enters the Tao, with a flat blow, it can destroy the world. Shouldn't it be right, drawing out the sword, slashing people, and sheathing it? On the 2nd day, the full moon is in the sky, and the stars are thousands of miles away. In Chu Xiu's cave. Ding! Wow, congratulations to the host, comprehend the artistic conception, and start to search for the meaning. A sword cry sounded in Chu Xiu's mind. Next moment. The soul consciousness seemed to be grasped by an invisible big hand, flew out of the cave, passed through the great formation of the Taisu Holy Land Zongmen, and flew higher and higher. When he opened his eyes again, his consciousness had come to a dark space. Chu Xiu raised his head and looked into the distance. He could see beams of light of various colors falling from above the darkness. The beams were thick and thin. The thick one is as thick as a bucket, and the thinner one is only the diameter of chopsticks. The original place, looking for meaning. That's right, every beam of light here is a sword intent. Every sword cultivator has only one chance to come here once in his life. Of course, Chu Xiu who has died once is considered a special case. The sword cultivators who come here need to find the sword intent that matches their own swordsmanship here. Sword intent also has strengths and weaknesses. Some heaven-defying sword intents, even if those who comprehend them are at the intent-seeking stage, are much stronger than ordinary entry-level sword intents. Chu Xiu came here once before, but at that time, he had already reached the Taoist palace. In his last life, he didn't have a master to guide him, so he relied on his own groping for cultivation. He entered the original land to find the sword intent, but he just picked a beam of light at random, which caused the sword intent to be weak. To rebuild in this life, he naturally wants to find one of the strongest sword intents as much as possible. The deeper one enters the beginning land, the stronger the sword intent can be found. Think no more. Chu Xiu moved and flew into the distance. Passing beams of light, they continued to fly towards the deepest part of the land of beginning. If an ordinary Luanhai cultivator enters here and travels up to 800 meters, his consciousness will not be able to withstand the pressure of the original place and will be crushed to pieces. Consciousness is crushed. At that time, let alone finding something, there will be a question mark on whether he can survive, and even if he can survive, he will probably be a fool. However, Chu Xiu will not have any worries in this regard. Before he was reborn, he was at the peak of Shaoshan. He fought for 100 years, killed an unknown number of saints, and elders. The great sage is not as good as him. Otherwise, he would not be able to practice the secret art of the soul and forcibly seize the body and resurrect him. 800 meters. 1,000 meters. Meters. 2,000 meters. Taisu Holy Land, Taisu Peak. In the unpretentious Dongfu. Wearing a plain white dress, the female cultivator with long, blue wavy hair slowly opened her phoenix eyes. Her pupils are bright with stars and divine light. With every breath, billions of worlds are born and died in her eyes. At the back of the female cultivator's head, 3 mysterious light arcs of gold, blue, and red rotate clockwise. She is beautiful in appearance and has a sacred and inviolable temperament. Even if the great sage is in front of him, he still has to bow his head, not daring to look at him. She is the lord of Taisu Holy Land, contemporary Taisuzi. The overlord of the Saint King realm. There are people in the Holy Land, looking for sword intent. She raised her head, her star-like eyes seemed to be able to see through everything in the world and through time. The line of sight fell on the initial land full of chaos. Interesting. It has advanced 500 meters. Not bad, 4,000 meters. As time flows. Gradually, Taisuzi's indifferent expression became a little moved. 6,789 meters, 7,767 meters, such a strong soul, such a strong will, has come to this point in the early days of Luan Hai. 8,888 meters. It's 18 meters longer than when I was looking for sword intent in the other side. This son is extraordinary. Is he a great sage? Or is he gifted? 3 hours later. Taisuzi's beautiful eyes gradually widened. 9,999 meters. How can that be? Taisuzi stood up, parted her red lips slightly, and murmured, 3 years ago, the quasi-emperor sword god in the endless sword realm had a terrifying sword intent. He never killed an enemy with a second sword. He was invincible in this world. It is said that he seeks meaning. At that time, it came to 99 meters. Could it be that I am too holy to produce a character like a sword god? The place of origin. Chu Xiu stopped at 99 meters. His face was pale, his chest heaved, and he was panting heavily. Carrying the mighty power of heaven and earth to come here, even he couldn't stand it, as if his soul would be crushed into nothingness at any time. Looking at the 4 huge beams of light at the end of the front. The one on the far right is obviously missing, presumably there were originally 5 sword intents. Obviously, the sword intent on the far right has been found. There are 4 remaining, from left to right, the colors are white, blood, black, and purple. The beam of light is so huge that it seems to penetrate the entire universe, with an incomparably vast momentum. In front of them, Chu Xiu seems smaller than dust, as insignificant as a drop of water in the sea. He was not in a hurry to choose sword intent. Close your eyes slowly. Use your mind to comprehend the sword intent. A kind of enlightenment welled up in my heart. I keep asking myself in my heart, what is my way? What is my way? My way. In his mind, he recalled the scenes after he traveled from the earth to the sky continent. From the very beginning of being bullied everywhere, going around for more than 10 years, I gradually got used to the feeling of killing. Every fight, every bloody battle. Chasing, counter-killing, escaping, continuing to kill, 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 kill. Kill until no one in the world dares to honor him. Kill until no one dares not bow his head. My way, asking about immortality and longevity, my way, the way of immortality and invincibility, stop killing with killing. My sword intent is the invincible sword intent, with 1 thought and 1 sword, no one in the world can't be cut. At this moment, Chu Xiu's Taoist mind is unprecedentedly clear. No self, no one, no sentient beings. Hum the place of origin. There was a sword cry. Like the first sword sound when the chaos of the universe first opened. The bloody beam of light trembled, and part of it split off, pulling Chu Xiu into it. The sword intent full of killing intent penetrated into every bone, every flesh and blood, and every cell of his body. I don't know how long ago. Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes. In the deepest part of the pupil, a blood-colored sword shadow flashed like a substance. However, in the deepest part of the original place, there was a scarlet sword intent missing. Ding, congratulations to the host for finding the meaning successfully. Obtain the heavenly killing sword intent of the original 5 sword intents, heavenly killing sword intent category, sword intent grade. Current position, Xuani introduction, conceived in the chaos, born at the first division of the world. Only when you reach the end of the original land, can you get the recognition of the sword. Prove the way by killing, grow up in fighting, and fight with those who understand. The sword will become stronger and stronger. If the sword emperor's heart desires, slaying monsters and people is also slashing immortals. The corners of Chu Xiu's mouth curled up slightly. I was overjoyed. Heavenly killing sword intent matches my nature. He still remembered that before he was reborn, the sword intent he comprehended was Ling Feng's sword intent. It is a kind of heavenly sword intent with wind attribute, its strength is above average, and I thought it was very nice at first. Now look at. People are more dead than people, and goods are thrown away. Compared with Tiansha's sword intent, Ling Feng's sword intent is simply weak. The bloody sword-shaped symbol appears and disappears between his eyebrows, and finally disappears. Try using the system to break through the sword intent. Chu Xiu couldn't wait to take out all the unused items from the storage bag. Consuming the character weapon Ghost Mysterious Knife, gaining breakthrough 0.5, consuming character armor and pig iron armor, gaining breakthrough 0.5, consumption. The arena of life and death is located at Yunxia Peak, also known as Penalty Peak. Each generation of Peak Masters, whose name is Tianxing, is in charge of punishment in the Holy Land. Tianxing's direct and true disciples are all disciples of the Hall of Punishment, monitoring the entire Holy Land. Therefore, the comprehensive strength of Yunxia Peak's disciples is the highest among all peaks in the entire Holy Land. Next is Tianxian Peak. Then there is Yunxia Peak, mainly because Yunxia Peak has too few true disciples, including Chu Xiu. There are only 5 of them. Brother Ling Xiao heard that you have gained a lot from retreat recently, and you have broken through the realm of supernatural powers. I am really happy to congratulate you. The personal disciple next to him was flattering and flattering. Jian Lingyun waved his hand. It's just a supernatural power, it's not worth mentioning. After speaking, he turned to look at the female cultivator in white with a long sword on her back. She has a beautiful oval face, her eyes are like water, her eyebrows are like distant mountains, her temperament is cold, and she is serious. Junior Sister Su, I thought you wouldn't come to such a boring place. Su Tianjin didn't look sideways, and said in a cold tone, this matter happened because of me, so I naturally want to take a look. That Chu Xiu is familiar with me, I don't want him to die here. Murderous intent flashed in Jian Lingyun's eyes. Su Tianjin had long been regarded as a taboo by him, and that useless Chu Xiu dared to fantasize about her. Death would not be a pity. Hee, Senior Sister Su, what if he wants to seek death? Zhang Meng, who was standing behind Jian Lingyun, saw that the boss's face was not right, and immediately smiled. Senior Sister, you can't save a person who wants to die. Su Tianjin glanced at Zhang Meng lightly, but said nothing. Then why Chu Xiu hasn't come yet? Could it be that he's afraid? I think it is. Haha, he is still Yunxia Peak's true senior brother, he is really embarrassing to Yunxia Peak Master. That's right, even our Tianxian Peak's Zhang Meng can't beat him, why should he be a senior brother? I don't know how the people of Yunxia Peak can allow this kind of waste to be their senior brother. The disciples of the surrounding peaks communicated loudly, discussed, and sneered and ridiculed unabashedly. Here, Yunxia Peak's direct disciples, who came here to watch the battle, had an ugly expression on their faces. It's true that Chu Xiu is a waste, no matter what, they are also their own people. Now they are so ridiculed by outsiders, they are naturally upset, but they have no way to refute. Hey, at this time. A blue streamer quickly flew away. In the life and death arena, a woman in a blue long dress appeared in the true biography spectator seat. She has almond eyes and peach cheeks, and her black hair is tied into a simple bun at the back of her head, hanging down softly on her shoulders. It's Tao Yao, the 5th senior sister of Yunxia Peak. I didn't expect this person to come to watch the battle today. Senior sister Tao Yao, Jian Lingyun smiled on the skin but not on the flesh. Tao Yao's beautiful eyes moved, and she sneered, Jian Lingyun, don't think that your breakthrough in supernatural powers is so great. If you dare to laugh at me like this again, be careful that this girl will gug out your eyeballs and throw them on the ground as bright stones. Jian Lingyun's face darkened instantly when he heard the words, but he didn't dare to say anything more. He knew the character of this witch. If he dares to talk back again, even if this is Yunxia Peak, the other party will definitely do what they say. Come on, I don't know who called out. I see. A small flying boat flew from the foot of Yunxia Peak to the mountainside without rushing. On the bow deck, a black-haired young man in a black robe with a long blood-colored sword slanted across his waist stood with his hands behind his back, his waist straight. His long black hair was blown back by the wind. His dark and deep eyes stared straight ahead. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. The flying boat volleyed and stopped above the platform. Chu Xiu looked down. Control the airship to land. Parked on the true seat. He still can't fly through the air like Tao Yao and the others. Only after breaking through the divine bridge realm, the vitality in the monk's body can be transformed into real energy, and then he can fly across the sky. Otherwise, he can only drive a flying boat or other flying equipment, so it is a little late. Big brother, Tao Yao stepped forward, her delicate body bowed slightly. For this, Jian Lingyun and Su Tianjin were very surprised. Who is Tao Yao? Late-stage supernatural powers. Looking at the entire Taisu Holy Land, there are rare monstrous disciples, and they are only a thread behind the holy sons and saints. A notoriously strong quirk of character. How could such a person respect a waste like Chu Xiu so much? That's right, respect. That look couldn't be fake. Chu Xiu reached out and touched her head with a gentle smile. Junior sister, you are here too. A blush appeared on Tao Yao's pretty face, and she lowered her head. Eldest senior brother, please rest assured, with my junior sister around, no one can hurt a single hair of your hair. 20 days ago, the junior sister retreated, causing the senior brother to be injured, and the junior sister felt uneasy. Be careful, it's not your fault. Chu Xiu nodded, just glanced at Su Tianjin, who was 10 meters away. This is the Tool Man, the goddess of crush. She looks okay, but her cultivation base is just as so. A strangeness flashed in Su Tianjin's eyes. A woman's sixth sense made her clearly feel that Chu Xiu's gaze was different from before. The previous frenzy has become calm and indifferent. What has he experienced in the past 20 days? Senior brother, Zhang Meng looked at Jian Lingyun, and asked through voice transmission, Tao Yao is here, later, shall I still kill him? In the arena of life and death, what about the killer? Jian Lingyun sneered, could it be that she, Tao Yao, can really cover the sky with one hand? This is Yunxia Peak, no matter how strong she is, Tao Yao can't beat the waves. Don't worry, if she dares to make a move, there will naturally be a little saint to suppress her. Okay, senior brother, Zhang Meng sneered, I will treat him well. Chu Xiu, since we're here, let's go to the arena of life and death. After finishing you, I will go back to practice in closed doors. Chu Xiurua was at a loss, but didn't answer. He turned his head and looked around, smiled slightly, and said loudly, everyone. It's not easy for everyone to gather together to watch the competition, how can we lose the prize? I have a bottle of 7th order Sky Profound pills here. There are 6 pieces in total, all of which are of the highest quality. While speaking, with a wave of his hand, a mutton-fat jade bottle appeared in his hand. Pull the cork off, the mouth of the bottle is lingering with rays of light, and the fragrance is wafting thousands of miles away. In an instant, the eyes of the disciples present were all red. Gulu, gulu, there were bursts of swallowing sounds. Even some elders couldn't help showing greed. That was a 7th order Sky Profound pill. For monks in the realm of supernatural powers, it is like a magic pill. Taking this pill can not only increase the speed of comprehension of supernatural powers, but the top-grade Tianxian pill has a high probability of helping them reach the peak of the supernatural power realm and break through the realm of little saints. Don't think that Shaoxing is a big commodity. A small saint can become a great elder in a holy place, and if he joins a weaker religion, he can even become a deputy suzerain. If you join the dynasty, you will definitely be honored as a national teacher and the whole country will celebrate. Wow, the host, you are so stupid, you actually pretended to be a pig and eat a tiger, cheating resources, and getting a system reward, 300 breakthrough points. How do you want to bet? Jian Lingyun stared straight at the jade bottle in Chu Xiu's hand. He can be sure that it is definitely the Sky Profound pill. His master, Lu Shui, once rewarded his senior brother with a Sky Profound pill, and he will never forget the fragrance of that pill until he dies. Jian Lingyun, who had just broken through to the realm of supernatural powers, urgently needed this elixir. Coincidentally, just as he was about to sleep, Chu Xiu sent him a pillow. Eldest brother. Tao Yao hesitated to speak. I said to myself, is the brother playing such a big game? Aren't you afraid that master will blame you? Chu Xiu shook his head at her, looked at Jian Lingyun, and said loudly in a voice that everyone present could hear, you may not know the value of the 6th 7th order top-grade Sky Profound pills. This elder of Yunxia Peak, do you understand? Elder Tian Xingfen, who was the referee, came back to his senses and quickly wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Zheng say, this pill has a price but no market. If it is auctioned, each piece should be at least 100 high-grade primordial stones. 6 are 600 W high-grade primordial stones. Sigh, the sound of breathing in bursts resounded through the sky. 600 million yuan stone, it was an astronomical figure for everyone present. It is absolutely impossible to take out. Jian Lingyun frowned. He couldn't come up with a matching bet either. He, Chu Xiu said with a smile, one person can't get it out, so everyone can make it together. At that time, it will be fine to divide the spoils according to the proportion of the investment, right? All the people suddenly realized. Yes, everyone can get together. However, someone quickly reacted. He looked suspiciously at Chu Xiu, who was smiling at the corner of his mouth. It always feels wrong there. Tao Yao blinked her watery eyes, and suddenly smiled. Jian Lingyun is not a fool, Chu Xiu's attitude is very similar to digging a hole and waiting for someone to jump. He circulated his true energy and probed Chu Xiu's realm with his spiritual thoughts. Heart suddenly relieved. There are 4 floors in the Wheel C. Feeling the gathering of countless probing spirits, Chu Xiu secretly sneered in his heart, his expression as usual. It's a bet, I bet. I beat senior brother Chu Xiu to lose. I also pressure brother Chu Xiu to lose. The crowd flocked. One after another, they took out treasures from the stored treasures and placed bets. Tian Xingfen, as the referee's elders, began to count the value of the items. An hour later, the inventory was completed. The gambling funds of 600 million high-grade primordial stones were all raised and piled up into a small mountain. Chu Xiu also put the sky profound pill in his gambling money. I declare that the bet is established, and Tian Xingfen is the referee. No one dares to deny it. Present. Except for Taoyao and Su Tianjin, as well as several Taiyang elders who were the referees, almost everyone placed their bets, and Chu Xiu lost all of them, including Yunxia Peak's junior brothers and sisters. It's really for senior brother, good, beloved relatives and friends. Chu Xiu nodded, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Move your body. Leaping down from the 1,000-meter-high true inheritance seat, he slammed into the square stone ring several thousand meters wide with a bang. Hee, Chu Waste, you are finally willing to end. Zhang Meng laughed cruelly, and also jumped onto the ring. He has already found out that Chu Waste has indeed recovered his cultivation, but it is only on the 4th floor of Luanhai, which is not as good as 20 days ago. You know, Zhang Meng is the pinnacle of the 9th floor of Luanhai. Hitting the 4th floor at the peak of the 9th floor is not much more difficult than crushing an ant to death. He is very confident. And Chu Xiu held the bone hilt of the jade blood sword in his right hand, with a solemn expression on his face. See his performance. Zhang Meng became more and more confident. The gambling dogs also secretly rejoiced in their hearts. This wave, steady. Chu Waste, just strong outside and doing nothing, someone muttered. Su Tianjin shook his head, the inexplicable anticipation in his eyes faded a bit. Cough cough, since you are on the stage of life and death, then life and death don't matter. An elder from Yunxia Peak said loudly, I declare that the life and death contest has begun. Bang in the arena of life and death, the formation was activated, and the ground trembled. A white mask, like a giant bowl turned upside down, covered the entire arena. The gambling dogs waited intently. I kept shouting in my heart. Kill him. Kill Chu Xiu. Zhang Meng killed this trash. Zhang Meng did not draw out the long sword on his back. His figure is low, his leg muscles are knotted, his forehead and neck are protruding with blue veins, and his whole body is full of energy and blood, just like a ferocious wild beast. Lifting his right leg and stepping on the ground of the arena, the stone slabs on the ground were shattered inch by inch. Boom, the whole person is like a cannonball, impacting out, causing bursts of sonic booms. In the blink of an eye, he came to Chu Xiu's left side. A lightning whip kicked towards his head, and the air was howling. Chu Xiu tilted his body and narrowly avoided Zhang Meng's lightning strike. The movement of the body moves, the vitality condenses on the legs, the speed soars 5 times, so fast that 3 afterimages appear, and the distance between Zhang Meng and Zhang Meng is opened in an instant, and they are 30 meters away. Hee, the speed is not slow. Zhang Meng grinned. Then what about this trick? The black light in his left hand flickered, and he flicked his fingers. Clang, a black flying nail pierced the air, causing waves of ripples, and went straight to the center of Chu Xiu's eyebrows. Chu Xiu used the Xianpin movement method to take a picture again, and quickly dodged to the side. Fuck, Zhang Meng's strikes are really ruthless, every blow is a vital point. Chu Xiu's body skills are also good, and he can always dodge at critical moments. Hee, if you defend for a long time, you will lose. No matter how fast you are, if you can't defeat your opponent, then he will definitely lose in the end. Chu Xiu is doomed. A fight without any suspense. There was worry in Taoyao's beautiful eyes. I thought to myself, big brother, are you really acting? It's probably too realistic. The gambling dogs are in ecstasy. Steady, steady. On the ring. The situation is indeed one-sided. Zhang Meng chased and beat Chu Xiu. It took about half an hour to chase. Zhang Meng finally lost his patience. Chu Xiu was as slippery as a loach. Clang, block. Pull out the red long sword from the right. Dao Yuan Li's sword was like a net, and he slashed at Chu Xiu. Completely closed the opponent's dodging space. Chu Xiu's narrow and deep eyes were half closed. He holds the scabbard in his left hand and the bone hilt in his right. The jade blood sword stands in front of him. Slowly draw the sword. The blood-colored sword reflected his indifferent and deep eyes like a mirror. Draw your sword. Hum, a bloody sword glow several meters long and half a meter wide suddenly cut out. Cut a gap in Zhang Meng's sword net. Turn around to take a picture, and get out of the gap. Flaw, a murderous intent flashed across Zhang Meng's pupils. The corner of the mouth grinned grimly. The speed more than doubled in an instant, and he came to Chu Xiu in an instant. Lift the left foot, pumping it toward his temple. Go to hell, trash. Chu Xiu looked indifferent. Anyone who has fought against him knows that whenever he shows such an expression, he should be careful. Because he is about to kill. Raise your arms to cover your face. He is a desolate ancient holy body. Although he has not achieved a small achievement, in terms of melee combat, he is almost invincible in the same realm. The entanglement with Zhang before was just a show for the gambling dogs. If he is serious as soon as he enters the arena, with his rich battle experience and his current accumulation, he can kill the opponent with at most 3 moves, without even needing to use sword intent. Bang! The leg whip was whipped on the left arm, and there was a thunderous sound. Chu Xiu pretended to stagger back, and at the same time, the jade blood sword turned into an afterimage. Zhang Meng only saw a picturesque blood glow flashing past. So fast the sword. Next moment. The jade blood sword slid across Zhang Meng's neck like autumn water. A thin line of blood gradually emerged. Zhang Meng's eyes were wide open, and he raised his hand to cover the wound. Puff. Blood splattered. Gulyalu fell to the ground with the whole big head, and rolled around a few times. A headless corpse, with blood gushing out several meters high. The amount of bleeding is huge, after all, it is the pinnacle of Luanhai, and the blood is enough. Puff Chu Xiu forcibly shook the inner mansion, spat out a mouthful of blood, and half-kneeled on the ground with the jade blood sword in his hand, pale and panting. He looked seriously injured. The viewing platform was dead silent. Shock, incredible. How can it be, Zhang Meng actually lost? You know, 20 days ago, Zhang Meng easily defeated Chu Xiu. Lost today, even killed on the spot. 10 days ago, I remembered that Chu Xiu said that he wanted to kill Zhang Meng in the arena of life and death, and he really did it. I can't believe that the 4th floor of Luanhai actually killed the peak of Luanhai. Wow, uproar, I don't have dazzling eyes. Oh my god, I lost 3,000 top-grade primordial stones. I lost 4,000. I lost a mysterious weapon. Is Zhang Meng a waste? If you hit the 4th floor of Luanhai, you will be counter-killed. Q fucking can Q crooked. Woo woo. I'm so angry, I will never gamble again. Victory and defeat. The referee finished. The ring mask disappeared. Tao Yao came to the ring in an instant and supported Chu Xiu. A faint fragrance entered his nostrils, and Chu Xiu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Junior sister, help me to the seat of true biography. Okay big brother, Tao Yao hugged Chu Xiu's arm and flew up to the Jinchuan seat. He went straight, that pile of bets. Jian Lingyun stared at Chu Xiu with squinted eyes, and said coldly, you are hiding your clumsiness. He lost the worst bet in this game. Not only did his younger brother die, but he also lost a large amount of primordial stones, estimated to be 60. He would have to store high-grade primordial stones for several years to save so many primordial stones. Su Tianjin's beautiful eyes also became strange. Chu Xiu's victory was beyond her expectations. Obviously, no one is a fool to become a true biography. Although Chu Xiu acted very realistically, he still couldn't hide it from the eyes of those who cared. Chu Xiu shrugged, neither admitting nor denying it. Do you still dare to gamble? Jian Lingyun said with a smile, senior brother of Yunxia Peak, don't you dare to gamble? Chu Xiu smiled and raised his eyebrows, how do you want to bet? I sent a first-level Xinxiao realm to fight with you, and the bet is the same as before. Jian Lingyun, are you looking for death? Tao Yao's voice was icy cold, her murderous intent was boiling, her hair was full of blue hair, and there was no wind on her own. See here. The expressions of the several elders of Tianqing Peak all changed, and they quickly put on guard to prevent this woman from violently attacking her. Jian Lingyun frowned and stepped back to distance himself from Tao Yao, then looked at Chu Xiu again, and said nothing. Chu Xiu rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, frowned and said, it's not impossible, but you have to pay more. The bet has been increased by at least 3%. You must know that I am only on the 4th floor of the Luanhai realm, and it is very risky to face the 1st floor of the God of War Bridge. While speaking, the greedy look in his eyes flashed away. Seeing Tian Xingfeng elders secretly shaking their heads. Jian Lingyun sneered in his heart. Sure enough, greed without strength is the original sin. You seek death yourself, don't blame me. Seeing this, Su Tianjin couldn't help frowning, and was speechless. This Chu Xiu, doesn't he know that it's good to see each other? The gap between the Divine Bridge realm and the Luanhai realm is not even a tiny bit. If you kill Zhang Meng, do you really think you are strong enough to fight against the Xinxiao realm? Tao Yao also secretly transmitted voice to persuade. However, Chu Xiu has made up his mind. Today, the goods must be brought home. As he said, it won't work even when the emperor is here. The ancient holy body at home is still waiting to be fed. After learning that, the second game of gambling begins. And Chu Xiu is going to face the god of war Bridge Realm. The gamblers who lost a round suddenly felt their tumultuous hearts alive. Gambling dog mentality, the next game will definitely win, and you can get back the money. Betting begins. Even if the bet is % more than before, they don't care. In their view, Chu Xiu, who was on the 4th floor of the Luanhai realm, could not be the opponent of Chen Linfei, who was on the 1st floor of the Xinqiao realm. The two sides are fundamentally different. The gap is like an abyss. Chu Xiu and Shi Leji agreed to this bet. Next, they only need to press Chu Xiu to lose, and then they can sit back and wait for the money to be collected. Crazy. Streams of light cut through the air and flew towards Yunxia Peak. After hearing the news, even the personal and true disciples of other peaks rushed over. They also want a piece of the action. Watching the guys scrambling to bet that they lost, Chu Xiu remained calm on the surface. In fact, the heart is full of smiles. People like this who often treat others as fools are the real fools. Forehead. Wrong. Chu Xiu was stunned. I seem to regard them as fools too. However, this seat is not a fool. Think carefully. It was also relieved. There are no fools here. There are only a group of ordinary practitioners bound by the fixed cultivation thinking of the predecessors. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, the Foundation Establishment Realm is the Foundation Establishment Realm, and it is impossible to beat the Luanhai Realm. It is also impossible for the Luanhai Realm to defeat the Divine Bridge Realm. Especially, Chu Xiu still bears the title of a good-for-nothing big brother. Even if he killed Zhang Meng with a very struggling leapfrog earlier, the gamblers will use the excuse of Chu Xiu being lucky that Zhang Meng underestimated the enemy and was killed to convince his greedy self. The disciples from the various peaks who had finished placing their bets looked at each other, and the meaning in their eyes was obvious. This game is stable. Chu Xiu even saw a direct disciple of the Xinqiao realm gritted his teeth and put his only weapon, the Xiandao, on it. A late-stage disciple of Luanhai pressed down a pair of black-grade boots with tears in his eyes, reluctantly coming up to share a share of the pie. This time, the biggest bet was still on Jian Lingyun. He sneered, and threw out the last 40 top-grade primordial stones, as well as a set of mysterious treasure armor and a few 4th-grade talismans. He didn't believe that Chu Xiu could make any trouble this time. Eldest brother, are you sure? Tao Yao's sound transmission into secret. Chu Xiu nodded. I can rest assured that. Little junior sister, don't you place a bet? Tao Yao stuck out her tongue and smiled sweetly. Let's keep senior brother and make money for yourself. In fact, Chu Xiu understood. The other party looks down on these things. Among them are the 7th grade Tianxian pills. The bets are counted. According to the bet, Yunxia Peak's eldest disciple, Chu Xiu, must take out a bottle of 7th ranked top-grade Sky Profound pill, a total of 6 pieces. The total value of all the disciples who bet on the scene, the treasures of heaven and earth, reached 1,000 high-grade primordial stones. I declare that the bet is established, and this bet will be justified by Tian Xingfen. Following the voice of Elder Tian Xingfen fell. The scene was suddenly quiet. All eyes were on Chu Xiu, with different expressions, including greed, sarcasm, anticipation, ridicule, and some watching with cold eyes. This piece of shit must die. He is dead. As long as I can win a Sky Profound pill, my fire-type supernatural power will be close to perfection. Chu Xiu of Yunxia Peak, Chen Linfei of Tianjin Peak is going to the stage of life and death. Brother, come on. Tao Yao said loudly. Su Tianjin's clear eyes also stared at Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu nodded, waved his black robe sleeves, and jumped down. A black meteor, with a bang, hit the ring. His body was as straight as a javelin, his black robe bulged with golden clouds, his thick black long hair was constantly swaying backwards by the strong wind, and his feet were 10 meters in radius. The slate shattered inch by inch. What a strong body. Among the crowd, Chu Xiu and Chen Yunfei faced each other at a distance of 1,000 meters. Brother Chen killed him. Junior brother Chen, Chu Xiu is the true disciple of Yunxia Peak. If you can kill him, Master will reward you generously. Kill, kill, kill. The cheers and cheers around did not make Chen Yunfei's expression fluctuate in the slightest. Eyes like sharp swords stared at Chu Xiu. Brother Chu Xiu, admit defeat. I don't want to kill you. Chu Xiu was expressionless. Pressed the right hand on the hilt of the jade blood sword. At first, I didn't intend to go on stage. Do you know why I still go to the stage of life and death? Chen Yunfei was not in a hurry to act. Why? Chu Xiu seemed interested. Walked towards each other step by step. Chen Yunfei didn't care about this. In his eyes, Chu Xiu from the 4th floor of Luanhai posed no threat to him at all. He can kill him whenever he wants. He was willing to say so much because he was worried that he would kill Chu Xiu later and be retaliated by Mengdie, the master of Yunxia Peak afterwards. After laying the groundwork, Chu Xiu knew how to admit defeat, and everyone was happy. If Chu Xiu was ignorant and killed by him, Mengdie had no excuse to trouble him again. My junior sister was seriously injured on a mission. I need a very precious treasure of heaven and earth to save my life, and brother Ling Yun has that treasure of heaven and earth in his hands. So for the sake of junior sister, I have to fight for Ling Yun. So, I can only say sorry to you. Swords have no eyes. If you die, don't blame me. Chen Yunfei's tone was flat, as if he was telling some kind of truth. Very touching story. Clang Chu Xiu, who was 100 meters away from Chen Yunfei, suddenly drew his sword enraged. The image of Xianpin movement moves around the body, gathers on the legs, and pulls out 7 afterimages. In an instant, a blood-colored sword image of extremely poignant beauty, like the setting sun falling from the west, directly hits Chen Yunfei's neck. So fast. What a fast sword. In the spectator seats, a group of disciples let out a low voice. Xuanpin's body method keeps a picture, and it has been cultivated to the 7 afterimages, which is Dzogchen. His Xianpin Qinfeng 3 styles are also perfect. The hair on the back of Chen Yunfei's neck stood on end, his cheeks twitched, and he secretly scolded Chu Xiu for being shameless, for actually sneaking up on him while he was speaking. I didn't have time to think about it, this sword must be blocked, otherwise I will die for sure, at this moment, how dare I underestimate Chu Xiu. Clang in the nick of time, Chen Yunfei's dark blue Xianpin long sword pressed against the skin of his neck, barely resisting Chu Xiu's fatal strike. Few a drop, cold sweat dripped down his cheeks onto the tip of the blood-colored long sword, splashing a crystal splash. When he just breathed a sigh of relief, Chu Xiu's long and narrow eyes reflected a gleam of blood, and the sword in his hand changed from a horizontal slash to a straight stab, taking the opponent's heart at an extremely tricky angle. The speed of changing sword moves is jaw-dropping. Puff! Even if Chen Yunfei could twist his body, a bloody hole was still pierced in his chest. Blood splattered, but fortunately, he didn't hurt his heart, so he narrowly escaped the catastrophe. Chen Yunfei still wants to distance himself and fight back. That's overthinking. Fighting against Chu Xiu, one step at a time is destined to be slow at every step. In the 100 years and 70 years since he traveled to the Sky Continent, he has spent, years fighting more than, people. The almost perverted fighting instinct has long been carved into his bones and soul. Just before Chen Yunfei wanted to use his agility to widen the distance, he leaned forward, pushed his legs hard, and his feet sank more than 3 inches into the ground. Hoi shot the sun like he was shooting the sun, bursting out with ripples, the air was whining, and his fist landed on Chen Yunfei's chest. Boom, click, 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 the sound of bones breaking. The disciples watching the battle had their cheeks twisted and their teeth sore for a while. Wow, Chen Yunfei spat out blood mixed with internal organ fragments from his mouth. The bones on the back protruded, and the originally handsome white robe was shaken into butterflies. The whole person is like a rag doll, flying thousands of meters, booming, and crashing into the light curtain of the ring formation. Haddock fell to the ground and rolled a few times. Chu Xiu, who possesses the ancient holy body, has terrifying physical strength. After receiving such a terrifying punch from the front, all the internal organs in Chen Yunfei's chest were blasted into a paste. Chen Yunfei, who fell on the ground with his face covered in blood, struggled a few times to get up, but his eyes gradually dimmed, completely lifeless. You have to remember that the villain died because of the truth of life that talks too much. Chu Xiu put his sword back into its sheath, glanced at the distorted corpse in the distance, and a chilling smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. So I generally don't like crap. This. How is it possible? Chu Xiu is only on the 4th floor of Luanhai. Why do I feel that he is pressing down on Chen Yunfei to fight? Moreover, he has beaten Chen Yunfei to the point where he has no power to parry. If it wasn't for Chen Yunfei's death, I would have suspected that he was playing fake matches. That's right, from the viewer's point of view. Chu Xiu completely suppressed Chen Yunfei from the moment he made a move. Actually, it is not. If you want to blame it, you can blame Chen Yunfei for talking too much and being too aggressive, but Chu Xiu seized the opportunity to strike first. He didn't stand up to a series of tricks. After the silence, there was an uproar, the gambling dogs all over the ground felt dizzy, and the scene was wailing, and there were chicken feathers all over the place. I lost again. This time I really lost my family fortune. I shouldn't have gambled. Ah, the 10,000 high-grade primordial stones I just borrowed are gone like this? Heavenly Chen Yunfei, why are you so dishonest? You return my Xianbing. Chu Xiu, a bitch, is definitely pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. I even suspect that he has hidden his cultivation. I hate it. I'll bet later, I'm a dog. Tens of thousands of people wailed, beat their chests and stamped their feet, and the scene was extremely spectacular. Tao Yao took Chu Xiu to the high platform with a happy face. Brother, you are really powerful. It's just a contest in the foundation casting stage, it's not worth mentioning. Chu Xiu's expression was flat, neither happy nor sad. Xiaoxing didn't even remember how many he had killed. How could the mere first floor of a divine bridge make old devil Chu feel turbulent? Jian Lingyun had a gloomy face. He lost a lot in this competition. After taking a deep look at Chu Xiu, he waved his sleeves and flew away in a stream of blue light. He didn't bother to threaten Chu Xiu with harsh words. Only the weak speak harsh words, and he, Jian Lingyun, is not a weak person. There are tens of thousands of grievances, remorse, and hatred under the eyes of envy and jealousy. Chu Xiu smiled brightly, and began to collect piles of spoils. Oops! Chu Xiu suddenly exclaimed. Once again, the group of disciples who finally looked away were attracted back. The storage bag is full, junior sister, do you have any spare space? With a wave of Tao Yaoyu's hand, a delicate red storage bag flew towards Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu raised his hand to catch it, his yuan force surged, and after a few breaths, he refined it. Yo he! The storage bag he uses now only has a space of 50 cubic meters. Tao Yao gave him a full 200 cubic meters. Thank you, junior sister. Brother, you can just use it, you're welcome. Tao Yao smiled slightly, a pair of dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth. Chu Xiu put all the items worth 1,000 yuancher into the storage bag. He held the bottle of 7th grade Sky Profound Pill in his right hand. Lang Sheng, are there still younger brothers and younger sisters who continue to gamble with me? The fragrant top grade Sky Profound Pill, don't you all want it? Heard. A group of disciples who had lost everything, their cheeks twitched, and their looks were astonishing. I beg you to be human. Why are you here to compete? You are obviously here to buy goods, you just have to take out the last primordial stone in our storage bag to be at ease. Hey, since that's the case, then senior brother, can I go? With a flick of Chu Xiu's fingers, a flying boat the size of a palm emerged, rising in the wind, turning into a small flying boat a few meters long and floating in front of him. Brother, am I really leaving? Chu Xiu jumped onto the flying boat. Then, when everyone thought that he was going to control the flying boat to leave, this bitch poked his head out again, with a gentle smile on his face. Senior brother, I'm really leaving. Ding, host, you are black, bad and cheap, you are indeed a natural villain, and you will get a system reward, 200 breakthrough points. You fucking go away. I don't want to see you again. As soon as I saw you, I remembered my missing 30,000 high-grade primordial stones. All the disciples stared at Chu Xiu with red eyes. Hate it. They hate it so much. If this place was not inside the Holy Land, they would even swarm up and kill people to seize treasure. The killing intent on the platform almost formed a real storm, trying to strangle Chu Xiu into pieces. Slip away. Chu Xiu controlled the flying boat, and in an instant, he left the place of right and wrong. Before leaving, he received a voice transmission from Tao Yao. Brother, you offended Jian Lingyun today. This man, with a deep mind, is a biting dog who can't bark. Just be careful with him. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, thanked him, controlled the flying boat, and flew towards Yunxia Peak. Being in the Holy Land, he didn't worry about being retaliated. Now, what he cares most about is the improvement of his cultivation. This time I won a total of 1,600 million yuancher worth items, and I don't know how many breakthrough points I can exchange for. No hurry. If you have nothing to do, first find the master to break through the aptitude, and maximize the benefits you get today. Chu Xiu looked ahead with an indifferent expression, thinking to himself. There's not even the slightest bit of the lowly look that she played cheaply before. Before leaving, he deliberately played cheap. Could it be to earn the 200 breakthrough points of the system? Totally not. With his character design as old devil Chu, it's okay to kill with a smile, but let him play cheap, is that possible? Then why, he wants to do this? Because just now, he used the bronze fox mask that he left on Master's body to steal the conversation between the two. In order to prevent these big shots from associating him with the identity of old devil Chu, this kind of performance will continue in the future. Qi Mengdie, Your Majesty, do you mean that Chu Xiu entered the deepest part of the beginning land and found the legendary beginning sword intent? Qi Mengdie said in surprise, how is it possible? My apprentice is stupid, let alone find the original sword intent. It is extremely difficult for him to enter the original place to find the intent. Tai Suzi said indifferently, I have seen it with my own eyes. Mengdie, has your disciple changed recently? Qi Mengdie, your majesty, do you suspect that he has been taken away? Taisu was silent for a long time and said, the people who can get out of the body and seize the house are at least the little sages, and they must have their own will if they want to cultivate to the little sages. A person can only enter once in a lifetime in the initial land, and even the person who seizes the house cannot violate the supreme rule. Therefore, the deity does not suspect that Chu Xiu was taken away. Qi Mengdie, my apprentice, since he was not taken away, how did he reach the deepest part of the original place? Taisu, perhaps he got some heaven-defying opportunity. In the early days of the Luanhai 4th floor, one punch kills the Xinxiao realm, the blood is like smoke, and the human form is like a wild beast. This kind of body is absolutely extraordinary. The deity suspects that he has also awakened a divine body with a very strong physical body similar to the Tsaiyuan hegemony body. Mengdie, train this disciple well, the initial sword intent, plus an unknown divine body. In the future, our Taisu Holy Land may have an extra invincible quasi-emperor sword god. I will. Qi Mengdie, who was wearing a bronze fox mask, twisted her delicate body unnaturally. I thought to myself, cultivate well, how else should I cultivate it? Now I have become that master and rebellious apprentice, so the cultivation aptitude experience package is good. Overheard here. Chu Xiu almost laughed out loud. He could completely imagine how ridiculous Qi Mengdie's mood was at that time. Control the flying boat. Flying to the top of Yunxia Peak, I was going to have an in-depth exchange of martial arts with my master. And walked slowly towards the main entrance of the main hall. Qi Mengdie sat on the white jade lotus throne, with an elegant posture and the appearance of a fairy. See Chu Xiu enter the hall. Subconsciously, she raised her jade hand and tightened her snow-white skirt, breaking her skills in a second. Lu Mei frowned slightly. Rebel, why do you hide it as a teacher? I don't know why this disciple hid the matter from master. Chu Xiu stepped up the jade step by step, pretending to be puzzled. You have found the matter of the original sword intent. Qi Mengdie's delicate body subconsciously moved back. Oh. Master, how did you know? Chu Xiu looked surprised. It doesn't matter whether the master is willing or not. He sat down next to the master, wrapped his arms around her soft and slender waist, and a faint fragrance entered his nostrils, making people intoxicated. Qi Mengdie struggled a few times, but to no avail. Afterwards, Lu Mei frowned. The Holy Lord is the overlord of the Holy King realm, and he almost controls the rules of space. Naturally, the fluctuations when you seek your meaning cannot be hidden from her perception. I see. Chu Xiu nodded and smiled brightly. And then? Did Holy Land decide to vigorously train me, a peerless genius? Ha. On Qi Mengdie's beautiful face, there was a disdainful sneer. Taisu Holy Land, there are no free resources. Even if you are reborn as an ancient emperor, you have to rely on your own strength to fight and win. Can't stand the wind and rain. Well, Tuer agrees with this point very much. As for resources, it is more sweet to snatch them by yourself. Master, it's getting late, let's rest. Qi Mengdie has a beautiful face, her face pales, and the waves are like anger, ups and downs. Rebel, I can't today. It's all coming. Anyway, if you have nothing to do, improve your qualifications. An hour later. The refreshed old devil Chu left the main peak hall. The master, who was panting and blushing, felt weak all over, and his delicate body was limp on the white jade throne. Wow, host, you are such a bad thing, you actually double cultivated with the master again, triggering a special reward, 6th level crane top venom x1 pot. Cultivation qualification plus 100, cultivation qualification plus 100, cultivation qualification plus 100, the host's qualification reaches 917 day level, and the cultivation speed is increased by 31 times, ding, the host's cultivation base is sophisticated, and he is only half a step away from the 5th floor of Luanhai. Please keep improving and make persistent efforts. Jia, it's getting worse and worse. It is estimated that the aptitude must reach 2,000 points in order to break through to the fairy level aptitude. Chu Xiu frowned, a little dissatisfied. The body of Tianxiang shouldn't be so tasteless. Could it be because master's cultivation was sealed? How about next time, unseal her in? Chu Xiu shook his head, suppressing this dangerous thought for the time being. Back to the cave. Around the cave, reinstall all kinds of sound insulation to prevent the prohibition of spiritual exploration. Chu Xiu took out all of today's harvest. Wow la. Profound artifacts, treasures of heaven and earth, and primordial stones are piled up like a mountain, exuding all kinds of precious light, dazzling people's eyes. Pick up a character thick-back knife and choose to exchange it. Consuming character and thick-back knife, gain breakthrough point 1, Chu Xiu frowned, the system will get out of here. Last time I consumed character equipment, the breakthrough point I got was 5. How did it become 1 this time? Jie. As the host's cultivation level increases, the quality of the items consumed for exchanging breakthrough points will naturally increase accordingly. Quietly tell you, the breakthrough point is also of quality. The host wants to rely on low-quality items to accumulate breakthrough points, so I can only say sorry, quack quack. Also, primordial stones cannot be directly exchanged for breakthrough points. Don't ask, I just don't want to calculate the ratio, you bitch. Chu Xiu stood up cursing and left the cave. He's going to sell these bargains and buy high-quality items to exchange. Only in this way can the profit be maximized. According to memory, Chu Xiu came to Jubao building on Jubao Peak. The black bronzing cloud robe he was wearing immediately attracted the attention of the inner disciples of Jubao building. A pretty woman greeted her with a sweet smile. She was wearing a grass blue dress with a pattern of ingots printed on the back of the skirt. When he came to Chu Xiu, he bowed slightly and saluted. The inner disciple of Jubao Peak, Chu Xiaoran, has met senior brother Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu was not surprised that the other party knew him. His attire is unique to Yunxia Peak. The black bronzing cloud robe is the symbol of Yunxia Peak's true disciple. Where is the person in charge here? Chu Xiaoran smiled sweetly. Brother Chu is here to sell things, right? Oh. Chu Xiu stretched out her right hand, her index finger flirtatiously raised her smooth chin, and the corner of her mouth curled up into a faint smile. With a frivolous tone, he said, how does junior sister know that you are here to sell items for brother? Could it be that junior sister has learned mind-reading skills? A blush appeared on Chu Xiaoran's pretty face. She took half a step back, her eyelids drooped, and her red lips parted slightly. Senior brother showed his might at the Tianjin Peak Life and Death platform today, and won the primordial stones of countless direct disciples. It spread. Now that you have come to Jubao Pavilion, you can naturally guess that you are here to sell those items. Brother, please come with me. Chu Xiaoran turned around with graceful steps and a graceful figure. Chu Xiu followed behind her, looking up and down at Chu Xiaoran's graceful back. There was a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Thinking in my heart, the supernatural powers are pretending to be the inner disciples of Jubao Peak. I had just arrived, so I showed up. Don't get angry with me, a rookie in the sea, because of my previous frivolity. Obviously, this woman is contacting me deliberately, and has an attempt. It seemed to feel the undisguised, extremely aggressive gaze behind him. Chu Xiaoran quickened her pace a little. The two came to a box on the second floor of Jubao building. The interior space of Jubao building is much larger than it looks from the outside. There are also a wide variety of items for sale, such as pills, magic weapons, natural treasures, wild beast corpses, and even monster slaves. The first to third floors are common areas, and most of the products sold are products that can be used from foundation building to Luan Haijing. The fourth to sixth floors sell products that can be used from the Xinxiao to the Dao Palace. From the 7th to the 9th floors, from the Divine Ability Realm to the Great Sacred Realm, the products in full bloom are all high-quality goods, which are difficult to buy outside, and the prices are also ridiculously high. Some products even require Xinyuan stones to buy. In Sky Continent, Xinyuan stone is in short supply, but this is all for another day. The 4th floor is the area where the treasures of heaven and earth are in full bloom. Chu Xiu held a plant of Xianpin Kingling Ko in his hand, frowning in thought. Chu Xiaoran was very confused. She had been shopping with Chu Xiu for nearly 2 hours. Along the way, he just played around with the products, and he didn't see him buying any of them. Those who didn't know thought that he was going to comprehend some kind of peerless supernatural power from these things. Of course she didn't know what Chu Xiu was doing. Chu Xiu was comparing prices. The above grade yuancher is the unit of measurement. Items with the same value of primordial stones can be exchanged for breakthrough points, and there is indeed a difference. E.g. ordinary weapons worth 50 high-grade primordial stones, the breakthrough point is 2. Ordinary spirit grass worth 50 top-grade primordial stones can be exchanged for 10 breakthrough points. Level 50 vitality pills worth 2 top-grade primordial stones are worth 15 breakthrough points. The gap in this is not a star and a half. Why is there such a big gap? Chu Xiu had a rough guess. The concentration of vitality contained in the item affects the amount of exchange breakthrough points. At the same level, utensils, heavenly materials and earthly treasures till elixir. Look at it this way. If you want to say what in this world is the strongest vitality in the world. Not treasures of heaven and earth, nor magical weapons, but living beings who can cultivate. In the depths of Chu Xiu's narrow and deep eyes, a gleam of blood appeared. What will happen if I exchange human cultivators or monster races to the system? How many breakthrough points will I get? Aside. Chu Xiaoran, who was secretly watching Chu Xiu, saw his gaze at this time, and felt a chill in her heart for no reason. I actually feel trembling because of the gaze of Luan Haijing. Chu Xiaoran was stunned, lost in thought. System, is my idea feasible? Wow, host, you are a fucking genius. You can think of such a cruel thing, worthy of being a villain of destiny. The trigger system reward, Earth-grade flying boat Xianin Shuo. Okay. The idea is unconstrained, but it's a pity, you can't directly exchange creatures for breakthrough points. Can't it be exchanged directly? Chu Xiu touched his chin. Suddenly laughed. Smiling brightly. Host, don't do this. The Tongzi said he was shivering in fear. I remember that 30 years ago, Qi Shenzong once refined a kind of heaven-grade utensil called Guiyuan. It can forcibly absorb the energy of a monk who has just died no more than a stick of incense, and form a crystal of essence the size of a pill. If I get a piece of Guiyuan, then... Hiss, so terrifying. Is it feasible? Certainly, host, you are a fucking talent, as expected of you. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, and his smile became softer. There is another way to become stronger, and I feel very good. Turning her head to look at him, Chu Xiaoran said in a daze, Junior Sister Chu, what's your order, brother? Chu Xiaoran immediately came back to her senses, and subconsciously straightened her waist, making the part where she couldn't see her toes even more outstanding. I want to buy elixir to restore vitality, elixir of true essence. Chu Xiu said lightly. Give me the 1500W high-grade primordial stone first. Children, do you have many question marks? Chu Xiaoran's red lips parted slightly, obviously shocked. Why do you need so many elixirs for restoring vitality, planning to take a bath with vitality liquid? Even though she thought so in her heart, she still took out the communication jade token and ordered it to go on. 1500W high-grade primordial stone is considered a big deal. A time. In the treasure building, the inner and outer disciples on all floors acted like hard-working bees and began to integrate the information of the goods. Chu Xiu walked to the first floor with his hands behind his back. Many people who knew him cast suspicious glances. Among them, the eyes of those whom he had won with primordial stones were somewhat resentful. It's unlucky, I can meet this guy everywhere I go. It's not. Chu Xiu ignored everyone. While waiting, there is nothing to do. Just walk around on the ground floor. When he was standing by an inconspicuous shelf. Suddenly, I felt something in my heart. On the smooth white forehead between the brows, a bloody sword mark flashed away. He turned his head sideways, and his eyes were fixed on the bottom shelf, an inconspicuous, even dusty, rusty bronze shard. This fragment looks extremely ordinary. It's like a piece of a building has fallen off. But it was such an inconspicuous piece of bronze that caused his original sword intent to react. He knelt down and reached out to pick up the bronze shard. Blow off the dust on top. On the surface, there is nothing miraculous about it. However, Chu Xiu's heavenly killing sword intent had the illusion that he couldn't hold back and was about to get out of his body at any time. It seems that this thing is extremely attractive to it. Junior Sister Chu, how much yuanxia did I buy for this item? Chu Xiu played with the bronze fragments and said calmly. Chu Xiaoran wondered, is there anything special about this thing? If senior brother Chu likes a worthless gadget, just take it. Chu Xiu flipped his hands, put away the bronze fragments, took out a bag filled with 100 top-grade primordial stones, and threw it to the opponent. I don't like being in debt. Chu Xiaoran had no choice but to put away the primordial stone. I feel a little more favorable towards this frivolous guy in my heart. Soon. The elixir Jubao building that Chu Xiu bought is ready. There are a total of 1,000 vitality pills worth 20 high-grade primordial stones. There are 500 yuanli pills worth 1 million high-grade primordial stones in total. After delivering the primordial stone, put a lot of pills into the storage bag. Chu Xiu turned around and left. He wanted to go back to improve his cultivation, and study that piece of bronze by the way. Senior brother Chu. At this moment, Chu Xiaoran, who had been with him all the way, finally couldn't help calling him to stop. Chu Xiu turned around slowly, and asked with a smile, Junior Sister Chu, what's the matter? Chu Xiaoran hesitated for a moment, pursed her red lips and said, there is something I want to ask senior brother Chu for help. What's the matter? Don't say it if it's too troublesome. When Chu Xiaoran heard this, her head grew dizzy. Invite him to a box on the second floor. After Chu Xiu sat down, she poured him a cup of tea herself. Then he sat down gracefully, looked at Chu Xiu and said, Brother, do you know about the Taisu Divine Pagoda? Naturally no, Chu Xiu nodded. The Taisu Divine Pagoda is the natal emperor's weapon of Emperor Taisu back then. It has both offensive and defensive capabilities, and the interior is all-encompassing, with countless small spaces. After the emperor sits down, put him on Taisu Peak. It is not only the treasure of our Taisu Holy Land, but also the best place for our disciples to test. Chu Xiaoran hummed, and said, "This time, the matter I want to ask my brother to do is related to the Taisu Divine Pagoda. Brother, do you know? Brother, do you know that the Taisu Holy Land, one of the 3 great secret realms, is about to open in 1 month's time?" Chu Xiu, who was holding a teacup, shook his head. He has been busy practicing recently and has other things to pay attention to. However, he had heard of the wild demon secret realm. It was the evolution of a quasi-demon emperor, a small world inside his body. It is said that 10 years ago, the god crow of the demon clan, the quasi-demon emperor, somehow offended Emperor Taisu. On that day, Emperor Taisu sat cross-legged on the peak of the void of Taisu Peak, raised his slender hand, and from an infinite distance, struck the divine crow quasi-demon emperor who was located in the demon imperial city to death with a single blow. This is not over yet. The domineering and shocking Taisu emperor even snatched the small world in his body away. After the death of Emperor Zhuan, the small world naturally collapsed. Emperor Taisu used his supernatural powers and set up 99 seals to prevent it from collapsing. This has become the desolate monster secret realm of Taisu Holy Land today. It is also because of the prohibition that cultivators who enter the wild monster secret realm will be suppressed, and can remain at the peak of the Xinxiao realm. Even if you are the overlord of the Holy King, you will be suppressed if you go in. The Emperor's supreme means are just so arrogant and unreasonable. Desolate demon secret realm has many opportunities, but the number of places to enter is limited. Chu Xiaoran continued, there are 2,000 places in total, 300 in Luanhai realm, and 1,700 in Xinxiao realm. If you want to get a place, it's also very simple, that is to climb the Taisu Shrine. The top 300 of the Luanhai monument will be qualified, and the top 1,700 of the Xinxiao monument will be qualified. Brother Chu Xiu, with a strong body and extraordinary sword skills, there are few opponents in the same rank. If you go to the Taisu Tower, you will definitely be able to enter the top 300. And Xiaoran wants to ask. After half an hour, Chu Xiu stepped on the flying boat and flew away from Jubao Peak. With a steady mind, Chu Xiu, who was sitting cross-legged, closed his eyes. The system opens my personal panel. Host, Chu Xiu, boundary, for layers of the Sea of Wheels, special physique, ancient Eucharist, qualification, 917, Tian Pin, 31 times the cultivation speed. Sword intent, heavenly killing sword intent, cultivation method, Dao Jing casting foundation. Breakthrough point, 642 luck value, -18, black, kill the person with great luck, you can absorb their luck for your own use. Comprehensive combat power evaluation, 25 times the combat power of ordinary players of the same rank. Let's start exchanging breakthrough points. Ding, consume 20 tier 2 vitality pills, and get 1000 breakthrough points. Ding, consume 1 tier 4 true essence pills, and get 500 breakthrough points. Jia Jia. Please the host can choose one of the following options to make a breakthrough. Cultivation method, sword intent, sword formula, full level, Shenfa, full level. Cultivation method, Chu Xiu decided to improve his cultivation first. Cultivation is the root of everything. It is detected that the host is a desolate ancient holy body, practicing the Taoist scriptures, building a foundation and sublimating the 10th floor, and the difficulty of breakthrough has been greatly increased. It needs to be accelerated by a small cycle of 1 year, and it is estimated that 1000 breakthrough points will be consumed every year. In the first year, you retreated in Yunxia Peak cave mansion and tried to break through. Because of your relationship with Master, your aptitude has been greatly improved, and you can easily break through to the 5th floor of Luanhai. In the second year, you retreated in Yunxia Peak cave mansion and tried to break through. Because of your relationship with Master, your aptitude has been greatly improved, and you can easily break through to the 6th floor of Luanhai. In the third year, you retreated in Yunxia Peak cave mansion and tried to break through. Because of your relationship with Master, your aptitude has been greatly improved, and you can easily break through to the 7th floor of Luanhai. In the 5th year, you retreated in Yunxia Peak cave mansion and tried to break through. Because of your relationship with Master, your aptitude has been greatly improved, and you can easily break through to the 9th floor of Luanhai. In the 6th year, you continued to try to break through, and you felt something in your heart. When you touched the threshold of the Luanhai Extreme Realm, you stopped practicing and decided to try to break through the Luanhai Extreme Realm. This breakthrough consumes a total of 6000 breakthrough points. Remaining breakthrough point, 1499.4 W breakthrough point. Bang, countless Taoist scriptures came to my heart. The vitality of heaven and earth around the cave mansion, like the water that broke the embankment, finally found a vent, surged towards Chu Xiu's body, and after running for a big circle, merged into the golden will sea. A head full of thick black hair is windless and automatic, and the breath of the whole body is rising steadily. After the cultivation base reaches the 9th floor of Luanhai, Chu Xiu's will see is expanding wildly, 45 times, 50 times, 55 times, 70 times, 80 times, 99 times of the ordinary wield see's ninth floor. When the expansion reaches 99 times, it stops abruptly. It was as if he was forced to death by some invisible rule, preventing his will see from expanding further. Chu Xiu looked inside. At this time, Luanhai has changed a lot. The golden lake is vast, like a vast ocean. It's just that the golden water in the vast ocean is slightly less. Chu Xiu opened his eyes and realized that he could no longer absorb the vitality of heaven and earth. It turned out that his previous promotion to the fifth company almost instantly drained all the vitality of the world in a radius of more than 10 miles, forming a vacuum of vitality. If such a terrifying scene were seen by outsiders, they would be shocked beyond measure. You know, this is the holy place of Taisu, and the vitality of the world is already sufficient. Not to mention Yunxia Peak's true disciple Dongfu, the concentration of heaven and earth vitality is twice as strong as that of the direct disciple. Even so, it was still not enough for Chu Xiu to absorb. It is conceivable how edible his Luanhai is. Chu Xiu took out tens of thousands of high-grade primordial stones from the storage bag and piled them beside him. Run the Dao Jing, absorb a large amount of vitality contained in it, and replenish the vitality in the Wheel C. System, the conditions for breaking through the extreme realm of the 10th floor of Luanhai. Jia, the host has two choices now, directly break through to the divine bridge realm. 2. Find the rare treasures of heaven and earth, sublimate to the utmost, and break through to the 10th floor of Luanhai. Chu Xiu raised his eyebrows. What else is there to ask? Of course it is extremely sublimated. He wants to lay a supreme foundation and be invincible at the same level. No, he will live again, and he will kill enemies across borders. What treasure do I need? Jia, start trying to find the strange object that is most suitable for the host's current breakthrough. Find complete. The following 3 kinds of rare treasures are most suitable for the ultimate sublimation of the host of the day. 1. Yaoling milk, Bodhi flower, soul baby demon fruit. Chu Xiu's brows suddenly wrinkled into Sichuan characters. 3 kinds of rare treasures are all fairy goods. Nothing is in existence that cannot be met. Not to mention that there is no place to buy it in the market. Even if someone sells it, he can't afford it. To grab? He doesn't have that strength now. Chu Xiu couldn't help clenching his fists, feeling unwilling, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. He wants to live forever, to be invincible in the world, and to walk a different path from ordinary people. This road is destined to be bumpy and full of thorns. It seems that only after the divine bridge realm, the original force is transformed into true energy, and the sea of consciousness forms the divine sense, can we find out the origin of this thing. Just at this moment, a communication talisman flew over and floated in front of Chu Xiu. A clear and pleasant female voice came out. Senior brother Chu Xiu, many years ago, a disciple brought out half a rotten soul baby demon fruit from the wild demon's secret realm. After speaking, the communication talisman ignited spontaneously, turning into fly ash and dissipating in the air. Good news. The corner of Chu Xiu's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Jia. It seems that God wants me to take this invincible path. But for the specific information, I still have to ask Chu Xiaoran for clarification, so as not to be happy in vain. Think of this. He recalled what Chu Xiaoran asked him to do. It seems that it is necessary to go to Taisu Peak and go to the Taisu Divine Pagoda. Chu Xiu has so many breakthrough points now, why didn't he choose to break through the heavenly killing sword intent? The reason is simple. He found that his cultivation base was still too low, and it was very difficult to use the heavenly killing sword intent at the initial stage of intent seeking. If it is raised rashly, the fleshy orifices are likely to be swallowed by the overbearing killing intent of the heavenly killing sword intent, and the gains outweigh the losses. So put it on hold for now. 3 days later. Chu Xiu adjusted to the best condition and went out. Originally solemn Taisu Peak. These few days have been extremely lively. The Taisu Holy Land, the most important place of trials, the Taisu Tower was opened. Undoubtedly a grand occasion. Whether it is an inner disciple or an outer disciple. As long as you reach the Luanhai realm and above, you will have a chance to enter the Taisu Divine Pagoda. For a period of 1 month. The Taisu God Pagoda is about tens of thousands of meters high, straight into the sky, and the color of the tower is blue-gray. All around, there are bursts of immortal sounds, and the Emperor's weapon and Emperor's prestige, pressing across all directions, forming a world of its own. View from a distance. It can be seen that the complex formations, like golden dragons, are soaring and swimming around on the tower. In the sky, countless flying boats flew towards Taisu Peak like thousands of birds facing a phoenix. The 7-meter-high monuments next to Master Taisu Tower are the legendary Taisu monuments. The young man pointed to the distance. Extremely so. They respectively represent Luanhai, Xinxiao, Baiyan, Dao Palace, Shintong, Shaoxing, and 7 monuments. Test combat power, talent, understanding, will and heart. The higher the level you ascend, the more and more precious the benefits you get. At this time, a silver light flashed past their heads. What a fast-flying boat. The young man was taken aback. The white-haired old man nodded, with envy on his face, and said, "The speed of the Earth-grade flying boat is naturally fast. Looking at the shape, it should be a flying shuttle. The speed of this type of flying device is the highest in its class." Envious, he was drooling with envy. If he owns this flying shuttle, whether he is going to explore the secret realm or go to the Tianyuan Great Wall to kill monsters, his life-saving ability at critical moments will at least double. Hey, that man, the black bronzing cloud robe, is the true disciple of Yunxia Peak. The silver shuttle slowed down, and the old man saw clearly the figure standing above the shuttle. The young man's face was like a crown of jade, his eyes were like stars, and there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. A head of thick long hair, tied at the back of the head casually, has a chic and unrestrained demeanor. The black bronzing cloud gown fluttered, and a long sword with a white bone hilt hung on his waist. It was Chu Xiu who came. Taisu Holy Land is too vast, even if he came from Yunxia Peak, even if he took a land-grade flying boat, he flew for 2 days and 2 nights. The flying shuttle sank slowly and landed at the foot of Taisu Peak. With a wave of the hand, the shuttle shrunk down to the size of a thumb and put it in the storage bag. Chu Xiu was already standing in the square. The surrounding crowd was like a sea, at least hundreds of thousands of people gathered in Taisu Tower Square. An old man in black robe holding a dust whisk in his hands, and a beautiful woman in a red feather skirt with a lotus mark between her eyebrows, stepping on the void, looking down. Hee, the 30-year prosperous age is really lively. The old man in black twirled his beard and smiled. I don't know if there is a disciple who broke the record this time. The beautiful woman has a familiar voice, but her expression is extremely indifferent, charming plus indifferent, 2 diametrically opposed temperaments mixed in one person, not only does not make people feel strange, but has a strange attraction. Both of them are elders of Taisu Peak, and Xiaoxing's cultivation is at the peak. The powerful momentum oppressed the clouds with a radius of meters so that they did not dare to move even an inch. Old man Huang, who do you prefer? Mo Fian's eyes moved slightly, and she asked lightly. The old man Huang twisted his beard. I am more optimistic about Yi Fan. This son has extremely high potential, extremely solid foundation, talent, perseverance, and good luck. He might be in the top 10 of the Xinxiao Monument. Top 10. It's not that easy. Taisu Pagoda, the last 5 times it has been opened, none of the 7 monuments has made it into the top 10. Mo Fian shook her head. At this moment, a bell rang from the Taisu Divine Pagoda, shaking the heaven and the earth. Boom! Mo Fian and old man Huang looked at each other. Everyone is overjoyed. There is a disciple in the Luanhai Monument that has entered the top 10. The 2 of them used their divine sense and looked down. In the center of the square, a female disciple in white was surrounded by a purple halo. 100 meters in size, vigorous and powerful ancient characters emerged one after another on the tower. Dao Yunfeng inner sect disciple Su Ruxue climbed to the 78th floor of the Luanhai Monument, ranking 7th in the Luanhai Monument, qualification Xianzhong, enlightenment, immortal, perseverance, immortal, heavenly mind, battle power heaven. It can be authentic. There was an uproar in Taisu Square. Countless eyes stared at Su Ruxue, envious, jealous, flattering, and there were many people who wanted to come forward to make friends. A female elder in Dao Yunfeng, who seemed to be in her early 30s, wept with joy. Tour, you did a good job, I'm proud of you as a teacher. Congratulations Elder Yang, congratulations, congratulations, around, the elders of Dao Yunfeng or other peaks stepped forward to congratulate. I also want to be among the top 10 in the Xinxiao realm, and I also want to make the bells and drums ring at the Taisu Pagoda. A young man in a blue robe and a sword secretly clenched his fists. Who are you? Chu Xiu cast a glance at him. Forehead. The young man turned his head sideways, with astonishment on his delicate face, and after seeing clearly what he was wearing, he clasped his fists slightly and said, so it's Yunxia Peak senior brother, and my name is Yi Fan. Heard. Chu Xiu's eyes twitched. This guy's name is really the protagonist. Not only that. In his eyes, this person named Yi Fan was wrapped in an aura that was so purple that it was almost black. This luck. Going against the sky, right? Is this guy the protagonist? Traveling through the world for 100 years, this is the first time he has encountered a guy with such strong luck. Brother Yi, my name is Chu Xiu. Nice to meet you, Chu Xiu smiled gently. Ah, senior brother, you are Chu Xiu. Yi Fan was slightly surprised. You know me. Of course, I heard that you were crazy when you won the primordial stone at Yunxia Peak. Oh, Chu Xiu was extremely gentle, talking and laughing with Yi Fan. Yi Fan thought to himself, this brother Chu Xiu has a gentle personality and is suitable for being a friend. Chu Xiu thought to himself, this brother Yi Fan has a straightforward personality and is suitable for being friends, the kind who takes heart and soul. After leaving the communication imprint, the two bid farewell. Yi Fan is going to climb the tower. The same is true for Chu Xiu. After parting, within 100 meters, Yi Fan bent down to pick up the item that he accidentally stepped on just now. Open your eyes and see, good guy, it's a land storage ring. Chu Xiu, who had been paying attention to him all the time, felt his scalp tingle when he saw this. Turn away. If you want to dig out your heart and lungs, it may not be easy to absorb luck. Unless I crush him with an absolute advantage, otherwise, he will be able to save the day. This kind of guy with the fate of the protagonist, Chu Xiu met before, is hard to kill, really hard to kill, and can even explode at critical moments that as long as it is not killed once, the opponent will become stronger and stronger, and then become a big trouble. Random thoughts. He has entered the Taisu Tower. This is a space surrounded by white mist. He was the only one around. An invisible wave swept across his body. The jade token that symbolized his identity flew out of the storage bag automatically. A loud and friendly female voice sounded. Yunxia Peak, True Biography. Chu Xiu, Peak of the 9 levels of the Sea of Wheels. The first level of assessment begins next moment. 3 wild wolves, who were covered in pitch black, meter long and, meters high, exuding a ferocious aura, appeared out of thin air. Oh, a wild wolf in the lead threw its head up and roared, and rushed towards Chu Xiu. The other two attacked from both sides. The desolate beast of the wheel sea. Chu Xiu remained expressionless, and pulled out the jade blood sword with his right hand. A 7-meter-long sword light suddenly cut out, and the leading wild wolf was divided into 2 halves from head to tail. Blood splattered inside. 3 days later. Taisu God Pagoda, number 60 has 7 floors. The space was pitch black. Chu Xiu stood on the spot, his eyes slightly closed. Bewitching bloody rays of light overflowed from the slits in his eyes. This level of illusion is a test of heart. In fantasy. Stay here, bliss is here, I will. With a blank expression on his face, Chu Xiu raised his hand and swung his sword, beheading the charming, glamorous, and enchanting woman in front of him. Pat. Headless corpses fell to the ground. There are thousands of headless female corpses lying around such a charming and beautiful headless female corpse. Past the 67th floor, the next moment, the scene changed again. The 68th floor assessment begins, a white-haired old man holding a long sword, a middle-aged man with a muscular upper body carrying a sledgehammer, a handsome young man holding a spear, and a childish boy holding a dagger appeared in front of him. Their realms are all at the peak of Luanhai. Please choose. Taisu Pagoda's reminder is not finished yet. Chu Xiu had disappeared in place. The Kung Fu technique took pictures and worked, pulling out 7 afterimages. Brush 4 swords. 4 heads flew up. Taisu paused for a moment after giving the hint. Past the 67th floor, the next moment, the scene changed again. The 68th floor assessment begins, a white-haired old man holding a long sword, a middle-aged man with a muscular upper body carrying a sledgehammer, a handsome young man holding a spear, and a childish boy holding a dagger appeared in front of him. Their realms are all at the peak of Luanhai. Please choose. Taisu Pagoda's reminder is not finished yet. Chu Xiu had disappeared in place. The Kung Fu technique took pictures and worked, pulling out 7 afterimages. Brush 4 swords. 4 heads flew up. Taisu paused for a moment after giving the hint. Finally reached the 98th floor. This is a sea of flowers full of red bonnet flowers. A bloody setting sun hangs in the sky. The scenery is poignant and lonely. 1,000 meters ahead of Chu Xiu, a woman with silver hair in a white dress and holding a strange ice crystal long sword appeared. At first, he guessed that the opponent on the 98th floor was probably the peak of Xinxiao's th floor. What he never expected was that the opponent's cultivation base was the same as his, and he was also at the peak of the 9th level of Luanhai. The weirdest thing is, he couldn't describe the other person's appearance, nor could he remember the other person's appearance in his mind. Take your eyes off him, and even forget the traces of this person's existence. This weird anomaly. Chu Xiu's heart couldn't help beating faster. Unable to bear it, he asked loudly, couldn't you be Emperor Taisu? The woman didn't respond, she just stood still holding her sword. It's like blending with heaven and earth. Ha ha ha. Chu Xiu's eyes flickered with strange blood, full of endless fighting spirit, crazy, excited. The corners of the mouth raised unconsciously, trembling with excitement. The ancient emperor, ha ha ha, the ancient emperor. Emperor, come to fight. Chu Xiu let out a long roar, and the jade blood sword was unsheathed, and the photo was turned around. Yuanli was attached to his legs, his body was as light as a swallow, and 7 afterimages were pulled out, and the petals on the other side were flying behind him, beautiful and beautiful. A red sword light seemed to descend from the sky, with the momentum of destroying everything. It went straight to the neck of the woman in the white skirt. He likes to behead, this habit has been deeply rooted in his bones. The woman in the white skirt raised her sword slowly. The movement is extremely slow, and it seems to contain countless principles, countless ways. The tip of the ice crystal sword was at the weak point of the bloody sword that Chu Xiu had cut, which was an understatement. Clang block. With a click, the sword glow shattered. In mid-air, Chu Xiu's eyes froze. The body, which could not rely on strength, twisted 98 degrees in a way that did not conform to the common sense of physics. The high-raised right leg was cast like a blood dragon, screaming and roaring, and rushed towards the female cultivator's head, causing countless sonic boom ripples. If such a powerful and heavy kick hits the target, not to mention the Lunhai realm, even if the opponent is the other shore realm, it can't stand it. The woman in the white skirt raised her right hand, palms facing each other. Boom click. The impact of the terrible air wave blows away and smashes all the Bianhua flowers within a radius of meters. Even the soil under the feet is plowed and pushed to a distance of meters, forming a smooth circular pit. Chu Xiu flew upside down more than 10 meters and fell to the ground with a thud. The woman in the white skirt took half a step back. There seemed to be more spirit in those originally dull eyes. How is it possible? Chu Xiu, who was covered in mud, jumped up from the ground and looked at the sword-wielding nun with a look of surprise on his face. He Chu Xiu, sublimated in the extreme realm, and the ancient sacred body, was knocked out by a fellow of the same realm with his physical strength? Even if the other party is the great emperor, it is not scientific. The ancient emperor was so strong when he was young. Just when Chu Xiu was thinking about how to defeat the nun in the white skirt, the opponent moved. I saw her step forward with her right foot, disappeared in place out of thin air. The next moment, she appeared in front of Chu Xiu. So fast. Raising his slender hand, he pushed it toward his chest. Chu Xiu remained calm, his feet sank into the mud with force, his arms were knotted with muscles, and the golden holy blood surged all over his body, like a young ancient dragon, carrying endless power and power, wanting to palm to palm. Come as you please. Even if you are an ancient emperor, you will lose today. 2 palms collide. The air waves rolled. The terrifying force pushed Chu Xiu's body 8 meters away, and the soil under his feet churned and a deep ravine was plowed out. The arms were numb, the bones were crackling, almost shattered. Next moment, the woman in the white skirt appeared in front of Chu Xiu again, as slim as a ghost. The action was still understated, and he punched Chu Xiu in the chest. Chu Xiu's eyes overflowed with blood. A bloody sword mark appeared on the forehead and eyebrows. Carrying the sword intent in the palm of his hand, the boundless killing intent filled the air, reflecting his originally fair and slender palm into a blood-like color. The ancient saint physique was driven with all its strength, and golden rays of light were emitted from the fleshy orifice, like a galaxy turning upside down. With the mighty power of heaven and earth, it slashed at the neck of the female cultivator in white skirt without hesitation. Injury for injury, life for life. Either you die or I die. This is Chu Xiu's way of fighting. Puff. The delicate fist of the female cultivator in white skirt pierced Chu Xiu's chest, protruding from his back, and blood gushed out. Chu Xiu cut 2/3 of her neck off with the palm of her hand. If it wasn't for the connection of flesh and skin on the neck, her head would have fallen to the ground. Fuck, why don't you hang up? I used the sword intent, your body can still hold it. The female cultivator in the white skirt withdrew her fist and took 2 steps back, staring at Chu Xiu with her indescribable eyes. The neck injury recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chu Xiu's injury is also recovering. Heal quickly. He heard a boosted tone. Past the 98th floor, Chu Xiu disappeared in place. The sea of flowers on the other side also quickly recovered. The ice crystal long sword in the hands of the nun in the white skirt exploded and dissipated in the sky and the earth. Looking at the place where Chu Xiu disappeared, she murmured 2 words, holy body. The test of the 99th floor begins. Chu Xiu opened his eyes and was already standing in a square the size of a football field. There was a vast expanse of whiteness all around. Only in front, 4 half-meter high black stone tablets stand. Who did I fight just now? Chu Xiu rubbed his brows, only remembering that he fought a formidable enemy on the 98th floor. He couldn't remember more things. Shaking your head, now is not the time to think about this. He walked towards the steel. Steel from left to right. The 4 symbols of sword, knife, gun, and fist are engraved on the top. Let me choose one. Chu Xiu came to the left, stretched out his right hand, and pressed it on the stone tablet. All of a sudden, the steel glowed white. Enveloped him in it. Faintly, a black shadow appeared in front of her. She held a long sword and swung it freely in the void. This is sword skill. Please comprehend sword skills and sword tactics within half a day. The more the number, the higher the evaluation, the more thorough the comprehension, the higher the evaluation. The black ocean rushes out, the waves are rolling, the momentum is frightening, the waves of tens of thousands of feet seem to be able to shatter the soul of a person. It is frightening, and you want to escape from this place. This. Chu Xiu's pupils widened. He thought he was well informed, but he was also stunned by the scene in front of him. What is this? That black ocean. A drop of water is a sword technique, a wave is a sword technique. And this ocean is boundless. How many sword skills and sword techniques are there? It is impossible to estimate, like the sand of the Ganges River. Chu Xiu was shocked. The emperor's methods were so terrifying, unmeasurable, unimaginable. Sit cross-legged. Chu Xiu began to observe these sword skills carefully. He found that these sword skills and formulas are all biased towards the basics, and the quality is not high. The highest is no more than Tianpin. Chu Xiu's heart skipped a beat. A picture appeared in my mind. A long sword of ice crystal lightly touched a bloody sword light 7 or 8 meters long. Next moment, the bloody sword glow shattered. This is the perfect state of Qingfeng's 3 forms of drawing the sword and slashing. It was so easily cracked. Hey, no matter how strong other people's sword skills are, they are created by others. They are the most suitable moves for the creator. How can you surpass the creator by learning other people's sword moves? Chu Xiu realized in his heart. He wants to create his own strongest sword art. That's what suits you best. He began to record the sword tactics and sword skills in the ocean. Then, breakthroughs are made one by one. Ding, whether to start to break through the Qingfeng swordsmanship, it is expected. 5 small Zudians broke through for 2 years, consumed a total of 5,000 breakthrough points, and the Qingfeng swordsmanship reached perfection. Ding, are you starting to break through the 13th sword style? Ding. Ding. The breakthrough point held by Chu Xiu was crazily consumed at a speed like a river bursting a bank. The 5 sword skills are complete. 35 sword skills are complete. 100 sword skills are complete. 200 sword skills complete. 700. 800. 1000. He stopped at 1050. Because the breakthrough points are exhausted. However, Chu Xiu didn't feel bad at all. On the contrary, I was very excited. He sat cross-legged above the black, raging sea. Letting the raging waves beat his body, he remained motionless. I am different in this life. The system has a breakthrough function, plus the ancient holy body, and the sword intent of heaven. I want to make the most of those strengths. The ancient holy body is invincible physically. The sword intent of heavenly slaughter is unparalleled in sharpness. Adding the two together, how to develop the most powerful attack method? Chu Xiu's thoughts changed sharply. Come up with an answer. Epee. He wanted to develop an epee move, to give full play to the advantages of the heavenly killing sword intent and the ancient saint physique. Start to learn from and comprehend more than 1,000 perfect swordsmanship to create your own unique swordsmanship. Countless images flashed through my mind. At this moment, time becomes blurred. Or an hour has passed. Or the past year. Or the past millennium. Suddenly. Chu Xiu suddenly opened his eyes, and the blood in his pupils was surging. Standing up, he waved his right hand. Mind turns. A giant sword 3 feet long and half a foot wide emerged from the Taisu pagoda. 1 foot equals 1 meter. Reach out and grab it. Can't help but sink. Too heavy. At least tens of thousands of caddies. Chu Xiu held the hilt of the sword, lowered his body slightly, and suddenly disappeared in place. The next moment, Chu Xiu holding a giant sword appeared above the sea. As if the giant sword had the power to lift up the sky, carrying the momentum of smashing everything, it smashed down towards the Black Sea below. Bang! The Black Sea water surged, and a huge sword was formed in a radius of meters, with an outline of unknown depth, and the sea water within it disappeared without a trace. Everything will cease, the first form, all things will be extinguished, and it will be done. The bones of Chu Xiu's body were shattered, golden flesh and blood exploded, and he coughed up blood continuously, like a kite with a broken string. It fell straight into the black ocean below. This move was so powerful that it exploded in an instant, the blood energy of the ancient holy body and the sword intent of heavenly killing, and the power had already exceeded the limit he could control now. Ha ha ha! Chu Xiu coughed up blood and laughed wildly, laughing wildly. My name is Chu Xiu, and everything is off. This move, he expected to be divided into 4 types. The first move is the annihilation of all things, the stronger the strength, the greater the power displayed. The second move has not been comprehended yet, but there is already a direction, to compress the blood energy, sword intent and true energy, and then burst out instantly. Its power depends on the degree of compression, which may be 5 times, 10 times, 5 times that of the first move. 10 times. An invisible force supported Chu Xiu, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death. White light fell, gently wrapping his rag-like body. The terrifying and hideous injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chu Xiu wiped the blood off his face. System, check the grade of all things rest. Jie. The detection begins, 10%, 100%, everything is off category, sword art grade, Xianpin sword move, the first formula, the death of all things destructive power, attack speed, introduction, with a domineering blow, the fusion of the blood energy of the ancient holy body and the sword intent of heaven explodes in an instant, and it sticks to the enemy's face at an extremely fast speed, and slashes out a devastating sword. The second type, not comprehended yet, it is not recommended to comprehend now, it is easy to die, just created a trick, there is a fairy level. If all 4 moves are created. Chu Xiu couldn't help laughing out loud, it's worth it, the more than 1,000 breakthrough points are too worthwhile. Touch your chin. The first formula is not perfect. If it is added, 1/2 of the true energy in my body, plus an immortal product and the above body skills to stick to the face. Speed, SSSSS plus, destruction, SSSSS plus, damn, I feel perverted myself, who can escape such a terrifying blow? If you can't hide, then go west. You have passed all the checkpoints in Luanhai realm. After 5 breaths, you will be sent out of the Taisu God Tower, be prepared. Taisu Square. There is a sea of people. It's been almost 10 days, Chu Xiu shouldn't have fallen in the Taisu Divine Pagoda, right? It's not impossible. Every time the Taisu Divine Pagoda is opened, there are cases of disciples falling. Qi Ming nodded thoughtfully. Chu Xiaoran frowned, and muttered to herself, did Chu Xiu really fall? Otherwise, it won't be so long without showing up. There is another possibility, Qi Ming clapped his hands, as if thinking of something. Everyone looked at him in unison. Chu Xiu may have been teleported out long ago, but he failed to board the Luanhai monument. He had no face to stay, so he left alone. This possibility is also very high. Xiaoran shook her head, she had been in contact with Chu Xiu before. That is a proud man. She even believed in the fall of the other party even more, but she didn't believe that the other party failed to make the list and left secretly. He, the great disciple of Yunxia Peak's true inheritance, climbed to the Luanhai Tower, but he couldn't be listed. A bell that seemed to come from ancient times came from the Taisu Divine Pagoda, and in an instant, the rays of light were thousands of miles away. The Holy Land shook. Another person entered the top 10. Someone exclaimed. Next moment. Thump, the second bell rang, and the phantoms of thousands of dragons emerged in the void, kneeling in the direction of Taisu Pagoda. The third bell rang, and thousands of phantoms of phoenixes emerged. Above the dragon's head, phoenixes roared and phoenixes danced, as if they were congratulating someone. Such, extraordinary, magnificent out of phase. The noisy Taisu Square instantly lost its voice. Counting 10 people raised their heads blankly, looking at the Taisu Divine Pagoda, looking at the endless void. What is this? Old man Huang dropped the dust whisk from his hand, and he was no longer as indifferent as a fairy. Could it be that the bright red lips were slightly parted, and his face was full of shock? 3 chimes of the bell indicated the appearance of a monstrous disciple. Just when she was about to use her divine sense to investigate. Thump, the fourth bell rang, and 8 phantoms of the ancient holy kings emerged in the void, lined up in 8 directions, surrounding the Taisu Tower, filled with the breath of the holy kings, suppressing space and time, and constantly muttering profound truths in their mouths. Su Ruxue, who was originally surrounded by her classmates like stars and moon, raised her head to look at the void. Her pretty face was stunned by the shock. What an out of phase this is. Thump, the 5th bell rang, and the long river of time spanned the ancient years. A phantom of a quasi-sage flowed down the river, stepping on the heaven and earth, growing lotuses every step of the way. His face was blurred, he was wearing a white Taoist robe, and his long black hair was flying, floating like a fairy, such as when the ancient emperor came to the world, the quasi-emperor oppressed and suppressed the world, tens of thousands of people knelt and bowed their heads, dare not look directly, cannot guess. 7 generations of Taisu. By Suzhuan Emperor. Mo Fian, who was forcibly pressed to the ground by Diwei, recognized the figure and screamed. My God, 5 bells toll, the ghostly shadow of the Emperor Zhuan appears, the preselection of the Holy Sun, peerless evildoer, peerless evildoer. Blessed be my holy land. Zhuan Di Shuiying volleyed in the air with his hands behind his back, his feet seemed to be stepping on the whole world, and he waved his sleeve robe. Emperor Zhuan mentions words, heaven and earth celebrate together, Taoist voices curl up, thousands of miles of dead trees are in spring, flowers bloom and fall. With a radius of 1 kilometer, the Aoi is ancient and clumsy, like golden characters written by ancient gods and men, every word is like the law of heaven, and it is engraved on the Taisu divine pagoda. This moment. As long as the monks in the Taisu Holy Land, no matter how high or low the realm is, no matter how far the distance is, they can all see the ancient and clumsy golden characters full of Taoism and reason. Inside the Holy Lord's Hall. Taisu stood up, and in an instant, he reached the top of Taisu Peak, standing barefoot in the void, looking at the Taisu pagoda below, with a touching curve of his mouth. Breaking the ancient limit. Climb to the top. Yunxia Peak, true biography Chu Xiu. Climb to the 99th floor of the Luanhai Monument, ranking first in the Luanhai Monument, breaking the limit, shaking the past and shining the present. Qualification Tianzhong, savvy God. Perseverance God, mind nature God. Battle power God. May the sun be preselected in the forefront, next moment. On the Luanhai Monument, the number 1 on the 89th floor was forced down. Top. A row of golden ancient characters, which are 10 times larger than the text below, gradually emerged. Luanhai Monument, first place, Chu Xiu 99th floor, all the abnormalities in the void gradually disappeared. Before the phantom of Zhuandi disappeared, he glanced down in one direction, as if smiling, and finally disappeared into the long river of time, disappearing in this era, this world. Taisu Square was deadly silent. After about a few breaths. Wow, there was an uproar like a sea tide, like a thunderous explosion. Shocking, extremely shocking. 99 floors. Someone actually boarded the 99th floor of Luanhai Tower. Breaking through the limit, shocking the past and shining the present. The Holy Land shakes. The sun shines for thousands of miles, the dragon pays homage, the phoenix sings and dances, the ancient sage king celebrates, and the quasi-emperor comes across the river of time to personally write the inscription. Such an honor. Oh my God, what a monster this is. Who is Chu Xiu? Where is Chu Xiu? Chu Xiu in the square, tens of thousands of people shouted, the clouds dispersed. They were excited, and their eyes were red. Because of such an existence, it was an honor to come out of their holy land. Is Chu Xiu the master brother of Yunxia Peak true inheritance, is it that one? Chu Xiaoran's cherry lips parted slightly, her eyes were dull, her heart was both joyful and shocked. Qi Ming was in a daze, Grandma, is Chu Xiu so strong? Xiao Yifeng and Ren Hongying were more shocked and unbelievable than anyone else. They know what kind of bird their big brother is like. How could he reach the top? Impossible, absolutely impossible. They think they are crazy and see hallucinations. Please tell me, God. Evaluation, what is it? What does it represent? A young man asked with a puzzled face. The white-haired old man murmured to himself, trying to explain his disciples' doubts, on God. It really is you, the top of Taisu Peak. With a smile on the corner of Taisu's mouth, he looked down at the figure wrapped in golden light, and while he was breathing, thousands of worlds were born and died in his bright eyes. As expected of the existence of comprehending the original sword intent. Yunxia Peak, main hall of the peak. Chu Xiu regained his vision, and he was already standing in Taisu Square. Surrounded by dense crowds of people. Inner sect disciples, personal disciples, true disciples, elders of various peaks. They all looked at him with extremely complicated and excited eyes. Ah, this. Chu Xiu thought about it and understood. He pierced through the Luanhai Tower, which must have caused a shock. Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu. I don't know who took the lead in calling his name. Hundreds of thousands of disciples in the square also shouted. They were excited at this moment and didn't know how to express it. It seemed that only by calling out this name could they vent their excitement. Outside the crowd, Qi Ming, female cultivator with acne, Xiao Yifeng, Ren Hongying, and Chu Xiaoran watched this scene from a distance, with different expressions. Xiao Yifeng was full of jealousy and resentment, Qi Ming was puzzled, Ren Hongying lowered her head and wondered what she was thinking. Chu Xiaoran was in a good mood, with a bright smile on her face. Chu Xiu, the shouts echoed over the square, and the sound shook the heavens. Why are these people excited? As disciples of the Holy Land, they are proud, and they naturally look down on other small forces or disciples of the great sect. Why is this? Is it their own strength? Perhaps there is part of the reason. The main reason is the great strength of the Holy Land. The Holy Land has produced great emperors. As long as they stand behind the Taisu Holy Land, they will be fearless against anyone. This emotion called a sense of belonging rests on the great strength of the Holy Land. The strength of the Holy Land is due to the joint efforts of the top powerhouses. Chu Xiu, maybe he is only in the Lunhai state now, and he is not yet a strong person. However, they believed that Chu Xiu, who had broken the limit of the ancient times, would definitely be a top powerhouse in the future, and could become one of the pillars of the Holy Land, a giant tree that would shelter them from the wind and rain. That's why they are so excited at this time. Of course, there are jealous ones too. A strange color flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes. Back then, these disciples of the Holy Land University would yell when they saw him. I will kindly say, Old Devil Chu. Old Devil Chu is here, run away. The Old Devil Chu died so. It's really unpredictable, the large intestine wraps the small intestine. Chu Xiu sighed in his heart, and subconsciously showed a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth, which was warmer than the sun. This moment. He got it. It was too simple and rude to be a villain before. As for the villains, they should be upright on the surface and do bad things secretly. In this way, who would surround and kill himself? My previous self was still too young. Ah, senior brother Chu Xiu smiled, so pretty. A female inner disciple didn't know whether it was because she was too excited or because she was stunned by Chu Xiu. See this scene. Chu Xiu was more and more relieved. Two arcs of light, one black and one red, flew over and landed in front of Chu Xiu in an instant. The figures of Old Man Huang and Mo Fian appeared. The surrounding disciples hurriedly saluted, claiming to have seen the two elders. The Old Man Huang looked Chu Xiu up and down, and couldn't hide the smile on his face. Chu Xiu. Well, you are very good, very good. Even the indifferent Mo Fian showed a smile. Chu Xiusheng wants to see you, come with us. While speaking, with a wave of his hand, he took out a fiery red sky shuttle. Chu Xiu nodded, not surprised. But before getting on the flying boat, he smiled softly, bowed his hands to the disciples around him, and said loudly, Thank you fellow disciples for cheering on Chu today. I will continue to work hard and live up to the cultivation that the Holy Land has given me. After speaking, he jumped on Mo Fian's flying boat. The flying boat instantly turned into an arc of light and flew towards the top of Taisu Peak. Immediately there was a lot of discussion in Taisu Square. Brother Chu Xiu is really kind, yes, very modest. I like Brother Chu Xiu's smile, it's gentle and the sun is so warm. Besides, Chu Xiu is still a very humble person. If someone else did what he did, I'm afraid his nose would go up to the sky. Extremely. I hope senior brother Chu Xiu will become the holy son of our Taisu Holy Land. Boom! At this time, a bell rang from the Taisu Divine Pagoda. Everyone looked up, looking as usual. It turned out that someone from Xinxiao Tower entered the top 10. Yi Fan walked out excitedly. Not bad, the 8th of the Xinxiao Monument. A book of heavenly grade exercises, barely passable. He straightened his clothes, with a stern expression on his face. He wanted to say something, but it all fell apart. I'm going to pretend. What about the shouts? Shout out. Little brother Yi Fan turned his head and looked around, and found that the disciples around him were discussing something. Are you talking about me? He listened. Only then did I realize that they were talking about Chu Xiu. After learning the truth. I want to cry without tears. I'm in the top 10. Why is no one paying attention to me? Look straight at me. Jie. The host's luck has increased by plus 100, hold head high. Standing with his hands behind his back on the deck, Chu Xiu, who was looking at the beautiful snow scene of Taisu Peak, raised his eyebrows and asked, System, how can the luck of this seat increase for no reason? Jie. This master is just a tool, and cannot be omniscient. Chu Xiu narrowed his elongated and eerie eyes half closed. His original black luck of minus 18 has now become a normal luck of 82. Think for a moment. It is concluded that it should be related to the summit of Taisu Pagoda. Soon. The flying boat skimmed through a forest of ice crystals and arrived at the square platform at the top of Taisu Peak. The speed slowed down. Began to sink slowly. Boy Chu Xiu, how beautiful is the scenery on Taisu Peak? The old man Huang asked with a smile while twisting his beard. Chu Xiu nodded. Taisu's name is well deserved. Above a peak, spring, summer, autumn and winter, 4 seasons are reflected, full of vitality, it is very magical. That is. The old man Huang smiled proudly. Chu Xiu smiled on the surface, but was a little dignified in his heart. Observation along the way. Taisufeng is not as simple as it seems on the surface. If Chu Xiu hadn't made a mistake in his judgment, Taisufeng was an extremely powerful creature that had been transformed in a deep sleep. This is very scary. How tall is Taisu Peak? Visually, at least 15 feet, W meters, the height of Taisu Tower is already very exaggerated, and compared with Taisu Peak, its height is the younger brother. Such a majestic and huge Taisu Peak was actually transformed by a living being during its deep sleep. This is the essence of the Holy Land. Chu Xiu couldn't help but feel dignified. Back then, he fought against so many great teachers of the Holy Land by himself. Thinking about it, I can't help getting annoyed. It turns out that these holy places and aristocratic families didn't take me seriously at all, and in the end they didn't even show their background, so they dispatched dozens of great sages to surround and kill me. Damn it, you wait for me. If other Holy Land religions knew about Chu Xiu's thoughts, they would definitely scold. Do you think that you can move as soon as you talk about the background of the teaching? We advise you not to look for trouble for nothing. Random thoughts. The 2 elders have already led Chu Xiu through an antique corridor. The field of vision suddenly opened up, and pavilions floated in the air, magnificent and vast. The purple air comes from the east, the clouds and mists are narrow, and countless cranes fly freely among the pavilions, just like a fairyland. The most shocking thing is that at the highest point of Taisu Peak, a 1,000-mile-long river of bright stars gushed out of the void, hanging down like a waterfall and sinking into the abyss of Taisu Peak's cliff. I go. It's Taisufeng's powerful creature, it's constantly sucking the power of the stars. Chu Xiu was inexplicably horrified. Compared to its food intake, my own food intake is not even as good as an ant. Taisu Hall. Chu Xiu followed the 2 little saint elders into it. See it at a glance. Sitting on the throne of the Peak Master, wearing a white feather skirt, wearing a bronze fox mask, and holding the air of a superior master. The eyes of the 2 met. Chu Xiu smiled softly. Fairy Mengdie moved her buttocks back unnaturally. Yes, Master Yunxia, your majesty, we have already brought Chu Xiu. It was only then that Chu Xiu noticed that sitting high in the hall, on the bronze throne, was a soft and beautiful woman in a plain white dress and long blue wavy hair. The Holy King is so terrifying. Yes, Chu Xiu was shocked again. When he entered the main hall, he subconsciously ignored it. The overlord on the main seat existed. It's not that he cares about it. It's that the opponent's strength is too strong, and the sense of existence has merged with this world. If you don't know that she is in the palace, even face to face, you will ignore her. For example, when a person walks on a path, will he pay attention to the grass under his feet? The answer is no. That's how she is. Well, hard work. Tai Suzi's red lips parted lightly, like a fairy sound, which came to his ears, and it had a strange power to soothe his mind. Chu Xiu raised his head and looked at the top of the main hall, where the overlord sitting upright existed. She is beautiful, with a smile on the corner of her mouth, a gentle demeanor, and long blue wavy hair. If you look closely, there seem to be planets full of vitality growing and multiplying in her hair. Chu Xiu was shocked in his heart. The Holy King is so powerful, how could he have the legendary quasi-emperor's abnormal appearance? Seeing Chu Xiu staring at the Holy Master all the time, Qi Mengdie coughed lightly and scolded, "Rebels, don't be rude to the Holy Master." A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Chu Xiu. It seems to be saying, if you want to die, can you undo the seal of this seat first and then die? I don't want to be killed by a traitor like you. Chu Xiu also came back to his senses, bowed his hand slightly and saluted, and said loudly, "Chu Xiu of Yunxia Peak, I have seen the crown of the Holy Lord." Tai Suzi nodded slightly. She closed her eyes, but she could see everything in the world with her mind. She didn't open her eyes because Chu Xiu's cultivation base was too low. If she looked at her, she would die suddenly and there would be no fly ash left. The red lips parted slightly, and he said softly, "I am very pleased to see the disciple who broke the limit of the ancient times. Chu Xiu, you are very good." Qi Mengdie looked at the rebel standing straight in the center of the hall. Her heart was extremely complicated. She is a great saint, so she naturally knows some secrets of the Holy Land. The most difficult level to climb to the 99th floor is the 98th floor. Why has no one been able to climb the 10th floor of the Taisu stele in the Taisu Holy Land for a full 99 years from the ancient times to the Emperor Luo era? Because on the 98th floor, you will face Emperor Taisu of the same level, which is a natural moat that cannot be crossed, but she, a traitor, has managed it. Ahem, your majesty, look, I broke the record of our holy land, is there any reward? Chu Xiu immediately climbed up the pole, don't take advantage of it now, let alone when that he doesn't care about face if the benefits come first. Seeing this, Mengdie's beautiful eyes widened, and she wanted to scold again. Only in this situation, she dared to shout at Chu Xiu, a traitor. You must know that usually, the fairy master would not dare to resist. This made her feel like a fox pretending to be a tiger. Taisu smiled softly and nodded, it should be so. What reward do you want? Chu Xiu immediately said, the disciple wants the soul baby demon fruit. 10,000 medicine spirit milk, Bodhi god flower, anyone will do. Mengdie parted her red lips slightly in surprise, thinking, you have a really big appetite, you are worthy of being you. Taisu frowned slightly with her slender willow eyebrows, and pondered for a long time, there are some rare treasures of heaven and earth, and the treasure house of the Holy Land, but there are not the three kinds you want. When Chu Xiu heard this, he was inevitably disappointed. It was right to think that treasures like heaven and earth, even if the big forces got them, would soon be used up and turned into strength, and they would not be kept for long at all. Taisu changed his voice, and said softly, however, I can order someone to find one for you, but I can't guarantee you when I will find it. If you don't want to wait, this deity can promise you other rewards. If I use the seal of reincarnation to weep from child to mother and control the words of this holy master. Chu Xiu thought so when Taisu spoke. Fuck, the host Nyobi Plath, jia. The main hall, above the bronze throne. Taisu frowned slightly. In the previous moment, she felt a kind of ominousness against her. It was the first time she felt such a crisis since she became a Saint King realm. Chu Xiu's eyelids drooped, emitting a strange light, and a wave that no one could detect, swayed and filled the entire hall. Ding, the reincarnation heaven cries for the child mother seal, the child seal successfully invaded, the target didn't notice it, remaining usage times, 0 Zine host, Taisu Zine host, Mengdie note, the host can take back the sub-seal at any time. When the sub-seal is taken back, the number of uses will increase, and the maximum can be used on 2 people at the same time. Quack. The host is worthy of being the villain of destiny, dare to attack the master of the Holy Land, the strong man in the Holy King realm, bold and reckless, with vicious thoughts, triggering a super critical strike reward, the middle volume of the alchemy. Volume, of Donjing category, occult grade, Xianpin introduction, the Desolate Ancient Alchemy Sutra is divided into 3 volumes, the middle volume is the Poison Sutra, which contains tens of thousands of poison formulas, cultivated to the extreme, and can even formulate the poison that kills the Emperor Zhorn. If the 3 volumes are combined into one, it is the Alchemy Scripture, which was created by the human alchemy emperor in the ancient times millions of years ago. Chu Xiu was inexplicably surprised. This reward is great. He has long wanted to learn to use poison. Let me ask, can a villain who can't poison himself be considered a qualified villain? Thinking of this, he came back to his senses and cupped his hand slightly. Your Majesty, I don't know if this disciple can go and see the treasures of heaven and earth possessed by the Holy Land. Taisu is different from Mengdie, she is the master of Taisu Holy Land, the overlord of the peak of the Holy King. It's not something that can be threatened and manipulated at will. If she acts rashly, she will definitely fight with herself to the death. Therefore, he only reserved Taisu's reincarnation cry and child mother seal as a backup, and he would not activate it until the critical moment. Yes, Taisu waved his jade hand lightly, and a purple jade slip flew to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu reached out to touch. Waves of purple halos diffused and formed in front of him, phantoms of rare treasures from heaven and earth. Red Yang Lingli, Suzaku Buddha Meat, Bagua Treasure Ginseng, Purple Flame Bud, Dragon King Ghost Lotus, these are all fairy treasures, and Chu Xiu almost drools when he saw them. System, is there any treasure that will help me break through the extreme realm in the future? Fuck, Bagwabeo must be obtained to participate in the Suzaku Buddha Meat, it will be of great help to the host to break through the Eucharist in the future. You can only choose one. Tomzi recommends that you choose Bagua Treasure Ginseng, Suzaku Buddha Meat and find a way to get it later. Chu Xiu turned to look at Taisu and said, Your Majesty, the disciple wants the 8 diagrams precious ginseng. Yes, Taisu was very generous, with a smile that was not a smile, you go back with your master. In a few days, someone will send Bagua Baojin to you. Yes, Chu Xiu cupped his hand slightly. The 2 masters and apprentices bid farewell to the Holy Master and left Taisu Hall one after the other. Looking at their backs. Taisu opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Bagua ginseng has a great effect on strengthening qi and blood. I hope you can make good use of it. I just don't know where the previous sense of crisis came from. Could someone be plotting against the deity? Maybe it's because I've been closed for too long and have sensory illusions, so let's go out for a walk. Taisu's tender body gradually became transparent, and finally disappeared in the Taisu Palace, where she went. On a huge Tianpin airship shaped like a Suzaku. In the main cabin room, Chu Xiu and Fairy Mengdie sat opposite each other in front of the small coffee table. Two female disciples from Yunxia Peak's inner sect poured tea for the two of them, their cheeks flushed, and they glanced at Chu Xiu with a gentle smile from time to time. Two junior sisters, let's go out first, senior brother, I have something to say to master. No. The two female disciples looked puzzled. Master, are you feeling unwell? Chu Xiu turned his head and looked concerned. Chi Mengdie pursed her red lips, wearing a bronze fox mask, she couldn't see her expression clearly. She also knew that she had lost her composure. A moment of silence. Waving his slender hands, you guys go out. Yes. The two female disciples bowed and saluted, and slowly exited the room. The door is closed. Chu Xiu conveniently put on a soundproof ban. Traitor, you want to bully me again? Are you really using me as a tool? Chi Mengdie's tone was cold, and his eyes were full of vigilance. Chu Xiu rested his right hand on his knee, propped his cheek, and said with a smile, Master, in your eyes, am I such a hungry person? Chi Mengdie's plump and slender body trembled slightly. A traitor, you are. There was a strange flash in Chu Xiu's eyes, and he suddenly asked with a smile, Master, do you want to restore your cultivation? Seeing the smile on his face, Fairy Mengdie trembled slightly. Chu Xiu stood up, sat down next to her, sniffed the fragrance from the woman, and reached out to take off the mask on her face. Chi Mengdie tilted his head and moved his body back a certain distance. He took off the mask and hid it behind his back. His pretty face was full of vigilance, for fear that the traitors would snatch it away. It's a good hidden artifact. Chu Xiu nodded, even the strong ones in the cking realm can hide it. Chi Mengdie sneered coldly, Rebel, your concealment method is not bad. After doing the same with you as a teacher. Speaking of this, Fairy's pretty face inevitably blushed. You must have the unique aura of Tianxiang body on you, but you have covered it up so well that even the Holy Master didn't notice it. Today, Chu Xiu was in the limelight in the Holy Land, and Chi Mengdie was really frightened when he learned that the Holy Lord would meet with Chu Xiu. Fortunately, this traitor knew how to cover up, otherwise, the matter between her and the traitor would be exposed. Thinking about the consequences, Chi Mengdie's scalp tingled for a while. You said earlier, let me restore my cultivation. Master's red lips were tightly pursed. Chu Xiu nodded. Conditions, I don't believe that you would be so kind as a traitor. Oh, Master, you really understand disciples very well. Chu Xiu smiled, took out a drawing from the storage bag, put it in front of the Master, and tapped it with his finger. I heard that, Master, you are still a craftsman, come and make these things. Chi Mengdie picked it up and took a look, her pretty face showed doubts. There are dozens of gears on the drawing, and there are smooth-skinned, bird egg-like things. What is this? Toys, you will know when you make them. What is this tail-like thing? Just do it, you will be rewarded then. What are you doing, villain? Feel the paw on the thigh. Immediately, Fairy Dream Butterfly looked like a little cat with its fur fried. Still called a villain. Call me brother. Hey, the traitor is just dreaming, I won't even call death. Still tough. 10 minutes later. Don't call, traitor, you are dreaming, this seat is a great saint, how can I be at your mercy? Woo, good brother. The Tianpin flying boat bumped all the way, and it was already late at night and it returned to Yunxia Peak under the welcome of the crowd. There are 2 bright moons hanging high in the night sky, and there are many stars. It's comforting. Chu Xiu stood under the willow tree outside the courtyard of the Dongfu with his hands behind his back. Looking up at the bright moon in the night sky, the eyes are reflected in the moonlight, which is extraordinarily deep and lonely. I don't know how long ago. Elder brother. An elegant voice came. A shadow came out from the shadows. The cyan long skirt outlines her figure in a bumpy shape, slim and graceful, the cold moonlight shines on her delicate face, which is beautiful and moving, the breeze blows, blowing the hem of her long skirt. Raising Chu Xiu's waterfall-like black hair, he turned his head and smiled, junior sister. With her little hands behind her back, Tao Yao came to Chu Xiu with lotus steps, smiling sweetly, with a pair of cute dimples at the corners of her mouth. Junior sister respectfully wishes senior brother to summit Luanhai Pagoda today. Brother, you are watching the moon alone in the courtyard, do you have something on your mind? Chu Xiu shook his head, with a sad look. Senior brother misses his hometown a little bit. Brother. Seeing his gaze at this time, Taoyao held Chu Xiu's hand with inexplicable pain in her heart and said, Senior brother, Qishan County is your hometown, and the Holy Land is also your home. Master and I are both your family. Taisu Sacred governs the kingdom of mortals, the Apocalypse dynasty, Qishan County, which was attacked by monsters more than 30 years ago, and most of the people in Qishan County died. Covering the retreat of the mortals, both of them died in battle. The 3-year-old senior brother was lucky enough to survive, and was brought back to the Holy Land by the former demon exorcising master. Time flies, more than 30 years have passed. Chu Xiu nodded and smiled, and patted her soft shoulders. You are all my wings. Taoyao had a pretty face and lowered her head. Recently, she felt that the senior brother had become different. In the past, the elder brother would always hide from himself, let alone look at himself directly, but now, the elder brother is very close to himself, full of confidence and unique charm. Brother, this is the information you want. Taoyao took out an envelope and stuffed it into Chu Xiu's hands. Boldly, she stood on tiptoe and pecked him on the cheek, blushing, then turned around and flew away in a blue arc. Brother, please rest earlier, junior sister has gone back to practice. If this scene is seen by other people in the Holy Land, their jaws will definitely drop in shock. Nanny. This witch is actually shy. Would you still take the initiative to kiss a man? Unbelievable. It just refreshes the 3 views, okay? Looking at the distant arc of light in the night sky, the smile on Chu Xiu's face gradually disappeared. 30 years ago, was Chu Xiu lucky to survive? Of course not, it was Chu Xiu who wanted him to survive. When he met Mengdie, he was planning and operating, just to break into the Taisu Holy Land. There are still many such tool-man chess pieces, and he has placed them in many holy places and great religions. Chu Xiu tore open the envelope and sealed it with wax. Take the information he wants out of it. 3 days ago, Lu Hongyi appeared in Chang'an City, Dongzhou. Published the map, Human Region, Map, East Continent, Central Continent, Southern Territory, Northern Desolation, Western Desert. Note, the Taisu Holy Land is located in the Southern Region, deep in the Shirwanda Mountain. Monster Area, click to view. After reading the information, Chu Xiu's energy surged all over his body, tearing the paper into fly ash. Turn around and walk slowly towards the main hall of the cave. Dongzhou, Datong Empire, Chang'an City. A cold sword light like autumn water pierced the night sky of Chang'an City. In the imperial palace, King Tang and other strong men of the empire watched tremblingly, and the 2 little saints in the sky were cut into a rain of blood by this sword and dissipated. A woman standing in the void like a demon god, wearing a red dress, holding a blue long sword in her left hand, her skirt and long hair flowing like a waterfall, fluttering in the wind. Her eyes were covered by a white cloth, her skin was as white as snow, and her delicate cheek contours told everyone that she was so beautiful. Lu Hongyi. The only surviving elder of the Ji family of the ancient aristocratic family had messy white hair and beard, and his robe was soaked in blood tightly fitting his body. A pair of cloudy eyes stared fixedly at the demon-like woman. The roar shook 100,000 miles. You have to follow the old path of Chu Xiu, the devil. Do you also want to be enemies of the entire human territory and all forces? Our Ji family will not let you go, and will definitely tear you to pieces. Without saying a word, Lu Hongyi raised the blue long sword with her plain hand, and waved it lightly. The 7-killing sword intent strikes the Tao, and the sky is shocked. There was a huge gap, in which the breath of chaos surged. The Ji family elder who was in the late stage of the little sage, didn't even let out a scream, but was cut into fly ash by the sword intent of Taoism, and was swallowed in the crack of the void. Where are you going next? A 1,000-mile lake, under the moonlight, is like a cold mirror inlaid on the mainland, quiet and beautiful. Lu Hongyi sat cross-legged under the willow tree on the shore of the lake, recovering the true energy consumed in the previous battle. 100 meters behind her, stood a humanoid figure shrouded in black mist. Listening to the voice, this black mist figure should be a woman. Lu Hongyi remained silent, and half a quarter of an hour later, her red lips parted slightly, and she calmly uttered 3 words, go and kill people. Why do you have to do this? The black mist figure was choked inside. If you are an enemy of the world, you will die. It is better than Chu Xiu's death. Lu Hongyi looked up at the 2 bright moons in the night sky. He won't die. Her voice was quiet, without a trace of emotion. Hee. The figure of the black mist smiled. You have been in seclusion all these years. He was besieged and killed by dozens of great sages at the Guihun cliff of the weeping forbidden land. An extremely condensed sword light swept towards the rear. Lu Hong's skirt fluttered, but her body did not move at all. The black mist figure disappeared in place to avoid the blow. The next moment, a figure of black mist appeared on the top of the willow tree on the left. The tone was exaggerated. Oh. As expected of you. This sword intent is almost touching the edge of spiritual power. Lu Hongyi stood up, dragged her red skirt on the lawn, turned her back to the bright moon, and walked towards the east step by step. Are you really planning to become an enemy of the world for him? The figure of the black mist floated after him. Everything is caused by himself, and you will die for him. Lu Hongyi walked forward and said, if you are an enemy of the world, then you are an enemy of the world. If he is a Buddha, I will cross the whole world for him. If he is a demon, I will slaughter the common people on his behalf. The next day, Chu Xiu is in the cave mansion, comprehending the middle scroll and the secret of Xingzi of the alchemy scripture. Someone knocked on the ban outside the cave, and Chu Xiaoran's voice came in. Chu Xiu got up, walked out of the cave, and came outside the courtyard. Chu Xiaoran was still wearing a long grass-green dress with ingot patterns embroidered on the skirt. Seeing him coming out, she bowed slightly and saluted. Senior brother, Xiaoran interrupted your cultivation. Chu Xiu invited Chu Xiaoran into the cave. After pouring a cup of spiritual tea for her. Junior sister Chu doesn't know why you are looking for me today. Of course he knew the purpose of the other party looking for him, but he didn't take the initiative to mention it. Brother, this is the information you want about the secret realm of the desolate demon and the information about the soul baby and demon fruit. Chu Xiaoran took out 2 animal skin scrolls and handed them to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu didn't rush to open it to check. Hand over a fist-sized, black lingering light stone to the opponent. The name of this thing sounds bluffing, but it is of no use to him. Great Emperor Silver Sand. Chu Xiaoran was very pleasantly surprised, holding the Great Emperor Silver Sand with both hands. Surprised, but also relieved. Standing up, he saluted Chu Xiu. Thank you so much, senior brother Chu. Chu Xiu waved his hands and said with a smile, everyone takes what they need. You look very urgent. He smiled slightly. I must be in a hurry to go back and save my mother. Go, I won't keep you. Yes, thank you, brother. Chu Xiaoran bowed slightly, happily ran out of the cave, turned into an arc of light and flew away. After she leaves, Chu Xiu just opened the 2 animal skin scrolls. If he wants to break through the 10th level of Will See in the extreme realm and get the soul baby demon fruit, then he must go to the wild demon secret realm. The information is quite detailed. Chu Xiu nodded in satisfaction, and put away the 2 animal skin rolls. He got up, walked out of the cave slowly, and strolled on Yunxia Peak. Big brother. Senior brother Chu. When Yunxia Peak disciples saw her, they saluted one after another. Their attitudes were completely different compared to before. Chu Xiu smiled and nodded, looking very humble. After walking far away, I could vaguely hear the discussions of the disciples. You have heard that senior brother Chu Xiu has been on the list of potential dragons in Tianji Pavilion. The hidden dragon list. It's not surprising, after all, it is the existence that broke the ancient record of the Taisu God Tower. What number? 7th on the hidden dragon ranking. So low. Some disciples were dissatisfied. Hey, it's normal. The Tianji Pavilion ranks heroes based on their records. It's not easy to be ranked 7th. It would be great if I can also be on the list, and I can confide in my heart to junior sister Chen. Hee, you should wash up and go to bed early. Chu Xiu came to a huge rock on the edge of a cliff and sat down, looking at the clouds and mist in the east. Started to run the Xingzimi mental method route. The sun rises, the moon rises, and the moon sets. 3 days later, Chu Xiu opened his lips slightly, and spit out an arrow of air, piercing through the surrounding fog. Chu Xiu stood up and wiped the dust off his black robe. Just as he turned around, his pupils shrank. Who are you? Less than 20 meters away from him, stood a woman wearing Dao Yanfeng's unique purple cloud robe, looking at him with a smile. This woman looks ordinary, but she is charming, with a unique charm, the pair of waves, you can't see your toes even when you lower your head. Anyway, half a point stronger than master. In fact, Chu Xiu had noticed this person's arrival 2 days ago. At this time, he showed a look of vigilance, which was just a show for the other party. Because the other party has the imprint of reincarnation crying in mother-in-law in the body, when she appeared, Chu Xiu knew who she was, but just pretended not to know. This is Yunxia Peak, my concubine will not hurt you. The charming woman, with a smile like a flower, looked Chu Xiu up and down. I am concubine Hua Luo, the elder of Dao Yunfeng. You are Chu Xiu, right? The vigilance in Chu Xiu's eyes disappeared, and he cupped his hand slightly. Chu Xiu has met Elder Hua. I don't know Elder Hua is here. The charming woman smiled and said softly, I came to Yunxia Peak to do some errands, and I walked around after I finished. I happened to meet you practicing here, so I didn't bother you. By the way, you are practicing so hard, are you planning to go to the wild demon secret realm? As she spoke, she sat down on a rock not far from Chu Xiu. He didn't hide anything. As this person, as long as he wanted to know, there was almost nothing he could hide from her. The two chatted very naturally. After chatting for about half an hour, Chu Xiu asked, Elder Hua, before the era of Emperor Luo, 10 years was an era, and only one great emperor, demon emperor and barbarian emperor would appear in an era. Why didn't the monsters be completely wiped out when the emperor of the human race appeared? Conversely, when the Yao Man appears as the great emperor, it doesn't completely wipe out the human race. You must know that the two sides have been mortal enemies from before the ancient times to the era of Emperor Luo. He has always been puzzled when he came to Sky Continent, but when he met this one, today, he decided to answer the question. After all, Emperor Taisu was the last great emperor before the downturn. Presumably this person knows some of the secrets. The charming woman was stunned when she heard the words, and said, it is said that when he becomes the emperor will get some secrets about this starry sky and the Sky Continent. There seems to be some kind of tacit understanding between the great emperor and the demon emperor Mengdie. Even if one side has a great emperor born, it can be suppressed, but the other party cannot be destroyed with the power of the great emperor. As for why this happened, no one knows. After Chu Xiu was silent for a long time, he changed the question. The life limit of the emperor is 3 years. In this world, does anyone really live forever? The charming woman rolled his eyes at him, and smiled softly. Even the emperor can't achieve longevity. Seeing you like this, you have a lot of ambition. Want to pursue longevity? Chu Xiu frowned. Could it be that there is no stronger existence above the great emperor? The charming woman was stunned when she heard the words. Chu Xiu's words seemed to dispel part of the fog in front of her eyes. I don't know if there is a way above the great emperor. If there is, step on it, maybe you will live forever. But the charming woman raised her eyebrows and murmured, from before the ancient times, to the ancient times, to the ancient times, to the current emperor's era, 17 great emperors have appeared in this starry sky. But in the end, they all sat down and disappeared in the long river of time, and there is no trace of them in the world. Being able to become a great emperor is undoubtedly a generation of amazing talents, so why didn't they take that step? Is the way forward broken? Or is there no way forward? This is worth our deep thinking. Chu Xiu touched his chin, but couldn't figure out the key point. Chuck, we are actually discussing the cultivation of the emperor, it is too ambitious. The charming woman stood up with a smile, and patted the sand on her buttocks and skirt. Sister Hua, are you ready to go back? Old Devil Chu was ashamed and came as soon as he opened his mouth. The charming woman was stunned by his elder sister's call, but she didn't refute, and smiled softly. Yes, I'm going back. You should practice hard. After speaking, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, he turned and left slowly. Chu Xiu looked at her back and said loudly, Sister Hua, do you have a chance to meet again? The charming woman turned her back to him and waved her hands. I'll see you after you come out of the wild monster secret realm. Okay, then when I return, I will wait here for you, sister. Okay, a smile appeared on the corner of Chu Xiu's mouth. Jia Jia. The host, you are so tea-like. Go away, Jia Jia. I was thinking in my heart, where to grab, get some good things, and exchange them for breakthrough points, when I heard the conversation between the two. Auntie, you must help me. Otherwise it's really too late. You are Chu Xiu's master, as long as you ask him for Emperor Yunxia, he will definitely give it to you. In the hall. On the lotus throne, Mengdie wore a holy white dress and a bronze fox mask on his face, simulating the aura of the great saint. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at the nephew below, full of helplessness. Minger, it's not that my aunt won't help you. Even if this seat is Master Chu Xiu, there is no reason to ask him for things for no reason. As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed Chu Xiu's arrival. Lu Mei frowned suddenly. This traitor is really getting more and more unruly. Sad face, oh, asterisk, alas. Then what can I do with him? If he doesn't bully me, even if he is filial enough. Tomorrow, do you want Emperor Yunxia? Chu Xiu's face was like a crown of jade, and he walked step by step, looking extraordinary, with a smile on his face like a spring breeze. Hearing this, Qi Ming turned his head and saw that he was here, and immediately showed surprise. Chu Xiu, you are here. Have you handed over the Emperor Yunxia to Chu Xiaoran? As for Chu Xiu's sentence tomorrow, he was so excited that he automatically blocked it. But Fairy Mengdie came back to her senses, her beautiful eyes widened, and she stared at Chu Xiu, the traitor. Tomorrow is also what you can call. Chu Xiu ignored Master Fairy's warning eyes, and shook his head with a smile. I have been in retreat for the past few days, and I haven't seen junior sister Xiaoran. Overjoyed, Qi Ming stepped forward and grabbed Chu Xiu's shoulder excitedly. Is the Emperor Yunxia still in your hands? Chu Xiu nodded, and with a wave of his hand, a silver sand of the emperor appeared in his hand. Qi Ming's eyes brightened, and he grabbed it with his hand. Chu Xiu dodged and dodged. I got this thing from the endless sea of fire. Hey, sorry, I got excited. Qi Ming also came back to his senses, feeling that he had lost his composure. It's not his fault for losing his composure, he just wants to get the great Emperor Yunxia, and then threaten Chu Xiaoran, and finally make that proud woman kneel on his crotch / begging bitterly. Thinking of that scene, Qi Ming couldn't help but tremble all over. Well, Chu Xiu, make an offer. With a wave of Qi Ming's hand arrogantly, he almost wrote on his face Lao Tzu is Shen Hao, in 5 big characters. Chu Xiu smiled and nodded, how about 1 million high-grade primordial stones? Qi Ming was taken aback, uncertain. It's not that Chu Xiu's bid is too high, but too low. He thought he would be hit hard, but he didn't expect Chu Xiu to be so upbeat. Chu Xiu, you are such a good person. Qi Ming was so moved that he almost shed tears. It's okay, tomorrow you are master's nephew, and I, cough. Sensing a certain fairy's eyes that were about to breathe fire, we are all dear relatives and friends. Well, we are dear relatives and friends. Qi Ming nodded his head, he was so moved that he couldn't be more moved. The next moment, he saw Chu Xiu, and there was another stone in his hand, which was dark and lingering with a faint light. He rubbed his eyes, then took out his piece to have a look, and then he was sure that there was still a great Emperor silver sand in Chu Xiu's place. Damn it, you still have? Qi Ming almost jumped. Do you want more tomorrow? Chu Xiu smiled gently. On the lotus throne, Fairy Mengdie saw the sunny smile on the face of the rebellious disciple, her delicate body trembled, her red lips parted, she wanted to say something more, nephew ran quickly, but she didn't know how to speak. 2. Qi Ming gritted his teeth and nodded, Emperor Yunxia, he must monopolize. Otherwise, how to threaten that woman Chu Xiaoran? It was traded again to Chu Xiu for 1 million top-grade primordial stones. Qi Ming breathed a sigh of relief, and was just about to say goodbye. His eyes widened suddenly. Chu Xiu actually took out another Emperor silver sand and tossed it there for fun. Chu Xiu, what the hell are you playing with me? How much do you have? Qi Ming exploded, and he still doesn't understand that Chu Xiu is really stupid if he is hanging on him. Qi Mengdie clutched his forehead, sighing inwardly. Chu Xiu looked astonished. You didn't say, how much do you want? Ahem, Qi Ming was so angry that his face was as pale as a pig's liver. You. How much do you have left? You said it earlier. Why didn't you say it earlier? The next moment, more than 200 great Emperor silver sands piled up to form a small mountain at Chu Xiu's feet. Including this one in my hand, the total is 202. I swear in the name of Master. I don't have any more, really. Chu Xiu said with a serious face, the only function of Emperor Yunxia is to detoxify Mingyao, and holding these 2 pieces in his hands has no other purpose, and naturally they cannot threaten Chu Xiaoran. If you still want to monopolize, look at the great Emperor's silver sand piled up like a hill at Chu Xiu's feet. Qi Ming put on the mask of pain in an instant, the corners of his eyes burst into tears. His heart was full of resentment, extremely resentment. However, he only has 10 multi-element stones left on him. Master Fairy, this traitor has a heart darker than coal. Seeing Qi Ming's performance, Chu Xiu knew that Ming'er had already been emptied by him. Disappointed in my heart. That's it. Ant. Qi Ming was annoyed, and turned to complain to his parents. Chu Xiu, isn't Qi Guoguo a liar? You don't care about him? Fairy Mengdie muttered in her heart, who cares, hee hee. Okay, you'll get the great Emperor's silver sand too, so go back. Qi Mengdie lightly flicked the sleeve of the fairy skirt. Qi Ming hesitated to speak, not daring to disobey his aunt, so he could only give Chu Xiu a hard look. Angrily walked away. A traitor, why are you tricking him? After her nephew left, Qi Mengdie frowned and spoke coldly, putting on the airs of a superior. What is a pit? Chu Xiu put away a pile of great Emperor's silver sand on the ground, surprised. It's obviously a deal between you and me. And what did you call me? Rebel. What a traitor, call me brother. Go away, you are dreaming. Chu Xiu walked slowly to the lotus throne, with a smile on his face, his eyes looked up and down on the woman's delicate body with no eggs. TSK, Master, your figure is a little plump compared to half a month ago. Have you gained weight? Go, Master Chao Maosu grabbed a spiritual fruit on the table and threw it at Chu Xiu. But he took it, put it on his mouth, rubbed it and bit it. Crunchy, not to mention, sweet and sour is delicious. Come and let the apprentice check carefully. My lord, I didn't gain weight. Get lost. Correct. Chu Xiu's eyes lit up, and he asked with a smile, Master asked you to make the object last time, is it ready? In the bedroom, get out of the way, I'll go get it for you. Chu Xiu moved the paw on Shizhuan Xiang's shoulder. Mengdie stood up and straightened her skirt. There was an unnatural blush on Xiao Qiao's face, and she wanted to continue to be a superior person, but after seeing Chu Xiu's smiling expression, she broke the room with a breath, snorted coldly, took lotus steps, turned around and walked towards the back palace. Chu Xiu ran behind her. Pass through the apse and enter a beautiful corridor. Not far away, there is also a flower field planted with various spiritual plants, which is too beautiful to behold. After seeing the two people, they saluted one after another. I've seen Lord Peak Master, I've seen Senior Brother. Then they went about their own business. Master, you said our nephew, are you angry with me? Chu Xiu and Mengdie walked side by side. Heard. The corners of Shizhuan's eyes twitched wildly, he gritted his teeth, and his delicate body trembled. Rebel, I advise you not to go too far. What, is it called, our nephew? You still have to be shameless. Chu Xiu sighed, hey, women always say what they mean. To be honest, neither is allowed. Roll, two people cursed and came to the bedroom. The old devil Chu put on the soundproof device immediately, and his movements were so skillful that the vermilion lips of the master trembled. Come to the futon and sit down. Soon. The fairy master was graceful and brought a red lacquered wooden box a few inches wide. What you want? At some point, she took off her mask, and with a pretty face, she handed the box to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu opened it. His eyes lit up immediately. Tisk amazed. Master is worthy of being you, a veteran craftsman. Chu Xiu picked up one of 3 black pigeon eggs in the box, and gently pressed them. The pigeon eggs miraculously trembled by themselves. There was a creaking sound of gears rubbing against each other. This craft. Master Fairy curled her lips in disdain. It's just a mortal trick, not even a pattern. That is to say, seeing the astonished appearance of the rebellious disciple, there was still a little pride in the beautiful eyes of the master. But Mengdie frowned, wondering, Rebel, why are you doing this? These are of no practical value at all. He, Chu Xiu smiled gently. Look at the brighter smile on his face. For some reason, Master Fairy felt a little fuzzy in his heart. What on earth do you want to use these for? Chu Xiu blinked her big pure eyes, and answered the wrong question. Master, you are really a 3,000-year-old treasure girl. Mengdie's pretty face turned cold in an instant. Why, are you 3,000 years old? No. The great sage can live for 6,000 years, and you are still in the prime of life, so you are naturally not old. Heard. Fairy Mengdie looked much better. Chu Xiu rubbed his hands, and took out a circle of black silky objects from the storage bag. This. Mengdie was surprised, her beautiful eyes stared at the ball that the trader took out. It's the precious silk of the crypt demon spider, a mysterious material. Generally, this material is used for weaving. It is soft and tough, and has a certain protective effect. The fabric of the clothes on you, trader, is woven by this thing. Master, you understand very well. Chu Xiu smiled, today, I will teach you to weave a fun thing. I don't want to learn. Mengdie shook her head, her pretty face full of vigilance. Do you still want to unseat your cultivation base? Chu Xiu turned his head and asked with a smile. Listen to the trader's unabashed threats. Okay. Mengdie pursed her red lips, and struggled to utter the word. Where's the loom, behind? Then what are you waiting for, Lai Sigu? 2 hours later, show my personal panel. A few hours later, as dusk fell to the west, Chu Xiu left the main hall of the peak and went down the mountain like a walk. The shadow behind him was stretched obliquely. Host, Chu Xiu, boundary, the 9 layers of the Sea of Wheels, special physique, ancient Eucharist, qualification, 1414, Tian Pin, 33 times the cultivation speed. Sword intent, heavenly killing sword intent, cultivation method, Dao Jing casting foundation. Secret method, the secret method of Xingzi, not yet started, poison, in the Danjing, first glimpse, sword Ju, all things will cease, immortal, remaining 1124 click to expand, breakthrough point, 215, luck value, 82, white, kill the person with great luck, you can absorb their luck for your own use. Comprehensive combat power evaluation, 35 times the combat power of ordinary players of the same rank. Sure enough, the effect of the body of heavenly fragrance will be enhanced by the mood of the master. Small props are still useful. Chu Xiu touched his chin, nodded, and came to a conclusion. Just returned to Dongfu. Junior sister Taoyao came to ask to see her. She brought the gossip treasure ginseng bestowed on Chu Xiu by the Holy Land. After Chu Xiu accepted it, she smiled sweetly and said, "This is the épée that senior brother asked me to find." While speaking, with a wave of his plain hand, he grabbed a 3-foot-long and 1-foot-wide sword from the storage bag, and the blade was blue-red. A lifelike black desolate dragon is carved on the hilt. The épée has no front, giving people an extremely domineering and heavy atmosphere. It weighed more than caddies, and when the tip of the sword hit the ground, several meters of mud and rocks cracked. One can imagine its terrifying weight. The system also pops up the item introduction column at this time. Beijian Sanglong, category, heavy sword, grade, land product. Function, injecting yuanli/true yuanli can greatly increase the damage of slashing. Introduction, this sword is made from the backbone of the wild beast Sanglong. It is extremely tough and heavy. It is an overbearing heavy weapon. If the body is not strong enough, if it is used forcibly, there is a high probability that the flesh will collapse. Not bad, Chu Xiu waved the tyrannical sword Sanglong casually, very satisfied. Brought up a strong wind, the trees tens of meters away were blown down. Brother, as long as you are satisfied. Tao Yao smiled, and did not forget to ask, "Senior brother, be careful when you go to the wild monster secret realm. The secret realm is opened every few decades, and there are many monster beasts in it, so don't be too risky." "Well, I can save it. Thank you, junior sister, for your concern." Chu Xiu smiled gently and stroked her head. Tao Yao's pretty face was reddish, her head was lowered, her bare hands were stirring the hem of her skirt hesitantly. "Then, junior sister can rest assured. Senior brother, take care, junior sister is waiting for you to return." The crisp sound echoed in the mountains. Today is definitely Mengdie's happiest day in recent days. Because the traitor finally broke the damn seal. In the dormitory, the neatly dressed fairy Mengdie sat cross-legged in meditation, and the condensed energy of the spring and earth poured into her body. This familiar feeling was so comfortable that she almost groaned. Ah, it feels so good to be able to practice. It feels good to be able to mobilize the strength in the body. It's great to feel this world. At this time, she was like a blind person, regaining her light again. It feels like the whole world is so beautiful. A look of surprise appeared on Mengdie's beautiful face. During the time I was sealed, my cultivation has actually improved. Could it be related to traitors? Xiao blushed. Humph, traitor, you wait for me. Mengdie's autumn-like eyes moved slightly, ready to sneak into the rebel's cave and clean up the rebel. The smile on his face gradually became evil. But, just when she was about to stand up, an invisible wave came from nowhere. The smile on Fairy Mengdie's face gradually froze, because, to her horror, she discovered that her cultivation had been sealed again. "Chu Xiu, you traitor, don't keep promises, deceive me." She clenched her teeth, her bright red lips trembling. A layer of water mist rose from his eyes, seeing that Master was about to be bullied, and cried. A red sound transmission talisman flew through the air and hovered in front of her eyes. The familiar and hateful soft voice came out. "Master, don't get me wrong, this disciple is just reminding you." The sound transmission symbol immediately turned into ashes and dissipated in the air. Immediately afterwards, the wave came again, the seal was released, and her cultivation was restored. Mengdie gritted his teeth. Of course she knew what Chu Xiu meant. This is to remind myself that no matter how far away he is, he can seal himself at any time. Manipulate yourself. And play / fuck yourself. Fairy Mengdie wanted to cry but had no tears, and suddenly felt that nothing was right in this world. Ah, traitor. You devil. Tormenting devil. She was so angry that her delicate body trembled, and the waves rose and fell. She stood up and came to the bookshelf, opened the hidden compartment, took out the scarecrow in the shape of Chu Xiu, and stabbed it violently with the silver needle. Die the traitor. The real Dongfu. Chu Xiu looked at the nearly mad master in the picture through the bronze fox face. There was a relieved smile on his face. Master, you must clarify your position. Otherwise, it's really difficult for the apprentice to adjust. Cough. Chu Xiu closed his eyes, focused on nothing else, and began to practice. Little did they know, Master was about to collapse right now. Just now, after venting. Mengdie regained his composure, crossed his legs and began to look at himself. Then, a horrifying discovery. In my body, there is actually an extra wave of life. It was a young creature that had just been born. Mengdie's pretty face was dull, she looked straight ahead, her bare hands stroked her abdomen, her mind went blank. 7 days passed in a flash. After the opening of the Taisu Tower, the Holy Land became lively again. Today is the day when the desolate demon's secret realm opens. A large number of disciples gathered under Taisu Peak, waiting for the portal to the secret realm to open. Chu Xiu also stood low-key in the crowd, looking at Elder Mo Fian, who was speaking in front of the crowd from a distance. Follow the rules of previous years. The opening time of the secret realm is 30 days, and the Holy Land can pass through the transmission channel again after 30 days. You must gather at the initial transmission point within 30 days, otherwise you will be locked in the secret realm for decades, waiting for the secret realm to open again. After coming out of the secret realm, everyone has to donate a certain amount of income. The top 10 contributors will be rewarded. Be the first to become a true disciple, reward. Second. Chu Xiu yawned boredly. Compared with these rewards, he cared more about how many benefits he could get from the desolate demon's secret realm, and the most important thing, the soul infant demon fruit. Brother Chu Xiu, here's someone calling me. Chu Xiu turned his head to the side, only to realize that he was an acquaintance. Immediately smiled and said, Brother Yi, is you? The handsome and well-proportioned Yi Fan asked with a smile, Brother Chu also wants to enter the desolate demon realm. Brother Yi, you are not the same. Play a dungeon with the protagonist's fate. I always feel that this trip will not be peaceful. However, if it is used well, Yi Fan is definitely a super cannon fodder that cannot die. Chu Xiu's mind became active. The two began to chat friendly. During the period, Yi Fan asked Chu Xiu if he was interested in being number 1 on the contribution list. Concealed that he wanted to be promoted from a direct disciple to a true disciple. Chu Xiu heard the words and said very generously that he was only going to the secret realm to practice and had no interest in competing for rankings. Yi Fan was very happy when he heard the words, and asked Chu Xiu if he knew anything about the secret realm of the wild monster, and if he was interested in forming a team. In this regard, Chu Xiu readily agreed that with such a luck bonus package, his chances of finding the baby soul demon fruit might be greater. Yi Fan, come here. A cold voice interrupted their chat. Chu Xiu and Yi Fan looked at the source of the sound at the same time. It was a tall woman in a long purple dress with a veil covering her face and a long sword on her back. A faint majesty's coercion overflowed from his body. As a result, a no man's land formed 100 meters around, and all the disciples lowered their heads, not daring to look at her, full of awe. Brother Yi, my master is looking for me, I'll go first. Yi Fan greeted Chu Xiu, and ran over with a smile. Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly. He has identified the identity of this great holy man. The master of Yunxia Peak, Lu Shui, is also Mengdie's enemy. The second level of cultivation of the great sage, the top combat power of the Taisu Holy Land. Find an opportunity to kill Chu Xiu in the secret realm. Hearing master's voice transmission, Yi Fan's body trembled, and he turned his head to look at Chu Xiu in the distance. Or when you notice your gaze, the other party still waves and smiles. Yi Fan made a bitter face, and said via voice transmission, Master, this is not good, I have no enmity with him, and we are still in the same school, and he is also good. Humph. If you want to blame him, blame his master, that bitch Chi Mengdie. Lu Shui snorted coldly, her eyes full of ice. Seeing Yi Fan's troubled face, Lu Shui's tone was slightly softer, Disciple, that bitch Chi Mengdie is not a good person, and her apprentice is definitely not a good person either. You don't have to have a psychological burden to kill him. Remember to be clean and don't get caught. It's best to let him die in the mouth of wild beasts, so that even if the Holy Lord goes back in time, he won't be able to find out the result. Yi Fan was speechless. Lu Shui was discussing how to kill Chu Xiu. The other side. The same is true for Jian Lingyun and Xiao Yifeng. Aren't you Chu Xiu invincible at the same level? Then we will send 100 Xinxiao realm to surround and kill you. If 100 is not enough, then 200, 300. Even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, you will fall into the wild demon's secret realm. With everything in place, he watched the scattered hundreds of disciples in Xinxiao territory. Jian Lingyun and Xiao Yifeng looked at each other and smiled. Senior brother Xiao Yifeng, you are senior brothers, is it really okay for you to do this? Are you afraid that Peak Lord Yunxia will be furious after Chu Xiu's death? He is now the enchanting genius of your peak, and he is the preselection of the Holy Sun. Xiao Yifeng smiled grimly, a dead genius is no longer a genius, and a dead senior is the best senior. It's you, Jian Lingyun, if you do this, it will be easy for the Holy Master to notice. After all, you and Chu Xiu have obvious conflicts, so you are not afraid of the Holy Master's investigation. Jian Lingyun calmly smiled, afraid? Hee, there are people above me. This is what my master ordered me to do. So what if the Holy Master knows? Would she punish my master for a mere ants? So that's it. Thinking of the enmity between Master and Tian Jianfeng, Xiao Yifeng nodded clearly, the smile on his face was wider, and his heart was extremely happy. This time, Chu Xiu, an ant, was doomed. Brother Chu Xiu. Chu Yanran found Chu Xiu in the crowd. Hand him a storage bag. All the formation materials you need are here. Thank you. Chu Xiu put away the storage bag. Afterwards, she asked kindly about her mother's poisonous monster. Chu Yanran was very grateful, and said that when Chu Xiu came back from the secret realm, she would invite him to be a guest at home. Brother. At this time, Tao Yao, a younger junior sister in a green dress, came gracefully. Seeing her approaching, the disciples in front showed fear and stepped aside one after another. Tao Yao's peach-like eyes lightly glanced at Chu Xiaoran, who was beside Chu Xiu. Chu Xiaoran smiled and leaned forward. Xiaoran, I met senior sister Tao Yao. Tao Yao lightly smiled and hummed, Junior sister Xiaoran, you are getting more and more beautiful. Hee, just a little bit prettier than senior sister Tao Yao. Chu Xiaoran was calm and composed. The two women confront each other when they meet each other, with yin and yang eccentricities. In this regard, Chu Xiu just yawned boredly, and had no intention of persuading the fight. The teleportation array has been opened, qualified disciples, quickly enter the teleportation array. Mo Fian's voice came from afar. In the next moment, a blue beam of light rose into the sky. A-meter-high light gate appeared. There is a blue swirl in the center of the light gate. The two junior sisters, I will go first. Division. Tao Yao didn't finish her sentence. I saw Chu Xiu running the Xingzi Mi to shrink the ground into an inch, spanning a distance of 1,000 meters in an instant, and entered the teleportation light gate in a few dodges. Other disciples also flocked to enter. Tao Yao stomped her feet, pouted her lips, and said angrily, Brother, really, why are you so eager? I haven't finished talking yet. Senior brother Chu Xiu urgently needs something in the secret realm, so he is naturally anxious to go in. Chu Xiaoran smiled sweetly. Chu Xiaoran, stay away from my senior brother, don't act like you know him very well. Tao Yao's face was as deep as water, and the murderous intent in her eyes was undisguised. There was no trace of the same look as when she saw Chu Xiu earlier. Delicate appearance. Senior sister Tao Yao, what do you mean by that? Chu Xiaoran frowned, Senior brother Chu Xiu and I are just friends, not as nasty as you think, why should we stay away from him? Even if you are a senior sister, you can't be so overbearing. Tao Yao's tone was cold, I'm domineering, why? You want to die too? The eyes of the two women met. Chu Xiaoran suddenly covered her mouth and smiled, her beautiful eyes blinking. Senior sister Tao Yao, you know, what do you look like now? Tao Yao frowned. You are like a jealous woman, no wonder senior brother Chu Xiu ran so fast before. Boom! The next moment, Tao Yao shot out angrily, and punched Chu Xiaoran's head with a fist, causing terrifying ripples, piercing even the space. Chu Xiaoran knew that the opponent was powerful, but she wouldn't regret the punch, her delicate body turned into petals and spread out gracefully. At this time, the scenery outside came into view. A few miles away from the square, there is a primeval forest. Towering ancient trees that can only be embraced by dozens of people are scattered and orderly. Farther away, you can see the outline of the giant peak stretching for tens of thousands of miles, which is as magnificent as a dragon crouching on a tiger. This world gives people the feeling that it is barbaric and full of vitality. Wow, how big is the wild demon secret realm? I heard from my master that the diameter of the wild demon secret realm is about 1,000 million miles, which is 1/20th the size of the southern region. Damn, it's so big. The area is large and there are many opportunities. Is there anyone to form a team? Let's form a team to explore treasure. Someone shouted. Chu Xiu looked into the distance with his hands behind his back, his brows gradually furrowed. He could clearly feel the killing intent coming from around the teleportation square. Hee, there are quite a few people who want to kill me. I thought about it, but I didn't offend anyone. Chu Xiu rubbed his eyebrows helplessly. Jie. Can you be a little bit close? Hundreds of disciples from the Shenxiao realm surrounded Chu Xiu faintly. Chu Xiu clicked his tongue lightly. I'm too lazy to bring Yifan, the protagonist's fate. With a wave of his hand, the thumb-sized silver shuttle swelled in the wind, and finally turned into a shuttle-shaped flying boat that was more than 10 meters long and several meters wide. Jumping up, whoosh, the flying boat turned into a silver afterimage and soared into the sky. He escaped. He can't escape, we chase. 7 days later. In the depths of the wild monster's secret realm, in a certain verdant valley, there were bursts of rumbling and violent noises. The mountains were shaking, and the rocks shattered and rolled down, startling countless flying birds. Chu Xiu was fighting with a giant python that was tens of meters long. This desolate beast is covered with black scales, and its defense is extremely strong. There is a trace of the blood of the quasi-demon emperor in its body, and its intelligence has already been developed, so it is very difficult to deal with. Its Xinqiao 9th floor cultivation base and Chu Xiu have been fighting with him for half an hour, beating him to the ground with wounds, and the blood stained the water of the cold pool not far away. Chu Xiu kept running the Xingzi secret, and his movement was extremely fast. No matter whether the giant python opened its mouth full of fangs or whipped it with its giant tail, he easily dodged it. Grasping the opening of the opponent's attack, Chu Xiu held the hilt of the tyrannical sword Sanglong with both hands, and the golden energy and blood surged all over his body, and he smashed hard on the giant python's head. Bang swipe! The giant python's head was shattered, and blood shot out mixed with white brains. He raised his head and roared, his head tilted, and he fell to the ground, lifeless. Chu Xiu put away the tyrant sword, walked to the edge of the cold pool, and picked off a seductively scented earthy cold lotus. Do you want to exchange it for a breakthrough point? Exchange. Successful exchange, get 7 breakthrough points, finally 50. Chu Xiu let out a breath, jumped onto the giant snake's corpse and sat down cross-legged. Please choose a breakthrough below, sword intent, heavenly killing sword intent Taisu sword Ju, everything is ended secret method, Xingzi secret method, the book of pills, secrets of Xingzi. It is detected that the level of Xingzi secret is too high, and the breakthrough is extremely difficult. 30 years is a small cycle, and each small cycle needs to consume 50 W of the breakthrough point. Whether to make a breakthrough, yes, you chose to retreat for 30 years to comprehend the 9 secrets of Xingzi Mi. Because of the master's physique, your cultivation talent has been improved, your understanding of Xingzi Mi has been strengthened, Xingzi Mi has improved, and you have a first glimpse of the door, the comprehension of the secrets of Xingzi after 30 years of retreat poured into my mind like a flood bursting a bank. The strong impact made Chu Xiu frown slightly. The good news is that his understanding of the secret of Xingzi has deepened a lot. If he uses Xingzi Mi now, it will be more natural and smooth. Chu Xiu stood up, running the Xingzi secret, shrinking the ground into an inch, and the next moment, he appeared 5,000 meters away, and after a breath, he returned to the original place again. Before the breakthrough, his lines were shrunk to inches as far as 1,000 meters away. Today, it has reached 5,000 meters. And faster, smoother and silkier. Chu Xiu couldn't help laughing, thinking that the 50 breakthrough point was worth it. This retreat took a total of 30 years and consumed a breakthrough point of 50 W. Please pay attention to the host, the difficulty of breaking through the secret line next time will be greatly increased. Xingzi Mi has successfully broken through. It's time to go to that place. Chu Xiu looked to the west. Running Xingzi disappeared in place. It was 100,000 miles away from the valley where he had previously fought with the giant python. On a flying boat in the sky. It was a mountain thousands of feet high, without a blade of grass, and with jagged black rocks. Gray mist filled the air, and visibility was extremely low. There was a gloomy atmosphere, ghosts were crying and wolves were howling, and there were dark shadows flickering indistinctly, which was very infiltrating. Chu Xiu looked up. Intuition told him that the mountain was dangerous. But he wasn't worried, he made a tactic with his right hand, and carved many hidden patterns on his body. After drawing hundreds of lines, he stepped on a black stone. It feels cold and stiff to the touch, like stepping on a piece of ice. Chu Xiu continued to go up, and his figure gradually disappeared into the gray mist. A day later, his clothes were torn and his body was full of yin qi. He stumbled down the mountain, apparently injured. Host, your luck is really low, and that baby soul demon fruit is still immature, laughed to death. Chu Xiu took out a 5th grade healing pill and put it in his mouth, closed his eyes and crossed his knees on the spot to recover from the injury. Jie. Host, are you not in a hurry? You managed to kill most of the demons and zombies on the mountain, but unexpectedly, the fruit of the baby soul is still immature. What a tragedy. Tongzi chattered and gloated. The corners of Chu Xiu's mouth turned up slightly, and the blood in his eyes flickered away. Unfamiliar? Is there nothing I can do? I rely on. You don't plan to, count yourself as ruthless, quack quack, as expected of you, old devil Chu. After a few hours. In a dense forest of ancient trees. Chu Xiu looked leisurely, gathering spiritual herbs, holding a fruit in his left hand, and took a bite. The juice was sour and sweet. Hey, senior brother Chu Xiu, you're here too. A surprised voice came. Chu Xiu turned around. There were 5 people who came, 4 men and 1 woman, all of them were disciples within the Xinqiao area, and the leading man had even reached the 8th floor of Xinqiao. Chen Mufan, who was carrying a big black hammer on his back, looked around and smiled. Brother Chu Xiu, are you alone? Chu Xiu looked vigilant, and took half a step back. Are you also here to hunt me down? Chen Mufan secretly sent a voice transmission to a few teammates. Suppress the killing intent, don't let him notice. This guy has cultivated an extremely powerful body technique. If you want to escape and a few of us can't stop him, first stabilize him and wait. Others came and surrounded and killed them. Yes, senior brother Chen. Hey, good senior brother Chen. Chen Mufan looked at Chu Xiu with a look of surprise. Senior brother Chu Xiu, what is the meaning of this? Killing fellow disciples wantonly is a serious crime. Yes. Brother Chu must have misunderstood. The handsome woman looked worried, and stepped forward a few steps. Brother Chu, is it possible that someone is chasing you? It's so courageous that you dare to chase and kill the true disciple. You tell us, maybe we can help you. The female disciple is good at persuasion, and looks like a good old man. Hearing this, Chu Xiu's face softened a little, but his eyes were still vigilant. He shook his head inside. I don't know who it is, anyway, there are quite a lot of people chasing me. Senior brother Chu, if you join our team, even if you encounter a pursuer, we can help you a little bit. Chen Mufan said. The others quickly agreed, patted their chests and promised that they would definitely help Chu Xiu. All of them are movie kings. Chu Xiu's frowning brows gradually relaxed. With a smile on his face, he clasped his fists together. Thank you to the juniors and sisters, Chu is very grateful. However, let's forget it. Speaking of this, he showed a worried expression. Chu does not want to let a few of you get hurt or even die because of me. A strange color flashed in Chen Mufan's eyes. The black-clothed female disciple Chuanin sneered. Why is this guy's personality different from the rumored killing and decisiveness? He's a little bit kind. Yeah, he is still worried about our safety. What a nice guy, laughing to death. I'm afraid he didn't even know he died. We are one of the people who hunted him down. We can't blame him either, who told us to be too realistic. Cough cough. Chen Mufan coughed lightly, interrupted the sound transmission of several people, and clasped his fists at Chu Xiu. Senior brother Chu is a genius who broke the limit of the ancient times, and the future must be the cornerstone of our Taisu Holy Land. The loss is too great. Brother Chu Xiu, let us stay and help you. The others also clasped their fists sincerely. Chu Xiu was so moved that he stepped forward a few steps then said, You guys are so righteous, what should I do for my brother? I'm ashamed of my brother. Since Chen Mufan looked at each other, the sarcasm disappeared in his eyes. In that case, I promise to be. Chu Xiu gritted his teeth, as if making some kind of important decision. Senior brother, you don't need to be like this, we are family members in the Holy Land. Chen Mufan's eyes were red. Very entertaining. Chu Xiu nodded again and again, leaning against the huge root of the ancient tree, took out drinks and barbecue and invited a few people to sit down. Several people sat around and came forward. Chu Xiu took out a wine glass and poured wine for them. Chen Mufan and the others were considered alert, and they didn't intend to eat or drink. Chu Xiu picked up the wine glass and drank it down, then grabbed a lamb leg that was roasted golden on the outside, charred on the outside and tender on the inside, full of aroma, and bit off a large piece of meat, eating it deliciously. Seeing that they didn't move, he asked suspiciously, Why don't you eat? While talking, he poured himself another glass of wine, raised his head and gulped it down. The other party eats so deliciously, it shouldn't be poisonous, right? He grabbed his glass and took a sip. His eyes lit up immediately, and he praised, Good wine. Hey, isn't it? This is the fine wine in my master's wine cellar. I secretly took it out. Chu Xiu smiled. Seeing that his companion was fine after drinking, Chen Mufan also felt relieved. In addition, Chu Xiu continued to invite to prevent it from being exposed. They also began to drink and eat meat. Brother Chu, did you roast this meat? It's delicious. Well, if it's delicious, you can eat more. If it's not enough for senior brother, there's more here. Chu Xiu smiled gently. The 6 film kings exchanged cups and had a lively chat. An hour later. Chu Xiu took out a face towel, wiped off the oil stains from the corners of his mouth, and said with a light smile, Everyone, the eyes of the 5 people moved to him. How much benefit did Xiao Yifeng and Jian Lingyun give you? Make you want to kill me by all means. When Chen Mufan heard this, his pupils shrank slightly, he grabbed the sledgehammer beside him, and instantly threw it at Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu ran the Xingzi secret, disappeared in place in an instant, and appeared on the branch of an ancient tree 100 meters away. The black sledgehammer covered with barbs smashed into the air, bang smashed a big hole half a meter deep in the ground. The other 4 people gathered around, all of them looked unhappy. Chen Mufan narrowed his eyes and said coldly, When did you find out? Chu Xiu smiled softly, and sat on a tree branch, Of course it was when you showed up. We didn't miss out on our performance, right? Chen Mufan frowned. Well, it's a pity that you are too enthusiastic. Chu Xiu nodded, and glanced at the 4 people rushing towards him. Look inside at your Zifu Shenxiao. When Chen Mufan and the others heard this, their complexions changed drastically. Quickly look inside. Sure enough, the purple mansion has been surrounded by some kind of unknown black smoke. Did you poison the wine? The delicate female disciple asked, screaming, her face contorted. Chu Xiu smiled softly and waved his hand. I didn't put alcohol in my poison either. Quack quack. Ben Tongzi laughed so hard. Our poison is absolutely authentic, it will not be mixed with a little wine. Chen Mufan's face became even more ugly, and he gritted his teeth. You mean, what you gave us to drink wasn't wine at all, but poison? Well, smart. Chu Xiu nodded. This is the Wang Yu poison I personally prepared, and it tastes like old wine. Does it taste good? Chen Mufan felt that his body was gradually numb, and the mobilization of his true energy became slow. You are so poisonous. Damn it, you smiling fox, you're dead. Mozi's face was red, and he was about to rush up and fight Chu Xiu desperately. Seeing this, Chu Xiu was not in a hurry, and asked with a smile, everyone, do you want to survive? I can give you a chance. After half a quarter of an hour, if there is no antidote, your body will turn into blood, and you will experience the pain of thousands of ants eating your heart. When the 5 of them heard the words, they felt chills in their hearts. No, not half an hour. Pockmarked face could already feel that something was biting at his heart. The pain made him clutch his chest, his face pale. Tell me your purpose, Chen Mufan said coldly. Junior brother Chen, you are a smart man. Chu Xiu was very satisfied, and threw a scroll to him casually. Just follow the instructions above, there are 10 antidotes in it, and the 5 of you will be fine within 3 days, and everything will be done. After that, I will detoxify you. How do we know? Will you keep your word and detoxify us afterwards? The delicate female disciple's face turned pale, and she also started to get poisoned. Chu Xiu looked serious, raised his palms to the sky, and said loudly, I swear in the name of my master, if I, Chu Xiu, go back on my word, let the heavens curse my master's cultivation base. What a big oath. Chen Mufan and the others looked at each other and nodded, believing Chu Xiu. We did. I hope you keep your word. Chu Xiu smiled gently. I, Chu Xiu, spit and nail. Just wait for the good news from the 5. After finishing speaking, he stood up and ran Zingzimi, shrunk to an inch, and disappeared in place. Chu Xiu left for less than half an hour. Above the ancient wood forest, flying boats quickly assembled. A series of figures jumped off the flying boat, separating each side. What happened to Chen Mufan? A man in a blue monk's uniform, with sword eyebrows and starry eyes, stepped forward and asked with a frown. You actually let Chu Xiu escape. Brother Yan, please calm down. The eyes of more than 200 people around them also became unfriendly, as if they would draw their swords and kill their teammates angrily if they didn't agree with each other. The strong killing intent made several of Chen Mufan's teammates turn pale. Chen Mufan smiled apologetically, everyone calm down, please listen to my explanation. Just an hour ago, we met Chu Xiu here. That guy was too alert and ran away. The movement speed is extremely fast, we failed to catch up with him. Brother Yan at the peak of the 9th floor of Xinxiao was dissatisfied, then why did you ask us to come here? Chen Mufan became serious, and took out an animal skin roll from his pocket. When that Chu Xiu fled, he dropped this item. What is this? Everyone cast curious eyes. Chen Mufan, it's about the rare treasures of heaven and earth, baby souls and demon fruits. Hiss, he said this. There was a sound of gasping for air all around. Treasures of heaven and earth? It's actually a fairy baby soul and demon fruit. Greedy eyes cast it on the scroll in Chen Mufan's hand, wishing he could snatch it immediately. Senior brother Yan showed surprise. Chen Mufan, why don't you pick the baby soul demon fruit yourself after you got this? I don't believe you have such kindness. What kind of medicine are you selling in your gourd? With a helpless expression on his face, Chen Mufan threw the scroll to senior brother Yan. Look at it. Brother Yan took it. When I unfolded it, it was a map. After seeing the markings clearly, I knew it. That place is called Yinma Mountain, and it's extremely dangerous. It's just the 5 of us going, and the probability of falling is too high, otherwise, we wouldn't let you come here. Chen Mufan said in a very helpless tone. Everyone must be aware of the preciousness of the rare treasures of heaven and earth. A mature Yinhan Yaogua is a fairy product. If you eat one in the middle of the Dao Palace realm, there is a high probability that you will directly comprehend the supernatural powers and enter the supernatural powers. Even if you sell them, you can sell tens of thousands of divine essence stones. Let's say at first, the 5 of us have to share, % more if we get the baby soul monster fruit, otherwise, we will lose a lot. Chen Mufan had a heartache on his face. Seeing this, all the disciples laughed. He promised again and again. He was sneering in his heart. We have so many people here. How much do you want? I'm afraid I'm not thinking about farting. Senior brother Yan, let's go. I got this map from Chu Xiu. What if that guy gets there first? A female disciple in red said eagerly. Others quickly joined in. In fact, they were not worried at all that Chu Xiu would be able to climb the Yinma mountain alone. How could it be possible for him to do it at the Luanhai realm? Mainly, at this time their people have not yet arrived. If one less person comes, one less person will share the benefits. Therefore, they are so eager. Senior brother Yan naturally knew the truth, thought for a moment, then nodded, let's go, let's go. A group of people looked excited, boarded the airship, and headed towards the direction of Yinma mountain on the map. The five of Chen Mufan looked at each other, and boarded the flying boat to keep up with the large army. Chu Xiu, who was hiding in the dark, had a smile on his lips. Wealth is moving. Old Mo Chu followed up treacherously. After a few hours, Brother Yan and his party of 230 people arrived at Yinma mountain. Looking at the mountain range shrouded in grey mist, everyone's expressions became solemn. This grey fog isolates the mind, everyone should not be too scattered. Brother Yan, the leader, ordered loudly. It is good. Don't worry, brother. They start climbing. An hour later, a group of people came to the halfway up the mountain. A good-looking female disciple smiled and said, the Yin Demon Mountain is not too dangerous. We came all the way, and didn't encounter many Yin demons and zombies. Junior sister Wang, don't be careless. Senior brother Yan reprimanded, be careful of capsizing the gutter. Okay, junior sister Wang stuck out her tongue with a relaxed expression. Brother Yan and his party quickly reached the top of the mountain. One can see at a glance, 1,000 meters away, a strange plant growing in a gap in a black rock. The plant looks like a tree in a spiritual grass, about 2 meters high. The branches are pale, like human bones, very strange. On the only branch, hangs a fist-sized, light red, strange fruit that looks like a baby. From time to time, it makes a baby's laughter, which makes people feel chills. Seeing this, not only did everyone feel no fear, their eyes lit up, and they were trembling with excitement. Baby soul monster fruit, it really is a baby soul monster fruit. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Get rich, get rich. Haha, get rich. Immediately someone couldn't help but rushed over. Senior brother Yan also followed, frowning, everyone, don't worry, this baby soul fruit is not the right color, it's not ripe yet. I've seen illustrations of ripe Yinhun Yaogua in ancient books. The ripened baby soul Yao Guru should be blood red. If you take the immature baby soul fruit, not only will there be no benefit, but you will also be killed by Yin energy. How is that good? The time we can stay in the wild demon's secret realm is limited, and it is impossible to wait for it to mature naturally. Shall we take it off first? A group of people whispered around the strange fruit tree of the baby soul demon fruit. Boom, boom just when everyone twitched and didn't know what to do. 4 red pillars of light shot up into the sky, engulfing everyone in it. A little bit of halo sprinkles, magnificent and dreamy. Senior brother Yan looked up at the sky, his expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed, no, this is a trap. Run away, he moved so fast that he couldn't care about the others, and turned into an afterimage, wanting to rush down the mountain. Bang! A muffled sound. The next moment, his body was knocked back at an even faster speed. A group of people held various weapons and were just about to attack the formation when the red mist penetrated into their bodies through their mouths and noses, as if they were alive. The originally bright eyes became confused, and gradually became blood red again. It's a phantom array. A female disciple screamed. Puff. A disciple chopped off the female disciple's head with a single knife, with a contorted face, and laughed madly. I killed you bastard, you are the one who killed my mother, kill, kill, kill. The baby soul demon fruit is mine, kill, kill, kill. That's my rare treasure. You don't deserve to have it. Kill, puff, puff, heads flew up one by one. Blood splattered like a fountain. In the big formation, the sound of killing shook the sky, the recruited disciples killed each other, and the top of Yinma mountain instantly became Shura purgatory, extremely bloody and tragic. No. Brother Yan, who still had a trace of clarity in his mind, turned his head and looked around with a frightened expression on his face. A look of disbelief. No, don't do this, everyone stop. Unfortunately, the group of people trapped in the illusion can no longer hear other voices. The killing continues. Even senior brother Yan was dragged into the illusion and joined the ranks of killing. Followed by a disciple of Ming Shenqiajing who fell down. The spring blood full of vitality did not seep into the ground, as if it had spirituality, it gathered together and rushed to the root of the fruit tree of the baby soul demon fruit. The fruit tree, which was originally as pale as a human bone, turned red like drops of blood after absorbing human blood. The already weird ghost fruit became even more weird, and the baby's laughter echoed in the mountains, making people shudder. In Demon Mountain. Mountain top. Chu Xiu's eyes moved slightly, and he looked into the formation. No one has survived. More than 200 mummified corpses, with grim faces, walked very unsafely. The blood color on the fruit tree of the baby soul demon faded. The color of the baby soul and demon fruit became more and more vivid, and the red fairy mist was dense, exuding bursts of fragrance. Gluck cluck. The eerie baby's laughter was even crisper and louder. You still need some blood to mature, Chu Xiu frowned. He stood up and walked quickly down the mountain. He has set up trapping formations, killing formations, and phantom formations here, and he is not worried that someone will be able to pick his Chu Xiu's peaches. Brother Chen, something happened on the mountain. Qi Min swallowed, his face full of horror. The others were also pale. Chen Mufan's face was also not very good looking. The shouts of killing on the top of the mountain were so loud that they didn't want to hear it. The shouting and killing stopped. Tell me, Brother Yen and the others are all dead. The 5 people looked at each other in blank dismay, all of them were speechless, the horror deep in their eyes could not be concealed. Chu Xiu is so poisonous and ruthless, will this kind of person give us an antidote? Several people looked gloomy. Chen Mufan sighed, and smiled wryly. At this point, we can only choose to trust him. Just now. A slender figure stepped out of the grey mist, with fluttering robes and lightly moving hair. His face is like a jade crown, his eyes are like a star, his mouth is smiling, and his demeanor is as leisurely as a fairy, just like a pretty scholar walking out of a painting. Saw 5 people. Chu Xiu smiled and said, Guys, why don't you go up the mountain? The corners of the mouths of the 5 twitched wildly. Cursing secretly in my heart, are all the people who went up dead. You are not a good person, you are not a good thing, even we want to kill you. Senior Brother Chu, we have already brought you people, can you detoxify us now? Chen Mufan suppressed the urge to scold her, forced a smile, went up and bowed to him. Chu Xiu looked at him with clear eyes. Just about to pull out the 3-meter-long big baby, let the 5 brothers and sisters enjoy it. The sound of hurried and chaotic footsteps carried a strong demonic aura, from far to near, at an extremely fast speed. The 6 people looked together, their complexions could not help but change slightly. More than 20 monster races with different appearances, driving 8 huge wild beasts, are rushing towards them. The one rushing forward was a desolate bull, around 10 feet tall, 5 or 6 meters long, with a demonic aura soaring into the sky and a terrifying bloody aura. 7 or 8 bloody corpses were tied to its broad back. It seemed that it had just died not long ago. They found Chu Xiu and the others. The Yaozu were ecstatic, and there were bursts of strange laughter in their mouths. Human race. I found the human race again, kill. Ha ha, kill kill kill. For the tribe, for freedom. Chu Xiu was expressionless. It has been almost 10 days since he entered the wild monster secret realm, and this is the first time he has encountered the monster race. Depending on the situation, it seems that these alien races are still specially hunting down and killing monks. Chen Mufan held the handle of the sledgehammer with a serious expression on his face. Ready to fight. The quality of their team was good. Although they were terrified, they still resisted the urge to escape and prepared to fight. Chu Xiu narrowed his narrow eyes slightly. Crash Boom Chu Xiu was running in secret, with strange real patterns under his feet, holding the domineering sword Sangmo, and flew past the 5 people's heads, bringing out a long series of afterimages, and the black robe was hunting. So fast. Chen Mufan screamed on the sword body of the tyrannical sword Sangmo, with the infusion of Chu Xiu's true essence, the black true patterns are gradually lit up, making it even more ferocious and domineering. The arrogant and domineering sword, carrying endless killing intent, slammed down on the 10-meter-tall Baron Cow's eyebrows, cracking his skull and spattering blood. Its forward momentum stopped abruptly, and it even retreated 7 or 8 meters. Its limbs froze like pillars of heaven. The desolate bull at the peak of Xinxiao was killed in seconds. Chen Mufan and the others were shocked. Looking at his indifferent eyes, he didn't dare to struggle anymore. Why did you join forces with other monster races to attack and kill us? The pig-headed man's eyes flickered. I want to make up lies to deceive this terrible human race. Sting Chu Xiu raised his hand like tearing off the curtain paper, and tore off the pig's head's ear alive, blood spurting out. What? The severe pain caused Brother Zhu to scream. When Chen Mufan and the others saw this bloody scene, the corners of their eyes twitched violently. Dare to lie, I'll make your 5 limbs into 4. Chu Xiu smiled and said with a tone of spring breeze. In the ears of others, it makes people feel chills. The pig-headed man's pupils trembled anyway. I said, you won't let me live. Senior brother Chu, can you detoxify us? Chu Xiu turned his head and said lightly, don't worry, transport these corpses to the top of the mountain. Seeing his attitude, Chen Mufan's heart sank. Glanced at the 4 teammates. I don't know yet, Chu Xiu will never let them go. Unfortunately, you can still live for a while. Chu Xiu said as he walked towards them. Chu Xiu, you will die badly. Qin Min screamed. Chu Xiu raised his hand, took out the Xianbing jade blood sword, stepped on Xingzimi, and threw himself on it like a ghost. You devil! What? It's cold, and the sword is shining. You have to die. You will be struck by lightning. Don't blame me, just blame you for knowing too much. Forgive me. Chen Mufan turned pale, and knelt on the ground begging for mercy. Brother Chu Xiu, I can be your servant, just to survive. Please, don't kill me. Chen Mufan's eyes gradually dimmed, his face was terrified, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Chu Xiu stood alone between the corpses, shaking the blood off the jade blood sword with his right hand, shaking his head slightly. He thought these people would resist. Chu Xiu was sitting on a black rock, with a diamond-shaped crystal floating in front of him. The ear moved slightly, and immediately dodged to hide behind a rock in the kernel. Soon, a familiar figure stepped on a sword and flew from a distance, standing on the rock where he was originally sitting. Yi Fan held an animal skin map in his hand, his face was ecstatic. Or because they were too excited and trembled all over, they couldn't help laughing out loud in the end. Found it, finally arrived. The treasure of the quasi-demon emperor. A year ago, he got a treasure map from an inconspicuous Qi training exercise on the bottom floor of the Sutra Library in the Holy Land. No one knows who left this mysterious treasure map. It is actually recorded at the God Crow quasi-demon emperor's treasure place. He didn't believe it at first, but it wasn't until he entered the secret realm of the wild monster that the map changed strangely and gave birth to a glow pointing to an unknown direction. Then he finally made up his mind to find this treasure place. The deserted demon's secret realm is so vast and there are so many mountains. It only took him more than 10 days to find it. It has to be said that the luck of the protagonist's fate is against the sky. Chu Xiu, who was hiding in the dark, looked at Yi Fan not far away, whose face was flushed with excitement. The corners of the mouth gradually turned up. Chu Xiu hid in the dark. Observe quietly. Here comes the treasure. Yi Fan, who was flying in the air with his sword, smiled slightly, and flew in without hesitation. He didn't notice at all that there was a faster figure entering this dragon cave first. Chu Xiu was running secret characters, and his figure was extremely fast, running quickly in the dragon cave. The mountain range is hollow, and the dragon cave winds down. It is unknown how long it is, and it does not know where it extends to. Chu Xiu had no expression on his face. Even though there was the Zhundi treasure in front of him, his heart was still calm. Chu Xiu subconsciously stretched out his hand to cover it. After a little adaptation, he just opened his eyes and looked around. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Kilometers away. It is a karst cave with a wide and high space, as big as a dozen football fields. On the ceiling of the karst cave, stalactites like hills hang upside down, dripping crystal liquid, dripping on the stone surface below, making a crisp sound. Those liquids are 10,000-year stone milk. Put it outside, and just a few drops can be sold for sky-high prices. This is not over yet. The most surprising thing is around the cave floor. The lingering herbal treasures exude a burst of pleasant fragrance, lingering in the precious light. They grow randomly everywhere in the cave like ordinary grass, and they grow extremely luxuriantly. There are mysterious grades, earth grades, sky grades. Chu Xiu touched his chin and couldn't help laughing. The next moment, his smile gradually froze, his eyes stared straight at the center of the stone room, 2 things suspended above the half-meter-high white jade platform. The blue stone mirror, half the size of a palm, exudes an ancient and barbaric atmosphere, and the blue light is extremely dazzling. A red and black egg covered with strange patterns, lingering in the sun, different phases, beating continuously like a heart, with strong life waves, extremely extraordinary. The egg is about the size of an ostrich egg on Earth. When the gaze swept over the top of the head, the pupils couldn't help moving slightly. Above his head, there is a huge white snake coiled. The size of the white snake is huge, its circle is tens of meters thick, and each white scale has a diameter of 2 meters, which is as smooth as a mirror. It coiled its body, like a mountain, motionless. The white snake was sleeping, and did not notice that the intruder who was hiding his breath, Chu Xiu, was shocked. The aura exuded by this white snake is actually the peak of the other shore realm, and it is also the peak of the other shore realm. How can that be? This is so weird. He didn't dare to disturb the other party. Move forward carefully. Chu Xiu muttered, without hesitation, stepped forward a few steps, and raised his hand to grab half of the cyan stone mirror in his hand. Boom, at this time. In the cave, there was a violent noise. Yi Fan triggered the restriction that Chu Xiu stayed at the entrance. With a roar that shook the sky, the white snake was awakened, and when it found the intruder, it was very angry. The rock swayed, and the stones rustled down. Chu Xiu knew that it was not suitable to stay here for a long time, so he quickly took down the miraculous egg and wrapped it in cloth. With both hands, the speed is as fast as afterimages, and the real patterns that cover the breath hit the two objects one after another. Barely covering the rays of the sun, he carried the package on his back. Running the Xingzi secret, with a whoosh, it turned into an afterimage and rushed out of the stone chamber, into the cave. I saw a huge white snake with a single horn growing on its head, like a dragon, its huge snake pupils glowed with blood, and it opened its mouth full of fangs. It was furious and wanted to kill the mouse that dared to break into her house and steal things. Chu Xiu didn't stop, taking advantage of no one paying attention to him. Run the Xingzi secret, bypass the giant snake and Yi Fan, and disappear into the entrance. Vaguely, I heard Yi Fan scolding from the cave, damn it, it's bloody bad luck. Chu Xiu kept running upwards. Few rushed out of the dragon cave, disappeared in the ancient forest. Taisu Square. Sitting cross-legged in the void, Mo Fian has a plump and seductive figure and a mature and enchanting temperament. Hearing the voice, he opened his phoenix eyes and looked lightly at the white-haired old man who was flying towards him. Frowning his eyebrows, his red lips parted slightly and he asked, Elder Yang, what's the matter, so anxious? Elder Yang, who is in the late stage of supernatural powers, can be considered a strong man in the outside world, and he will be honored as a god by the world. But at this time, he was sweating profusely, his face was pale from anxiety, and his hair and beard were messy. His main duty is to guard the fate cards of the disciples who entered the wild demon secret realm this time. These 2 days as usual, he took a nap, and when he opened his eyes, he saw a terrifying scene. Something happened, something happened. What happened? Mo Fian's heart sank when she saw Elder Yang's distraught appearance. The life cards of the disciples who entered the wild demon secret realm shattered in large numbers. What? Mo Fian grabbed Elder Yang and asked in surprise, how many are broken? Elder Yang's face was disheveled, and his eyes were dull. 775, it's all broken. Is the fate card of Chu Xiu and Yi Fan okay? Mo Fian's face was frosty, and she was no longer as calm as before. Their fate card has not yet been broken. Mo Fian breathed a sigh of relief, frowned, and muttered to herself. There must have been a big change in the wild demon secret realm. So many disciples died, which has never happened in previous years. No, this matter is urgent, I have to report to the Holy Master. Just now. Above Taisu Square, a portal opened in the space. 2 beautiful figures stepped out of the crack. The woman on the left is wearing a plain long dress, with long blue wavy hair, which naturally falls on her chest. With a graceful and proud figure, she closed her eyes, standing there seemed to be the center of the world, beautiful and powerful. On the right is a woman in a white feather skirt, tall and slender, well-proportioned, with a beautiful face. I have seen His Majesty the Holy Lord, I have seen Peak Master Yunxia. The two greeted each other quickly. Tai Suzy kept silent, flicking her skirt sleeves. The space above Taisu Square rippled like water waves. Such a miraculous scene. Naturally, it attracted the attention of other disciples on the square. They all looked up. What happened? You are powerful and are displaying supreme supernatural powers. Your Majesty, is this? Elder Yang asked Mo Fian, wiping his brow with cold sweat. Mo Fian explained, the Holy Master is using the illusory eyes to reflect the scene in the secret realm of the desolate demon. That's the secret realm of the small world refined by the Emperor, and only a holy king and overlord under the crown of the Holy Lord can achieve such a level. Mengdie raised his head, looking up at the ripples in the void. At this time, the Master's mood is very complicated. I really don't know. I hope Chu Xiu will have an accident, or I hope that he will not have an accident. At the same time, in the wild monster secret realm, Chu Xiu, who was running the Xingzi secret and advancing rapidly, paused, and stood on the branch of a giant tree thousands of meters high, looking up at the sky. I saw, above the blue sky, a blinding, bloodshot eyeball opened suddenly, turning around restlessly. Someone from the outside world has noticed that the secret realm has changed. At this moment, not only the disciples of the Taisu Holy Land, but also the monster race noticed the giant eye in the sky. Feeling the coercion of the Holy King emanating from that eye, Whether it is the monster race or the human race, they can't help but want to prostrate and worship this. What is that? Is there any human power who wants to attack us? The monster clan was terrified and trembling. The center of the wild demon's secret realm. Monster clan base camp. On top of a huge black peak towering straight into the sky. A humanoid monster with red scales all over its body, 2 horns on its head, 3 meters tall, a muscular physique, and a giant sword on its back, looked up at the sky. Behind him, half-kneeling hundreds of monster races in different poses, staring at the back of the stalwart in front of them, their eyes are full of fanaticism, that is their big leader, the big leader who wants to lead them to freedom. The big leader's mouth full of fangs opened, and he let out an ugly sneer like a saw. Don't worry, no one can attack us through the wild monster secret realm, not even the Holy King. The human race can only look at us from the outside world, and can't do anything. The big leader waved his scaly claws and smiled strangely. Since they want to watch, let them watch us slaughter the tribe, but they can't do anything about it. Ha ha ha. Ow, a group of monsters howled excitedly. Kill, kill, kill. Kill all the humans. Revenge, revenge for being imprisoned for thousands of years. I'm going to torture them to death. The leaders of the various tribes of the Yaozu issued orders one after another to continue to hunt and kill the tribe. The big leader's scarlet eyes moved slightly. Stretching out his hand, he took out half of the blue stone mirror that kept flickering from his bosom. The big leader, formerly known as Demon Shark, was originally an ordinary pangolin demon. More than 300 years ago, he got this half of the blue stone mirror by chance. This mysterious treasure has a great origin, and it can shield part of Taisu Emperor Zun's mighty power. If I get the other half and combine it into one, then wouldn't I be able to break through to the realm of the Tao Palace? Demon Shark's scarlet eyes became brighter. Immediately ordered, ready to personally lead people to track down. He wanted to find the other half of the stone mirror before leaving the wild demon's secret realm. Chu Xiu also noticed Shi Jing's induction fluctuations. Sure enough, the other half is also in the secret realm. I'll wait for you to find me. With a movement of his body, he continued to go in the direction of Yinma Mountain. When passing a plain stream, he collided head-on with Su Ruxue, who was being chased and killed by the monster clan. Chu Xiu subconsciously speeded up and was about to leave. He, old devil Chu, has never been a hero to save the beauties. But the eye on the top of his head may be watching him. If he refuses to save him, then his dream of being the son of God will be shattered. Thinking of this, good luck for you, Chu Xiu muttered, waved his right hand, 3 meters long, half a meter wide, and the overall black tyrannical sword Songlong was held in his hand, stepping on the secret line, and the magical and true patterns emerged under his feet. In an instant, she passed by Su Ruxue. He rushed towards the group of monsters who were screaming behind her. He is carrying the comatose junior sister on the back. Su Ruxue's already desperate eyes flashed a gleam of brilliance. Don't! She suddenly exclaimed. At a glance, she already recognized who it was. It was Chu Xiu, the brother Chu Xiu who was at the same peak as her. You know, the weakest of the 20 or so monsters behind her are all in the Xinxiao realm. In her opinion, Chu Xiu, who is in the Luanhai realm, rushes up, not to save people, but to die. Is he going to save me with death? Su Ruxue's mood was extremely complicated, she didn't know whether to be touched, or... Bang! There was a loud noise from behind, and mud and rocks mixed with broken corpses flew into the sky. Su Ruxue looked back with difficulty, she really didn't dare to see Chu Xiu's end, but she had to. Then, I was shocked to see that Chu Xiu was holding an exaggeratedly large black giant sword, like chopping melons and vegetables, splitting a demon clan in the mid-stage of Xinxiao into 2 pieces, and then slashed down, and then cut another a kobold, smashed to a pulp, blood splattered. She froze. In Taisu Square, all the disciples who noticed this scene were also stunned. Oh my god, he's a pervert. There was an uproar in Taisu Square. Senior brother Chu Xiu is still at the Luanhai realm. The group of monsters killed by him is really at the Divine Bridge realm? Is it the Foundation Establishment realm? He is a fierce man, like a meat grinder, he killed the group of monsters without resistance. Your Majesty, you must pass through the portal of light in the secret realm ahead of time, so that the disciples can return early. Mengdie turned her head to one side and asked softly. Tai Suzy looked at Chu Xiu in the picture, countless stars were destroyed and born in those eyes, as if he had seen through the ages. Could it be that his movement technique is the secret of the 9 secrets? Your Majesty the Holy Lord. Seeing that Tai Suzy didn't answer, Mengdie couldn't help but speak out again. Tai Suzy's vermilion lips curled up, a smile that was not a smile. Why, are you worried that something will happen to your apprentice? Mengdie blushed pretty, and spat in her heart, she wasn't worried about that traitor, she was just worried about the safety of other disciples. Don't worry, the deity has already arranged it. In a maximum of 2 days, the teleportation light gate will be able to penetrate the secret passage. However, there are too many monster races, I'm afraid they won't last that long. Mo Fian interjected helplessly. If you can't hold on for 2 days, it will be very disappointing. Taisu sighed softly. In the wild monster secret realm. He casually threw the mandrill corpse on the ground, turned around and walked towards Su Ruxue. Su Ruxue's delicate body softened, and she sat on the grass with her junior sister in her arms. Her eyes widened in shock. Is senior brother Chu Xiu the reincarnation of a demon god? It's really too strong, so powerful that it makes people tremble. Is junior sister okay? It's really too strong, so powerful that it makes people tremble. Is junior sister okay? Chu Xiu looked worried. Su Ruxue shook her head, with tired eyes and chapped lips. Senior brother Chu's kindness in saving us, Ruxue is extremely grateful. You are badly hurt. Chu Xiu spread out his palm, took out 2 precious medicines and handed them to her. The precious medicine appeared, the glow lingered, and the fragrance wafted for miles. Daipin Yunshinji, Su Ruxue was surprised. Damn, Taisu Square was also noisy. A group of disciples were obviously shocked by Chu Xiu's generosity. 1 shot is 2 earthy treasures. This brother Chu Xiu was too generous. I really want to make friends with him, there is no other meaning, I just want to experience the local treasure medicine. Senior brother can't make it, precious medicine is too expensive. Su Ruxue shook her head repeatedly, unwilling to accept these 2 plants of precious medicine. Chu Xiu was speechless. In his storage bag, the healing medicines were the most rubbish of these 2 plants. Do you still want Tianpin? He helped Su Ruxue up. A blush appeared on Su Ruxue's pale face. The smile on Chu Zhunyini's face was warmer than the sun, and he said softly, Junior sister, don't be polite. Now the monster clan in the secret realm is in great danger. If you don't heal your injuries as soon as possible, you may be in great trouble. If you don't help yourself, think about it, and think about your junior sister. At worst, after you go out, you just return my precious medicine. Hearing this, Su Ruxue looked at the junior sister who was already in her arms, she gritted her teeth and nodded, and took the 2 plants of Yunshenzi. Thank you, brother, Ruxue will definitely repay this kindness. Looking at the picture, there are 2 people who are in love with each other. Mengdie couldn't help clenching her right fist, and cursed the traitor in her heart. Yes, not bad. Taisu nodded, and read the lips of the conversation between the 2. She already knew the content of the conversation. She is very satisfied with Chu Xiu, a kind and talented disciple. Among the crowd, Tao Yao stared straight at the sky and muttered a prayer, Senior brother, you must return safely. Everyone in the secret realm can die, and my elder brother can't be troubled. I believe brother Chu Xiu will definitely be fine. A beautiful figure appeared beside her at some unknown time. Chu Xiaoran, you still dare to show up. Tao Yao's tone became cold. Don't think that I can't do anything to you after you practice the 10,000 immortals flying flower art. Chu Xiaoran was tall and slender, her body was as white as jade, her willow waist was full of grip, her flesh was weak, her eyes were almond-shaped and her cheeks were peachy, and she smiled like a flower blooming. Senior sister Tao Yao, don't always use swords and guns, you are not a lady at all. Tao Yao snorted coldly, not wanting to talk to her. Desolate demon's secret realm, out of the corner of Chu Xiu's eye, he glanced at the sky's giant eyes. Stand aside. To protect Su Ruxue and her junior sister. Daipin Baoyao is extraordinary. That's 3 hours. The pale faces of the 2 recovered a little blood, and most of their injuries were healed. Chu Xiu smiled and nodded, since the outside world is aware of the shocking changes in the secret realm, they will definitely pass through the portal in advance. The 2 junior sisters have not recovered from their injuries, so let's go to the teleportation square and wait for their return. Su Ruxue pursed her pink lips and asked, aren't senior brothers with us? No, I have one more important thing to attend to. Okay, don't let it go. Chu Xiu left a sentence, stepped on the secret line, and disappeared in an instant like a ghost, without a trace. So fast, Tao Yu was amazed. Senior brother Chu has left, let's go too, junior sister, it's not easy to stay here for long. Su Ruxue's eyes lit up with a different kind of light. Return to the demon mountain again. Set foot on the mountain road. The figure was submerged in grey mist. The rare treasures of the heaven and the earth, which are beyond reach, how sad, the man in the red robe sighed. Junior brother, are you really unable to break through this big formation? He felt unwilling. The man in the blue robe shook his head helplessly. The people who set up this formation are far ahead of me. Pity. If we get this baby soul demon fruit, the two of us can expect supernatural powers in the future. Hey, someone is coming up. The sound of light footsteps, not in a hurry. From far to near. The two looked over together. A slender figure emerged from the gray mist. Who? The man in the red robe drank in a low voice. A figure stepped out of the gray fog. Chu Xiu stared at the two of them without any surprise in his expression. A few hours ago, he had monitored the arrival of these two people through the formation. Their cultivation bases are not bad, the 8th level brother of the Divine Bridge Realm, and the 9th level brother of the Divine Bridge Realm, among the disciples who entered the secret realm this time, they can be considered strong. You are Chu Xiu. Senior brother Hong Pao, with a face full of surprise, recognized the identity of the person. Chu Xiu remained silent, and was about to pull out a 3-meter-long big baby, to entertain the two fellow students. Senior brother, a gleam of light flashed in the eyes of the blue-robed junior brother, and secretly transmitted a voice, let this person enter the big formation to explore the way. As long as he triggers the formation restriction, I can judge the level of the formation, and even increase the probability of breaking the formation according to the fluctuation of the formation. Senior brother Hong Pao's eyes lit up when he heard this. The younger brother is a well-known formation genius in Formation Peak. Since he said it could work, he must try it. For this baby soul demon fruit, he is bound to get it. Chu Xiu, you must have seen that treasure of heaven and earth, right? To tell you the truth, it is the baby soul demon fruit, which is extremely precious. Well, what then? Chu Xiu smiled half-smile. The two brothers had already faintly surrounded him. Ha. With a smile on his face, senior brother Hong Pao pointed at the mature baby soul demon fruit in the formation. You go in and bring it out. How about the three of us sharing it equally? Not so, Chu Xiu shook his head. Brother Hong Pao's face was instantly cold, and he sneered, you don't want to. Senior brother, what are you doing talking nonsense with him? Just grab him and throw him into the big formation. The blue-robed junior brother was full of impatience. Gee. That's why I hate you guys who usually talk about benevolence and morality, but also like to label people crooked, and those dogs who are rich in gold but corrupt in it. Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly, and his tone was flat. What is righteousness, what is evil? It's not just a layer of film coated by some guys who stand on the moral high ground and claim to be righteous for their own benefit. He talked to himself, took out the tyrannical sword Songlong, and pointed it obliquely at the sky. An aura of dominance emerged spontaneously. Looking for death, it's just a round sea, can there be waves? Brother, do it, take him down. Junior brother Lon Pao took out the 4 formation flags, waved his right hand, the formation flags flew out, and rose in the wind, forming a 3-rank and 4-elephant trap formation. The formation patterns intertwined like a net and covered it downwards, trying to trap Chu Xiu in place. Chu Xiu's black hair was like a waterfall, moving with the wind, and his complexion was as usual. He swung the Beijian, and the sword energy was like a tide. In an instant, the formation flag he threw was chopped into powder. The array is broken. Brother Hong Pao took out a pair of Yunxia double hooks. Bullying forward, attacking and killing Chu Xiu from behind. He is extremely fast. Pity. Chu Xiu's speed was even faster, his riding was running secretly, his body was like a ghost, leaving an afterimage on the spot, and he was behind him in the next moment. Raising the black giant sword, stab it, cut it off at the waist. The upper body of the red-robed man flew up, blood splashed all over his internal organs, and his blood-stained face was unbelievable. Tyrannical sword Songlong stabbed straight, bringing the sound of thunder, and the air is screaming. Puff the red robe's head exploded into blood mist, and then his upper body also exploded, blood and bones flying everywhere. Not even a scream. Chu Xiu's sword was too heavy, a full dash, caddies, and with his terrifying physical strength, this sword might not be considered a stab, but it might be more appropriate to describe it as a smash. Brother. The man in the blue robe screamed, his face was pale. He didn't expect this Chu Xiu to be so terrifying. One sword cut his senior brother who was at the peak of the Xinxiao realm in half, and the second sword completely killed him. Don't worry, I'll send you brothers to meet right away. Chu Xiu said coldly. How the figure disappeared in place. Appeared again, already standing in front of the blue-robed man. The strong wind blew his hair. The man in the blue robe, with a frightened face, spit out blood with a wow. He was also cut in half. Chu Xiu expressionlessly raised his hand to pinch his neck, preventing him from landing on the upper body. What the two of them did today reminded him of bad memories back then. The calmer he appeared, the angrier he became. Back then, I and the girl were arrested and used as cannon fodder to explore the way. If it wasn't for good luck, he would have died in the secret place of the southern demon long ago. You. The upper body of the blue-robed man writhed, and blood and intestines fell to the ground. Could it be that you set up this large formation? He said with difficulty, his face pale. Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes. Use your right hand to pinch it to death. Like throwing garbage, throw the body aside on the ground. Step into the formation. Soon, he stood in front of the baby soul demon fruit. The fragrance enters the nostrils, as if it wants to lift the clouds to the sky. It is irresistible to eat it immediately. Chu Xiu reached out to pick off the demon fruit. All of a sudden, the fruit tree dries up quickly and eventually turns into a piece of dead wood. I don't know how long it will take before it can regain its vitality and grow a second baby soul demon fruit. Chu Xiu took out a jade box and sealed the Yinhan Yaogua to prevent the medicine from passing away. Put away the jade box. Turn around and go down the mountain. With a loud noise, Yinhua Mountain turned into ruins. The rocks collapsed and the ground sunken. From then on, there is no Yinhua Mountain in the desolate demon realm. Jie Jie. In the future, there will be no baby soul demon fruit in this secret place. The host is worthy of being a villain of destiny, and he actually did something to root out, and he will be rewarded, 500 breakthrough points. After I die, let him be flooded. Chu Xiu sneered. Besides, I killed too many people on the mountain. It is necessary to disturb the time of the Yin Demon Mountain, so that no one can go back in time. Host, are you going to break through the 10th floor of Luanhai now? I have some good news. I want to remind you. Standing under a towering ancient tree, Chu Xiu raised his eyebrows and said, say, break through the extreme realm for the second time, you will face thunder disaster, no mistake. It can be confirmed that this Tongzi has analyzed a total of 3,000 billion times, and the probability of the host facing the thunder disaster is 89%. Generally speaking, only the Empress Dowager Shaoxing will face thunder calamity. Some people have never even experienced thunder disasters in their entire lives. Perhaps this is the price that the extreme realm needs to bear for its strength. Resist the past and become stronger. If you can't resist the past, you will die. Chu Xiu smiled. What about the thunder calamity? I, Chu Xiu, will soar up and step on the 9 heavens under my feet. Boss, a human race was found in the ancient forest 30 miles away. With a pair of bat wings on its back, a mouse head, and a black-haired bat demon, it half knelt at the feet of the demon shark. An ugly laugh came from the mouth of the magic shark. Finally found you, kill kill kill. Behind him, thousands of demon clans with different postures held high their maces and wild animal bone clubs. Demon Shark raised his big hand, quiet instantly. Scarlet eyes stared into the distance. Since the eye in the sky appeared, the human monks began to rush towards the teleportation place. He turned his head and said in a loud voice, give me an order to gather all those who can fight. Go to the teleportation place of the human race, it's time to launch a general attack and completely exterminate them. Yes, Big Boss, a group of monster races responded enthusiastically. They waited for this day, and they waited for too long. Killing people and regaining freedom is their only thought of living. Demon Shark reached out and stroked the pair of horns on his forehead. You can't run away, baby mirror is mine. Chu Xiu carried a bulging package on his back. It contained a strange egg and half a fragment of a stone mirror. The fluctuation of Shijing became more and more intense. I'm chasing after him. Chu Xiu let out a breath. The owner of the other half of the stone mirror. It should be the big leader in the rumors. He thought to himself. Chu Xiu touched his chin. A bold idea was hatched. The figure moved. Disappeared in place. Teleport Square, a number of wounded and embarrassed disciples gathered here from all directions. Teleport Square, a number of wounded and embarrassed disciples gathered here from all directions. Senior brother. I beg everyone to save my senior brother. A female disciple's face was bloodstained, and a man who was seriously injured and comatose with his lower body missing was on his back, with a sad voice. Begging, others save her senior brother. Seeing this, many people showed unbearable expressions. There was endless wailing in the square, most of the people were wounded, and some were seriously injured. It is not known whether they can survive today. Stand up and walk slowly towards the teleportation square. So many people were injured. Chu Xiu looked around and saw a group of wounded lying in disorder in the square. According to rough estimates, more than 300 people were seriously injured and more than 500 people were slightly injured. Dozens of people were not injured. 2,000 people entered the secret realm, and now there are less than 1,000 people left. Most of them died. How miserable. Jie Jie, 2/10 of them were killed by you, you vicious fellow. Chu Xiu ignored Tongzi's complaints and found an open space to meditate in the corner of the square. Taisu Holy Land. Taisu Square. They were all hurt so badly. It's miserable. The monster race seems to be gathering. Are they going to besiege and kill all the disciples in the teleportation square? Obviously, but don't worry, there is an ancient defensive array in the teleportation square, which was set up by the Emperor himself, and no amount of monsters can break it. Hee, it's just a bunch of beasts, there's nothing we can do about them. Mengdie looked at the picture of the sky, and subconsciously stroked her lower abdomen with her hands. She just felt restless. It feels like something bad is about to happen. Your Majesty, there will be no problems with the ancient formation, right? Taisu, if you care about it, it will cause chaos. It is impossible for the formation laid down by Emperor Zun to go wrong. As she spoke, in the square below, there was a noisy sound. The demon clan is coming. Wow, this amount, too exaggerated. It reminds me of the years when I fought against the monsters at Tianyuan Great Wall. Even if it is placed on the Great Wall of Tianyuan, with such a large number of monster races, it will be a big battle. Shocking. Horror. Taisu, there are more than 87, and the weakest are all in the middle stage of Luanhai. Mengdie raised his head and looked into the void. I saw that the defensive mask of the teleportation square had been opened. Demonic soaring. Even across the void, people can clearly feel it. Fuck, that's too much. Someone in the teleportation plaza uttered a foul language. This is too much. A female disciple trembled all over, her eyes full of horror. Standing tall among the crowd, Chu Xiu was also surprised by the number. Don't panic, everyone, we are in the ancient defense formation, and it is impossible for the monster race to attack. A male disciple at the peak of the Xinxiao realm came out of the crowd, his face was as usual, and he was not captured by the aura of the monster clan. Yes, they can't break through the formation. A group of disciples calmed down after being flustered. Human race, eat blood. The monsters stared at the less than 1,000 human races in the big formation, their eyes were red, sticky saliva flowed from the corners of their mouths, and all kinds of weird cries came out of their mouthparts. Suddenly, the monster group split a passage to both sides. A monster with red scales, horns, and blood-red eyes rode a white tiger and came to the front with heavy steps. His aura was so powerful that the monsters around him didn't dare to make any noise, for fear of being killed by his sword. This aura, he is definitely not in the Xinxiao realm. Some disciples in the crowd exclaimed. Not only him, everyone felt it. The aura of this monster race seems to be too strong. At least in the late stage of the other side, or even the peak. Some people's teeth are chattering. How is it possible? Isn't there a rule to suppress the secret realm? Why can he break through to the other shore realm? Some disciples couldn't believe it. There was an uproar in the teleportation square. This monster race broke the common sense cognition, horrifying. The leader of the monster clan. Chu Xiu narrowed his elongated and eerie eyes half-closed, staring fixedly at the scaled demon clan riding a white tiger outside the formation. Demon Shark raised his hand and roared, quiet. The sound shook all directions and spread thousands of miles. All the monsters are quiet. Frantically looking at their leader. The scarlet eyes of the demon shark looked into the formation. Grinning his mouth full of fangs, he let out a low, strange smile. His throat quivered, and a saw-like voice came out, Human race, do you want to die or live? Into his bosom and took out half of the cyan stone mirror. Chu Xiu's eyes moved slightly. Holding the stone mirror in his right hand, Masha flicked lightly at the light curtain. A scene that horrified everyone happened. I saw that the originally unbreakable ancient formation was cut by the half-stone mirror. Outside, the unique pungent stench from the crowd floated into the formation along the gap. All of a sudden, everyone's face became extremely pale. The atmosphere was suppressed to the extreme. Needle drop can be heard. Silence. No matter in the desolate demon secret realm, or in Taisu Square. All fell into deathly silence. Mengdie's beautiful cheeks paled instantly. She bit her lower lip tightly. The delicate body trembled. Why is this happening? Taisu's beautiful face was also covered with a layer of frost. Could it be that his stone mirror is an imperial weapon that can cut through the formation laid by Emperor Zun? Mo Fian muttered to herself, her lips parted slightly in shock. Why can he cut open the ancient formation? Barbie's Q, it's over, there are hundreds of thousands of monsters, even if one person spits, they can drown them. I can't escape. Among the crowd. Demon Shark smiled cruelly, holding a fragment of the stone mirror in his hand, and chanting some incantation, the stone mirror shone brightly. He is summoning the other half of the stone mirror. In the package that Chu Xiu was carrying, the fragments of the stone mirror began to tremble, emitting the same bright light. Instantly attracted everyone's attention. Hundreds of gazes fell on him in unison. Mo Sha looked at Chu Xiu with a playful look on his mouth. Boy, don't you run fast, you keep running. Everyone started talking in low voices. Chu Xiu. It turns out that the person the demon clan is looking for is him. It was he who attracted the demon clan and put us in a dangerous situation. Taisu Square. The discussion was extremely noisy. Some people think that Chu Xiu put everyone in a desperate situation. Even more vicious, he simply said that Chu Xiu deliberately stole the treasures of the leader of the monster clan to kill all his fellow disciples, and Xiao Yifeng and Jian Lingyun were the most fierce among them. There are also rational people who think that Chu Xiu is not to blame for this matter, because individuals always carry treasures with them when they find them, and there is no reason to throw them out. In short, people say what they say. Mengdie's Dao heart, which was calm in the ancient well, was also rippling at this time, and he was a little nervous. Su's hands subconsciously clenched. Tai Suzy frowned lightly, quietly watching the development of the situation. After all, it was a group of disciples who pushed Chu Xiu out. Or did Chu Xiu choose self-sacrifice? Of course, in her opinion, no matter how Chu Xiu chooses, it will not change the result. Is it necessary to use the backhand left by Emperor Zun back then? In that case, the wild demon's secret realm will definitely collapse. The teleportation square was not silent for long. Brother Chu Xiu, you are a true brother. Are you not willing to sacrifice for us brothers and sisters? There was an angry voice from the crowd. Who speaks in secret? He was one of the people Jian Lingyun and Xiao Yifeng sent into the wild monster secret realm to kill Chu Xiu. Because he left the team, he was not killed by Chu Xiuking in Yinhua Mountain. As soon as he said this, the teleportation square exploded immediately. Qi Shu looked at Chu Xiu, hoping that he would stand up and bear everything. Do you want to sacrifice senior brother Chu Xiu? Su Ruxue stood up, her pretty face covered with frost. Junior sister Su Ruxue, what you said is going too far. The man in the crowd was a thief, he hid very deeply, he could only hear his words, but could not see him. Senior brother Chu Xiu voluntarily sacrificed for the sake of righteousness, you say so, senior brother Chu Xiu. Do you want everyone to die here because of you? The crowd began to stir. Yes, how good it is to sacrifice one person to save everyone. They looked at Chu Xiu, their eyes became sharp. Nearly 1,000 people kept calling Brother Chu Xiu, hoping that he would sacrifice himself after being persecuted like this. Chu Xiu was indifferent, with no fluctuations in his heart. Su Ruxue came in front of Chu Xiu, blocked everyone's eyes with her slender body, pointed to the outside of the formation, looked at everyone with a sneer and said, You people, don't you think you sacrificed senior brother Chu Xiu? The group of monsters outside will let us go. Joke, big joke. Such an ugly gesture will only make the Yaozu look down on us human monks. As a monk, why not be afraid of a battle? You will die anyway, why not die more honorably? Did you see that eyeball in the sky? In the outside world, the Holy Master, the Elders, the Master, and fellow disciples are all paying attention to us. Do you want to shame them? Her voice echoed over the square, shocking. Junior sister Su Ruxue, senior brother Chu Xiu hasn't expressed his opinion yet, so you can't wait to stand up and fight the injustice, isn't it too good? You. Su Ruxue's pretty face was flushed with anger, and her eyes were cold, sweeping across everyone's faces. When they met her gaze, they lowered their heads subconsciously, not daring to look at her. The ugly state of the human race at this time. Ling Masha couldn't help laughing out loud. I'll give you another 50 breaths. If he doesn't come out, we'll go in. Hearing this, the crowd became commotion in an instant. He looked terrified. No, I don't want to die. Who will save us? I don't want to die. Brother Chu Xiu, save us. You are a true brother, are you so cruel? The leader of the monster clan said that as long as you go out, he will not hurt us. That nasty voice continued to rage. Where's your bloodliness? Su Ruxue's eyes were full of disappointment. At this time, she felt someone tap her shoulder from behind. Back. What came into view was a face like a crown jade, extremely handsome face. And his sunny smile. Senior brother Chu Xiu. Su Ruxue's eyes turned red. Thank you, junior sister Su. Chu Xiu pursed her thin and red lips. His eyes were deep and clear, without any fear. Look up at the others. Whether it's inside the big formation, or the hundreds of thousands of monsters outside the big formation, or the outside world. All eyes were on Chu Xiu alone. Is this your choice? Mengdie's face was pale. Hey. Tai Suzy sighed softly, ready to rescue Chu Xiu. She also didn't know if it was worth it to lose a small secret world for a disciple. Humans are good, you are better than everyone else. Demon Shark looked directly at Chu Xiu with scarlet pupils. I didn't feel even a trace of fear from you. Chu Xiu didn't answer. Take out a white jade box from the storage bag. Unlock the restraint and open the cover. In an instant, the glow of the sun is overwhelming, and the fragrance is floating for thousands of miles. When you smell it, the whole person seems to be lifted up by the clouds. Such a different phase is definitely a rare treasure. Hundreds of thousands of eyes stared straight at the jade box in Chu Xiu's hand, wishing he could rush up and grab it and eat it. Baby soul demon fruit, a trace of greed flashed in Masha's eyes. It's actually mature. You want to give it to me and let me spare your life? Chu Xiu smiled, took out the baby soul demon fruit, made a formula with his right hand, and washed it several times with clean water. Immediately, under the attention of all the people, he put it on his mouth and swallowed it in a few mouthfuls. Tongzi, break through the Taoism. It is detected that the host is a desolate ancient holy body, practicing the Taoist scriptures, the ninth floor of the wheel C, the difficulty of breaking through, and the consumption will be greatly increased. It needs to be accelerated by a small cycle of 1 year, and it is estimated that 10,000 breakthrough points will be consumed every year. Breakthrough is successful, this time the breakthrough point is consumed 1W. Your ancient holy body has undergone transformation, Ding, Luanhai realm is extremely sublimated, and will face the baptism of thunder disaster. Please be prepared, thunder tribulation will descend after 10 breaths. It is detected that you have broken through the big realm, and you will be rewarded. Chu Xiu closed his eyes, temporarily ignored the reward, and began to receive a lot of insights about Taoism. The whole body is full of breath, and it keeps improving like a rocket. The black hair is like a waterfall, and there is no wind, and the large gold-plated cloud robe is hunting. The limit of Luanhai, which is 99 times wider than the peak of ordinary Luanhai, has been broken. Start crazy expansion again. 100 times, 110 times, 130 times, 149 times, 150 times. Expansion reaches its limit. Booming, the golden waves of the round sea shook the sky and the earth, and there was no purple thunder snake piercing through the space above the sea. His body was transforming rapidly, his bones were crackling, the density and strength were constantly increasing, and the bright red blood gradually changed from red to pale gold. Swimming through the meridians, thousands of horses were galloping, and thunder was rumbling, which was extremely frightening. Immediately afterwards the vision of the Eucharist also appeared. Above the head, in the void, light gray chaotic air surged, and a cyan lotus flower with crystal dewdrops was born. Then, an endless golden ocean emerged, with raging waves, thunder and rumble, and Buddha's chanting continued. That green lotus, with the glow of the sun, the fragrance drifting out thousands of miles, twirling and falling on the golden ocean, floating gently, taking root and sprouting. The different phases of the ancient holy body, the chaotic golden lotus. Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes, ignoring everything. The golden light in the pupils shone, and the golden energy and blood surged straight to Xiaohan. It was extremely terrifying, like a Buddha and a demon coming to the world, looking down on the common people. He opened his mouth and sucked suddenly. The spiritual energy with a radius of hundreds of miles rushed towards him like a bank bursting, forming a funnel of atomized vitality. The pile of 10 yuan stones in front of him was instantly shattered into fine powder, and all the vitality contained in it was absorbed. System, continue to break through the Taoism. The spiritual energy with a radius of hundreds of miles rushed towards him like a bank bursting, forming a funnel of atomized vitality. The pile of 10 yuan stones in front of him was instantly shattered into fine powder, and all the vitality contained in it was absorbed. System, continue to break through the Taoism. The first floor of Xinxiao is 10 times that of ordinary Xinxiao monks. The second floor of Xinxiao, 15 times that of ordinary Xinxiao monks. There are 3 floors of Xinxiao, 20 times that of ordinary Xinxiao monks. There are 9 floors of Xinxiao, 50 times that of ordinary Xinxiao monks. A full 50 times, such a terrifying altar, if it is said, no one will believe it, thinking that he must be crazy. Just right, the moment the breakthrough was completed. His thunder tribulation followed suit. In an instant, the sky and the earth paled, the wind howled, and the dark clouds gathered to cover thousands of miles. There are dense golden thunder snakes swimming in the swirling dark clouds, and the aura of destruction is creepy. The coercion of heaven and earth swept everything. All the monsters raised their heads and looked at the sky, terrified, shocked, and trembling. I only feel that the might of the sky is mighty, and a great terror is about to come. They knelt on the ground unconsciously, shivering, and some turned around and fled. The corners of Chu Xiu's mouth turned up slightly, and he let out a strange smile. Please try the thunder tribulation set meal. That's right, Chu Xiu is going to pull hundreds of thousands of monsters together to cross the catastrophe. Bang! As a golden thunderbolt as thick as an arm descended, it bombarded Chu Xiu's body. At this moment, the void seemed to open a valve. The densely packed thunder falls down like a waterfall. The dome of the sky splits, the thunder destroys the world, a doomsday scene. Every golden thunderbolt hit the top of Yaozu's head. The monster clan would be smashed into flying ash in an instant, and when the wind blew, nothing was left behind. Thriller. Only the dense screams reached the ears of the Taisu Holy Land disciples. In the Thunder Sea, the monster race fell down one by one, and turned into ashes one by one like harvesting wheat. Looking at the scene like a thunder calamity destroying the world outside the big formation. The disciples of Taisu Holy Land all looked pale. Taisu Square, above the void, the golden thunder light flooded everything, and nothing else could be seen on the screen. Uproar, shock crazy, the entire Taisu Square swept through like a raging wave, and there were noisy discussions. I have never seen such a terrifying thunder disaster, there are 10 people crossing the tribulation together. This scene is too terrifying. See you soon. Isn't he worried that he will also be chopped into ashes? How did brother Chu Xiu do it? Why is he able to trigger thunder tribulation when he is only in the sea realm? Impossible, absolutely impossible, no matter how defiant he is, he won't be like this. Senior sister Taoyao, have you survived the thunder disaster? Chu Xiaoran's eyes were dull, she was too shocked. I never thought that senior brother Chu Xiu's operation would be so flamboyant. Taoyao rubbed her brows and shook her head. When I break through to the realm of little sage, I may face a catastrophe. My senior brother is worthy of breaking the ancient limit. I hope that senior brother will not have any accidents. 50 monsters are not as good as half a finger of him. Chu Xiaoran smiled sweetly. Well, since senior brother Chu has chosen to use this method to deal with the Yaozu, then, he must be sure to survive the thunder disaster. Mengdie, have you seen it? Tai Suzy smiled slightly. Master's eyes reflected a golden light. Gently nodded and said, golden chi and blood, golden will see, chaotic green lotus vision. Chu Xiu has a legendary physique. The ancient holy body, but what makes me strange is why no one saw it when he entered the Holy Land. Tai Suzy shook his head, the holy body is covered with dust, and has not appeared in the sky continent for tens of thousands of years. Maybe I didn't think about the Eucharist at the beginning. No wonder, Chi Mengdie pursed her crystal red lips, and muttered to herself, no wonder your cultivation speed was so slow at the beginning, it was because of the Eucharist. It's really amazing that Chu Xiu can break the curse of not being able to practice in the Eucharist alone. Tai Suzy stared at the sea of thunder, with countless stars turning in his eyes, as if he could see through everything. The Holy Land has not yet elected a holy son. After Chu Xiu comes out, let him be the son of Taisu. Oh. Master was stunned, his long eyelashes trembling. You disagree? Tai Suzy asked suspiciously. The master is secretly annoyed, he is a Chong/teacher/rebel/disciple, and he has a chance to sit on the position of the Holy Son. And heaven, and Wang Fa. Dream butterfly. Chi Mengdie came back to his senses, and quickly said, the matter of the Holy Son still needs to be decided by the peak masters of all peaks. His cultivation base is too low now, and he may dissatisfy other peak masters. Tai Suzy nodded slightly. That's reasonable, but with Chu Xiu's performance in the secret realm today, presumably other peak masters will not deny my proposal. A saint who can cultivate, as long as he doesn't die young, he is destined to become the most powerful person in this universe. And he has a good personality, a kind boy. For the sake of the same family, I am willing to take risks alone. Chi Mengdie complained in his heart, didn't you see that he threw a disciple to the Yaozu? The traitor is kind. He. In the golden thunder sea. Chu Xiu's robe had already been chopped into flying ash by the thunder. The skin of the body was ripped apart and burnt. This thunder tribulation is somewhat stronger than the little Saint Thunder tribulation. It's so scary. Chu Xiu's hair was fluttering, running the Taoist scriptures, exercising Lei Jia to exercise his body, and constantly strengthening his physique. The ancient saint physique claims to be immortal, even if he has not yet achieved a small achievement, the recovery speed of his physical body is extremely fast. However, the speed of recovery was not as fast as that of being struck by thunder. What surprised him most was that half of the mysterious blue stone mirror actually has a certain lightning protection effect. Chu Xiu felt that he couldn't bear it anymore. As long as he held the stone mirror in his hand, the thunder that struck him would be a little weaker. In this way, the big leader of the monster clan, holding a stone mirror, might not be destroyed by the thunder. It seems that there is still a tough battle. The stone mirror is extraordinary, you must grab it. Click. At this time, There was a sound behind Chu Xiu, like a cracking eggshell. Oops. Forgot to carry a strange egg. It won't be broken. Chu Xiu's eyes moved slightly, and he quickly took off the tattered package. The egg was half exposed. It is constantly absorbing the power of thunder calamity. The eggshell is full of cracks. Next moment. Click. The eggshell is pushed open. The light yellow fluffy chick's head protruded from the eggshell, with two golden dull hairs on the top of the head, shaking. The neck turned, the big black eyes glanced left and right, and finally looked at Chu Xiu. In the sea of golden thunder, there is one person and one chicken, with their eyes facing each other. Fall into an eerie silence. Click. The little chick jumped out of the eggshell, jumped onto Chu Xiu's palm, raised his head, held his toes high, and exhaled fragrantly. Damn, there are thunders everywhere. Boy, are you going through the tribulation? What are you? Chu Xiu carefully looked at this chicken cub, and it was really extraordinary that he could speak human words when he was born. I'm not a thing, Zai spat, raised his left paw, and raised a middle finger at Chu Xiu. Boy, you'd better show some respect, or I will eat you up in one bite. Its voice is milky, but the words it speaks are extremely arrogant, and one can't help but feel the urge to hammer it. Call a huge black sword slashed at Chu Xiu's back. It is about to cut it in half. Chu Xiu's eyes froze. The strong wind from the slashing of the giant sword caused his clothes to flutter and his hair to dance wildly backwards. It has to be said that the timing of the demon shark's attack was extremely good. Even if his secret riding speed is unparalleled in the world, he still has to bear this sword. A golden light suddenly appeared in Chu Xiu's eyes. Pale golden blood is surging, condensed on the right hand, as if casted in gold, shining golden light. Carrying the phantom of the golden giant hand, it grabbed it backwards. The clash of palms and swords, the sound of gold and iron, makes one's teeth sore. Bang boom. The terrible rebound force made the demon shark stagger, and the tiger's mouth split open and blood shot out. The pupils are wide open, with an expression of disbelief. He slashed with his sword with all his strength, but was caught by someone with his bare hands, and he was even injured. Impossible, impossible, why are you so powerful? In midair, the demon shark screamed. Chu Xiu stepped on the golden Dao pattern, stepped forward at a faster speed, grabbed the ankle of the demon shark that had not yet landed with his right hand, and smashed it hard to the ground. Bang! The scorched ground that was blasted black by the thunder calamity was dented with human-shaped potholes half a meter deep, and a large number of cracks continued to spread around. Now that he has initially awakened to the holy body, his physical strength is so powerful. Like a humanoid tyrannosaurus, grabbing the 3 to 4 meter tall, muscular shark, and smashing it around, it's as effortless as smashing a rag doll. You. Chu Xiu was expressionless, grabbed him, and slammed him to the other side again. Bang bang! The thunder calamity stopped, the dark clouds dispersed, and the sun shone down on the earth. The people in the defensive formation quickly looked out. Thousands of miles around were turned into scorched earth, smoky, and not a single blade of grass grew. Hundreds of thousands of monster races were all turned into ashes. The demon clan is all dead. Ah, we are not dead. Someone cried with joy. That's senior brother Chu Xiu, my mother. Nearly 1,000 people looked several miles away with strange and shocked expressions. On the scorched earth plain 3 miles away. Chu Xiu naked upper body, tattered trousers, black hair like a waterfall, slender figure, well-proportioned muscles, light golden blood and blood soaring into the sky, grabbing the ankle of a monster covered in red scales, and smashing it back and forth. Every hit will leave a deep pit on the ground, billowing with smoke and dust. I remember that the leader of the monster clan is at the peak of the other shore realm. In the hands of senior brother Chu Xiu, he doesn't even have the strength to resist. It's too fierce, senior brother Chu Xiu is too fierce. It's like a god and demon descending into the world. Su Rushua's beautiful eyes were full of splendor, her chest heaved and fluctuated, she was both surprised and happy. Brother Chu Xiu, are you okay? Su Rushua stepped forward and asked him if he was injured. Chu Xiu shook his head and said he was fine. Others also gathered around. His face was red and his ears were red, expressing his gratitude to Chu Xiu for saving his life. They are grateful to Chu Xiu, but also feel ashamed. Not long ago, in order to survive, they allowed Li Ming to force Chu Xiu out of the formation. If it wasn't for Chu Xiu's turnaround, he might have died at the mouth of the monsters. Brother Chu Xiu, it may be too late to say sorry now, but I still want to apologize to you. A handsome man in Xing Yi with a broken arm came to Chu Xiu with his head bowed and his face flushed. Others also apologized. Yi Fan's eyes were complicated, he hesitated for a moment, but still didn't step forward. A small white snake drilled out of his collar, stood up the snake body, spit out the letter, and stared curiously at the chicken Taimei on Chu Xiu's shoulder with big eyes. The other party's breath is very familiar. It always feels like I've seen it somewhere. Chu Xiu's smile was as warm as the sun, and he waved his hands and said loudly, I'm standing here right now. You don't have to be like this. Like the humble son, his generosity is incomparable and heart-wrenching. The calmer he is, the more everyone feels sorry for him. From now on, they will become his supporters in Taisu Holy Land. This is the brilliance of old Demon Chu. Brother Chu Xiu is really kind. Brother Chu Xiu, I want to be your follower. It's all about Li Ming's fault. This person's heart can be punished, but fortunately he died at the hands of the Yaozu, otherwise I have to make him look good. Chu Xiu came to Yifan. At this time, in his eyes, the purple aura on Yifan's body has faded a lot, and it is no longer as strong as when he first saw it. Chu Xiu has absorbed a lot of his luck. Brother Yi, is this on your shoulder? He noticed the cute little white snake on Yifan's shoulder. The pupils moved slightly. Could it be the giant python in Treasure Land? Subdued by Yifan. Yifan smiled, stroking the white snake's head with his fingers, the spirit beast that has just been subdued. Brother Chu, what's on your shoulder? It's called Chicken Taimei. As you can see, it's a chicken. It's barely my pet. Chu Xiu didn't care. Damn it, boy, show me some respect, you are the chicken, and your whole family is a chicken. The chicken was too beautiful, and jumped up and down in anger. The corners of Yifan's eyes twitched, he had never seen such a weird chick. What a funny little guy, hee, we exchanged pleasantries for a while. The protagonist will become the Holy Son, walk out of the Holy Land, and enter the world to experience. The third day of returning to Taisu Holy Land. In the cave. Chu Xiu closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the futon. The old monk fell into samadhi, motionless. From time to time, golden light overflowed from the slits of his eyes. A blue stone mirror is suspended above the head, the fairy light is lingering, the dragon and the phoenix are dancing together, there are many visions, and the sound of the Tao is faint. The third day of returning to Taisu Holy Land. In the cave. Chu Xiu closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the futon. The old monk fell into samadhi, motionless. From time to time, golden light overflowed from the slits of his eyes. A blue stone mirror is suspended above the head, the fairy light is lingering, the dragon and the phoenix are dancing together, there are many visions, and the sound of the Tao is faint. I don't know how long ago. Open your eyes slowly. 30,000 bands, I only refine 1%. Cultivation is still too low. The celestial light of the blue stone mirror faded and slowly fell into Chu Xiu's hands. He refined part of the forbidden stone mirror and obtained information about the stone mirror. The rank of the stone mirror is extremely high, at least it is a holy king's weapon, or even a quasi-emperor's weapon, but it is not complete enough. There are two functions, suppression of the blue light field. When facing the enemy, the stone mirror will emit a large amount of blue light to form a field, suppressing all enemies within a radius of several thousand meters, slowing down their action speed, or even directly immobilizing them, prevent it from moving. The higher the user's cultivation base, the stronger the suppression force and the larger the scope of influence. Function, information communication, this function, he has not yet figured out. He stroked the mirror, took out a high-grade primordial stone, and put it into the groove at the back of the stone mirror. The blue light of the stone mirror suddenly appeared. Charged successfully. In the next moment, something that surprised Chu Xiu happened. A row of small characters gradually appeared on the stone mirror. Enter your name. What's the matter with this sense of sight? Chu Xiu was surprised. Stimulate the input of divine thoughts. Sunshine Boy, created successfully, the mirror rippled. The screen changes. Sequence 6, welcome to landing in the prehistoric, your sequence is extremely advanced, and your authority level is far beyond ordinary people. The following functions are open for you for free. Chat channel, Star Plaza, Secret Ground, Private Trading Space, Arena, Cultivation Treasure Land, 10,000 Races Battlefield, and others to be unlocked. Note, in addition to the chat function, if you want to open the teleportation function, it will consume a lot of energy. Please prepare Yuanxia or Shenyuanxi, otherwise you will not be able to open the teleportation channel. This. Chu Xiu's eyes widened, I seem to have gotten something incredible. He, old Demon Chu, has ruled the Tianqiong continent for decades, and he is known as an invincible player of the same level. He has never heard of such a thing in the world. As a traveler, he can probably understand the functions displayed by the stone mirror. Chat tool, secret ticket. Click. In the groove of the stone mirror, the primordial stone exhausted its energy, shattered, turned into dust and fell. The surface of the stone mirror shimmered, and the text gradually faded. It only takes 1 minute for a high-grade primordial stone. Chu Xiu stuffed a primordial stone into the groove again. Text emerges. Click on the chat channel. Welcome to number 17 chat room. Online number 6. Golden Yang Clan Golden Green Goat, the godson of the Dragon Horse Clan, has been chasing and killing me for 3 days and 3 nights. Whoever is the closest to the Great Plains of Taimang, come to a strong man who knows space warlocks to help me out. I am willing to give 3,000 the prehistoric currency is the reward. Void 1 Makar Hot, Yakian, I will travel through the space and come right away. Golden Sun Clan Golden Green Goat, damn you are ruthless, come quickly, the coordinates are Han 335. Koen 245-inch, Cobalt 8 Holly, it's really black. Which Shuam or, which one of you sells human souls? I'm currently doing a warlock experiment on souls, and I need a lot of souls. Undead race Momoyet, I have it, how much do you want, don't open your mouth if it is less than, dash. Which Shuam or, 50, the trading space talks about the price. Undead race Momoyet, okay. Chu Xiu, who was watching the screen, gradually frowned. He has never heard of these race names, isn't it the race of Sky Continent? He had never heard of the Great Plains. This world is probably wider than I imagined. Who built this great desolation? The Great Emperor? Or who? What is the purpose of their establishment of Honghuang? Countless questions lingered in my mind. Chu Xiu took a deep breath, quit the number 17 chat channel, and went to other channels to watch the screen. Night. The double moon hangs high, the moonlight is like water, and the stars are densely covered. Yunxia Peak, the courtyard of Chu Xiu Cave Mansion. You call chicken too beautiful? Tao Yao held the little chicken in her left hand, and with her right index finger, poked its furry head curiously. Tao Yao under the moon is very beautiful, her body is reflected white and transparent, she is wearing a green skirt, and her waist is slender. Ji Taimei raised her right paw, raised her middle finger, and said viciously, damn, dead woman, invite me, Master Shin Crow. Otherwise, I will eat you up. Chuck, Tao Yao laughed until the flowers trembled and the waves were choppy. Just you little one, you still want to eat me? Ah, the chicken was so beautiful that it jumped up, and said boldly, after I attain the Tao, I will definitely take you, a woman, as a slave, and then I will take the little one as a mount. Senior brother, where did you tame this bastard pet? Tao Yao turned her head sideways, her eyes bent into a pair of crescent moons. In the secret realm of the wild demon, I saw it was extraordinary, so I accepted it. In front of the fire, Chu Xiu was roasting a spirit deer, and the aroma was wafting. Recently, because of the beauty of the chicken, he has also become obsessed with barbecue. Wow, you guys and dogs are too much, I am not a spiritual pet. The chicken was so beautiful that it jumped up, waving its paws, and flapping its pair of small downy wings. I wish I could peck Tao Yao to death with one beak. He still has a big temper. Senior brother, why don't you roast it? The meat must be very tender. Tao Yao showed a pair of small canine teeth, shining brightly under the light of the fire. Oh. In Ji Taimei's eyes, a pair of horns grew out of Tao Yao's forehead, and she suddenly became a demon. That's a good suggestion. I think it would be good to make it into a beggar's chicken. Chu Xiu nodded in agreement. Fuck, you guys are threatening me. Ji Taimei was in a hurry. Immediately turned into an angry chicken, and ran towards Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu dodges. He flew into the air and almost threw himself into the fire. Rolled on the ground and stood up, his body was dirty, his little wings hugged his chest, and he said proudly, this uncle was born extraordinary, this life is destined to become a Taoist and ancestor, you two dogs and men, you better respect me, or eat them all. You are a dead chicken, but you are stubborn. It seems that you have to show some color. Tao Yao was irritated by his words of dog and man on the left and man and woman on the right. Raising her plain hand, she pressed it down towards him, the white golden light lingered between her fingers, like heaven and earth turned upside down. Taimei grabbed the chicken and began to pluck the feathers. Ji Taimei poked her neck, gritted her teeth, and said with tears in her eyes, woman wait for me. How dare you pluck out my beautiful feathers? This grudge has grown. Just you. You don't even reach the Lunhai realm, and you still want to seek revenge from this girl. Tao Yaoqiao's face was full of disdain. It's ready, Chu Xiu said. When Tao Yao heard the words, her eyes lit up, she threw the chicken Taimei out, and immediately sat beside Chu Xiu, holding her cheeks in her hands. Chu Xiu cut a piece of venison with a knife, put it on a porcelain plate, and handed it to her. Bang! The chicken was so beautiful that it fell to the ground and fell into a coma. Shaking his head, his feet flew like flying, and he also ran over. Shouting, "Get out of the way, my uncle will eat half of it." In the dead of night, I sent off Tao Yaoho. Chu Xiu returned to the retreat. These days, he has been refining the stone mirror, and he has not had time to look at the system in the future. Remember, the reward for breaking through the big realm has not been received. Call up the system log. It is detected that you have broken through the big realm, and you will get a special reward, the first part of the cultivation method of the ancient holy body. The first part of the practice method of the ancient holy body. Category, exercises. Grade, immortal grade. Introduction, practicing this method can cultivate the ancient sacred body to the realm of Xiaocheng. Jie. Do you accept the transmission of exercises? Accept. Chu Xiu's eyes lit up, he was missing the practice method of the ancient holy body. Unexpectedly, the system sent him a pillow. Close your eyes and begin to accept the Dharma. Golden light poured into the altar. A golden phantom appeared out of thin air behind Chu Xiu, and the Taoist voice lingered, moving like a peerless power, personally preaching for him. One by one, ancient characters full of the principles of the Tao flew into the altar, surrounded by the golden soul of Chu Xiu like stars guarding them. In the golden sea of wheels, the green lotus is in full bloom, the fragrance is overflowing, the chaotic energy is surging, and the avenue is natural, and the chanting continues. The vision of the chaotic green lotus floats above the head, overwhelming the world. Chicken Taimei, who was dozing off on one side, shivered, cursing, "It's a dog day, but it's hard work. Looks like I have to practice hard, surpass Xiao Chu/Z in the future, and accept him as a mount. When breaking through the holy body, because the speed is too fast, I need to absorb nutrients in time and provide it for the growth of the holy body." Chu Xiu kept taking out the precious medicine from the storage bag, and even took out the fairy medicine Qixia fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. This feeling of being hollowed out is really uncomfortable. Ding, the cultivation has been interrupted, you have cultivated the Eucharist for 2 years, consuming a breakthrough point of 100W, non-refundable. Pain and happiness. It seems that in the future, if you break through the holy body, you should prepare more precious medicines and fairy grasses, otherwise you will probably be crushed to death. The main hall of the peak. On the white jade lotus throne, there is a peerless beauty. But, when she saw that the rebel's right hand was starting to strike, the qi machine receded like a tide. Qi Mengdie bit her crystal lips with white teeth. The phoenix eyes widened. Hey, she was unable to lean on the throne. Yesterday, the Holy Land discussed business. Chu Xiu turned his head, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. "Please, master. The apprentice's qualifications are still too poor." Rebel, a blush appeared on Qi Mengdie's beautiful cheeks, and her eyes dodged. The golden runes surged under Chu Xiu's feet, and his secret writing speed was unparalleled in the world. In an instant, standing in front of the throne, he reached out and held her slender and smooth wrist. "Come all come. Go to the bedroom." 6 hours later. The sun is setting. Yunxia Peak, the main bedroom of the peak. Ling / chaos. Bed / couch. The master's cheeks were flushed, a strand of hair stuck to his cheeks, he sniffed, and turned his head, looking at the back of the rebellious disciple leaving, his eyes were full of pride. The door is closed. Chu Xiu frowned suddenly. The right hand is holding the wall of the corridor, and the left hand is pressed on the waist. His face was slightly pale. Leaning on the wall, he walked slowly and with difficulty. "If I knew it earlier, I would ban her cultivation." Hiss. "Woman, it's so scary. Even the ancient holy body can't stand it." Ding, it was detected that you and the master of Tianxian body have no seal. Your cultivation qualification plus 200, ding, it was detected that you and the master of Tianxian body have no seal. Your cultivation qualification plus 200. Ding, it was detected that you and the master of Tianxian body have no seal. Your cultivation qualification plus 200, your qualification reaches 2214. Old Mo Chu was very puzzled. "I don't know what happened to master today. Obviously her cultivation was not sealed. She is very cooperative. Even put on the black / S and get out the little fox. He said it was a deal, and asked me not to seal her cultivation. However, how do you feel that she is the active party? When did I, old devil Chu, become so passive?" Touching his cheeks, he muttered to himself, "Am I so attractive now? Jia, you bastard. Host, you can't do it even if you, old devil Chu, are unparalleled in the world, don't help yourself out of the wall." Chu Xiu cursed and leaned on the wall. 2 huge bright moons, like a pair of twin fairies, stand upright in the night sky, sprinkled with pure white silver sand. Nebula. The cliff behind Yunxia Peak. The mountain wind blows, the primroses fly, and there are often small spirit beasts passing by in groups. Chu Xiu set up a fire and roasted a newly caught rock. The surface is golden and the meat is fragrant. The light of the fire reflected on his handsome cheeks, and his eyes were deep. Chirp. At the foot, a little spirit mouse stood up, blinking its black eyes, rubbing its two paws, begging for meat from him. Chu Xiu lowered his head. Met his eyes. The little spirit mouse's fur exploded, chirping, and Sayazi ran away. It firmly believes that if it does not escape, it will probably be framed and roasted. Hee hee, you are too fierce, the little thing was frightened. A soft voice came from behind. Chu Xiu didn't look back, with an innocent face. Sister Hua wrongly blamed me, it's too timid, I just took another look at it. Hee hee, you are too fierce, the little thing was frightened. A soft voice came from behind. Chu Xiu didn't look back, with an innocent face. Sister Hua wrongly blamed me, it's too timid, I just took another look at it. The fragrance is tangy. Concubine Hua Luo gracefully sat down beside Chu Xiu. Tonight, she was wearing a long lavender dress with slender legs and a slender waist. Her already delicate skin was illuminated by the moonlight as clear as jade. Above her slender and fair neck was a beautiful but charming face, bright eyes and white teeth, dignified and gentle temperament. The soft blue silk is simply bound and hangs naturally on the back of the chest. She is like a ripe peach, she can't see her toes when she lowers her head, and the fragrance of orchid and osmanthus naturally exudes from her delicate body, which is refreshing. Why? See Chu Xiu staring at him. Hua Luofei smiled sweetly and her voice was as gentle and soft as the spring breeze in March. Sister Hua, is there anyone chasing you? Chu Xiu asked with a brush, dipped in spices, and smeared on the depeng's meat, pretending to be casual. Concubine Hua Luo was startled, she didn't expect Chu Xiu to ask such a question. She shook her head, following her movements, her silky blue hair fluttered, her red lips were slightly pursed, with a smile on her face. As the female cultivator's realm improves, her appearance will naturally become closer to the natural way of heaven, and she will become more beautiful and beautiful. Hey, with my looks, I'm actually not very good in the practice world. So no one is chasing me. Tsk tisk. That's because they are blind. Chu Xiu shook his head, actually, in my opinion, sister, you are really beautiful. Really? Concubine Hua Luo found it interesting, her eyes curved into crescent moons. There is no woman who doesn't like to be praised for her beauty, even if she is a holy king and overlord. Chu Xiu nodded, with a straight face, and said slowly, Sister, you remind me of a poem. What poem? Hua Luofei looked at him with beautiful eyes. Yunxiang's clothes are beautiful, and the spring breeze blows Revlon. If it wasn't for Yunxia Mountain, I would meet Taisu. Concubine Hua Luo was dazed in a daze, she patted her bare hands lightly, and said with a smile, good poetry. It's just exaggerated, I'm not as beautiful as in the poem. Chu Laoma was secretly happy in his heart, and started copying his old profession. Absolutely not. Old Mo Chu looked at him, a little shy, his cheeks flushed slightly. Well, Sister Hua, how about I pursue you? I especially like a big sister like you. Puff Hua Luofei couldn't help covering her mouth and laughing. The flowers and branches trembled, and the waves were choppy. How old are you? Do you know how old I am? Chu Xiu shrugged, glanced at the giant without concealment, and sighed, you are really big. Hua Luofei followed his gaze, lowered her head, and immediately cursed with a smile, begging to fight, I didn't expect you to be a libertine. Ha! It's a man's right to appreciate the beauty of a woman. You can't erase my right as a man. Chu Xiu spoke boldly and righteously, frantically probing on the verge of death. Actually, age is really not a problem. As the saying goes, female juniors hold golden bricks. Hua Luofei found it interesting, her beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons, and said softly, I should be 3,000 years older than you, right? Chu Xiu. Concubine Hua Luo, Chu Xiu made a trick, washed off the oil stains on her hands, and held her slippery forward slash tender hands, with deep eyes, and said in a deep and serious tone, Women's University, ranks in the fairy class. Sister, after marrying you, longevity is just around the corner. Really, it's super serious, and it's more real than the top quality pearls of the Snow King of the South China Sea. Chu Xiu secretly sweated, on the surface he was as stable as an old dog, but in fact he was flustered inside. Concubine Hua Luo. Is the little guy hooking me up? Hua Luofei withdrew her slender hand, her beautiful eyes were smiling. She was not angry at Chu Xiu's Meng Lang. On the contrary, I find it quite interesting. One must know that when cultivation has reached this level, there are very few things and people that can cause emotional fluctuations. This is no hooking up, I can't help it. Chu Xiu squeezed out a shy smile. I breathed a sigh of relief. Accidentally made a wave, but fortunately it stabilized. Jia, however, the risk is worth it. The one opposite is the overlord at the peak of the Saint King realm, and there are not many people in the entire continent who are as powerful as her. A woman like her who occupies a high position and is as powerful as ever. The male cultivator stood trembling in front of her, not even daring to look up at her. I am so bold to go up, but it will cause her to have a special strange emotion. This feeling is completely different from usual. Very subversive. Such people, on the contrary, will find it very fresh and interesting. When she finds it interesting, then this old devil's opportunity will come. Because the women under this starry sky don't have complicated love thoughts, which is easier to deal with than those demise on the blue star. Why did old devil Chu want to hook up Lord Xingzhu? Is it simply greedy body? It's not that simple. Before rebirth, what kind of life did Chu Xiu live? I have struggled in blood and fire all my life. Kill the younger ones to grow older, kill the older ones to grow older, kill the old ones to grow older, keep being chased and killed, keep fighting bloody battles, until finally besieged and killed. Why is this so? Is he not strong enough? No, the main reason is that he is single and weak, has no background, and there is no super strong person behind him to take care of him. It's cool to think about it. However, this matter should not be rushed, but should be done step by step. Treating Lord Holy Lord and treating Lord Master are two different things. If the Master is disobedient, you can adjust / teach. As for the Holy Master who has practiced Taoism for many years and has never been a human being, he wants to let her experience the sweet love. Sister, try my craft. Chu Xiu tore off the golden rock thigh, wrapped it in oiled paper and handed it to her. Hua Luofei took it, tried to take a small bite, and chewed gracefully. But after Bigu, she seldom eats like this. Her beautiful eyes brightened slightly, and she said sweetly, not bad. The cultivation level of this spirit beast is too low, and the meat taste is average. Chu Xiu also unscrewed a thigh. It is said that the desolate animal meat in the great sacred realm is very delicious, and it is more nourishing than the ancient medicine king. When my cultivation is high enough in the future, I will hunt and kill the great sacred wild beast and roast it for my sister to eat. Hua Luofei, then you must cultivate hard, the great sacred wild beast is not easy to deal with. Just wait and enjoy the great holy meat. Chu Xiu was very confident. He patted the storage bag with his right hand and took out a pot of spirit wine. A pair of white jade bottles. While the clear wine glistened under the moonlight, and the aroma of the wine overflowed, just like the fine nectar drunk by immortals. I'm not very good at drinking. Hua Luofei frowned. However, the wine smells good. What kind of wine is it? The name of the wine does not depend on each other. It is produced in Qishan County, my hometown. Chu Xiu looked up at the bright moon with a sad expression on his face. It turned out to be Mo Xianyi. I heard that he was very famous in the Tianqi dynasty. Patting his shoulder with a slender and fair hand, her vermilion lips parted slightly. Don't Xianyi, the yellow sand rises, there is a thin horse on the west wind ancient road, Xianyi's clothes are full of tears. Mo Xianyi, under the setting sun, the mountain road outside the village is rolling with lust, and I will look back when I feel reluctant. Meimo looked at him, you miss your hometown, right? Chu Xiu's eyes were far away, and he murmured, don't depend on each other, don't give up in your heart, the distant stars look at each other for countless miles, it's better to turn around and leave each other. Raise the wine bottle with the right hand. Hua Luofei also picked up the wine bottle to clink glasses with him. The two drank with their heads up. I remember that Mo Xianyi's poem is not about staring at distant stars. Looking at each other for countless miles, it's better to turn around and leave each other. It's so sad to look at my hometown through the endless starry sky. Why, you are not from this starry sky. Chu Xiu's heart tightened, and he said with a smile, it is said that the senior who created Mo Xianyi came to other ancient life stars outside the region. I made up a sentence based on this illusion. Oh, I got it. Concubine Hua Luo's cheeks were blush, and her eyes were hazy. With a hint of drunkenness, she was drunk with a glass of wine. With her cultivation base, she wouldn't get drunk even if she drank a whole lake of wine in an instant. If she is not suppressed by her own cultivation, she will get drunk after a drink. Except for good friend Mengdie, no one in the Holy Land knows this secret. Sister Hua, you really don't know how to drink. Chu Xiu saw her drunken beauty. Can't help laughing. A bit. Hua Luofei's cheeks glowed brightly. Forcing to drink, I think you are very uncomfortable. Hua Luofei shook her head, you can't spoil the fun, it's been a long time since I've had a drink, it's nice to be a little drunk. Little guy, you must have never drunk the real Mo Xianyi. Is there any fake wine? Chu Xiu became interested. Concubine Hua Luo's cheeks were slightly red, her vermilion lips parted slightly. The real Mo Xianyi contains the Tao. People who drink can clearly understand the artistic conception of the brewer. It is very wonderful and very helpful for enlightenment. 1,000 years ago, after the brewer of Mo Xianyi passed away, this wine became a swan song. It is difficult to find the real Mo Xianyi in the world. Nowadays, the ones circulating in the practice world are just imitations, with appearances but no gods. That man is very strong, he integrated emotion into wine, and enlightened Tao with wine, and finally became the Holy King. There was a touch of sadness on her charming face, and there seemed to be endless sighs in her beautiful eyes. The avenue is ruthless, time is like a knife, how many heroes have turned into bones, suddenly looking back, how many old friends are left in the world. Chu Xiu nodded, yes, everyone in the world is fighting on this road, walking alone until they turn white, and looking back, how many people will be left in this life. How old are you, where did you sigh? Hua Luofei was slightly drunk, and patted his shoulder with her plain hand. Hey, I'm expressing my feelings. Chu Xiu grinned. Think about it, in the future when my cultivation base reaches the Saint King realm, the lifespan limit will be, years. When I am old, how many people of my generation will be left in this world? You're only at the divine bridge realm, so you're starting to think about the Holy King realm? Hua Luofei smiled. The two continued to raise their wine bottles and clink glasses. The moonlight is like yarn, toast to drink. I heard that you are about to become the Holy Sun, congratulations. Chu Xiu, Sister Hua, does the sun have great power? Hua Luofei, it's quite big, anyway, it has more rights than me, the elder of Dao Yunfeng. Chu Xiu was not ashamed, so he opened his mouth and said, then how about I ask the Holy Master to ask her to betroth you to me? My dignified son, marrying you as an elder should be enough. Hua Luofei's hazy eyes froze. You go to beg me, and let me betroth myself to you. You are so good at it. What? Chu Xiu asked with a smile. I think. Holy Master, she won't agree. Hua Luofei felt a strange feeling in her heart. If you don't try, how will you know it won't work? That's it. Chu Xiu stood up with a wine bottle in his hand. He turned around and stood facing her with his hands behind his back, with deep eyes, fixedly looking at her, and smiled slightly. The auspicious moon on the chest is slanting, and the peach blossom wine is half drunk in the eyes. Gorgeous. Hua Luofei straightened her skirt with bare hands, and gave him an annoyed look, with an indescribable charm. You are so brave, you still dare to tease me. Chu Xiu raised her head and laughed loudly. With a wave of her right hand, a bright peach blossom appeared out of nowhere and placed in her palm. Sister is more beautiful than peach blossoms and the bright moon. Her tyrant sword Songlong flew out and circled around. Next moment. Facing the moonlight, he stepped on his sword and floated away. Concubine Hua Luo held the peach blossom branch, her beautiful eyes looked at the direction in which he disappeared, her red lips were lightly pursed, she shook her head and laughed, her figure gradually faded away and disappeared. On the back cliff of Yunxia Peak, the flames flickered alone, and half an unfinished roasted rock, which was cheaper than the little spirit mouse. On this day, the news that Chu Xiu will become the holy son of Taisu spread like wildfire. The Holy Land was in an uproar. Too shocking. All the disciples and elders were dumbfounded. Chu Xiu will become the holy son.
On this day, the news that Chu Xiu will become the holy son of Taisu spread like wildfire. The Holy Land was in an uproar. Too shocking. All the disciples and elders were dumbfounded. Chu Xiu will become the holy son. Is this news accurate? My brother Chang Long got this news from the second elder of Yunxia Peak, it is absolutely credible. I remember that Chu Xiu broke through to the Xinxiao realm not long ago. The Holy Land is higher than him. There are many talented brothers. Why choose him as the holy son? Some disciples were indignant. Keep your voice down, I heard that His Majesty the Holy Lord personally appointed Chu Xiu, and His Majesty the Holy Lord has taken a fancy to him. Being a holy son is a soaring sky. His status is only lower than that of the Holy Master, but he can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Master of the Three Peaks. It is beyond words. It's enviable, I don't know how many senior brothers will hate him for this. Such conversations happened in various parts of the Holy Land at the same time. A cave. Xiao Yifeng, who had a pale, needless face and became more feminine, broke his favorite suet white jade luminous cup. Gritting her teeth, miscellaneous, why can he be the son of God? I'm still scheming for the head of Yunxia Peak's true biography, but he quietly became the Holy Sun? Why, God is so unfair. Xiao Yifeng's pupils were round and convex, and his body was filled with blood. Wearing a gold-plated cloud robe, Chu Xiu walked leisurely on the mountain path, taking a panoramic view of the fairy scenery along the way. Brother Chu Xiu, I've seen senior brother Chu Xiu. When they met his disciples, they all saluted him. There is both respect and envy in his eyes. Now everyone knows that he is about to become the Son of God. Old Demon Chu would not be arrogant, he had a gentle smile, returned the courtesy one by one, and was approachable, which made all the disciples heartbroken. All the way into the inner peak. Along the way, I heard many elders and deacons talking about him. I just got the news that the fourth sword master of the endless sword domain brought his 2 favorite disciples to watch the ceremony. Those who came were not kind, and threatened to attack the Holy Sun on the ladder to become famous in the world. I've heard that these 2 people, Long Qingfeng and Long Shuiyue, are twin brothers and sisters of a dragon and a phoenix. They both have the body of a sword. The 2 swords are combined, and they can be respected among the younger generation. Not only in the endless sword domain, but also a young god king of the Jiang family was born, and he will also prevent the Holy Sun from climbing the ladder. Tai Holy Land, a Taoist body was born. What, Tai Dao body, this invincible physique has appeared again. A deacon exclaimed, his eyes full of horror. Tianjiao Qi is born, is the general trend coming? Hey, I don't know if the son of Chu Xiu can resist these arrogance. I am optimistic about Xian, because I am afraid that he will be easily defeated by others in the grand ceremony, and the dignity of our holy land will fall. There is an elder of Chuangong Peak who is not optimistic about Chu Xiu, and has hidden worries in his heart. Chu Xiu walked forward leisurely, with a vague smile on his face. Endless sword domain. I really have a relationship with this holy place. I remember that 20 years ago, their holy son and holy daughter were also a pair of siblings. The younger brother's name is Feng Qingyang. He is an arrogant idiot who thinks he is invincible. He looked down on my background as a casual cultivator, called me a member of the Devil Way, and prevented me from going to the Shihuang Tower, and was finally beheaded by me by the West Lake of Zhongzhou. My elder sister is named Feng Yaoshi. She is extremely beautiful. She avenged my younger brother and chased me to Dongzhou. Before being beheaded, the resentment and unwillingness in the eyes are still fresh in my memory. Behind me, the most ferocious people chasing and killing me were also those lunatics from the endless sword field. Haha. Jia, host you, the son and saintess killer. The brothers and sisters who came to trouble me in endless sword region this time are most likely the sons and daughters of this generation. Jia. Thinking. Chu Xiu has arrived at the door of the Buddhist Scriptures Pavilion. The Sutra Pavilion is resplendent and magnificent. It is a tower-shaped wooden building, thousands of feet high, and the tower exudes heart-pounding fluorescence, dreamy and dangerous. Chu Xiu couldn't help but froze, his muscles tensed instinctively. This is the 5-element combination formation at the top of the 7th rank. Defense, trap, illusion, killing, and life, 5 7th rank formations, those trapped in them will not die, and the formation will continue to live, and it will go back and forth. Sharp. Chu Xiu praised, the great sage will definitely die if he forcibly breaks into this formation. The Sage King is trapped in it, and it will take a lot of effort to get out of his body. Boy, you are wrong. This formation is passed down to the Emperor, and the Holy King will be injured if he enters. A soft voice came from behind. Chu Xiu's eyes moved slightly, secretly thinking that this person had a strong cultivation base. He didn't notice it at all. Back. There was an extremely beautiful woman, dressed in blue and white, with black hair, with a fair face, and her cheeks were slightly wordy. She was Archive Court Guardian Elder Su Jin. Chu Xiu cupped his hands. I'm Yunxia Peak Direct Disciple Chu you are. She introduced herself, I am the Guardian of the Archive Court, Su Jin. Chu I would like to trouble Sister Su Jin to open the Archive Course door for me. Su Jin turned around by waving his hand to the archive room. Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes and stared at his back. Great sage. The blood is dry, but she is definitely a top saint, much stronger than the master of the 3 peaks. Step into the Sutra Pavilion. The Sutra Pavilion has 9 floors. Outer disciples can only enter floors 1 to 2. Inner disciples 1 to 4 floors. The deacons of each peak, 1 to 5 floors of personal disciples. The elders of each peak, the 1st to 7th floors of true disciples. The masters of each peak, sons and daughters 1 to 8 floors. As for the 9th floor, only the Holy Master and the previous old Holy Master can enter. Chu Xiu is not yet a holy son, so the treatment is still at the true level. He went straight to the 7th floor. The number of disciples here is obviously much smaller than that of the lower floors. Chu Xiu saw Yi Fan standing in front of the window at a glance. He was earnest, saying something to the woman sitting in the Grand Teacher's chair. With a thought, he attached his true energy to his ears, and his hearing improved dozens of times. Elder. Can this book of 3 Kings body training be made cheaper? My contribution is really not enough. The woman didn't even raise her eyelids, and said lightly, if you don't have enough contributions, go to save contributions, and if you have enough, you can read them. Can't the elder be accommodating? Yi Fan was helpless. Can't. All right. Yi Fan sighed, borrowing contributions from fellow students he was familiar with all around to no avail, and finally saw Chu Xiu pretending to check the exercises in the distance. Brother Chu. He stepped forward quickly. A trace of surprise flashed across Chu Xiu's face, and he smiled and said, Brother Yi, so you are here. Yes. Yi Fan's face was not very good looking, and he said helplessly, I have taken a fancy to a body training method, and I don't contribute enough, so I can't borrow it. It's too annoying. Brother Chu, do you have extra contributions? Lend me some, and I will pay you back double in a few days. Chu Xiu heard the words and smiled wryly. Brother Yi, it's not that I won't help you. I also need to exchange for a book of boxing, and the contribution is just right. Okay. Yi Fan was helpless. I'll borrow some from other students. I won't bother you anymore. After finishing speaking, he turned around and went downstairs quickly, very eagerly. Brother Yeyang, have you found something good again? Jia Jia. Jia Jia. Chu Xiu walked towards the woman guarding the 7th floor, and slightly cupped his hands. Elder, I don't know how much contribution is needed to look up the 3 Kings body training technique. The woman opened her eyes, was stunned, recognized him, and said kindly, so it's Chu Xiu. The exchange of the body refining technique requires, contributions. If you want to see, it can be avoided, as long as you don't take it out of the Sutra Pavilion. The difference between before and after is obvious, which makes people smack their tongues. Chu Xiu shook his head and smiled, Thank you Elder for your kindness, but the rules of the Holy Land cannot be broken. The brows could not help but wrinkle, showing embarrassment. She stood up and handed over the 3 Kings body training technique and said, Rules are dead, but people are alive. Keep it, and find somewhere to read. Thank you, Elder. Chuxiu found a place inside the cultivation court. Chu Xiu sat cross-legged on the futon. Open this ancient and unpretentious body training technique. The 3 Kings body refining technique is a heavenly grade body refining method. Cultivation to achieve perfection. The physical body is comparable to a heavenly defensive treasure. In the eyes of ordinary people, it can be said that it is not powerful. However, compared to the ancient sacred body, it is a few star fields away. Chu Xiu carefully flipped through each page. Finally found clues on the last page of body refining technique. This page should be a little thicker. If it wasn't for Chu Xiu's concentration and constant checking of every page with his divine sense, he wouldn't have been able to find it. In the Sutra Pavilion, every book of exercises is banned and locked, and you need to pay contribution points to read it. Then here comes the question, Brother Yeyang has never opened this body training technique, how did he discover something extraordinary? Does Brother Yi Yang have golden pupils? Chu Xiu couldn't figure it out. Manipulate the power of true energy, and condense a blade of true essence thinner than a hair on the finger. Carefully cut the scripture paper. After half an hour. From it, he took out a transparent object that was thinner than a cicada's wing and about an inch long. This is... Chu Xiu was shocked, his eyes widened. Could this be the rumored celestial silkworm origin silk? This is the legendary treasure of heaven, material and earth, which is extremely tough, and contains immortal substances, which will be immortal after hundreds of thousands of years. The value is extremely high, and in this day and age, it is almost invisible. Legend has it that in ancient times, holy kings had to add this material to refine armor. It's a pity that the quantity is too small. But the information that can be recorded on the silkworm source silk must be extraordinary. Chu Xiu looked forward to it in his heart, and looked intently at the silkworm UNC in his hand. This thing is extraordinary when it comes into contact with his divine sense. Automatically convey a trace of information. A phantom with a tall figure is reflected in the altar, practicing a style of boxing. The fist is majestic, and it goes forward indomitably. One punch blasts the void and explodes. Dao Yun is wiped out, and the universe is collapsing, which is extremely terrifying. One punch breaks everything. The level of boxing is extremely high. The person who created the law is definitely a terrifying existence. Chu Xiu was shocked. Surprised in my heart, I kept trying to memorize this style of boxing. Dao Yun, fist intent. Integrate it into yourself, and then deduce the understanding. Ding, you have comprehended part of the true meaning of human emperor fist. The system has recorded the boxing technique. The host can consume the breakthrough point to comprehend the breakthrough. Message as follows: Emperor fist, category, boxing, grade, God level, the ultimate form, one punch breaks everything, destructive power, introduction, a supreme powerhouse, engraved the secret art chapter of the Renhuangjing, the ultimate form of the Renhuangquan, on the silkworm source silk with Taoism, waiting for those who are destined to get it. Note, practicing this boxing method has extremely high requirements on the physical body. When it is practiced to the fullest, one punch can break all kinds of magic. Chu Xiu opened his eyes, and the phantom in the altar disappeared. The immortal substance in the silkworm source silk was obliterated by time. If it didn't carry the Tao thought of this supreme powerhouse, it would have turned to ashes long ago. After Dao Nian disappeared, the silkworm UNC turned into transparent gray particles in Chu Xiu's hands, and fell to the floor along the fingers. It's such a powerful boxing technique. One punch breaks all kinds of techniques. After I have cultivated enough, I can integrate it into my everything will stop sword formula. Human Emperor's Sutra? The secret technique of the Emperor's Sutra? You have found a treasure. Chu Xiu was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth from ear to ear. System breakthrough Renhuang fist. It is detected that the Renhuang fist is of a very high grade. Even the great emperor created the boxing method when he was young, a cycle of 10 years, and a cycle consumes a breakthrough point of 100 W. Chu Xiu took a look, and there were still 378 W breakthrough points left. Breakthrough. If he wants to break through the Xinxiao extreme realm, he still lacks a rare treasure from heaven and earth. I can only take it easy. Choosing to break through the Renhuang fist can maximize his current combat power, so as to face the challenge of the group of heavenly talents half a month later. Comprehension breakthrough begins. In the 10th year, because of your extremely high comprehension, you have retreated and comprehended the Renhuangquan, and you have gained a lot, and you have a first glimpse of the Renhuangquan. No. In 20 years, because of your high comprehension, you have retreated to comprehend Renhuangquan, and you have gained a lot. Renhuangquan has entered the hall, number 30 years, because you have a very high level of comprehension, you have retreated to comprehend the Renhuangquan, and you have gained a lot, and the Renhuangquan is perfect. P.S. The level of moves, the first glimpse of the door, the entrance into the room, the proficiency of the fire, the peak of perfection, the ultimate sublimation of beyond perfection. Breakthrough is completed. This breakthrough consumes a total of 300 W breakthrough points. Note, to reach the pinnacle of breakthrough, 500 W breakthrough points are required. The insights from 30 years of comprehension of Renhuangquan poured into the altar. Chu Xiu's body was surging with golden blood, and divine light overflowed from his closed eyes. After half an hour, the golden essence within Chu Xiu surged, emanating divine light from his sealed eyes. After half an hour, he stood erect, left hand gripping Dao Ju, right fist clenched, and unleashed a punch with the regal aura of a sovereign descending upon the world. His golden fist seal carried the force capable of shattering everything, colliding with the formidable light curtain within the training room. The formation quivered under the impact. Several breaths later, the aftermath of this formidable punch began to dissipate. Notably, the barrier it confronted was a 7th grade peak formation designed to ensnare and vanquish even the mighty great sage. The fact that Chu Xiu could neutralize its effects within moments would astonish any onlooker, challenging the conventional understanding of the Xinxiao realm's strength. Chu Xiu's eyes shifted, and he delved into contemplation as he picked up the Three Kings body refining technique. Suddenly, a peculiar laughter escaped his lips. He produced a silk piece, sketching a detailed treasure map with his formidable spiritual prowess. He marked the area as perilous, advising against solo exploration, and discreetly placed it on the final page of the scripture. This artful maneuver revealed seasoned expertise. Clearly, this wasn't the first time Chu Xiu had executed such a deceptive act. Jia. Truth be told, I didn't deceive him. This place is indeed a treasure trove, but I simply liberated it of its contents. Chu Xiu smirked with a sinister glee. The map precisely pinpoints the location where Chu Xiu concealed the fruit of creation. The cave harbors intricate formations, including lethal, ensnaring, and illusory ones, all crafted with superior skill. Carelessness within could lead a cultivator to a perilous demise. Reflecting on Yifan's close ties with Jian Lingyun, Chu Xiu speculated that if Yifan embarked on a treacherous treasure hunt, he would likely enlist Jian Lingyun's assistance. Despite Yifan's reputed good fortune, Chu Xiu harbored skepticism about Jian Lingyun's invincibility, expressing a confident, haha. Recalling Jian Lingyun and Xiao Yifeng's attempt on his life in the wild demon's secret realm, Chu Xiu pondered why Jian Lingyun hadn't sought revenge earlier. Had he not been constrained by the Holy Land, Chu Xiu mused, he would have swiftly dealt with the duo to maintain his integrity. Now presented with an opportunity, Chu Xiu sealed the scriptures exactly as they were initially. Exiting the practice room, he meticulously returned the scriptures to their original places. Bid farewell to the elderly woman on the 7th floor, Chu Xiu departed from the Sutra Pavilion. After an hour, Chu Xiu arrived outside Yunxia Peak. Murmuring to himself, he thought, I'm in a great mood today. Why don't I seek some lessons from the master? Peering through the window, he heard the echoing chant, traitorous disciple, traitorous disciple, traitorous disciple. This crazy woman. It seems that I need to remind her, he pondered before opening the door. Upon entering, Mengdie frowned. Why has this traitorous disciple arrived at this time? Chu Xiu confidently walked forward, took a seat next to Mengdie, and inquired, what were you doing just now, master? Playfully, he grabbed her waist and continued, shouldn't you welcome me with open arms when you see a direct disciple like me? Meanwhile, Yifan returned to Chuanfa Peak after happily spending 50,000 yuan to study the Three Kings body refining technique, which held less significance for him. Carefully extracting a yellowed treasure map, he noted, this treasure map is at least 10,000 years old, left behind by the great sage. Excitedly, he couldn't help but think, best not to venture alone. Let's take Senior Lingyun. 3 hours later, at Million Mountains, Jian Lingyun and Yifan arrived at the dark cave entrance. Yifan contemplated, I've just achieved a breakthrough to reach the other shore stage, but it's still lacking. So, I invited Senior Lingyun, who is quite strong. We must be able to retrieve the treasure. Besides, Senior Lingyun will be grateful to me when he receives the treasure, and I'll use it to put him in my debt. What a treasure trove, Yifan exclaimed, brimming with childlike joy. Well, that's right. I will remember your kindness, brother. Jian Lingyun patted Yifan's shoulder and expressed sincere gratitude. However, lurking beneath his exterior, Jian Lingyun harbored a sinister plan. So what if Chu Xiu becomes the Holy Sun? Once I retrieve the treasure and elevate my cultivation, I will stomp on him under my shoes again. The two of them entered the cave, navigating through a narrow path infested with numerous bats. Yifan grew suspicious and asked, Senior Lingyun, why do I feel like there's something wrong with this place? Jian Lingyun concurred, yeah, are you sure the treasure is here? Half an hour later, a loud rumbling noise echoed underground as the trap was triggered. Faint screams reverberated within the cave. After half a day, the sun rose, and Yifan emerged from the cave, covered in blood, with a pale face and disheveled hair, looking utterly miserable. Fuck. This isn't a treasure trove, it's a place of death. Fortunately, I have a high-grade space escape talisman, otherwise, would die, Yi Fan muttered, fear lingering in his eyes. Turning back to look at the cave entrance, he shook his head and sighed, rest in peace, Senior Ling Yun. I'm sorry, I couldn't save you. He took out the treasure map, tore it into pieces, threw it on the ground, and stomped on it a few times. Fuck your treasure map. What? Jian Lingyun is dead, exclaimed Eunuch Xiao at Yunxia Peak. His increasingly gentle demeanor shifted to astonishment as he looked at his former, card friend, Ren Hongying. Ren Hongying, feigning sympathy, responded, well, it is said that he went treasure hunting with Yi Fan, the true successor of Tianjin Peak, and died in the formation. He's unlucky. Eunuch Xiao let out a high-pitched sigh, pinching his orchid fingers. Sigh. The anti-Chu Xiu alliance is missing one member. Observing his affected posture, Ren Hongying's eyes twitched, a trace of disgust flashing across them. Senior brother, you're not feeling well. Why don't you go find your master? There may be a solution, Ren Hongying suggested cautiously. Xiao Yifeng, exploding at the drop of a hat, retorted, what's wrong with you? He pointed at his former poker friend with his left hand, holding the orchid finger. I'm very good. At that moment, a handsome young man strolled by and greeted them cordially. Junior brother, junior sister, are you chatting? He inquired. Elder brother. Ren Hongying looked at Chu Xiu, who appeared increasingly handsome and upright, with complicated eyes. Xiao Yifeng, on the other hand, cast a charming glare at Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu, still smiling like a spring breeze, delivered unexpected news. I have good news for you, Jian Lingyun is dead. Chu Xiu's expression remained unchanged, causing Ren Hongying to feel a sense of discomfort. She interjected, no matter what junior brother Jian Lingyun did, he is still a member of our holy land. We should feel sad. Hypocritical, Xiao Yifeng scoffed disdainfully. Chu Xiu, looking Xiao Yifeng up and down, feigned concern, junior brother, I haven't seen you for a while, you seem a bit angry. Are you feeling weak? Ren Hongying's expression froze, and Xiao Yifeng, pinching his orchid finger, retorted with flying saliva, you are weak, your whole family is weak. Chu Xiu's chicken companion on his shoulder found the situation amusing. Ji Taimei laughed, saying, Chu Xiu, your junior brother seems to be more than just upset, I think it's a kidney deficiency. I thought they were effeminate from the beginning, Ji Taimei continued. What kind of chicken dares to crow in front of me? In response, Xiao Yifeng flicked his finger, sending an embroidery needle whizzing through the air, creating ripples. The needle was aimed at Ji Taimei, but Chu Xiu, wearing hunting robes with his black hair dancing wildly, swiftly reacted. Using a secret technique with his left hand and clenching a fist with his right, he punched out with the strength of an imperial emperor. The fists and needle intersected, causing the air to explode, and the bluestone beneath Chu Xiu's feet cracked inch by inch. The silver needle was deflected and pierced an ancient tree nearby, leaving a small white mark on Chu Xiu's fist. Xiao Yifeng, surprised, observed Chu Xiu with narrowed eyes, realizing that his plan to embarrass Chu Xiu had backfired. Ren Hongying stood in shock, witnessing the unexpected turn of events. Despite the needle being casually thrown by Xiao Yifeng, it's essential to remember that he is in the middle stage of the divine power realm, while Chu Xiu is only at the peak of the Xunqiao realm, representing a significant three-realm difference between them. The audacity of Ji Taimei, perched on Chu Xiu's shoulder, couldn't be restrained. You damn hermaphrodite, how dare you attack your uncle, he ranted angrily, showing no fear. Xiao Yifeng's originally pale face turned the color of pig liver. Yang, people. Ji Taimei raised his paws and defiantly raised his middle finger, displaying no fear. Looking for death, Xiao Feng shouted. So what? Chu Xiu, do you want to fight me now? Ren Hongying attempted to defuse the tension with a smile. Don't misunderstand, senior brother. Aren't you going to attend the Holy Sun ceremony? Don't waste your time. Xiao Feng, hesitant to escalate the situation, retorted, whatever. I'm a generous man, I won't argue with the chicken. Suddenly, Chu Xiu received a message from his master, traitorous disciple, meet me at my place. Chu Xiu respectfully cupped his hand and said, junior brother, junior sister, my master is calling me. I'll be on my way. With that, Chu Xiu flew to the Peak Lord Hall. In Mengdie's palace, Chu Xiu arrived and inquired, Master, what matters bring you to seek me at this time? The fairy master waved his hand, summoning a black gold, luxurious, heaven-grade inner armor with colorful light that floated in front of him. Put it on when you climb the ladder to heaven, the fairy master instructed. Chu Xiu graciously accepted the armor, a smile playing on his lips as he remarked, Master, are you worried about your disciple? Stop being so sentimental. I'm worried that you will embarrass me if you die, the fairy master sneered. Thank you, master, for the gift of clothes. I will give master a good hug when I come, Chu Xiu replied cheekily. Mengdie's patience waned, and she urged, get out of here. When I come again, you will greet me, Chu Xiu teased, leaving the fairy master flustered with a flushed face. Mengdie walked out and announced, it's almost time. Follow me to the Holy Sun ceremony. Chu Xiu respectfully agreed, yes, master. Ji Taimei, still confused about Chu Xiu's master's anger, observed the exchange. Mengdie then handed Chu Xiu a scroll and instructed, take a look at this. Chu Xiu read the scroll, discovering information about his challengers when climbing the heaven-stepping ladder. Jiang family, Divine Emperor Constitution, Jiang Zhou, 2nd place of the Hidden Dragon rank. Tai Yi Holy Ground, Tai Yi Wei Constitution, Shou Yi, 3rd place of the Hidden Dragon rank. Unlimited Blade Realms, Twin Blade Constitution, Qing Feng Shuiyu, 1st place of the Hidden Dragon rank. South Realm Shanggong family, Natural Divine Eyes, Shanggong Hao, 8th place of the Hidden Dragon rank. Chu Xiu sneered, they are. Mengdie explained, they are your challenges when you climb the heaven-stepping ladder. I can only help you this much. Chu Xiu expressed gratitude, I thank Master for reminding me. I knew you loved me. Mengdie whispered, acting so smug, just leave. At the Taisu Peak Holy Sun ceremony, the sea of people surged like a tide, and the ancient bell's resonant chime echoed across the surroundings. A voice from the crowd announced, Chu Xiu is here. Someone marveled, Yunxia Peak Master is as beautiful as the rumors. As expected of the heavenly fragrance constitution. Standing on a floating boat next to Mengdie was the young man in a black and gold robe, Chu Xiu. A great sage ancestor from the Jiang family spoke to Jiang Zhou, my disciple, that is Chu Xiu, the subject of your challenge today. Jiang Zhou merely looked up and replied, your disciple knows, your disciple is sure to win, then withdrew his gaze, appearing disinterested. An old great sage from Tai Yi Holy Land, twirling his long beard, expressed doubt, I look at this child, he looks like he died young, but somehow he is still alive. Zhou Yinian, in his early 20s, wearing a purple gold crown and a green Xinquan robe, stood with an elegant and dust-free temperament. Uncle Master's words made Zhou Yinian twitch at the corners of his eyes. Today is the Holy Sun ceremony in Taisu Holy Land. As soon as you open your mouth, Uncle Master, and say that the Holy Sun is likely to die young, don't you be afraid. The being in the sky will hear this and slap you to death, Zhou Yinian remarked. Daozi scratched his head, displaying none of the typical demeanor of a great sage. His tone weakened as he said, I just made a fortune. It doesn't matter. Zhou Enian couldn't help but feel exasperated. Uncle Master, I beg you not to tell fortunes. It's easy for something big to happen. It's so similar. The fourth sword master of the endless sword domain squinted his eyes and fixed his gaze on the figure on the high platform. Despite some changes in appearance, the demeanor remained unmistakable. Master, don't worry. Even if he is that old demon Chu, I will kill him today, Long Qingfeng asserted calmly, as if dealing with Chu Xiu was a simple matter. Disciple, don't underestimate the enemy, cautioned the fourth sword master, attempting to share additional insights. However, Long Qingfeng responded confidently, Master, if you don't have the will to be invincible, how can hundreds of rivals fight against each other? The fourth sword master considered offering further advice, but before he could speak, Master Tianqing's booming voice resonated from the high platform, announcing, the time has come, the ceremony of the Holy Sun has begun. The Holy Sun crosses the bridge of the heart and climbs the ladder to heaven. Tai Suzi's shadow in the void waved her skirt sleeves. A thumb-sized object, glowing with colorful light, descended from the sky and landed next to Taisu Peak. Soon, the object expanded rapidly, transforming into a colossal structure covering thousands of miles. White stone steps rose into the clouds, aligning with Taisu Peak, connected by a single plank bridge. The Holy Sun would need to traverse this bridge before ascending the ladder to heaven. A clear conscience points directly to the Taoist heart. If the Holy Sun has evil thoughts towards the Holy Land, he will fall from the bridge. If the Holy Sun's Taoist heart is unstable and is confused by the world of mortals, he will be unable to move forward. These were the instructions as the crowd turned their attention to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu, standing tall and straight with black hair flowing like a waterfall, mounted the powerful sword Sanglong and descended from the high platform. He positioned himself in front of the Wenxin Bridge. The peak masters, elders, deacons, and disciples of Taisu Holy Land felt a nervous tension. Other overlord forces hoped that Chu Xiu would fail to cross the Wenxin Bridge, adding to the spectacle. With his black hair flowing like a waterfall and his black gold robe making a hunting sound in the wind, Chu Xiu was now in the spotlight. Even Tai Suzi in the void lowered his head, and the stars in his eyes disappeared. Stepping onto the single plank bridge thousands of feet high in the sky, the entire world fell silent. A buzzing sound permeated the air as Chu Xiu moved forward. The crisp and resolute voice echoed from the depths of his heart, and familiar scenes began to unfold one after another. My name is Lu Hongyi. As you can see, all my family members are dead. My name is Chu Xiu. My family is all on the other side of the starry sky, and I'm afraid I won't be able to see them anymore. You helped me bury my family, can we be family from now on? Good. Chu Xiu, run, they are coming and want to arrest you. Chu Xiu, old man Lin was beaten to death today. Half of his body was missing. The group of people were on the street, using wooden sticks to hold his head with both eyes gouged out, and laughing very happily. Chu Xiu, what do you say? Will we also be beaten to death in the future? I want to be strong, stronger than anyone else. I don't want us to be insulted and bullied again. Chu Xiu's eyes were blood red, his hands were broken and scarred, he vomited blood and gritted his teeth, and his face was hideous and twisted. Lu Hongyi, also scarred, held his face and showed a bright smile. I'll accompany you. Chu Xiu, you have become different. Your heart is getting harder and colder. Why do you want me to leave? I don't want to go to the Red Dust Sword sect. At worst, we will die together. It was very quiet under Taisu Peak. Everyone saw Chu Xiu take a step, standing in the same spot and not moving an inch. Suddenly, there was an uproar. Why isn't he moving? You can't even walk across Wenqin Bridge, right? Saint Bai Susu frowned and murmured to herself, what is he doing? Could it be that Mengdie clenched her hands? At the scene, everyone's comments were very low. But when millions of people are added together, it's like a mountain roaring and a tsunami. Just when everyone thought Chu Xiu couldn't escape from the illusion. Remember to pick me up. I will wait for you. The girl in red had tears in her eyes. That day was the first time she cried in front of Chu Xiu. It had been 50 years since they said goodbye. Half an hour. In just 30 minutes, the final image appeared, marred like the preceding ones. He opened his eyes, orbs of darkness ablaze with an ethereal radiance. With determination, he took the second step. An array of illusions surged forth once again, challenging his resolve. Undeterred, he proceeded to the third step, then the fourth, moving with an unwavering and swift grace that left onlookers astounded. This speed, it's beyond comprehension, someone exclaimed in awe. The Taisu Holy Land's peaks buzzed with activity, and even those familiar with Wenqin Bridge were taken aback. How unyielding must his Taoist heart be to traverse the Wenqin Bridge with such astonishing speed? If his Taoist heart is truly this resilient, what keeps him rooted on the Wenqin Bridge for half a quarter hour without taking a single step? Observers gazed in astonishment at the tall, slender figure on Wenqin Bridge, utterly bewildered. Chu Xiu remained focused, his deep eyes fixed straight ahead, treating the worldly enticements as inconsequential. The pace quickened, transcending the limits of ordinary perception. Do you have evil thoughts about the Taisu Holy Land? Will it fall? No. He, old devil Chu, was just greedy for the bodies of Master and Sister Hua and wanted to find a backer to grow stronger. He had no other evil thoughts about the Taisu Holy Land. Therefore, he can't fall off the Wenqin Bridge. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 4,000 meters. I remember that among the saints in the past, the fastest record of walking across the Wenqin Bridge was 1 stick of incense. Chu Xiu has only been walking for a little over half a quarter of an hour, and he is already halfway out. It's so scary. Abnormal, Bai Susu couldn't help but mutter. Back then, she spent 2 sticks of incense walking across the Wenqin Bridge. With Chu Xiu's posture, he might be able to walk across the Wenqin Bridge without even holding half a stick of incense. Seeing this, Mengdie's lips curled up imperceptibly. With his rebellious and unethical style, it is impossible for him to be tied down by the secular world. When the traitor took the first step, he must have recalled Qishan County and his parents, who died at the hands of the demon clan. Tao Yao stood aside, holding a plain fist. Her thoughts coincided with Mengdie's. Senior brother, come on. She shouted as she circulated her true energy. The fairy master glanced at her 5 disciples with her eyes like autumn water. The 5th disciple's pretty face was flushed, and her eyes were so bright that they almost overflowed with water. Taoyao, do you like Chu Xiu? Taoyao nodded, not shy, and said without hesitation, Master, I want to become a Taoist couple with my senior brother. Mengdie's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. I do not agree with this marriage. Taoyao looked at the master with her almond-shaped eyes, her face full of surprise, and she said angrily, I am not married, and my senior brother is not married. Why don't you agree, master? Why do you do that? The panic in Mengdie's beautiful eyes flashed away, and her pretty face turned cold. If it doesn't work, it won't work. You don't listen to master. Your senior brother is not a good person. She secretly transmitted the message. You. Taoyao looked in disbelief and said, so you are such a master. To stop me, you didn't hesitate to smear my senior brother's character. You're going too far. Mengdie was almost furious to death. She glared at the young apprentice fiercely. You don't believe in Master? Hey, I still believe it, but it's a little bit worse than a senior brother. Taoyao showed a pair of small fangs and said she would not give up until she was angry to death. You and your senior brother are both traitors. Fairy Master's face turned red, and she was so angry. Why doesn't anyone believe me when I tell the truth? What's going on in this world? Master, hey. Yes, you are right, okay? Taoyao's face was full of helplessness. Mengdie was choked to the point of being speechless. Master, you must have some misunderstanding about senior brother. What misunderstanding can there be? Go to the peaks of the Holy Land and ask around for any elder, deacon, or disciple who you can't say a word good about, senior brother. The senior brother is a kind man and treats everyone equally. Even when he treats his outer disciples, he is fair, kind, and gentle. When it comes to dealing with others, who in the entire Holy Land would not give my senior brother a thumbs up? Who would not praise him for his greatness and integrity? Of course, the premise is that you don't make him angry. So, Master, you must have misunderstood senior brother. Taoyao shook her head. Don't believe it, he was all pretending. He is very poisonous. Mengdie bit her red lips with her teeth, feebly revealing the old devil's true face. Okay, you are right. Taoyao sighed. Haha, Mengdie suddenly laughed. No matter how much you defend Taoyao, you will never be his Taoist companion. Do you believe it? Taoyao's hair exploded, revealing a small crystal tiger tooth. She wished she could pounce on her and bite her master. You, Yunxia Peak Master, are going to beat up the two ducks with a stick. The Holy Sun has finished walking the questioning heart bridge. Half a stick of incense broke the record. The ringing of bells spread throughout the Holy Land. At the foot of Taisu Mountain, there was an uproar. Junior sister, you have a good disciple, and his Taoist heart is as stable as a rock. Peak Master Tianqing praised, looking at Mengdie with an unabashed look of admiration. I don't know, how do you usually teach him? Well, I'll give him some advice when he has time. The main thing is that he has a strong enough understanding. Mengdie nodded, with the usual cold fairy look on his face, expressionless. As for Tianqing's eyes, was directly ignored. That look in his eyes. From her current point of view, it just feels weird and uncomfortable. The next step is to get to the point, we are about to climb the ladder to heaven. Countless people are looking forward to it. The next step is to get to the point, we are about to climb the ladder to heaven. Countless people are looking forward to it. The ladder to heaven is very grand. A stone step is like a mountain peak lying in front of you. If you want to climb the next step, you must climb over the previous mountain and constantly challenge your limits. There are 9,999 steps in total on the ladder. The higher someone climbs, the greater the pressure they will endure. Pressure is determined according to the realm. Different realms have different pressure levels. Release the true energy and spiritual thoughts, able to resist pressure. The main test of the ladder is the strength of the foundation and the physical strength of the soul. It just so happens that foundation, soul, and body are all his strengths. Tianqing Peak Master announced, "May the Holy Sun's challenger, please show yourself." That is the 9th stage of the Shenxiao realm. Let's go. The two brothers Qing Feng Shuiyue turned into two white arcs of light and rushed straight up the ladder to heaven. Uncle Master, if I lose, don't blame me. Zhou Yi said it with a bitter face. Daozi waved his hand, go ahead, win or lose. Zhou Yi nodded and flew away. Then came the silent young god king, Jiang Zhou, who stood up. Cousin, it's up to you. Cousin Shenwu. Shang Wanhao gently shook his hand and flew into the air, free and easy, like a banished immortal coming to earth, attracting the eyes of a group of young female guests who came with their elders. He is so handsome. Then who is it? He is also going to fight against Holy Son Taisu? That's Shang Wanhao, the prospective son-in-law of the Ji family. I see. This is his plan to step on Taisu's face and please the Ji family. A guest had a weird look on his face. The Shangguan family is in trouble. Come on, senior brother, beat them up. Tao Yao roared fiercely. Ladder to heaven. Chu Xiu's eyes moved slightly as he looked at the 5 children. Long Qingfeng sneered and made the gesture of wiping his neck, which was extremely provocative. Long Shuiyue simply ignored Chu Xiu. The god king of the Jiang family was in a daze, paying no attention to anyone, and was counting the birds flying in the sky seriously. Tai Taoist Zhou cupped his hands to Chu Xiu and said with a smile, Brother Chu. I'm so offended. I'm just here to make soy sauce. You don't have to worry about it. Chu Xiu nodded slightly. Finally, he looked at Shang Wanhao. I have to admit, the pretty boy is indeed quite pretty. His Royal Highness the Holy Sun. Shang Wanhao, with red lips and white teeth, gently shook his folding fan and smiled very much. Let's start. I can't wait any longer. Long Qingfeng flew towards the first step. He has a solid foundation and ignores the heavy pressure on the first step. Brother, wait for me. Long Shuiyue followed her brother up. Then came Jiang Zhou, and then Zhou Yi. The 4 of them used their methods to climb up. Chu Xiu glanced at them climbing the stairs and sneered, You're all showing off your skills, I cannot underestimate you all. Suddenly Shang Wanhao rose into the sky, his white clothes fluttering, and his head was full of confidence. He stood on the first step and did not continue to go up. Instead, he looked back at Chu Xiu and smiled. He doesn't plan to climb up, he wants to defeat Chu Xiu on the first step, for fear that others will steal the limelight. The crowd below was in an uproar. Everyone saw Shang Wanhao's plan. This guy has gone too far. Is the Shangguan family so arrogant? If Chu Xiu was defeated by Shang Wanhao on the first step, wouldn't this be equivalent to a slap in the face of everyone in Taisu Holy Land? This guy deserves to die. Kill him. The Shangguan family thinks that by being close to the Shangji family, we can't do anything to them. All cultivators in the Taisu Holy Land have a rage value of plus 60%. Chu Xiu jumped up to the first step, facing Shang Wanhao from a distance. Your Highness the Son of God, I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry. Sorry to offend you. Shang Wanhao smiled, opened the folding fan with a snap, and shook it gently, leisurely and contentedly. Time is tight, let's end it as soon as possible. The smile on Chu Xiu's face gradually became better. Shang Wanhao smiled and said, I will give His Royal Highness the Sun a few moves. At this time, the 4 people who were climbing up also stopped to watch the battle. My weapon is a fan. Your Majesty, please take out your weapon. He just finished speaking. The golden Dao patterns under Chu Xiu's feet were densely covered, and his Xinzi's secret technique speed was unparalleled in the world. He left an afterimage on the spot, reaching a distance of several thousand meters in an instant. The onlookers were stunned, holy shit, brother Chu Xiu is so fast. Shang Wanhao's pupils shrank and purple light shone, trying to catch Chu Xiu's movements with his divine pupils and give him a counterattack. Unfortunately, Chu Xiu's speed was too fast, far beyond his imagination. Moving forward bravely, the domineering and unparalleled golden fist seal had already hit his handsome little face. Wow! The scene on the first staircase happened so fast that no one expected that Sheng Wanhao would be instantly killed by Chu Xiu. Bang! The terrifying force knocked Sheng Wanhao thousands of meters away. With a loud bang, his body was thrown out from the stairs. Watching the disastrous scene, Taisu used her powers and saved Sheng Wanhao from falling. Hanging in the air, Sheng Wanhao shouted, "What? Something tied me. Grandpa! Save me!" Taisu brings him back to the Taisu holy ground. Taisu declared, "The dignity of cannot be humiliated, anyone who does will be killed. Anyone who does will be killed." On the guest seats, Shanggong states that Qi Changshu, the Qi family found a pretty good in-law, to dare act against the Holy Sun on Taisun's Holy Sun ceremony. Do they have divine guts? Sitting beside him, Qi Chang, who was the elder of the Qi family, said, "Don't fan the flames here, this has nothing to do with the Qi family." Taisu announces, "The Holy Sun will continue to climb the heaven staircase." The Shanggong family is almost riding her face. I must have taken it out for her. I never thought that wimp Shanggong is so fragile. Facing this brother and sister from a distance. The second game is about to begin. The twin sword bodies fight against the Holy Sun of Taisu. The cultivators, who had recovered from the previous incident, immediately became hectic again and started talking about it. I wonder if Holy Sun Taisu can defeat these sword body brothers and sisters. They are number 1 on the hidden dragon ranking, and Sheng Wanhao is not comparable to them. It's a battle between dragons and tigers. When the vision of the sword appears, who can compete with it? Countless eyes are focused on the latter. Chu Xiu smiled softly. Qingfeng Shuiyue is a good name. However, I never understand. You two threatened to kill me before you even arrived at Taisu Holy Land. I don't know when I have offended you. Long Qingfeng raised his chin proudly and sneered, "Do I need a reason to kill you?" Long Shuiyue's expression was calm, and she was even more proud. She didn't take Chu Xiu into her eyes at all. If you want to blame your parents for giving you the wrong name, but you want to be the same as that old demon Chu. Wow, your reasons for killing are so powerful. Chu Xiu's smile became softer. Long Qingfeng's eyes were cold. He held the hilt of the sword with his right hand and pulled out the sword from his waist. The sword was unsheathed, the chill was biting, and a layer of ice crystals quickly condensed within a radius of tens of meters below the feet. It's useless to talk more, let's see how I kill you. Long Shuiyue pulled out Zhuiyue's sword on her back, and the long sword emitted streaks of bright moonlight, which shone on people's skin as if they were being pricked by needles. Chaiyue Piaoxue is a pair of top-quality, heaven-grade swords. When the two swords are combined, their power can surpass most heaven-grade weapons and even rival some immortal weapons. Chu Xiu's eyes moved slightly, and he concluded that the current ancient holy body was still unable to defend against the attacks of these two swords. If you force yourself to resist with your body, you will be injured. If my ancient holy body reaches a small level of success, I might be able to smash these two heavenly swords with one punch. Sister, kill him. Long Qingfeng shouted, and with his toes on the ground, he jumped up like an ancient divine bird and rushed towards Chu Xiu. Long Shuiyue nodded and held the moon chaser in his hand, and his speed was extremely fast, pulling out dozens of afterimages and attacking Chu Xiu from below. Chu Xiu raised his right hand and took out the tyrant sword Canglong. An extremely domineering sword slashed towards Long Qingfeng's head, and the terrifying wind pressure ruffled the long hair on his forehead. Long Qingfeng's face was expressionless, turning a blind eye to Chu Xiu's powerful and heavy sword. The Piaoxua sword in his hand stabbed Chu Xiu's throat, trying to seal his throat with the sword, which was very cruel. Long Xiuyue's delicate body jumped up, and the tip of the sword was raised on the giant sword, trying to deflect Chu Xiu's sword. The two brothers and sisters have the same mind. They attack and defend, and their tacit understanding is amazing. But Long Xiuyue's expression changed slightly. She felt that Chu Xiu's sword was like a mountain falling, and his sword could not be shaken at all. "Brother, be careful." Long Qingfeng sheathed his sword in time, put his right foot on his sister's shoulder, and used his strength in the air to open a distance of 20 meters and avoid Chu Xiu's sword. Jia. Chu Xiu put away the tyrant sword Sanlong and smiled. His feet were covered with dense lines, and his body was like a ghost. He stood in front of Long Xiuyue, whose body was falling, and his narrow eyes overflowed with blood. The golden blood around his body was soaring into the sky, his thick black hair was dancing wildly, he was making a hand seal with his left hand, and the shadow of a human emperor appeared behind him. The emperor's power was overwhelming, suppressing all directions, and the human emperor's fist suddenly hit Long Xiuyue's chest, and the countless bones in her chest were broken. Long Xiuyue's delicate body flew backwards, blood spurting from her mouth. Younger sister. Long Xiuyue's pretty face turned pale, and she kept coughing up blood. Long Qingfeng hurriedly took out a healing elixir and wanted his sister to take it. How could old demon Chu give them a chance? The figure appeared behind the two of them, and the demon god came to the world with a domineering punch that sent ripples of energy and hit the back of Long Qingfeng's head. If such a terrifying punch hits, half of Long Qingfeng's head will be shattered. The wind pressure blew their hair. The murderous intention is rampant. Long Qingfeng's eyes narrowed, and he looked at his sister. Long Xiuyue's face was covered in blood, and murderous intent boiled in her eyes. Chu Xiu felt a warning sign in his heart, stepped on his feet, and instantly opened a distance of several thousand meters. Buzz, boom, boom, boom. The two brothers, Qingfeng and Xiuyue, have a kilometer radius covered with various swords made of condensed cyan aura. There is a strange picture floating thousands of feet above their heads. The terrifying sword intent emanating from it makes people's hearts tremble. If Chu Xiu had slowed down even for a moment, he might have turned into a paste at this moment. The strange phenomenon of twin sword bodies, Qinglan sword song, Tai Zhou said this in surprise at the 55 floor of the ladder to heaven. The crowd watching the battle below was in an uproar. Sword body vision, Qinglan sword song. This brother and sister were forced to this point by Chu Xiu. Hey, whoever competes with him once the vision appears, I'm afraid Chu Xiu will lose. Look, Qingfeng Xiuyue is going to use visions to suppress Holy Sun Taisu. Someone exclaimed. The vision of Qinglan sword song brought endless sword power and pressed down on Chu Xiu, covering the sky and the sun as if doomsday were coming. There was nowhere to escape. Are you going to overwhelm me with visions? Chu Xiu's figure is tall and straight, his clothes are fluttering, and his black hair is dancing wildly like a waterfall. The corner of his mouth curled up because when it comes to fighting against him, there is no chance that he will lose to anyone. This ancient holy body of mine specializes in such skills. The aura of chaos surged in the void above his head, and a blue lotus with a natural Taoist charm turned from virtual to real. When the vision of the holy body and the purple lotus of chaos appear, no matter what the opponent's vision is or how strong it is, it must be suppressed. If it is a dragon, you have to be coiled by me, and if it is a tiger, you have to lie down with me. The scroll of Qinglan sword song was shattered in an instant, turned into blue smoke, and was forcibly suppressed back into the bodies of the two of them. The domineering nature of the strongest human being is fully revealed at this moment. Phew. Qingfeng Shuiue's face turned pale as she spurted out blood arrows and flew hundreds of meters backwards. The backlash of the vision is so terrifying. Chu Xiu held up the chaos Qinglian, and the brother and sister's sword body vision was considered useless. His eyes were like lightning, and the golden holy blood all over his body burned with golden flames. Like the god of war born in the flames, he walked towards the two of them step by step, intending to kill the brother and sister on the ladder to heaven. Wow! What is that? They suppressed the Qinglan sword song. There were screams from the crowd. Chu Xiu is the ancient holy body, and he broke the curse. The Yaoqi saint's red lips were slightly open, and there were waves in her clear eyes. They have been looking for the physique in Yaoqi for many years, but today they saw it in Taisu Holy Land. Golden energy and blood, the vision of the green lotus seated by chaos, could it be that Holy Sun Taisu is the legendary ancient holy body that was cursed by heaven and earth? K. Daozi lost his voice. The fourth sword master couldn't believe it and murmured, "Impossible. How is it possible? Why can you still cultivate with this kind of physique?" Some people who didn't understand the situation whispered, "It seems to be because of the Holy Sun. They say he is some kind of ancient holy body. I've never heard of it at all. Is it a divine body? Master, senior brother, is the legendary ancient holy body?" Tao Yao was full of doubts. "Well, the strongest holy body." Mengdie looked at the ladder in the distance, looking at the extremely domineering and unstoppable traitor with complicated eyes. "My senior brother is amazing." Tao Yao was amazed, her beautiful eyes filled with brilliance. It is said that when this kind of physique is fully developed, it can challenge the emperor. In this era of imperial decline. Senior brother, won't he want to be invincible in the world in the future? Fairy Master has a pretty and serious face, but she is not as optimistic as her young apprentice. "Master, what's wrong with you?" Mengdie sighed, "The holy body that can grow up is naturally mighty, and that's why. I'm worried that some powerful demons will sneak into the human territory and strangle him." When Tao Yao heard this, the smile on her face froze, and her eyes were full of worry. "What should we do?" After today, the news that senior brother is the ancient holy body will spread to the demon and monster territory. Maybe the Holy Lord has arrangements. Just when the major forces were shocked by the appearance of the ancient holy body, on the ladder to heaven, something unexpected happened. Long Qingfeng took out a small drum and a rare treasure, which temporarily resisted the pressure of the ancient holy body. He pushed his sister away and stopped Chu Xiu from seeing her. "Hurry up. The sheepskin drum can resist it only temporarily." "Brother, I won't leave." Long Shuiue's eyes were filled with determination as blood dripped down her cheeks. "Walk." Long Qingfeng held a small drum and kept flapping his left hand. The drum beat was dull. It contains a kind of Taoist charm that barely resists the oppression of Chu Xiu's vision. "Leave? Don't even think about leaving." Chu Xiu grinned, revealing his white teeth, and his pupils glowed with golden light. With his feet on his feet and a chaotic green lotus on his head, he arrived in front of Long Qingfeng as fast as lightning. The human emperor's fist was launched, extremely domineering. Long Qingfeng flapped the snare drum, and the sound waves spread out. The seams between his palms and fingers were broken, and blood flowed out. Chu Xiu's fist, which was made of gold, stopped 3 inches away from his cheek. He could not move forward for another half-minute, as if there was an invisible wall between the two of them that could never be broken. The offensive was blocked again. Old Demon Chu's eyes turned cold, and he moved, leaving an afterimage in place. "No. Sister, run away." Long Qingfeng screamed, and his eyes were about to burst. He knew what Chu Xiu wanted to do. It's a pity that it's too late. Chu Xiu appeared in front of Long Xiuyue, Emperor Fist, the punch that breaks through all spells, full power. Bang bang. Long Xiuyue bloomed like fireworks, turning into a blood mist and drifting away. Only a piece of clothing fluttered out, and fluttered at the feet of Long Qingfeng, who had just rushed over. Long Qingfeng's eyes instantly lost their luster, and he knelt on the ground, tremblingly holding up the blood-stained hem of his clothes. Younger sister. No, I do not want. Blood and tears fell from Long Qingfeng's cheeks and dripped on the ground. No, sister, you will be fine, brother will protect you. His sister's appearance, smile, and words kept echoing in his mind. They lost their parents when they were young, and they depended on each other for life, wandering and living in the world. Fortunately, they were met by their master, so they joined the endless sword domain. Later, he met Saint Feng Yaoshi and Saint Feng Qingyang and cultivated with them. As close as brothers. One day, bad news came. The Holy Son and Holy Maiden died at the hands of a demon named Chu Xiu. They swore to avenge the Holy Son and the Holy Maiden. However, Chu Xiu was surrounded and killed on the top of Guihun Cliff. The seeds of hatred did not disappear. After learning that Saint Taisu was also called Chu Xiu, they decided to follow their master and kill this Chu Xiu, to eliminate the traces in Tao's heart. He never thought that Holy Son Taisu was so powerful that even the visions they presented could not be defeated. In the end, his sister was killed with one punch. Long Qingfeng roared with anger, Chu Xiu. Fight with me, I'll kill you, bastard. Chu Xiu's holy blood rushed into the sky, his hair danced wildly, and he kicked his right leg through the air, causing ripples. He kicked Long Qingfeng's waist, breaking his bones and almost breaking them. Bang! Long Qingfeng's body bent into a C shape, flew back thousands of feet, hit the stone wall of the 12th step, and exploded, on the pure white stone wall, with blood outlining the outline of a human figure, leaving only a trace on the ground. The next bloody robe and a hem half soaked in blood. Long Xiuyue was killed with one punch, and Long Qingfeng was killed with a kick. Chu Xiu's godlike and cruel gesture made millions of people lose their voices. Their throat felt dry for a while. Too strong. The charming Long Xiuyue kills when she says she wants, she is ruthless. What? Do you expect His Highness, the Holy Son, to be obedient to outsiders? People are clamoring to kill our Holy Son, do you still want to let them go? His Royal Highness the Holy Son killed well, I have long been unhappy with this brother and sister. The disciples of the Taisu Holy Land were excited and inspired by the power of the Holy Son. Are the twin swordsmen very strong? If they are enemies of our Holy Son, they will be destroyed. Among the crowd, Yi Fan looked up at the slender figure on the ladder and murmured to himself. It's so strong, that punch. Why do I feel so tight in my chest? It seems like I have lost a lot. The fourth sword master finally couldn't sit still. He stood up and wanted to stop Chu Xiu. A beautiful shadow stood in front of him. Mengdie held a strange-shaped ice crystal sword and stared at him coldly with her beautiful eyes. Fourth sword master, if you don't want to be crushed to death by the holy master like Quan Qinghong, I advise you not to act rashly. The fourth sword master looked ugly. Mengdie, you are so righteous, but how can you let your disciple do whatever he wants like this? The fourth sword master looked ugly. Mengdie, do you want to be so awesome? Mengdie had a cold temperament and a calm tone. Of course I am, your disciples keep saying that they want to kill Chu Xiu. Why, in the end, Chu Xiu can't kill them? Taoyao added, aren't you a bit too overbearing? Why would you bully us for being cruel? Just at that moment, Chu Xiaoran arrived and said, Fourth Sword Master, your two disciples are very talented. Their cultivation has been destroyed, but if they work for a while, they will be able to recover more than half of it. The Fourth Sword Master's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He watched helplessly as his two favorite disciples were killed, but there was nothing he could do. Of course I'm fine. If the Fourth Sword Master has nothing else to do, sit back and continue to watch the ceremony. Mengdie said calmly. Humph. The Fourth Sword Master waved his sleeves, turned into a stream of light, and flew away from Taisu Peak, leaving Taisu Holy Land. Chu Xiaoran's eyes flashed with excitement. She smiled sweetly. Taoyao, your senior brother doesn't care, I like strong men. Taoyao glared at her with her almond-shaped eyes. Get out of here and stop trying to trick my senior brother. Chu Xiaoran replied, Hey, an outstanding and powerful man like senior brother Chu Xiu is destined to have many women. For example, the corners of Chu Xiaoran's pink lips curled. It's a pity that Taoyao just can't see through it. Still too young. Hearing the conversation, Mengdie murmured, When did this traitorous disciple get so many admirers? Taoyao's frustration heated up. Chu Xiaoran. What are you saying? Do you want to die? Quiet. Mengdie came with lotus steps, frowning and scolding her young apprentice, arguing with others about what it means to be a man in broad daylight. Meanwhile, in her mind, she cursed Chu Xiu, this traitorous disciple. He brought this upon himself, and yet he still needs his master to solve it for him. Damn it. Truly damn it. On the ladder to heaven, Chu Xiu continued to climb the ladder to heaven. Chu Xiu pinched his nose and murmured, My nose is itchy, who's scolding me? Whatever, let's continue. Who should I choose next? Jia. As an old demon, the host should drink divine blood. How about killing that blockhead from the Jiang family? He has the divine constitution. Of the 5 challengers, there are only 2 left. He doesn't know who the next lucky person will be. This. Chu Xiu looked at the Jiang Zhous on the 120th floor. As if being stared at by a poisonous snake, the hair on Jiang Zhou's neck suddenly stood up. He turned around and looked at Chu Xiu from a distance. Chu Xiu grinned, showing his white teeth. Jiang Zhou raised his eyebrows. After seeing Chu Xiu fight twice, he no longer planned to fight with him. This person is too dangerous. You must not fight him before you are sure. Otherwise, good or bad luck will be unpredictable. Thinking of this, he turned around and continued climbing the ladder to heaven. Chu Xiu looked at the 100th level of Zhouyi again. Zhou cupped his hands and said, Brother Chu, I am no match for you. Please let me go. Chu Xiu nodded and said with a bright smile, Brother Zhou misunderstood, I don't like fighting and killing the most, advocating peace is my true intention. Zhou also smiled and said, Brother Chu is a man of temperament, and Zhou feels ashamed. Looking at his back, Chu Xiu's lips curled up slightly. Among the 5, Zhou, who seemed carefree, was the strongest, and he was extremely hidden. Next is the Jiang family's divine king body. Both of them are not easy opponents, so it's fine if they don't want to fight me. The most important thing now is to climb the heaven ladder. As time passed, the 3 climbed higher and higher. 1,000 levels, 2,000 levels, 3,000 levels. At the same time, the top of Taisu Peak. Taisu's eyes opened, the stars disappeared, and visions appeared all over the area thousands of feet around her. There is a guest at the Holy Sun's palace. She looked through the mountain-protecting formation, across the endless distance, at the endless stretch of hundreds of thousands of mountains outside Taisu Holy Land. Suddenly, the figure faded and reappeared, already standing barefoot in the sky on the top of a mountain that towered into the clouds. The beautiful eyes stared directly into the void in the southwest direction, and the red lips lightly opened. Why did the golden ape come uninvited? Taisu, your insight is still so sharp. Hoarse laughter sounded, the void opened, and two figures walked out. A monkey carrying a black iron rod, covered with golden hair, and wearing armor. As the demon lord of the heavenly demon realm, if you come alone to our human territory, are you not afraid of being left behind forever? Stars were turning in Taisu's eyes. The golden ape demon lord grinned, revealing a mouth full of sharp fangs. Humph, Taisu, you are so aggressive and holding this holy sun ceremony. I don't believe you have any other intentions. I am really curious. So what? Taisu looked as usual and said calmly, what does it have to do with your monster clan? Well, how about we make a bet? The golden ape grinned, and the fangs in his mouth looked even more terrifying under the sunlight. I want this junior to climb the ladder to heaven. As long as she defeats Holy Sun Taisu, I will tell you what I want to do. On the contrary, you can make whatever conditions you want. Taisu was silent for a moment after hearing the words, Bodhi flower, holy Buddha fruit, and any other rare treasures of heaven and earth. Hearing the conversation, Mengdie sneered, these treasures of heaven and earth are what traitorous disciple is looking for. You have such a big appetite. Jin Yuan sneered. Go ahead, daughter of the butterfly emperor. Defeat Holy Sun Taisu, and I will treat you with the meat of the great sage's wild beast for 3 days and 3 nights when you return. A 6-meter-tall woman with long fiery red hair, a strong physique, and a muscular body. Her biceps are twice as thick as an adult man's waist. The woman's body shape is like a tyrannosaurus, but she is extremely beautiful. The contrast between her body shape and appearance is extremely impactful. Okay. The butterfly emperor's daughter responded with a soft and melodious voice and jumped down from the top of the mountain. Like a huge meteor, it smashed a deep pit into the ground. The mountain was shaken so much that it tended to collapse. Taisu Holy Land. Chu Xiu and the others have reached the 3,700th floor. Reaching this height, the physical body is already under great pressure. But he did not use his true energy to resist. Rather, he uses this kind of strong pressure to continuously temper his body and strengthen the ancient holy body. His bones make a crisp sound. What will happen if I ascend to the 9,999th level and use the system to break through the ancient holy body? Jia. I advise the host not to take such a huge risk. You'll die. All right. Chu Xiu gave up on this dangerous idea. Behind him a majestic object ascended the ladder with murderous intent, rushing up at a staggering speed. Who is Taisu Holy Sun? The voice was soft and sweet, spreading in all directions. Brother Chu, that seems to be here to find you. You shouldn't have done anything to her, right? Some naughty scenes appeared in his mind. The corners of Chu Xiu's eyes twitched violently. Take out the 3-meter-long big sword and leapt into the air. Zhou Yi was startled, and he retreated 1,000 meters, widening the distance between the two of them with a vigilant look on his face. He was afraid that Chu Xiu would suddenly become violent. Brother Chu, be careful not to hurt the innocent. This holy sun, I will defeat you. After defeating you, I will go home and eat meat. The butterfly emperor is like a burst of red wind, getting faster and faster. She shouted that she wanted to beat Chu Xiu down. Then go back and eat the meat of the great sage wild beast. 1000, 2000, 3000, 3005, 3008. The audience below was extremely shocked. Her physical body is so powerful that she ignores the pressure of heaven and earth and forcibly breaks through. I know who she is. The daughter of the butterfly emperor of the heavenly demon realm. Rumor has it that her father is a great master of the monster clan, and her mother is the butterfly master of the demon tribe. This girl is extraordinary. She possesses the divine body of the heavenly demon and monster clan. She is extremely powerful and physically invincible. She is the youngest member of the demon tribe. Why is she here and threatening to defeat Holy Son Taisu? Since Taisu allowed her to enter the Holy Land, Holy Lord Taisu must have agreed. Sage Taisu, can you repel this monster? The ancient holy body versus the heavenly demon divine body, another good show. The human race's holy body will win. Elder brother, destroy this muscular woman. Tao Yao shouted. Chu Xiu grabbed the angle of the butterfly emperor and smashed her onto the ground furiously. The butterfly emperor laughed strangely. The primordial secret constitution doesn't disappoint. The next moment, she used her technique, shadow. And multiple images formed across Chu Xiu from all sides, giving no chance to escape. Chu Xiu rushed forward, saying, "You want to trap me with illusions? You're too young for that. Sister." He aimed at the chest of the butterfly emperor and smashed his head between the two. With that unusual move, the butterfly emperor raged in anger. "Bean sprout, how dare you humiliate me?" Chu Xiu replied casually, "Sorry, I went too fast and couldn't step on the brakes. It wasn't intentional." As he was just saying, the butterfly emperor slapped him very hard, blood splashed from his mouth and he fell to the ground. As Chu Xiu was lying down, he blushed upon seeing something under the butterfly emperor's skirt. "That's crazy." "Shut up." Butterfly Empire smashed her axe on Chu Xiu, but he rolled sideways and dodged the attack. She tried multiple times to kill Chu Xiu with her axe, but Chu Xiu dodged all of them. Is Brother Chu going to fall in that monster lady's hands? You can't piss off a woman after all. Look at the chaos she started. Tao Yao and Chu Xiaoran were looking tense. The fairy master had a strange look on her face, and a picture appeared in her mind for no reason. Chu Xiu was pinned to the ground by the butterfly emperor's daughter, X. "Hey!" Fairy master's delicate body trembled, and a blush appeared on her pretty face. Suddenly, something unusual happened on the ladder. The butterfly empress screamed, "Ah! Stop it!" Tao Yao's expression changed, "Pervert." Chu Xiaoran blushed, "Brother Chu Xiu, so strong." Mengdie gritted her teeth, "This traitorous disciple." Meanwhile, Chu Xiu looked in the butterfly empress and said, "Women, I had enough of you. I didn't do anything just now because I was tolerating you. You've gone too far." The butterfly embrace was still screaming, "Ah!" Suddenly, the screams were stopped and silence fell through the air for a moment. Zhou Yi, who was watching from a distance, was surprised. "Is Butterfly Empress all right?" Tian Yao Divine Barbarian Constitution was defeated by the Primordial Constitution. Her eyes shone brightly, and her voice shook thousands of miles. "Man, you are so fierce. I, the Emperor's daughter, have decided to accept you as my Emperor and Empress." Under Taisu Peak, there was a deathly silence. Millions of people looked at each other with strange eyes. Tao Yao exclaimed, "This monster lady is quite arrogant. She wants our holy son to follow her back to the monster realm." Mengdie murmured to herself, "This traitorous disciple's luck with ladies is strong. Damn it! I'll teach him a lesson later. Follow me back to the heavenly demon realm. I will be good to you. I have already thought of the name of the child. Congratulations, Brother Chu, on your happy marriage. She is a good girl. Zhou Yi cupped his hands with a smile on his face. Chu Xiu gave a cold look and said, I don't desire this, I'm going to keep climbing heaven's staircase. The butterfly Empress wasn't happy and she flew back to the Taisu Peak. She kneeled with one leg and joined her hands against Taisu and said, Please, Taisu grant us our marriage. Taisu questioned herself, she came to me to ask permission for her marriage. Then she looked at the golden ape and said, Golden ape, your junior is quite ambitious, to desire to take the Taisu holy son home. The golden apes scratched his head with embarrassment, it's all a misunderstanding, she must have hurt her head, I'll bring her back now. He grabbed his hand, opened a void and shouted, Butterfly Empress. Follow me now. He grabbed the Empress and dragged her to the void. Senior, wait, I haven't asked Taisu what gift I need to present to ask for marriage. You silly little girl, how could you be so embarrassing? Golden Ape scolded. They are all being sprouts, but I like him. The crowd under the Taisu Peak while laughing at her. A few hours later, the divine bell of the Taisu Peak rang. Tianxing Peak Master announced, Holy Son Chu Xiu climbed the heaven staircase and broke the previous records. He passed the test, the ceremony shall begin. On heaven's staircase, Chu Xiu glanced at Taisu Peak. Incredible, conditioning my body on heaven's staircases faster than having breakthroughs with the system. As he reached near the Taisu Peak, millions of viewers were surprised. Chu Xiu broke the records and climbed higher than any other previous holy son. The primordial, sacred constitution is invincible. There might be no one stronger than him in the same cultivation realm. As he reached, Tao Yao, Chu Xiaoran and Qi Mengdie approached. Chu Xiaoran said, Senior, Chu Xiu. Your physique is incredibly powerful. Senior brother, congratulations. Tao Yao greeted him with a sweet smile. Chu Xiu nodded, his mouth slightly raised, and he raised his hand to touch her head. Look at the fairy master. It's okay. Qi Mengdie said calmly. Quickly get onto the stage, the Holy Master has prepared the seal of the Holy Sun for you. Okay, I'll see Master later. Chu Xiu smiled. Qi Mengdie's delicate body felt warm. She thought, traitorous disciple. What is he planning now? Chu Xiu walked up the white jade stairs and walked step by step to the highest point of the platform. Everyone's eyes were on him. Envy, jealousy, reverence, respect, fear, hatred. Thousands of people with thousands of faces, all in one person. Whether he likes it or not, today he is the protagonist, not the old demon Chu who everyone calls for beating. He doesn't hate his current identity or his past identity. Different ways of living are destined to have different splendors. Chu Xiu sighed in his heart. Once upon a time, he had imagined such a scene. Unfortunately, God failed to fulfill his wishes, so he had no choice but to go against the odds and do it again. Star-like eyes looked directly at Chu Xiu, and his soft tone spread throughout the Holy Land. You will become the Holy Son today, and I will give you two choices. No matter what you choose, I will support you. Chu Xiu listened honestly. The first way is that the Holy Land will provide you with countless cultivation resources, treasures of heaven and earth, and great sage protectors. Your future will be bright and bright. The second way is that the Holy Land will not give you any resources. It will serve as your backing and leave your world to you to create and fight in bloody battles. Your future will face challenges from all sides, and the future is unknown. In an instant. Under Taisu Peak, everyone was talking a lot. No need to think about it, of course, choose the first path. If it's me, and I choose the first path. That's why you people are destined not to become strong. Chu Xiu's thoughts moved slightly, weighing the gains and losses in his mind. Needless to say, the benefits of the first path are that he has a system and can grow quickly by using the resources of the Holy Land without any side effects. Disadvantages: he will lose part of his freedom and must grow in the direction required by the Holy Land. He also has too many secrets. If he is always following a great sage, he will be easily exposed. The advantage of the second path is, of course, freedom. With the Holy Land of Taisu as his backing, he can fly around the world without any worries and kill whoever he wants. Disadvantage: lack of support in terms of cultivation resources. Comparing the two, Chu Xiu preferred the second path. First of all, Sister Hua hopes that she will choose the second path. Moreover, he is planning to travel down the mountain and find a way to contact Hong Yi. It is not convenient to bring a protector. If Lu Hongyi appears with him, everyone will suspect that he is old demon Chu. When the time comes, his identity will be exposed, and it is unknown what the Taisu Holy Land's attitude towards him will be. Moreover, since he was resurrected in the Taisu Holy Land, he has never thought about using the resources of the Holy Land to grow. He just needs a backer to give me enough time to grow. Thinking of this, he looked at the shadow and said loudly, "I choose the second way. I, Chu Xiu, am not afraid of any challenge. I don't need others to give me what I want. I will fight for it myself and grab it with the sword in my hand. No one can stop my way. If the mountains block me, I will destroy the mountains, and if some people block my way, I will kill them." The voice is loud and full of absolute confidence. When Tai Suzy heard this, her eyes became less majestic and more gentle. "Are you sure?" "Sure." Chu Xiu nodded. "Okay." The shadow spread out its right hand, and a fist-sized jade square seal appeared, with a green-purple jade square seal carved on it and engraved on it, roaring up to the sky. There is also a piece of a palm-sized jade tablet that symbolizes his identity as the Holy Sun. It contains a seal of the Holy Lord. If his life is threatened, the mark will be triggered, which can defend against a full blow from the peak of the Great Saint Realm. At the same time, the Holy Lord will also notice and rush to save him in time. Receive the Holy Sun's seal and the Holy Sun's life card. Chu Xiu reached out and took it. Under the high platform, there was a wave of cheers. Holy Sun. His Royal Highness the Holy Sun. His Royal Highness the Holy Sun, you are brave and invincible. Some disciples of the Taisu Holy Land may not be familiar with Chu Xiu at first. However, after his strong performance in 2 battles and his exaggerated height of 7,000 levels on the ladder, they were all deeply impressed by it. Even though His Highness the Holy Sun's current cultivation level may not be as high as theirs, they firmly believe that when the Holy Sun grows up, he will become an extremely powerful person. They are extremely looking forward to the future of His Royal Highness the Sun. Chu Xiu raised the seal of the Holy Sun with his right hand. The shouts became louder and louder. Holy Sun, Holy Sun. Holy Sun, Holy Sun. I declare that the Holy Sun ceremony is over. Representatives from the Holy Land, ancient families, and great sects are invited to go to Taisu Peak to discuss important matters. After Tai Suzy finished speaking, she was ready to leave. Chu Xiu secretly sent a message to stop it. Your Majesty the Holy Lord. Tai Suzy paused and turned around. Ahem. Chu Xiu blushed, coughed twice, smiled shyly, and said through the message, Your Majesty the Holy Lord, Elder Hua of Daoyun Peak is not yet married. I wonder if Your Majesty the Holy Lord can grant her a marriage. The shadow froze, its starry eyes were deep. You want me to grant her a marriage? Chu Xiu nodded repeatedly. Given to whom? Chu Xiu stretched out his finger and pointed at his nose. The shadow trembled. It was transformed by the Holy Lord's thought, equivalent to a clone. At this time, the Holy Lord was mentally unstable, which almost caused the shadow to dissipate. There was a long silence. The Holy Lord's voice slowly came out, "You like her very much?" She was helpless and couldn't laugh or cry. This little guy dared to ask her for marriage. What do you like about her? Chu Xiu, gentle, kind, considerate, mature, beautiful, he said dozens of words to describe female beauty. The Holy Lord was silent. She wants to change, but she can't change so many things. Looking at Chu Xiu with a serious face in front of her, she said softly, I can't decide this matter in one word. It also depends on Elder Hua's wishes. If she agrees, I will grant you a marriage. Really? Chu Xiu was surprised. The shadow gradually faded and finally disappeared. Jia. Host, you pretending asshole. Chu Xiu sneered, fuck off, you are not allowed to laugh when I'm not laughing. Later that day in Mengdie's room. What did you say to the Holy Master just now? Nothing to say, just some questions about cultivation. It is very natural for old demon Chu to lie. He murmured to himself, why does Master smell even more fragrant today? Fairy Master frowned, you have a problem with your cultivation, why don't you come and ask me, instead of disturbing the Holy Master? I'm here, aren't I? Chu Xiu patted his hands on Qi Ming's legs, please, Master. Qi Mengdie shouted, you traitorous disciple, you just became the Holy Son, and you're acting like this? Do you deserve the position of the Holy Son? What is Master talking about? I just want to seek guidance regarding first techniques, how is that a bad thing? Chu Xiu remarked. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Suddenly, Chu Xiu climbed over Qi Mengdie and held her hands tightly. Master, why don't you tell me, what do you think I'm thinking? I don't want to know, leave, Qi Mengdie said. Are you willing to let me leave? Chu Xiu stated with a smile. Qi Mengdie covered her mouth with the hands as she felt vomit. 1 month after hatching, Ji Taimei's appearance had undergone a significant transformation outside Chu Xiu's room. The small chick had grown to the size of a fist upon breaking through to the Luanhai realm. Its once yellow and fluffy fur had shed, making way for sleek black and golden feathers, including 2 long, golden plumes crowning its head. The resemblance to a crow was striking, but Ji Taimei possessed a more ethereal and magical aura than ordinary crows, setting it apart as truly extraordinary. Upon encountering Chu Xiaoran and observing her unfamiliar face, Ji Taimei adopted an arrogant and boastful demeanor. Woman, I perceive exceptional qualities in you, and I've decided to accept you as my pet, it declared confidently, leaving Chu Xiaoran dumbfounded. Such a peculiar crow was an unprecedented sight for her. Taoyao, amused by Ji Taimei's audacity, chimed in, hey, this chicken is shameless. Little chick, I support you, just accept her as your pet. Taoyao's smile, accompanied by a pair of shallow dimples and a glint from a small tiger tooth, sparkled under the sunlight. Perched on a rock in front of the fire, Ji Taimei stood with folded wings across its chest, disdain evident in its gaze directed at Chu Xiaoran. Woman, confess, do you harbor feelings for Chu Xiu? If you desire, I might be inclined to assist you. Ji Taimei continued its arrogance and shamelessness on full display, leading to a delicate blush appearing on Chu Xiaoran's face. This is not good, exclaimed Chu Xiaoran. You, what do you mean? Taoyao leapt up, seizing Chu Xiaoran's snow-white slender neck with both hands. You said you don't covet my senior brother, and yet you harbor such dirty thoughts about him. Oh, Chu Xiaoran, delicate and weak, responded calmly. Senior brother Chu Xiu is not yours. Do you want to control me? Quack. Ji Taimei chuckled unscrupulously, continuing to ignite the fire. Yes, 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 pull her hair, scratch her face, pick her nostrils. Hey, Taoyao, just pick her nostrils. I am laughing so hard. It turns out that women fight like this. All right. Chu Xiu appeared suddenly, delivering a punch to Ji Taimei's head. You bad chicken, out here being naughty again. Chu Xiaoran and Taoyao froze upon Chu Xiu's arrival. Senior brother, when did you come here? Chu Xiaoran asked softly. Taoyao pouted her pink lips and released her grip on Chu Xiaoran's neck and hair. Chu Xiaoran, in response, took a moment to straighten her hair, which had been tousled by Taoyao. She lowered her head, appearing somewhat submissive. Softly, she whispered, I'm sorry. You, Taoyao was furious at the sight of Chu Xiaoran's submissive demeanor. Taoyao turned to Chu Xiu and noticed a strange expression on his face. Senior brother Chu Xiu, it's my fault. Don't blame senior sister Taoyao. She started scolding me as soon as she came up. She loves you. Upon hearing this, Taoyao's face flushed with embarrassment, and she immediately fell silent. But wouldn't it be nice for one more person to love senior brother Chu, senior sister? Chu Xiaoran added. Of course, if you mind, senior sister, I can leave. Poof. Old Demon Chu held his forehead and looked up at the sky in speechless exasperation, beginning to suspect that this girl might also be a time traveler. Chu Xiaoran, you are shameless. Yeah, you're right. I will kill you. Yunxia Peak became even more lively with the escalating drama. Taisu Peak, the cave of the Holy Lord. Mengdie and Taisu engaged in a conversation within the sanctity of the cave. Holy Master, the monster clan has already learned that Chu possesses the primordial sacred constitution after the Holy Sun ceremony. I'm afraid that the monsters will act on it, Mengdie voiced her concerns. Taisu paused for a moment and then conveyed a dire truth. The forces of demons and the monster clan have grown more and more in the past 1,000 years. If we don't seize the opportunity to enter the ancient star in advance and trap and kill a large number of their great sage realm cultivators, the Tianyuan Great Wall will surely fall within 10 years. Of course, the opening of Tai Chi Ancient Star is also an opportunity for you, Taisu continued with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. There is an opportunity to become a Saint King Realm cultivator. You have to grasp it. Mengdie nodded, her beautiful eyes brimming with anticipation. She was looking forward to it, the Saint King Realm. The gap between the Great Sage and the Saint King was as vast as the difference between clouds and mud. All cultivators dreamt of breaking through to the Saint King Realm, especially in an era where great emperors were extinct, and quasi-emperors were no longer present. The Saint King Realm stood as the absolute pinnacle. Taisu then entrusted Mengdie with a task, saying, "This is the Bodhi Divine Flower Chu Xiu needs, please hand it to him in my stead." As she waved the sleeves of her skirt, a jade box materialized on the table. Mengdie gritted her teeth, expressing her displeasure, to see their traitorous disciple again. How unfortunate. Return to Yunxia Peak, Mengdie's room. Chu Xiu respectfully cupped his hands and greeted his master, the night has yet to come. Why did the master call me here? Bleh. Shameless. Mengdie shot a cold look at Chu Xiu. She then handed over the jade box, exclaiming, "The Holy Master wants you to have this. Take it and leave, don't disturb me any further." How could I disturb you here? Chu Xiu smirked mischievously. He moved forward and playfully grabbed Mengdie by the waist and hand, saying, "Master, I'm here anyway. What about the fist technique from last night?" Mengdie responded with anger, "Traitorous disciple. Fuck off. It's still daytime, don't be so reckless." Chu Xiu sniffed Mengdie and said teasingly, "Master, this time your scent is incredible. The night is going to fall soon. I can't wait anymore. Let's do this now." Chu Xiu playfully climbed over Mengdie. 3 hours later, Chu Xiu lay on the bed, a hint of exhaustion in his eyes. His master, Mengdie, was sleeping peacefully on her side beside him, covered by a thin blanket that revealed skin as white as snow. Chu Xiu, curious about his current status, invoked the system, saying, "System, show my panel. Name * Chu Xiu. Cultivation * 9th stage of Yunxia realm. Body * ancient holy body. Constitution * primordial sacred constitution. Intent * sword intent of heavenly slaughter. Skill * Mingdie's secret technique, poison, in the Alchemy Sutra, a first glimpse into the secret method. Note * you are the holy son of Taisu Holy Land, and you can superimpose part of the Holy Land's luck. Oh. Becoming a holy son will have a luck buff? There's a benefit like that, Chu Xiu mused. Just as he was pondering, Mengdie woke up, placing her hand on Chu Xiu's shoulder. She said, "Traitorous disciple, the night has fallen." Coming forward, she hugged Chu Xiu from behind and added, "Tonight, you can stay here." Chu Xiu, standing up to prepare to leave, exclaimed, "Cough. No, I need to go back and cultivate." As he dressed, Chu Xiu stared at his master from the corner of his eyes, thinking, "You want me to stay over? Hee, will something so nice happen? She's acting irregularly, who knows if she won't just slap me to death while I'm sleeping." He departed, saying, "Master should take some rest." Mengdie, left alone, gritted her teeth and muttered, "This traitorous disciple, he's still as cautious as ever. Just wait, I'll kill you one day." The next day, Chu Xiu arrived at his holy sun palace. "Last night, Master handed the Bodhi divine flower to me. Now I can attempt a breakthrough to the other shore stage. To have a successful breakthrough, I need to absorb a massive amount of qi from the world. I might as well try it in the Holy Sun Palace. It might be one of the richest places in qi in Taisu Holy Ground." His Royal Highness the Holy Sun, the 4 girls at Yunxia realm saluted him respectfully. They were sweet-looking and generous in their words and deeds. The girls stole glances at His Highness the Holy Sun, wanting to look but not daring to do so, their faces flushed. "I will rarely come here from now on, so I'll leave it to you to take care of it." "Yes, Your Highness. You can go and cultivate. Just leave the rest to us." The 4 girls saluted together again, signifying their acknowledgement of the responsibility. The spiritual energy of the spring transformed into mist, lingering around the pool. Above, a lotus platform floated gracefully. In the pool below, the rich spiritual energy liquefied, creating gurgling spiritual springs. The qi density here is so high. Cultivating here might multiply my speed by dozens of times. Chu Xiu exclaimed. He retrieved the Holy Sun's life card and unlocked the restriction on the spring, then leapt onto the lotus platform. Subconsciously, he took a deep breath. The spiritual energy enveloped his entire body, and his pores relaxed, akin to soaking in a hot spring, refreshing and invigorating. Chu Xiu then took out the jade box containing the Bodhi flower. Upon opening it, the sky filled with rays of light, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, and his body felt light and airy, as if it would soar in the next moment. The Bodhi flower lay quietly in the box, resembling a baby's fist, carved from white jade. Its 9 petals are layered on top of each other, somewhat like the flora on the blue star, thick and textured. Chu Xiu used his fingers to twist the flower, placed it in his mouth, and gently sucked it in. The Bodhi flower immediately turned into pollen, penetrating his body along his nose. Simultaneously, the system prompts sounded. Breakthrough. The enlightenment from the Taoist scriptures merged into the divine soul of the altar like flowing water. The surrounding spiritual energy penetrated Chu Xiu's body through his pores, merging into the wheel sea and transforming into true energy. In the chakra sea below the navel, a precious light shone, and the sacred bridge passage connecting the shrine increased 5 times. A formidable energy surged from the chakra sea, slamming into the shrine. Chu Xiu's altar, originally 50 times wider than an ordinary Yunxia realm cultivator's, continued to expand, 51, 52, 60, 70, 80, 90, 99, and 100 times. It reached 100 times more terrifying before it finally stopped. The little golden man sitting on the throne in the center of the altar became more vivid and concise. With a majestic appearance resembling the gods and Buddhas in the 9 heavens, dense Taoist patterns covered his body, and the sound of Buddha's chant seemed endless. The 10th stage of the Yunxia realm is completed. Chu Xiu opened his eyes, golden light flowing within them. At the same time, above Chu Xiu's head, 2 white unicorns with wings growing from their backs pulled a cart and flew over slowly. "Princess, this is the legendary Holy Sun Palace," said the coachman from the spacious and luxurious carriage. Inside the carriage, 2 cute maids gazed at the gate of Taisu Holy Land in the distance, their big, watery eyes filled with surprise and shock. "Your Highness, this is the legendary Taisu Holy Land. It's so magnificent, even more beautiful than the palace," one of the maids exclaimed. A girl dressed in goose-yellow palace clothes, with a petite figure and eyes as clear as sapphires, seemed to speak as her eyes flickered. Her long hair was in a bun, and a smooth shawl adorned her snow-white body. She possessed a delicate oval face, bright red lips, and a high nose bridge. Jade's hand supported her chin, her eyes looking out the window, a smile playing on her lips, and a pair of cute dimples appearing at the corners of her mouth. "Manhua, Qiuyu, don't make a fuss. Taisu Holy Land is the absolute supreme in our southern region. The mountain gate is naturally magnificent. How can the imperial palace compare with it?" she advised. "Our Ming Empire is vast, with a population of trillions, ruling 3 dynasties. It looks extremely powerful, but to Taisu, it is just a corner, a mortal country that is ruled. You must remember that when you meet the important figures in the Holy Land later, you must not lose your etiquette." The breeze blew through Chu Xiu's hair. He frowned and said to himself, "The girl in palace clothes from before looks a bit familiar. A bit like Zhu Biyue. Are they her descendants?" As Chu Xiu pondered, a lotus flower fell from the sky into his hand. He gazed at the flower and chuckled, realizing, "Oh, Sister Hua is thinking about me." Contemplating it, he controlled the airship to land next to the lake under Lingfeng. White daffodils bloomed all around, creating a pleasant and fragrant scene. By the lakeside stood a beauty in the sea of flowers, with long hair shawled and wearing a plain skirt. Although not exceptionally beautiful, she exuded charm and attractiveness, resembling a fairy in a flower, gentle and peaceful. Sister Hua, have you been waiting for a long time?" Chu Xiu greeted. The woman looked back, smiled, and said softly, "Congratulations on your improvement in cultivation." Chu Xiu put away the shuttle, walked slowly to her, and smiled, "My little effort is nothing, but Sister Hua is getting more and more beautiful." Sister Hua rolled her eyes at him. "Tell me, why did you ask me to come here?" Old Demon Chu smiled and held her soft, boneless jade hand. Sister Hua raised her eyebrows and smiled, but did not break away, allowing him to be a bit playful. A few days ago, I mentioned to the Holy Lord about granting you a marriage. Sister, what do you think the Holy Lord responded to? Chu Xiu said mysteriously. Sister Hua chuckled, of course, I didn't agree. Because we are not suitable. Humph, the Holy Master said that as long as you agree, she will grant you marriage, old demon Chu continued, being shamelessly persistent. You think I'd agree, huh? Sister Hua stared at him with her beautiful eyes. Why? Chu Xiu shook his head in despair and played with her jade hand, savoring the delightful touch. It's a pity that I have to leave the Holy Land to travel. If my sister doesn't agree, I don't know when we can see each other again. Why? Sister Hua's eyes moved slightly, she frowned, and asked in surprise, you just broke through to the divine realm, and you're going to travel? Chu Xiu nodded and helplessly, always staying in the Holy Land is not an option. Cultivation is not a simple retreat. Well, that's right. People who only know how to cultivate in seclusion are destined not to become strong, Sister Hua agreed with Chu Xiu's words. A truly strong individual is destined to face various battles and forge an immortal path with the bones of their enemies. I can't bear to leave. Chu Xiu raised his hand, planted a daffodil, and pinned it in her silky hair. You are not the kind of person who loves children. On the ladder to heaven, it is your nature to be decisive, domineering, and cruel. Who said that decisive killing can't bring love between children? Chu Xiu held her hand and placed it on his heart. Do you feel it, my sincere heartbeat? Feeling his heartbeat, a blush appeared on Sister Hua's cheeks, a little lost. This was the first time she had been so close to a man. Old Demon Chu claimed that the flowers flowed for hundreds of miles, and not a single leaf touched his body. Very naturally, he raised his arms to wrap them around her slender waist. The two were of similar height, their eyes locked onto each other. Sister Hua's face was full of astonishment as she stood there, stunned. This is, good guy, is he going to take action? Should I slap him away? Just when she was contemplating it, Chu Xiu went up and kissed her on her crystal-red lips. The kiss was marshmallow-like, very fragrant, and sweet. Sister Hua's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at the face so closely. Even if she were a peak, Saint King, she wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of coquettish operation. Chu Xiu licked the tip of his tongue, let go of his hand around her waist, and took a step back, his heart pounding wildly. The great sage took advantage of two, facing the powerful Saint King. It was impossible to say that he wasn't nervous. Secretly running the secret code, he was ready to run away at any time. Sister Hua stood on the spot, her pretty face flushed. She raised her jade hand to touch the corners of her lips, and white steam seemed to come out of her head. The first kiss is gone. Chu Xiu. Okay, so it's still steam, princess. You, Sister Hua stared at Chu Xiu, her hair moving without any wind. Ah, sister, don't be excited, Chu Xiu quickly explained, I can't help myself, sister, don't be angry. How about you beat me up? How about you scold me? You can't speak. Seeing his shameless look, Sister Hua felt embarrassed and wanted to laugh. Forget it, he doesn't know my true identity. Excusable circumstances. Come here, she said, glaring at Chu Xiu. Oh, Chu Xiu stepped forward pitifully. Sister Hua pinched his ears with her bare hands. Don't do this next time, you know. Then next time I want to kiss you, I'd better tell you in advance. Sister Hua, you. Why are you thicker-skinned than Taisu Peak Mountain? Sister Hua pursed her bright red lips and tweaked his ears. If you do this again, I'm going to be angry. You are so gentle and touching, even when you are angry, how can I not love you? You treat your sister as a little girl. Am I so easy to deceive? Ha! Sister Hua plucked the daffodils from her hair with her bare hands, a slight smile on her lips. The jade hand turned over, and a ring appeared on the palm. The whole thing was black with complicated red patterns, like an Ouroboros, extraordinary. This fairy storage ring is a trophy I obtained when I participated in the battle to defend the Tianyuan Great Wall. The interior space is quite large. If you want to travel, I will give it to you. It is always inconvenient to use a storage bag. Chu Xiu stretched out his left hand, a smile on his lips, and raised his chin. Sister Hua rolled her eyes at him and slid the ring onto his middle finger. Chu Xiu raised his hand, examining it, and marveled, "It's so beautiful, thank you, sister." Sister Hua, do you know what it means when a woman gives a man a ring? Sister Hua looked confused. It's just a storage ring. What does it mean? No, Chu Xiu took Sister Hua to sit on a bluestone by the lake. Seeing her curiosity, he couldn't help but reveal a mischievous smile. Legend has it that at the end of the starry sky, there is an ancient star of life. There, when a woman gives a man a ring, it shows that she likes him very much, cares about him a lot, and hopes to get married to him. Oh. Sister Hua pretended not to understand, tilted her head, and lightly opened her red lips. There are such weird customs. I've never heard of it. There is no such statement in the Sky Continent. You are indifferent. Chu Xiu looked evil, took her hand, lowered his head, and kissed the white and smooth back of her hand. You like to take advantage of your sister? Do you treat other women like this? I'm really worried that you will be beaten to death, Sister Hua said, speechless, giving him a big eye roll. Because I like you, Chu Xiu said, taking it for granted and not ashamed. You see, my master is so beautiful, why don't I take advantage of? Poof! Sister Hua almost choked to death and said angrily, if you even take advantage of your master, then you are treasonous and unfaithful. No, I respect master so much that I wouldn't dare to have any bad thoughts, old demon Chu said, looking upright and solemn. Sister Hua tilted her head, her clear eyes full of smiles. So you're going to bully me? I do not dare to bully sister. With that, he placed his hand on Hua's backless butt. Sister. No, you little guy is too shameless. It seems I have to stay away from you. I'm not a little guy. I'm a big guy, Chu Xiu retorted, arguing hard. Sister Hua's heart skipped a beat, feeling something was wrong. It felt like she accidentally fell into a pit and slowly got used to it. She saw him blushing and scratching his neck. The two played with each other for 5 hours. Holding Sister Hua's arm, he said, Sister, the Holy Lord invited many forces to Taisu Peak some time ago. What did they say during the meeting? Of course, if it's inconvenient, forget it. Sister Hua shook her head and allowed him to. Of course, you are qualified to know. Sister Hua raised her other hand and pointed at the sky. The natural restriction of a mysterious ancient star outside the sky is about to be opened. That ancient star is called Tai Chi. Chu Xiu's eyes moved slightly when he heard this. He had heard of this ancient star, which was very famous. The ancient star was naturally restricted and would only open once every 2,000 or 3,000 years. There are countless natural and earthly treasures among them, but the most precious thing is the Taoist relics left by the great emperor. Some great saints with unparalleled luck even received part of the emperor's Taoist inheritance, soaring to the sky and quickly surpassing the Holy King, becoming the pinnacle powerhouse on the Sky Continent. Therefore, every time the Tai Chi ancient star is turned on, it becomes a gluttonous feast and causes a bloody storm. The 3 tribes of powerful great saints from the monsters, demons, and human clans attack each other. The scene and the power are so devastating that it makes people shudder to think about it. Sister, has the Holy Lord already determined the time when the natural restriction on the ancient star will be opened? Chu Xiu was very confused. He remembered that 23 years ago, when he searched for the soul of the Holy Son of Tai Holy Land, he got the information that the Taiji ancient star was wrapped in the laws of heaven and earth, and he could not calculate the exact opening time. He could only estimate it at about once every 2 to 3,000 years. Chu Xiu inquired, "When will it open?" Sister Hua responded, "The Taichi ancient star is set to open within a year, with a time frame of at least 5 or 6 months and at most 8 months. Will my master be attending as well?" Chu Xiu inquired once again. Sister Hua nodded, "Indeed. The Yunxia Peak master is planning to participate. She aims to seize the opportunity to ascend to the rank of Saint King in Taichi ancient star." Concerned, Chu Xiu frowned. "There won't be any issues with my precious master, right? If something were to happen, where should I turn for guidance?" He pondered the idea of keeping his master safe by confining her to their residence instead of venturing into the unknown. Observing his worried expression, Sister Hua reassured him gently, "Don't worry. Master Yunxia Peak is a formidable woman. Among peers of the same rank, her combat prowess stands at the pinnacle." As a gentle spring breeze wafted through, creating ripples on the lake, and a sea of daffodils swayed in the wind, their fragrance permeating the air, Sister Hua inquired about Chu Xiu's travel plans. He shook his head, indicating his lack of certainty. His primary objective in descending from the mountain was to locate Lu Hongyi. Although he knew she had headed north, her current whereabouts remained a mystery. Chu Xiu was eager to gather information and uncover any leads. "Sister, I must bid you farewell today," Chu Xiu announced. "Any parting words?" Sister Hua asked, gazing at Chu Xiu, who held her hand and showed no intention of letting go. Faced with this, Sister Hua reluctantly raised her hand to embrace him, delivering a tender, lip-to-lip kiss. She whispered softly in his ear, "If you encounter an unbeatable adversary, there's no shame in escaping." Chu Xiu reassured her, "Do not worry." The following morning at Yunxia Peak, the sun illuminated the landscape, casting a radiant glow on the purple clouds that adorned the sky, creating an ethereal scene reminiscent of a fairyland. Mo Fian, accompanied by a girl in palace attire, led them to Chu Xiu's immortal cave. Zhu Ziyue gracefully bowed and greeted, the 7th princess of the Ming dynasty. Zhu Ziyue pays respects to His Royal Highness, the Son of Heaven. Chu Xiu, recognizing her as a descendant of Zhu Biyue, acknowledged her courtesies. He turned to Mo Fian and inquired gently, "Elder Mo, may I know why you've brought Princess Zhu Ziyue to my abode?" Mo Fian, exuding a cold and captivating aura, stated, "I heard that the Holy Sun is planning to descend from the mountain. Coincidentally, the new king of the Ming Empire has recently taken the throne. The Holy Lord has tasked me with bringing the 7th princess. Son, you and the 7th princess are to represent our sacred land and witness the ceremony in the Ming Empire." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu mused, "Sister Hua really doesn't want me to be idle." After a brief contemplation, he nodded and agreed, "All right, considering I have no specific plans. Let's head to Daming." Zhu Ziyue, upon hearing Chu Xiu's decision, couldn't conceal her joy. She promptly bowed and expressed, "It is our great fortune that His Royal Highness, the Son of God, is gracing Daming with his presence." Overwhelmed with joy, she whispered to herself, "When my second elder brother ascends the throne, all the royal siblings will embark on a journey to invite esteemed guests from major forces in the southern region. Nobody in Sacred Land can afford to miss out, so I had to attend. Initially, I thought it would be splendid to invite a minor saint elder. Little did I anticipate that His Royal Highness the Sun would not only accept the invitation but also attend the ceremony in person. Ha! They even tried to discourage me before leaving, claiming I couldn't secure guests from Sacred Land. Little did they know that not only did I manage to invite, but also the presence of His Royal Highness the Holy Sun." Chu Xiu observed her radiant expression, sensing her happiness. A tinge of melancholy crept over him. 45 years ago, in the divine ability realm, he visited the Ming Empire's Shang capital and encountered Zhu Biyue, the eldest princess of the Ming dynasty. They formed an unusual bond through a romantic encounter and became poker friends. He had vowed to find her, only to discover that she now had descendants. Then he declared, "If there's no other business, let's leave tomorrow." "Great. Apologies for bothering you today, we'll see you tomorrow," Zhu Ziyue expressed. At that moment, Chu Xiu received a transmission message from his master, "Traitorous disciple, come and see me immediately." Chu Xiu replied through transmission, "No, my waist hurts today, let's not do that today." Mengdie sneered, "Absurd. I am already prepared, yet that traitorous disciple refuses to come." She entered the storage court and retrieved a box. Later, in Chu Xiu's room, he sat cross-legged, focusing on cultivation. In the distance, Ji Taimei lay down, relaxing, and sneered, "You're quite diligent, cultivating right before you leave. I believe I haven't claimed my reward for the significant breakthrough last time. System, show me the records." Ding, detected that the host has achieved primordial sacred constitution, divine bridge stage breakthrough. Special reward triggered, half of Ziji secret technique. Whether to receive. Receive. His heart quickened with a few extra beats. The unexpected breakthrough astonished him, as the system rewarded him with one of the 9 secrets, Zhizimi. Zhizimi stood as the most potent healing magic, boasting the ability, when mastered, to restore the physical body with just a drop of blood. This ancient celestial creation rivaled the preciousness and practicality of Xingzimi and surpassed it in terms of life preservation. Combined with his ancient sacred body's resilience against attacks, the restorative prowess of Zhizimi rendered Chu Xiu virtually invincible. A subtle golden glow emanated from the void, casting its brilliance onto his forehead. It merged into the altar, forming 5 characters brimming with Tao and reason around the golden figure, spiraling around the soul. A phantom of an old Taoist-robed man materialized behind him, reciting as if personally imparting wisdom to Chu Xiu. The integration of half of the word's secrets into his mind promised an enduring existence for his soul. Chu Xiu immersed himself in insight, and the deeper he delved, the more awe-inspiring the revelation became. The title of the strongest healing magic, Zhizimi, justified its reputation, as it maintained its holy blood cells in an exceptionally active state for an extended period. Pleasantly surprised, Chu Xiu realized that with the incomplete second half of the Zhizimi technique, he could set plans into motion. By consolidating the entirety of his body's holy blood, true energy, and cells, compressing them entirely, and synchronizing with the god-killing sword intent, he could unleash a sword strike without reservation. This mighty slash could rend the sky and fracture the earth, boasting world-shaking power. Of course, such an unrestrained release came at a cost. Severe injury awaited him. However, with the restorative power of Zhizimi, the damage was inconsequential. The word's secret would swiftly restore him to his original state. Chu Xiu couldn't help but lament, "The only regret is having only half of Zhizimi, significantly diminishing its effectiveness. If I were to acquire the complete Zhizi secret, I could forge a prototype of the third sword move. This third form would harness the power of holy blood, executing the most formidable sword strike conceivable." The sheer potency of this technique left even Chu Xiu himself awestruck. He rose to his feet and advanced forward. Ji Taimei chimed in from behind, "Little Chu, how about some roast rabbit? You won't get to enjoy this once you leave the holy ground." Chu Xiu retorted, "No, I'm going to take a nap." A short while later, a shadow loomed over Ji Taimei as he savored the rabbit skewer. It was Mengdie, inquiring, "Where is my traitorous disciple?" Ji Taimei replied confidently, "Woman, little Chu is taking a nap." Nobody can disturb him. Undeterred, Mengdie moved forward and retorted, "A little chicken dares to block my path." As she passed above Taimei, he suddenly saw something that caused blood to spurt from his mouth. Mengdie stepped in, contemplating, is he truly sleeping? She entered and found Chu Xiu peacefully asleep, completely unclothed. A smirk played on her lips as she observed him. Amid his dreams, Chu Xiu found himself surrounded by relatives and friends from the Blue Star, beckoning to him with calls of, "Holy Sun, come over, Holy Sun." "Here I come," he declared, discarding the towel and entering the pool naked, encircled by a bevy of ladies. Abruptly, the dream transformed, and his master scolded him, tears in her eyes, "You traitorous disciple. You already have a son, yet you're still bathing here." Chu Xiu jolted awake, his face reflecting shock and dripping with cold sweat. The nightmare had been unsettling. His master, sitting nearby, inquired, "You woke up?" Chu Xiu sneered, "Ah. Why are you here?" Mengdie responded, "I'm your master. Why can't I be inside?" She then produced a box from heaven. Frowning, Chu Xiu remarked, "What are you doing, planning to kill your disciple?" As he took the box, he realized, this is 7th grade dragon swallow. So, the master is here to temper my body. As Mengdie stood up to leave, she mentioned, "I can't assist you much once you leave the mountain for training, so consider this a parting gift." Chu Xiu halted her, saying, "Master, please wait." Then, he seized her hand and drew her closer. Mengdie questioned, "Traitorous disciple, why do you want me to stay?" Chu Xiu replied, "Master is gifting me the 7th grade dragon swallow. Legend has it that in the primordial sea, a saint-stage dragon whale swallow requires millions of years to mature before condensing into the dragon swallow. It's an exceedingly precious gift." "So what?" Mengdie inquired. Chu Xiu tenderly touched her cheek and stated, "Of course, your disciple needs to repay you for giving me something so valuable." 3 days had passed. The scene unfolded in southern region's Qingxian city, nestled adjacent to the formidable 100,000 mountains, within the expansive Tianqi dynasty. With a population swelling into the tens of millions, the city buzzed with vitality. Occasional glimpses of cultivators soared over the city gates, while mortals patiently queued on the ground, awaiting their turn to enter the bustling metropolis. Amid this vibrant panorama, 2 white unicorns gracefully flapped their wings, guiding a resplendent carriage towards the city gates. Adorned with the unmistakable emblem of the Ming Empire's imperial family, the carriage garnered immediate recognition from the vigilant soldiers stationed at the gate, who swiftly signaled their subordinates to grant passage. Thus, Eunuch Chen, accompanied by his entourage, glided into the city within the luxurious confines of the carriage. Within the opulent carriage, Chu Xiu stood, with Taimei Ji perched upon his shoulder, while Mo Fian occupied a graceful position beside him. Seated opposite them were 3 young girls, engaged in light banter. "Who would have thought, Your Highness, that you possess such profound knowledge of the outside world beyond the sacred land," remarked Zhu Ziyue, his tone tinged with admiration. Chu Xiu chuckled, raising a hand in a gesture of modesty. "Allow me to recount the tale of Cultivator Han once more," he proposed. The 3 young girls nodded eagerly in agreement, their curiosity piqued. Chu Xiu's voice dropped to a hushed tone as he began to narrate. "This tale revolves around a cultivator named Han, born with meager talents yet unwilling to resign to mediocrity. Through relentless dedication and perseverance, he encountered myriad challenges and opportunities along his path. His delivery was masterful, akin to a seasoned storyteller captivating an audience in a humble tea house, his voice resonating with depth and immersive storytelling. As the story unfolds," he continued, "a pivotal character emerges, Nangong, a woman whose presence intertwines with Han's journey, transforming him into a formidable cultivator. Their bond deepened as they faced trials together, culminating in a moment of intense emotion. Chu Xiu's words trailed off momentarily, punctuated by a brief cough, before he quipped, "Well, you all know how these tales tend to unfold." A collective blush spread across the faces of his audience, reflecting their familiarity with the subtleties of such narratives. Zhu Ziyue, his cheeks tinged with embarrassment, remarked, "I never imagined the story would take such a turn." Chu Hua chimed in, her voice tinged with uncertainty, "But, isn't a relationship between master and disciple against etiquette?" Just then, a sudden splash of water interrupted their conversation, drenching Chu Xiu's face. Zhu Ziyue glanced around, puzzled, and remarked, Is someone outside spraying water?" Chu Xiu, catching sight of his master, flashed a knowing smile. "Ahem, it seems the water has found its way inside," he remarked light-heartedly. In contrast, Mengdie's expression soured as she sneered, "You're a disgrace, regaling outsiders with such tales." Meanwhile, the steward of Xizhan approached with a welcoming smile. Adorned in daring attire, her eyes exuded a seductive allure. Well, welcome to the Qingxian." Breathing in, she greeted warmly. Leading the group into the opulent hall, she directed Xiaoxi to tend to the unicorns in the designated animal pet area while arrangements for their rooms were made. Each room boasted scenic views and promised comfort. Observing the youngest member of their group, Chu Xiu inquired with a smile, "Princess 7, what's your relationship with Zhu Biyue?" Zhu Ziyue responded, "Your Highness, you may call me Ziyue. And yes, she's my aunt." Her surprise was palpable. "I once came across a portrait of her at a senior's residence." "You bear a striking resemblance," Chu Xiu remarked with a chuckle. "I even mistook you for her daughter. How is she faring now?" Zhu Ziyue's demeanor shifted as she heard the words, a fleeting sadness washing over her features. "She has ascended," she murmured. "Just a few months ago, I visited the Taoist temple atop Cloud Cliff. She had been awaiting someone there for decades. My father informed me that the individual passed away recently, and on that same day, my aunt chose to transcend." Chu Xiu's expression grew complex as he absorbed this revelation. "She remained on Yunxia all these years?" he inquired, his tone laden with a mixture of surprise and contemplation. "Never straying, not even a single step," Zhu Ziyue affirmed with a heavy heart. The memory weighed heavily on Zhu Ziyue's spirit. In her youth, she had frequented Yunxia, where her aunt had doted on her like a daughter. Yet, within the confines of the Taoist temple, her aunt lived a solitary existence, clad in purple robes, surrounded only by 2 wooden houses and a simple futon. By day, she would perch upon the cliff's edge, gazing out over the sea of clouds, while nights were spent beneath the canopy of green pines, bathed in the ethereal glow of moonlight, lost in reverie. It was a life marked by solitude and isolation. As night descended, Mengdie found herself in a state of bewilderment amidst the void. "Why did that treacherous disciple's presence vanish at the inn?" she muttered, her confusion palpable. "Could I have been deceived by another cultivator and lost track of them?" Meanwhile, Chu Xiu departed from the inn, venturing out into the darkness alone, keenly aware of the shadow lurking within the void. With a resigned sigh, he pondered, "What is Master's intent, trailing me incessantly? Fortunately, I possess a mask that conceals my presence, thus eluding her watchful eye." Making his way to a nondescript drugstore, Chu Xiu was greeted by the sight of a black devil's head emblem adorning the door. Stepping inside, he found himself engulfed in darkness, the absence of light lending the interior an eerie ambience akin to that of a haunted abode. As the door sealed shut behind him, a flickering blue flame materialized out of thin air, casting its illumination upon half of the room. Beneath it lay a long, black stone table, at which sat a figure cloaked in swirling black mist, their features obscured from view, rendering their face and gender indiscernible. Chu Xiu settled himself across from the figure, meeting its obscured gaze with a direct stare. The whereabouts of Lu Hongyi, he demanded without preamble. 200,000 divine essence stones, the figure replied, its voice raspy and devoid of emotion. Chu Xiu's brow furrowed at the steep demand. The divine stone was a rare and highly valued commodity in the Sky Continent, considered a form of currency in its own right. With an exchange rate of 1:1,000 against top-grade primordial stones, 200,000 divine essence stones amounted to a staggering sum of 200 million top-grade primordial stones. Your Tianji Pavilion's prices remain as exorbitant as ever, Chu Xiu remarked with a wry smile. The figure shrouded in black mist retorted, our intelligence is both accurate and reliable. Do you have any idea how many parties have been scouring for her recently? Chu Xiu considered his options before offering 300 drops of Wanyan stone milk. The Wanyan stone milk, acquired from Brother Yi Yang within the secret realm of the desolate demons, had finally found a purpose. In response, the figure rose from its seat, its form advancing closer as it countered, 400 drops. Tianji Pavilion's terms are non-negotiable. With a fluid motion, Chu Xiu extended his right hand, releasing a jade bottle that glided through the air before coming to rest in front of him. Within it lay 2 bottles of Wanyan stone milk, each containing approximately 400 drops. The figure of black mist reached out, uncorking the bottle to inhale its medicinal aroma before swiftly sealing it and stowing it away in a storage ring. A parchment was then tossed toward Chu Xiu. It's always a pleasure doing business with you. Do you require any additional information? It inquired. As Chu Xiu rose from his seat, preparing to depart, he hesitated momentarily near the door before turning back. I have information to offer you, he announced. Intrigued, the figure of black mist leaned forward, prompting Chu Xiu to disclose the whereabouts of the fairy scriptures of the great emperor of Yuehua. At the mention of these coveted scriptures, the black mist figure visibly convulsed, its voice trembling with anticipation. Do you truly possess knowledge of the Yuehua immortal scriptures' location? Chu Xiu's smile remained gentle as he replied, with your expansive information network, verification should be simple. Shall we discuss the price? To those acquainted with Chu Xiu, his characteristic smile often heralded the commencement of his shrewd machinations. I require rare celestial treasures totaling 5 million Xinyuan stones, Chu Xiu declared, his grin widening. Include the good fortune organic fruit and at least 4 other rare items for body cultivation. Once you've assembled them, we'll proceed with the exchange. The figure of black mist acquiesced with a nod. We shall procure these treasures of the world. Where shall our next meeting take place? Shangjing City, Chu Xiu stated before taking his leave. Venturing into a nearby dark alley, Chu Xiu emerged moments later, his appearance and attire restored to their usual guise. Feigning ignorance, he returned to his courtyard where Ji Taimei lay upon a stone table, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. Master, if you're weary of standing on the roof, do come indoors, Taimei suggested, her concern evident in her voice. Rest yourself. Perched atop the roof, Mengdie, having just materialized, was caught off guard by a divine revelation, causing her to stagger precariously close to the edge. Since when did this treacherous disciple show up? She exclaimed, her voice laden with incredulity. Descending from her vantage point, she approached Chu Xiu with a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance. How did you know it was me? She demanded, her aura slightly chagrined. Chu Xiu's smile remained unyielding. I could detect your unique fragrance from afar, he quipped. Without warning, Chu Xiu seized her hand and guided her indoors, much to her protest. You treacherous disciple, release me. What is the meaning of this? She rebuked, her tone laced with irritation. Throwing her onto the bed, Chu Xiu hovered over her, his gaze teasing. Master, did you follow me here because you missed me? He teased playfully. Mengdie's response was swift and irate. How absurd. I merely have business in Zhongzhou and happen to pass by. It's merely coincidence that I am staying here, she retorted, her frustration palpable. Undeterred by her sharp rebuke, Chu Xiu slid his hand from her waist up to her shoulders, his tone suggestive. Well, since you're here anyway, would you mind giving me some lessons? He proposed, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Mengdie recoiled at his audacity. You should show some respect, she scolded. Yet, before she could continue, she was interrupted by a sudden realization. I need your assistance. I'm on the brink of a breakthrough, and there will be a trial by thunder, she explained urgently. Chu Xiu's surprise was evident as he found himself unexpectedly disrobed amid this unexpected turn of events.
Xiao Feng bowed and knelt before Mengdie, his voice trembling with fear and remorse. Master, forgive me. I know I've erred. Mengdie sighed softly, her tone calm yet tinged with disappointment. Do you think I'm unaware of your actions against Chu Xiu? Encouraging Jian Lingyun to destroy his Dantian, orchestrating his pursuit in the secret realm of the wild demon, and now seeking assistance from the Dragon Society to eliminate him. As Mengdie recounted his deeds, Xiao Feng recoiled, huddling and shivering in fear. I had opportunities to change, he stammered. But you squandered them, Mengdie remarked, her expression weary. Xiao Feng, disbelief etched on his face, raised his head to meet her gaze. His lips quivered as he uttered, Master, you wish to kill me. Mengdie's gaze remained cold and unwavering. She offered no words, only a silent stare. Xiao Feng's complexion shifted from green to white, his features contorting with growing fury. Why does that failure get him to be a senior brother for over 30 years? Why was he chosen as the Holy Son? Why do you extend such kindness to him, even shielding him in secrecy? I refuse to accept it, he declared vehemently. His eyes ablaze with fury, Xiao Feng raised his hands, his nails digging into his cheeks, leaving ghastly blood marks in their wake. Tears and mucus mingled with the blood, cascading down his chin in a macabre display. I am the most outstanding true disciple of Yunxia Peak. I am. Why, Master, can't you truly see me? He cried out, his voice echoing with desperation. Normally, he would approach his master with reverence and fear, cautious not to even meet her gaze directly. But now, he dared to question her with such audacity. At this moment, decades of suppressed resentment they surged forth, bursting from within him like a floodgate unleashed. The once composed disciple now appeared as a specter of madness, his sanity slipping away. Gazing into the abyss of despair, Mengdie's eyes betrayed a flicker of anguish. In your heart, is the title of senior brother truly that crucial? She asked softly. Crucial, came his vehement reply, echoing with the weight of his wounded pride and shattered dreams. Xiao Feng's voice almost roared, his face flushing red with congested rage, the veins on his neck squirming like centipedes. My family once basked in glory, he began, his tone bitter with the memories of loss. But overnight, everything changed. We were ruthlessly slaughtered by our enemies. My father fought to the death to protect my mother and me. We spent 3 years fleeing for our lives. Why, Master, do you show such favoritism to Chu Xiu? Xiao Feng demanded, locking eyes with her defiantly. Mengdie was momentarily taken aback, then shook her head. I am even stricter with him than you are, she replied calmly. Then why does he get to be the true disciple? He was nothing but a failure for 30 years, Xiao Feng persisted, his desperation evident. Mengdie met his gaze steadily. Back then, I was sent to guard the Apocalypse Kingdom. While in seclusion, demons and barbarians invaded Qishan County from the outside. The county guard and his wife sacrificed themselves to protect the mortals, but I failed to arrive in time to aid them. That was my responsibility, my fault. Fortunately, I stumbled upon Chu Xiu, just a few years old at the time, amidst the ruins, and took him under my wing, Mengdie continued, her tone tinged with reminiscence. To honor the debt owed to the Qishan County Sheriff and his wife, I appointed him as the chief true successor of Yunxia Peak. No one dared to mistreat him. She sighed deeply. Perhaps I am not cut out to be a teacher, she mused. Of my 5 apprentices, the eldest rebelled, the second fell to possession, the third followed the crowd, the fourth secluded himself in practice, and the fifth feared nothing, not even the witch. So that's how it is, Xiao Feng exclaimed, a wave of relief washing over him as he threw his head back in laughter. I didn't lose to Chu Xiu after all. I simply lost to the legacy left by his father's generation, Yuan. Mengdie's response was firm. You lost to your mindset. Regardless of the circumstances, your actions were driven by self-interest, and that is a mistake. He lifted his head, meeting Mengdie's gaze with a bright smile. However, I've harbored thoughts of killing him countless times, so I harbor no hatred towards him, nor do I feel indebted to him, he declared earnestly. Master, please convey to Chu Xiu that all grievances in this life are hereby forgiven. Oh, and let me pass on some news, he added, his tone shifting to a more serious note. The Ouyang family in Dongzhou possesses one of the legendary 9 secrets, Shizimi. Forgive me, Master, for my shortcomings, he apologized, his voice filled with regret. With that, he concluded, I'm sorry, before opening his mouth and expelling jets of blood, severing his own heart. Mengdie's emotions churned with complexity. Xiao Feng had chosen to end his own life to spare her further difficulties. Before he died, he entrusted the burden of family vendettas to Chu Xiu through her. He believed that with Chu Xiu's ruthless nature, the Ouyang family would meet a grim fate. Chu Xiu gazed out towards where his master had departed. Was he killed by master? He wondered aloud, his voice tinged with disbelief. That shouldn't be the case, Chu Xiu mused to himself. Mengdie, with her icy exterior and fiery interior, wouldn't resort to killing him. At most, she'd administer severe punishment. Old Devil Chu, however, wasn't foolish enough to believe that he held such sway over Mengdie to make her compromise her principles. There must have been an accident. I'll inquire with Master tonight, he resolved. Later, in Qiming Town. Inside Chu Xiu's room, Jitai had been escorted to Zhu Ziyue. Left alone, Chu Xiu contemplated. After meeting Elder Mo in Qiming Town, we discovered no significant monster activity, only reports of a missing tiger-like creature. The rumors circulating among the townsfolk have distorted the facts, he noted, recognizing Xiao Feng's handiwork. He plans to divert Elder Mo's attention from me. He simply doesn't realize that Master has been by my side all along. Suddenly, Chu Xiu's attention shifted. Oh, Master is here, he exclaimed, moving forward to greet her. What's wrong? Why the sour expression? Fairy Master glanced at her paws coldly and replied, Xiao Feng is dead. Old Devil Chu, feigning ignorance, approached her casually and took her hand. Brother just died? What happened? He inquired, his tone incredulous. Master, you're a heartless one. Fairy Master stepped forward, saying, it's a complicated story. I'll explain later. But in his final moments, Xiao Feng wanted me to relay this to you. One of the legendary 9 secret techniques, Zhe technique, is in the possession of his enemy, the Ouyang family of the East State. Upon hearing this revelation, Chu Xiu contemplated, this fellow set me up even in death. But I can't afford to ignore this trap. Are you considering infiltrating the Ouyang's estate to retrieve the technique? Fairy Master asked, her brow furrowed with concern. Chu Xiu turned to her, planting a gentle kiss on her delicate cheek. With a solemn expression, Chu Xiu's words carried a tone of righteousness and conviction. What do you mean by stealing someone's secret technique? He questioned firmly. I am seeking justice for second junior brother, understand? Look at the suffering he endured. His family was destroyed, and even his aunt perished defending him. Now that he's gone, it falls upon me, as his senior brother, to avenge him. Mengdie, believing she knew Chu Xiu better than anyone, fixed him with a penetrating gaze. You speak with such conviction, yet not a single word you utter holds any truth, she accused, her phoenix eyes sharp with scrutiny. Chu Xiu felt a pang of hurt. This is a grave misunderstanding, he insisted, his heart heavy with sorrow. When I said I wanted you back then, did it not come to pass immediately? Was that also false? The glow on Fairy Master's cheeks intensified, and she snapped, Shut up, or I'll silence you immediately. Old Demon Chu chuckled, his demeanor strangely provocative. He reached out, his hand resting on Fairy Master's waist suggestively. Is it in bed? He teased, his voice trailing off. Traitorous disciple, cease your nonsense. Fairy Master interrupted sharply, her expression serious. Are you truly heading to the east? The Ouyang family is not to be underestimated. They already boast 2 cultivators at the peak of the low saint stage. Without the backing of the Holy Land, do you truly believe you can contend with them? Chu Xiu smirked confidently. I don't need the power of the Holy Land, he replied, his tone cryptic. If I say I won't use it, then I won't. I have my methods. With that, he produced a book and declared, My esteemed master, it's quite late. It's time for your lesson. Foul-mouthed scoundrel, get away from me, Fairy Master retorted, pushing him away. Undeterred, Chu Xiu seized her, throwing her onto the bed, and began undressing. As the night wore on, the sounds of their passion echoed through the room, punctuated by Fairy Master's screams. The next morning, Chu Xiu stretched his arms out the window, feeling refreshed. Thanks to Master, I've unlocked new insights once again. Life is full of endless joy. Outside, Zhu Ziyue waved her hand and addressed him. Holy Son, it's time to prepare for our departure. It will take us one more day to reach Great Ming. Chu Xiu nodded with a smile. All right. Later, at the border of the Great Ming Empire, Chu Xiu lifted his gaze, taking in the grand spectacle before him. Arrayed along the border were 80,000 soldiers, standing in 8 meticulously organized columns. Clad in shining silver armor, their gazes were fixed ahead, their expressions stern and resolute. Some wielded Xianbing longswords, while others brandished gleaming fighting swords, their aura of bloodlust palpable in the air. At a glance, they appeared to be a force to be reckoned with. Amidst the soldiers stood a young man atop a majestic horse, distinguished from the rest. Fair-skinned and handsome, he wore imposing black-gold armor and a flowing red cloak that billowed in the wind. This was Zhou Yunfei, the eldest son of the Great Ming Northern King. Dismounting from his horse, Zhou Yunfei bowed respectfully and addressed the carriage suspended in the sky. Zhou Yunfei, on behalf of my father and the royal family of the Ming dynasty, extends a warm welcome to His Royal Highness, the Holy Sun. Inside the carriage, Zhu Ziyue frowned at Zhou Yunfei's audacity in prioritizing King Jinbei over the royal family, causing her displeasure to deepen. The second brother didn't dispatch any royal family members to welcome the Holy Sun, yet he allows this individual to do so. Is his arrogance boundless? Chu Xiu pushed aside the bead curtain, leaping down from the carriage with a burst of energy that radiated outwards. Yin followed closely behind him. I have had the honor of meeting His Royal Highness the Holy Sun and Elder Mo, Chu Xiu declared. Zhou Yunfei approached with a bright smile, taking several steps forward to greet Chu Xiu once more. His humble demeanor left the soldiers astonished, as it was the first time they had witnessed the prince show such deference to anyone other than King Jinbei. Is that handsome young man the Holy Son of Taisu? Murmured one soldier, admiringly. Truly a divine figure, raised in the Holy Land and the immortal realm, exuding an air of elegance and transcendence. Have you sensed the formidable energy and blood pulsing within His Highness's body? It's like a blazing flame, remarked another. Please, Your Highness the Holy Sun, allow me to lead the way, Zhou Yunfei said politely, gesturing for Chu Xiu to proceed. Zhu Ziyue's eyes widened in disbelief. Was Chu Xiu going to abandon her and join Zhou Yunfei? It couldn't be possible. Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked at Chu Xiu, silently pleading for him to stay by her side. But to her dismay, His Royal Highness the Holy Sun didn't hesitate for a moment, swiftly boarding Zhou Yunfei's carriage without sparing her a glance. The sudden turn of events left not only Zhu Ziyue but even Shenhua Qiuyu stunned. Weren't they all supposed to travel together as good friends? How could Chu Xiu simply hop into another person's carriage without a second thought? Fortunately, they were unaware of the customs of the Blue Star culture. Otherwise, they might have branded Chu Xiu a traitor. Don't worry, little Ziyue, Ji Taimei reassured her, speaking from her shoulder. Chu Xiu has his reasons for everything he does. Really? Zhu Ziyue's expression was filled with doubt. Ji Taimei nodded, a strange smile playing on his lips. Trust me, everything Chu Xiu does is deliberate. The vast army commenced its march, with the golden chariot leading the way and a unicorn-drawn carriage trailing behind. Tens of thousands of soldiers surged forward, their pace swift and presence formidable, as smoke and dust swirled around them. Amidst the grandeur of the golden chariot rode Chu Xiu and Zhou Yunfei, accompanied by 2 others, a strikingly handsome man and a stunning woman. At first glance, they exuded an aura of noble refinement. Zhou Yunfei introduced the pair to Chu Xiu, saying, Allow me to present His Royal Highness, the Holy Sun, and his esteemed companions. This is Brother Yangchen, the sole heir to the leadership of the Songyun Sword sect. He stands at the pinnacle of the Shenkio realm, a prominent figure in our southern domain, Zhou Yunfei elaborated. And this is Fairy Bagio, the senior sister of Yuqiang Palace. Despite her delicate appearance, her combat prowess is formidable, he continued. Each of them hailed from esteemed religious sects, their presence signifying great power and influence. With grace and elegance, Fairy Baguio inclined her head in acknowledgement, her movements imbued with an ethereal charm that befitted her status. At that moment, the system pondered, Senior Sister. When did the host become acquainted with them? I'm not even aware. Aren't they merely tools at his disposal? The soul seed technique, once practiced by old Demon Chu in his early years, was crafted by Hong, the quasi-emperor of ancient demon cultivators, in his later years. This mystical technique bolsters the soul's strength, eventually enabling the cultivation of soul seeds. These seeds can be implanted into the soul of a cultivator who has yet to reach the Xinqiao realm. As the recipient cultivates and progresses, the soul seed gradually matures, ultimately bearing the soul mark of the caster. Over time, the recipient's body begins to mirror the caster's, akin to a clone nourishing the caster's physical form. This mark remains exceedingly clandestine, virtually undetectable save for the great emperor's discernment. Chu Xiu affectionately refers to such individuals as tool people. He possesses the authority to recall them at will, without any resistance, as their bodies have already assimilated his appearance. However, should a toolman dare to lay a hand on him, Chu Xiu can simply gesture with his hand, and with a casual seal, obliterate their soul mark, reducing their soul to ashes in an instant. This technique aligns perfectly with old Demon Chu's ruthless nature. Dear sister, I never anticipated the caster's foresight. Truly befitting of a seasoned villain, they've even secured multiple escape routes, remarked the system. But this system never imagined that the host would utilize women in such a manner, even willing to alter a woman's body. Senior Sister. It continued. To Chu Xiu, however, gender holds little significance. Survival and attaining the pinnacle of strength remain his paramount objectives. Come, let us indulge. Your Royal Highness, you must savor this pot of peach blossom drunkenness, urged Zhou Yunfei as he produced a glistening wine pot and commenced pouring for the trio. As the wine poured forth, its aroma wafted through the carriage, enveloping them in its fragrant embrace. As Chu Xiu poured himself a cup, he contemplated, truly exquisite wine. I can't help but wonder why the others seek my presence. Zhou Yunfei finally broached the matter at hand. Your Royal Highness, what are your thoughts on the Ming Empire's royal family today? He inquired. Chu Xiu's smile was gentle. I'm not well acquainted with them. My knowledge is limited to a single individual, Zhu Ziyue. With a nod, Zhou Yunfei continued, Your Highness, my father and I believe that the tribute offered by the Ming dynasty's royal family to the Taisu Holy Land each year is insufficient. While they provide goods worth approximately 700,000 yuan stones annually, we propose offering 1,200,000 yuan stones as a token of respect. Considering the vastness of the Ming Empire and the significant role of the Taisu Holy Land in safeguarding our trillion-strong mortal empire. He paused momentarily before adding, additionally, an extra 100,000 yuan stones would serve as a tribute to your highness. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu's expression betrayed confusion, his hand subtly inching forward. Are you suggesting that you seek my aid in a rebellion? He questioned, his gaze keenly assessing the situation. In response, Zhou Yunfei's smile widened, and with a subtle flicker in his eyes, he discreetly dropped an Earth-grade storage ring onto the ground. It's not a rebellion in the strictest sense, he clarified. Rather, it's for the bright future of the Holy Land and the great Ming dynasty. Chu Xiu's keen spiritual awareness effortlessly pierced through the situation. A commendable gesture indeed, he mused inwardly. For a monk in the magical power realm, a generous sum of 200,000 Xin Yuan stones holds significant value. With a composed demeanor, Chu Xiu accepted the ring without hesitation. Meanwhile, the hidden fairy master observed from the shadows, her lips twitching with disdain. This traitor, she muttered to herself, daring to solicit a bribe so boldly, under the guise of righteousness and honor. Furthermore, he engaged in discussions with the eldest son of the Jinbei Wang family on how to orchestrate a usurpation of the throne. With a smug smirk adorning his face, he eagerly offered suggestions to Zhou Yunfei. The fairy master, witnessing this spectacle, wished she could materialize instantly, grab the traitor by the ears, hoist him up, and deliver a well-deserved spanking. If Zhu Ziyue witnessed this scene, she'd likely be on the verge of a breakdown, she remarked, though quickly regaining her composure. No, I must maintain professionalism. I shall remain aloof and unaffected, silently observing this traitorous charade. Zhou Yunfei, in his assurance to the supposed monarch, exuded a radiant smile. Privately, he brimmed with elation, nearly bursting with joy. His father, King Zhenbei, held unrivaled power in the great saint realm of the Ming Empire, commanding two-thirds of its troops and enjoying widespread reverence among both the military and the populace. Such might, such esteem, imbuing him with a sense of invincibility, as if he could command the heavens themselves. As Chu Xiu prepared to depart, Zhou Yunfei remarked, "Upon our arrival in Shajing City, Brother Yang and I will have limited interaction with the saint due to our respective identities. We'll rely on the assistance of the esteemed Fairy Biyao to attend to the saint's needs." Fairy Biyao responded with a gracious smile, "Young Master Zhou is too kind." Meanwhile, within Zhu Ziyue's unicorn carriage, she approached Chu Xiu with a flushed face, cautiously inquiring, "Your Royal Highness, what did Zhou Yunfei discuss with you?" Chu Xiu smiled and replied, "We were discussing strategies to usurp the throne." Zhu Ziyue's expression turned incredulous, a mix of confusion and disbelief evident. "You can describe plotting to usurp the throne in such a whimsical and refined manner," she remarked, before snapping back to reality, her complexion paling instantly. Tears welled up in her eyes as she trembled, on the verge of tears. "Your Highness, are you going to aid Zhou Yunfei and the others?" she exclaimed in distress. "No, no, no," Chu Xiu hastily reassured her, suppressing the urge to laugh. With a solemn expression, he continued, "Even in my absence, they intend to proceed with their plans upon the new king's ascension. To them, I am merely a pawn on the chessboard, a superficial addition," lamented Zhu Ziyue, Chunhua Qiuyu, and the three little girls, growing increasingly restless. As they realized the gravity of the situation, that a plot to usurp the throne was underway, their anxiety mounted. The fate that awaited the royal Zhu family was grim, with annihilation looming on the horizon. Even individuals like Chunhua Qiuyu, mere court attendants, faced imminent peril. In a desperate plea, the seventh princess, Zhu Ziyue, knelt before Chu Xiu, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Your Highness, the Holy Sun, please save our Ming dynasty," she implored. Chunhua Qiuyu joined her in kneeling, adding, "Your Royal Highness, the might of the King of Zhenbei is insurmountable for our Zhu family. With rebellion on the horizon, only you possess the power to rescue us." A fleeting smile graced Chu Xiu's handsome visage as he reached out to touch Zhu Ziyue's head. "Ziyue," he began gently, "I do have a solution to aid you and eradicate the threat posed by the Zhou family once and for all. However," he continued, his tone turning serious, "I have a penchant for equitable exchanges. If I assist you, what can you offer me in return?" "Sister." "What in the world? The host is truly cunning. Who would have thought you'd strike deals with both sides, one after the other?" exclaimed the system incredulously. "This level of shamelessness has earned you breakthrough points up to 200. Zhu Ziyue's delicate features flushed crimson, her ears tinged with embarrassment. She lowered her head, murmuring, I promise you." Meanwhile, Qi Mengdie, now curious, leaned in to eavesdrop, while Ji Taimei couldn't help but chuckle. "Senior sister," he teased. Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted the scene. "What are you two plotting?" thundered a voice. Zhu Ziyue was startled out of her thoughts, her hand flying to her forehead as she blinked back tears, looking up at His Highness Xingzi with a pitiful expression. "Don't you want to know?" she inquired timidly. Then he asked, "Where has your mind wandered off to?" Old Demon Chu was rendered speechless. No matter how foolish he might be, he wouldn't harm his own woman, Junior, especially considering she had sacrificed herself for him. In the void, Qi Mengdie smirked softly. This young girl so enamored with herself at such a tender age. Can't she learn from my restraint? Yunxia Peak, situated in Yinshan County of the Ming Empire, stood as a formidable landmark. Its steep slopes ascended 50,000 feet into the heavens, resembling a sword unsheathed, surrounded by verdant hills of lesser height. Zhu Ziyue stepped out of the carriage, stating, "Your Holiness, feel free to explore your surroundings. I shall take my leave for now." Chu Xiu nodded earnestly, replying, "Very well. Please convey my regards to your royal father or brother. As for negotiations, I shall handle them myself." Zhu Ziyue turned slightly, expressing her gratitude telepathically with a grateful smile. "Thank you, Your Holiness, For your willingness to assist our royal family, she conveyed. Chu Xiu responded simply, there's no need for thanks. We're all pursuing our interests, after all. Later, atop the peak, cumulus clouds enshrouded the area year-round due to the terrain and climate. The summit of the cloud cliff disappeared into the mist, obscuring the view from below. Standing alone on the cloud cliff, Chu Xiu observed the sea of white clouds beneath him. The blue stone shows no signs of wear, likely due to constant use for cultivation, he surmised. He approached the blue stone, extending his left hand and falsely drawing a Tao seal upon it. A faint ripple of divine sense emanated from the stone, catching the attention of the master lurking in the void, who narrowed their eyes in an attempt to discern it. However, the divine sense vanished in an instant, eluding their grasp. Suddenly, a familiar, mature voice resonated within Chu Xiu's mind. Little man, sister knew you wouldn't perish, the voice began, tinged with amusement. After all, you fear death more than anyone and are more cunning than most. Unfortunately, by the time you received this divine sense imprint, I had already departed this starry sky. Otherwise, I would have given you a sound beating for making me wait 43 years, 7 months, 5 days, and 8 hours. Don't ask where I'm headed. I only know I'm bound for a place called Honghuang, the voice continued. It's distant, and we may never meet again in this lifetime. If the opportunity arises, please look after the Zhu family for me. I owe them, the voice requested earnestly. Lastly, you mischievous rascal, sister loves you. With that, the divine sense imprint faded away, and Chu Xiu withdrew his left hand from the blue stone. Standing at the edge of the cliff, gazing out over the sea of clouds, Chu Xiu contemplated the mysteries of the prehistoric realm. What secrets lie within the prehistoric? How did Zhu Biyue reach there? Could she have obtained a treasure akin to the stone mirror? He pondered aloud. Recalling the information provided by Shi Jing, Chu Xiu reasoned, if reaching the prehistoric via the stone mirror imposes a time limit, 3 months at most, then why hasn't Zhu Biyue returned? Could she have become trapped within the prehistoric? Countless questions swirled in Chu Xiu's mind, painting the world with intrigue. Suddenly, the fairy master's voice broke his reverie as she approached from behind. You just sensed the divine sense imprint? She inquired.
Chu Xiu note that affirmacy.
Yes. The fairy master marveled. I failed to detect it. How did you discern the presence of the divine seal within the blue stone? I simply felt something upon touching it, he explained. Isn't that reason enough? However, Mengdie remained skeptical. Then why did you come to Yunxia? She persisted. Furrowing his brows, Chu Xiu chided. Why so many questions? Is there something that needs attending to? The fairy master stood up abruptly, exclaiming, Villainous disciple. Before she could finish, Chu Xiu swiftly seized her hand, pulling her onto his lap. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, he declared, Master, amidst this picturesque setting, it's the perfect moment for you to impart a lesson to this disciple. A blush tinted the fairy master's cheeks as she countered, Villainous disciple. What audacity to act so boldly in broad daylight. Undeterred, Chu Xiu discarded his upper garments and drew her closer. Yet, the fairy master's blush only intensified, and she scolded, Villainous disciple, your shamelessness knows no bounds. After a few moments, Chu Xiu's fingers grazed her soft, velvety lips. I'll address you tonight, he murmured huskily. For now, follow me. Curious, the fairy master inquired, Where to? Chu Xiu led his fairy master into the Taoist temple. The room was small, only 40 square meters. On the shrine facing the gate, there was a half-meter-high sculpture of Shangqing Tianzuan. The fairy master questioned, Why have you brought me here? Chu Xiu didn't answer. He took a few steps forward, stood in front of the statue, bit his index finger, and drew a pentagram mark on the forehead of Shangqing Tianzuan. The blood glow flickered. The sculpture of Tianzuan from the Qing dynasty, starting from the center of the eyebrows, cracked neatly. A square black stone box was sealed in the belly of the statue, about the size of 2 adult palms put together. On it, Dao rhymes were vertical and horizontal, and Dao patterns were flickering. This object was extraordinary. As he grabbed the box, the fairy master asked, "How did you know there's an item in there? When did you check before?" Her face was full of surprise and doubt. Chu Xiu, holding the black box, replied gently, "You only want to watch. Why are you asking so many questions? Curiosity kills the cat?" With a half-smile, he urged, "Let's go to Shangjing City." The great Ming capital, Shangjing City. The carriage flew into the city through a special entrance, with the royal emblem embossed on its body. Zhu Ziyue informed Chu Xiu, "Your Holiness, Grandpa Chen will be escorting you and Elder Imo to the Taisu Ground Embassy after a while. We will take our leave first."
Chu Xiu note that.
"All right, see you in the future." Later, at the Taisu Holy Ground Embassy, Chu Xiu was led by a steward, an old woman in a black robe with white hair and a childlike face. Xiaosheng was at the Peak Cultivation Base, and in Deming, she could be regarded as the strongest among the strong. At this time, she was leading a group of disciples to welcome Chu Shengzi. As for Zhu Ziyue and Chenhua Qiuyu, they had bid farewell to Chu Xiu and returned to the palace. Ji Taimei stood on Chu Xiu's shoulder, looking around with her curious eyes. A group of disciple deacons secretly observed Chu Xiu. They had always been curious about this holy son who was only known by name. "I didn't expect the holy son to be so amiable, humble, and polite with our disciples who were sent abroad. It is said that His Royal Highness the Son of God never puts on airs and is kind and considerate to his fellow disciples, so he will not deceive us." "Your Royal Highness, you look so handsome," a female disciple blushed. "Indeed, especially when I laugh. It warms my heart," Chu Xiu responded with a smile. Her contemplation was abruptly interrupted as Chu Xiu called her, "Good sister, may I trouble you to make a few delectable dishes from the kitchen? There's a guest coming tonight." The disciple blushed intensely and nodded, Sure." Simultaneously, she contemplated, "The Holy Son actually spoke to me and called me a good sister." As night fell, Chu Xiu entertained Zhou Yunfei. Ji Taimei, who was observing from a distance, pondered, "I actually guessed correctly. There really is a guest coming. I am so intelligent." They pushed the cup to change the cup and drank very happily. "Brother Zhou, don't worry. I know what to do," Chu Xiu said as he played with the storage ring that Zhou Yunfei had given him tonight, which contained 300,000 divine essence stones. He smiled gently, like a noble son. "I naturally believe His Royal Highness. My father is in closed-door training. Before he came, he asked me to say hello to you on his behalf, and I will definitely come to apologize after he leaves seclusion another day." Zhou Yunfei took a break to drink and found that His Highness Shengzi's wine was different and delicious. "Your Holiness wine is indeed different. The taste is marvelous." Chu Xiu replied, "You're too kind. Once everything is over, let's have a good celebration." Zhou Yunfei nodded. "Yes, Your Holiness is right." And then both of them bid farewell to each other. Not long after Zhou Yunfei left, Baby Master emerged from the void. Her white skirt fluttered, her figure graceful, and her temperament cold. Under the moonlight, Lingbo was as moving as a fairy. Lu Mei frowned slightly as she looked at the traitor, her phoenix eyes shining brightly. "What you gave Zhou Yunfei to drink earlier was not wine, but poison? At the last moment, you were still calling him brother, and the next moment, you were poisoning people." "You are too vicious," she said, feeling that she still didn't know Chu Xiu well.
Chu Xiu's smile indifferent.
"Since we decided to help Zhu Ziyue, then Zhou Yunfei is the enemy. If you are not ruthless towards your enemies, then you are cruel to yourself. Master, you have practiced for so many years, haven't you seen it through yet?" Shizuan's baby folded her arms and sneered. "I still need you to remind me? It's just that I feel ashamed of your method. The majestic Holy Son is not afraid of being laughed at for speaking out with poison." "Hey!" Chu Xiu grinned and took her jade hand, pulling her towards him to sit on his lap. "A white cat or a black cat, as long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. For me, the process is not important, but the result is important." He embraced her slender waist. "Don't move," he murmured. Mengdie's face flushed, and she struggled slightly. Suddenly, she looked towards the door. "His Royal Highness, I'm coming." At that moment, restrictions outside the door were touched, and a beautiful female voice was heard. It was immortal Biyao. Mengdie stared straight at Chu Xiu. "Are you still meeting with a nun at night?" Her words carried a hidden meaning. "Are you still prioritizing others over me?" Chu Xiu didn't seem to notice and said to the person outside the door, "Come in." "You're fine," he assured Mengdie. With a movement, Mengdie's figure disappeared into Chu Xiu's arms, hiding in the void. The door opened, and the woman in a moon-white long dress entered with graceful steps, carrying a scent of the fragrance. She said, "Your Holiness, I've brought some rose nectar. I wonder if you're interested in giving it a taste." Chu Xiu nodded and motioned for her to place it on the table first. In the void, Mengdie immediately saw her face clearly and pondered. Did the immortal Biyao from Yuqiong Palace directly bring a love potion to bewitch my villainous disciple? She huffed, "I want to see just how strong my villainous disciple is." While she pondered, an uncomfortable scene unfolded before her eyes. Chu Xiu placed one hand on Biyao Fairy's fragrant shoulder, and the other hand stroked her cheek. "How dare he treat me as if I were air?" Gradually, she regained her composure and locked eyes with Biyao Fairy. Something seemed off. There was a trace of blood in Biyao Fairy's eyes, reminiscent of her disciple's rebellious gaze. Not similar, but exactly the same. What kind of technique is this? Her master thought, secretly surprised. Chu Xiu retrieved a jade bottle and handed it to Biyao Fairy. "Take this back and find a chance for Zhou Long to catch a whiff of the fragrance from it. Make sure you're not noticed." Fairy Bagio nodded, accepting the bottle and stowing it away in her storage bag. "Let's go. Return in an hour and inform Zhou Yunfei of your success." Fairy Bagio appeared puzzled but complied, turning to leave. Her figure swiftly vanished into the night. As the door closed, Chu Xiu raised his hand to activate the soundproof restrictions. "What did you do to her?" Mengdie questioned, suspicion evident in her gaze as she scrutinized the increasingly treacherous Chu Xiu as if attempting to see through him.
Chu Xiu smiled.
"It's merely a method of soul control." "When did you do it?" Mengdie inquired, her gaze piercing. Chu Xiu was forthright. "Just the last time I shared a drink with them." The poison is known as sanwajuding, a blend of 3 poisons crafted from different ingredients. One portion was acquired by Zhou Yunfei tonight. A duplicate was given to Fairy Bagio. To be delivered to Zhou Long. Chu Xiu holds the 3rd portion. Individually, the poisons pose no threat. However, if they converge within a kilometer, they disperse immediately, transforming into 3 flowers simultaneously. The toxicity is potent. When adorned with the 3 flowers, a great saint's strength diminishes by 40%, while a little saint's is weakened by 90%. Those with supernatural powers are instantly stripped of their cultivation, reduced to mere mortals with slightly enhanced physiques. The effects last for 3 days, though individuals with robust constitutions may recover sooner. After hearing his plan, Baby Master's eyes widened with disbelief. "You are too poisonous," he exclaimed. "Just met, and you've already figured out how to eliminate the other party?" However, even if the great saint's strength is weakened by 40%, it's not something you can handle. "Do you still intend to act as a teacher?" Master stared at Chu Xiu, sneering. "Forget about it. I can't intervene. I didn't say I wanted you to make a move."
Chu Xiu veto.
He flipped his hand, revealing a black stone box, and grinned sinisterly. "This is a 7th-rank trapped killing formation disc. With enough Xinyuan stones, it can be activated instantly. Do you think Zhou Long, weakened by 40%, can survive? Do you have the Divine Essence Stone?" Mengdie asked, bewildered.
Chu Xiu smiled kindly.
"You forgot? Didn't they give me the Xinyuan Stone?" "A full 400,000, Master exclaimed, rubbing his temples, his expression filled with existential doubt. The treachery in his heart, the malice in his methods, sent shivers down her spine. "Friends, You truly wear your heart on your sleeve. Jejia, Mengdie couldn't help but lament. It's so miserable to be your friend. Chu Xiu handed her the cup, saying, Master, drink some tea. The fairy master sipped the tea, her cheeks slightly flushed. Suddenly, the cup slipped from her grasp and her eyes widened in realization. Wait, what did you give me to drink? Chu Xiu explained, It's the rose nectar that immortal Bio brought over just now. Upon hearing this, the fairy master exclaimed, Do you not know what that is? Leaning closer, Chu Xiu said, This disciple is afraid he won't be able to defeat Zhou Long in a fight. So, to prepare, I had to request your assistance in boosting my cultivation. Are you hoping for this disciple to lose to Zhou Long? He added. Master, please lie down properly. With that, he lightly spanked her. As she turned around, he climbed onto her, placing something inside. So obedient, he remarked. The fairy master screamed in pain. 4 hours later, he stood up and walked towards the door, saying, You've worked hard, master. Please rest. But the medicine is quite potent. I can't use it frequently. At that moment, he spotted someone outside the door. Who's here for me at this hour? As he opened the door, 3 figures stood there, their faces covered with hoods. Chu Xiu asked, What's your business? The figure in front stepped forward, pleading, Holy Son, please save our Zhu family. It was Emperor Zhu Yong. Chu Xiu urged them, Follow me to the guest room, simultaneously pondering as he stared at Zhu Yong for a moment. Not seen for decades. The once valiant uncle now showing signs of age, with gray temples and wrinkled eyes. Back then, he was a hero, dominating thousands of miles like a tiger. But now, his face bore the marks of weariness and hardship. It seemed that in recent years, the emperor had not wielded the Rui scepter. Zhu Yong sat across from him, hearing his sigh. There was a trace of sadness in his eyes. Being pushed to this extent by a courtier, presumably, His Highness must hold little regard for me, the emperor. No one spoke for a while, the silence enveloping the room. Zhu Ziyue's face was filled with hope, her large eyes fixed on Chu Xiu without wavering. Gently placing down his teacup, he regarded the 3 of them with a slight smile. To be honest, whoever sits on the throne of the Ming dynasty holds little relevance to me or Taisu Sacred Land. He turned to Zhu Ziyue, asking, Did you mention it? If you want my help, it won't come for free, he continued, raising 2 fingers. 2 conditions. Zhu Yong respectfully bowed. Your Highness, please tell me. As long as our Zhu family can fulfill it, not only 2 conditions, any number will suffice. 1. I wish to acquire 2 items from the royal treasure vault, Chu Xiu stated. And second, after the incident, all assets belonging to King Zhenbei shall be mine. Without hesitation, Zhu Yong nodded in agreement. The royal treasure vault held many valuable items, but they were meaningless if the family perished. As for King Zhenbei's assets, they were never truly theirs. If Chu Xiu desired them, he could have them. Very well, Chu Xiu affirmed. You may return. Taken aback, Zhu Yong glanced at Zhu Ziyu, who quickly grasped her father's intentions. Rising to his feet, he asked hesitantly, May I inquire what tasks the Holy Sun requires of us? It wasn't that they doubted Chu Xiu's abilities. However, facing Zhou Long, a formidable 3rd-level great saint, without a guardian, left them uncertain. Seeking clarification, Zhu Ziyu voiced their concerns. Carry on as usual and leave the rest to me, Chu Xiu assured them. Early the next morning, Chu Xiu glanced at the fairy master, who was dressed in a plain skirt, her demeanor dignified and cold, as she earnestly ate sour plums. Master, didn't you mention you had something else to attend to? He remarked. I believe it's time for you to leave, he added. Mengdie pinched the plum's pit between her fingers, meeting his gaze as she spoke lightly. Do you think I'm in your way? Yes, Chu Xiu replied seriously, oblivious to the growing intensity in his master's eyes. Mengdie smiled and took another bite of the plum. This is Shangjing City, not the domain of a traitor like you. I have every right to be here. Do you have any business with me? Quit playing the ruffian. Your composed fairy demeanor is nearly gone, Chu Xiu retorted, looking disdainful. Leave me alone. I'm not interested in your antics, she scolded the traitor while continuing to eat the plum.
Chu Xiu sighed internally.
This woman is so bothersome. I hope Sister Hua won't be like this in the future. One is enough. What if there are two? He thought, shuddering at the prospect. I'm going out now, and you're not allowed to follow me. If you do, you'll regret it, Chu Xiu declared as he left the room. Mengdie remained silent. If you don't object, I'll assume you've agreed. Don't follow me. I can handle myself, he stated before exiting. He faintly heard his master scoff, but paid it no mind. After all, nobody seemed to care. In a dark underground chamber within Beijing, a solitary light faintly illuminated a corner. Suspended upside down by 7 or 8 intricate iron chains, a man with disheveled hair endured, his body pierced and blood dripping onto the ground, already soaked with coagulating blood. The air was thick with the pungent scent of iron. Standing tall and imposing, a middle-aged man, dressed in a pristine white robe, exuded an aura of authority. His handsome face, reminiscent of a lion, betrayed a depth of determination in his abyssal eyes. Zhou, he called out. Let me share some good news. Just last night, someone attempted to poison me. At his words, the hanging man's body twitched. It's a pity they didn't succeed, remarked the thousand-faced lord. In a hoarse voice, the suspended man questioned, What are your intentions? The thousand-faces true monarch sneered, Of course, I intend to become the emperor of the Ming dynasty. Chuckling, he continued, You know, my worthless son dreams of becoming a prince. Should I assist him? Through gritted teeth, Zhou, barely conscious, managed to utter 4 words, That traitorous scum. The thousand-faced lord's grin widened as he muttered to himself, consumed by his ambition. As long as I become the emperor of the Ming dynasty, I can harness the vast population, conduct blood sacrifices, and utilize human banners to wield the holy royal weapon, awakening its spirit. His eyes gradually turned a sinister shade of blood red. This holy land will not allow you to succeed. Zhou gritted his teeth, his resolve unyielding. He longed to lunge at the impostor before him, to confront the monstrous facade pretending to be him. Recalling his dedication to the old emperor, Zhou had spent his entire life fighting for the Ming dynasty, never once faltering in his duty. For centuries, he had protected countless mortals, yet in the end, a demon clan usurped his identity and betrayed everything he stood for. The thousand-faced lord chuckled darkly as he revealed, Your precious son invited the Taisu Holy Sun to Piaoyu Lake Island for a meeting. I shall join them to discuss our coup. Upon hearing this, Zhou was struck with disbelief. What? Taisu Holy Land supporting your coup? That's impossible. The Thousand Faces' true king smiled sinisterly. I will take care of your wife, so don't worry about her. Zhou Yunfei is obedient and dutiful, he continued, and Princess Shenbei is loyal and reliable.
Yeah.
Zhou voice trailed off as his struggles intensified, the wounds reopening and dirty blood dripping faster. In a fit of rage, he snarled, Thousand-faced lord, your demise will be grim. Hanging upside down, his eyes bloodshot and filled with madness, Zhou was on the brink of insanity. Piaoyu Lake Island, located in District 24 of Shangjing City, served as an entertainment hub under the jurisdiction of the Piaoxue sect of the Southern Territory Great Sect. It boasted a fantastical setting, a frozen lake with perpetual snowfall, beneath which a small island several kilometers in diameter was suspended. This unique environment earned it the name Piaoyu Lake Island. Amidst this picturesque scenery, a group of young and talented individuals gathered to discuss recent events in the Tianqiong continent. Rumors abounded, including the imminent arrival of Senior Qi Wuhan from the Qishan sect, who would utilize the purple light divine fire of the Shan Yen sect to refine holy weapons in half a month. At that time, a competition will be held in Shangjing, and all the invited younger generations can participate, Chu Xiu announced. Senior Qi Wuhan has promised to personally refine weapons for the strongest. The attic immediately buzzed with excitement as the attendees discussed the upcoming event, clearly intrigued by the prospect. Chu Xiu turned to Zhou Yunfei beside him and inquired, "Brother Zhou, is this Qi Wuhan the one who originally refined Guyuan?" Zhou Yunfei paused, pondered for a moment, and then recollected the significance of Guyuan to Chu Xiu. Indeed, the refining method of Guyuan was crafted by the seniors to combat demons and barbarians, he confirmed. Chu Xiu nodded, feeling a surge of satisfaction. He had long desired to refine this artifact and hadn't anticipated Qi Wuhan's arrival in the southern region in the Ming Empire. It seemed almost effortless. Reflecting on Zhou Long's cautiousness and the failed poisoning attempt, Chu Xiu breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that Lady Baiyao had not been exposed. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the room. "The king of Zhenbei is here." "Good, let me meet him face to face," Chu Xiu declared. The young heroes in the attic peered out, observing a man of majestic stature clad in a white robe, traversing the snow-filled air with a smile on his face. He exuded an aura of strength and nobility, resembling a war deity, and none dared to meet the intensity of his gaze. With a smile gracing his face, Zhou Yunfei hastened to greet him as the king of Zhenbei kindly patted his son on the shoulder. "Father, allow me to introduce you," Zhou Yunfei said. "This is the holy son of Taisu Holy Land, His Highness Chu Xiu." King Zhenbei turned, meeting Chu Xiu's gaze with a smile as he respectfully greeted, "I have met the holy son Taisu. I am King Zhenbei." Chu Xiu returned the smile, though a strange feeling stirred within him. The familiarity of King Zhenbei's smile seemed to evoke memories of an old, foreboding presence. "Your Highness, allow me to offer you a toast," King Zhenbei said, gesturing to his seat on the Tianyuan Great Wall, a testament to his unwavering dedication to humanity. Chu Xiu reciprocated the gesture, acknowledging King Zhenbei's commendable contributions. As they sat together, their camaraderie felt natural despite the differences in strength and status. However, Chu Xiu couldn't shake the unsettling sensation that something sinister lurked within the Northern King's aura. "Why do I sense the presence of demons from the Northern King?"
Chu Xiu Muset Silenti.
No wonder the poison failed. Poisons are demons' innate skill, after all. "Your Highness, was the matter that Quanzi discussed with you a few days ago known to outsiders?" King Zhenbei inquired via message. Chu Xiu, puzzled, responded, "What matter is King Zhenbei referring to? Is the Northern King alluding to the coup? Has something occurred?" Simultaneously, he contemplated, "I'll play along for now, then poison him later when I get the chance." "Let's discuss some spiritual matters," Chu Xiu suggested, diverting the conversation as everyone seemed joyous. Suddenly, amidst the festivities, Zhou Yunfei, once an admirer of Chu Laomo, collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently with blood foaming at his mouth and his eyes rolling back. The scene plunged into silence, broken only by the sound of someone's horrified scream. "What happened?" Voices erupted in concern. "Brother Zhou." Earlier, Chu Xiu had ventured to the Shangjing City 749 area. Half an hour later, he found himself standing before a gambling house. "Guests, follow me," a figure beckoned, leading Chu Xiu to a dimly lit room on the second floor. As Chu Xiu entered, the door shut behind him, enveloping the room in eerie blue light cast by faint wisps. Behind the black stone table, a figure shrouded in black mist sat, fixing Chu Xiu with a penetrating gaze. Chu Xiu approached and took a seat across from the figure. "Are you prepared for what I require?" the figure asked. "Long prepared," Chu Xiu replied, and with a wave of her hand, a storage bag materialized on the table. Peering into it with his spiritual senses, Chu Xiu found 5 jade boxes containing all the heavenly treasures he sought. The whereabouts of the Emperor Yuehua Sutra, Chu Xiu stated, producing a photo jade plaque and tossing it to the figure. The figure, enveloped in black mist, accepted the plaque and scrutinized the image imprinted upon it, trembling with excitement. Just as Chu Xiu moved to inspect further, King Zhenbei intervened. "Your Highness, it's best not to touch it," King Zhenbei cautioned. Chu Xiu turned his attention to the pressing matter at hand. King Jinbei, has Brother Zhou been poisoned? Confirming Chu Xiu's suspicions, King Jinbei knelt beside Zhou Yunfei, applying his formidable energy to expel the venom coursing through his veins. As he delved deeper, King Jinbei's pupils constricted with concern. This poison is formidable. Without immediate intervention, Zhou Yunfei's life hangs by a thread. With his son's life in peril, King Jinbei couldn't afford to stand idly by. He marshaled his immense energy to purge the poison, determined to avert tragedy and uphold his benevolent facade for the sake of his grand design. After a few tense breaths, Zhou Yunfei expelled a gush of filthy blood from his mouth. Splatter! The blood corroded the wooden floor, leaving gaping holes as Zhou Yunfei's complexion drained of color, resembling that of a gravely ill man. He closed his eyes and collapsed limply to the ground. Stepping back, Chu Xiu cautioned, "The smoke is highly toxic. Please keep your distance and avoid exposure." Responding to his warning, the onlookers dispersed, their faces etched with horror as they realized the potency of the poison. Even the most skilled healers would succumb to its effects should they intervene. Chu Xiu, his expression tinged with concern, silently acknowledged the success of the poison. It was time for the next phase of his plan. "Who dared to poison you?" someone demanded, their voice filled with indignation. "To do so in the presence of Senior King Jinbei?" Teeth gnashed in frustration as they yearned to apprehend the culprit. Fairy Baguio's eyes flashed with a crimson glint as she opened the attic window, allowing the cold wind and swirling snow to infiltrate the room. In a swift motion, her slender form transformed into a streak of light, vanishing several miles away in an instant. Just as she was about to strike Yunfei, the king intervened. Could it be the poison provided by Fairy Baguio? Someone speculated, their astonishment palpable. "No, impossible," another countered. "Fairy Baguio is a close friend of Brother Zhou. She harbors no such motive." Now, with the stage set, Chu Xiu prepared to execute his master plan, invoking the self-destruct mechanism of Lady Biao. In the blink of an eye, all the qi in Chu Xiu's body surged uncontrollably.
Bang!
It erupted into a mist of blood and ice crystals, dispersing into the heavens and earth, leaving only tattered clothing in its wake. Caught by the true essence handprint, confusion rippled through the onlookers. King Jinbei stood in stunned silence. Fairy Baguio's resolute self-sacrifice caught him off guard, an unforeseen turn of events. From the void emerged a hunched old woman clad in coarse linen, her visage weathered with age, resembling a chrysanthemum in full bloom. Clutching a dragon-headed crutch in her left hand, her turbid eyes simmered with anger, and her snow-white hair billowed like a gentle breeze. She was Jingyu, the former sect court master of Yujing Court. "King Jinbei, why did you kill my disciple?" she demanded, her voice tinged with righteous indignation. "I didn't kill her. She chose to self-destruct," King Jinbei retorted, his eyes betraying a flicker of unease. Jingyu scoffed incredulously. "Self-destruct? Then why would she choose such a fate?" Her laughter was bitter as she continued, the sound of her crutch clicking against the ground. "My disciple merely wished to pay her respects, yet you detained her and subjected her to soul-searching. You knew that such an intrusion is more violating to a monk than death itself, yet you proceeded nonetheless. I once believed supporting your ascent to the throne was just," Jingyu lamented, her voice heavy with regret. "But after witnessing the unjust demise of my cherished disciple, I see now that I was gravely mistaken." A radiant moon ring materialized behind Jingyu's head, spinning rapidly as she formed a seal with her left hand and directed it towards King Jinbei. With a resounding shout, she unleashed the blue moon wheel. In an instant, a spectral moon materialized, eclipsing the sky and sun with its overwhelming celestial power, distorting the void and scattering snowflakes in its wake. By Yulin, the secret technique of Yueqiong Palace, wielded formidable might, rendering resistance futile. King Jinbei's expression soured as he realized evasion was not an option. With resolve akin to a spear, He charged headlong at the looming moon shadow. The clash between the two eminent sages reverberated for millions of miles, sending shockwaves rippling through the atmosphere, stirring dread among the mortal populace gathered in the capital. Witnessing the spectacle, one disciple implored, "Holy Sun, please intervene." But Chu Xiu's master intervened, advising him telepathically to refrain from involvement and return home promptly. Grumbling inwardly, Chu Xiu concocted an excuse, announcing his departure with a smile. "My master awaits me at home. I must take my leave." As he departed, the fairy master sneered, "This treacherous disciple is a constant source of trouble. I wonder where he's skulking now. Perhaps a little chastisement is for his exuberance." 30 minutes later, Chu Xiu returned to the Taisu embassy. Encountering the elderly woman overseeing the embassy, he queried, "Are you intending to intervene in the altercation?" The old woman inclined her head respectfully. "Yes, Your Highness. I must safeguard the capital." Chu Xiu shook his head. "There's no need. Their battle is confined to the void and won't affect the city above." Despite his reassurance, the old woman remained determined to intercede. Inside, the fairy master confronted him, accusing him, "You treacherous disciple. You were absent when a major event occurred in Shangjing City. Where were you?" Closing the door behind him, Chu Xiu responded, "I encountered the Northern King. Upon hearing my master's call, I returned." Curious, the fairy master inquired, "You met the Northern King? Why was he embroiled in a confrontation with Jingyu, the former court master of Yujing Court?" Turning to face her, Chu Xiu moved closer, deftly placing his arm around her waist. "That's inconsequential. I suspect the Northern King has been replaced by a formidable entity. Shangjing City harbors deep-seated mysteries. Why don't we depart?" The master glared at her wayward disciple, her anger palpable. "Didn't you promise Zhu Ziyue to aid the Zhu family? Why flee when danger arises?" Chu Xiu muttered under his breath, "I'm known for my caution and prudence. What could a woman like you possibly understand? If you don't know, then keep quiet." His words were met with a swift retaliation as another hand seized the soft flesh around his waist, suppressing him with the formidable aura of a great sage. Amidst the onslaught, mocking laughter echoed. "Calling me womanly? If you utter another word, it'll be the least of your worries," retorted Mengdie, a mischievous glint in her eye as she observed her master's amused expression. "Darn it, Mengdie, have you suddenly gained divine courage?" Chu Xiu grimaced, his left hand forming a seal as peculiar waves emanated from it, instantly immobilizing his master's cultivation. Mengdie's eyes widened with disbelief and a hint of panic as she stared at Chu Xiu.
Yeah.
Chu Xiu rolled over, adopting a commanding stance. "Have you forgotten who holds the reins of power? Allow me to remind you today."
No.
"No, it's still daylight." Mengdie protested weakly. "Close your eyes, and it will be dark," Chu Xiu countered sternly, his grip unyielding. "If you have any shred of manhood left, break this seal." Mengdie pleaded desperately, her cries growing louder as she struggled against the invisible force. An hour later, Chu Xiu emerged from the room, his complexion radiant and energy renewed. Inside, someone had dozed off. "Your Royal Highness, the Holy Sun." Zhu Ziyue scrambled to her feet, bowing respectfully. "Where is the information I requested?" With a wave of her hand, Zhu Ziyue presented 7 or 8 scrolls to Chu Xiu. Examining them closely, Chu Xiu's brow furrowed. "That?" Zhu Ziyue, her cheeks flushed, fidgeted nervously. Chu Xiu, without lifting his gaze, prompted, "Which one?" Shrinking back, Zhu Ziyue pointed tentatively at Chu Xiu's cheek. "Your Highness, you have, Chu Xiu casually wiped away the mark. "It's not a lip mark. It was scratched by a cat." "But it doesn't look like a cat," Zhu Ziyue remarked hesitantly. "I said it is," Chu Xiu interjected firmly. Zhu Ziyue, deflated, refrained from further inquiry. Just then, a female disciple rushed in, tears streaming down her face. What's wrong? You seem distressed, Chu Xiu inquired, rising to his feet. Master, Master's soul life tablet is shattered. The disciple choked out, her distress evident. Chu Xiu's eyes widened in alarm. The old woman has fallen. Head to the capital, to the void, he commanded urgently. King Zhenbei's expression darkened. Why do you wish to kill her? Are you unaware that she is the representative of the Taisu Holy Land stationed in Shangjing City? The figure in black robes, concealed by a hood, obscured his features. He chuckled softly. She witnessed you utilizing the demon clan's magic. Killing her seems the only way to ensure her silence. It's preferable to capture him alive, rather than resorting to death. The king of Zhenbei, or rather the Thousand Faces true monarch, muttered, rubbing his brow. This is a complicated situation. This holy land will undoubtedly dispatch investigators, he continued, realizing the gravity of the situation. Our plan to clandestinely employ imperial power and dismantle the human faction through blood sacrifice has crumbled. The man in the black robe let out a hoarse, sinister laugh. Don't worry, I've sealed off the capital before taking action. They won't be able to send word outside for 12 hours, assured the thousand-faced lord. Your methods, thousand-faced lord, still seem too lenient, remarked the figure in black robes now. Now that the deal is sealed, why not escalate and perform a blood sacrifice on the entire Shangjing city before Taisu Holy Land can react? The figure suggested. At present, Zhoulong, the only great sage in Shangjing city, is under your control, and Xiongyu, the recent arrival, has been eliminated by us. Who else in Shangjing city can oppose us? The figure reasoned. Upon hearing this, a hint of bloodlust flickered in the eyes of the Thousand Faces true monarch. But Taisu's holy son is also in Shangjing city, the Thousand Faces true monarch reminded. Just an inexperienced holy son poses no threat. We can deal with him whenever necessary, retorted the figure in black robes dismissively. Fear began to outweigh madness. Then you proceed to the palace to dismantle the 99-star formation, while I prepare the blood sacrifice ritual, the Thousand Faces true monarch decreed hoarsely. With that, the two figures vanished simultaneously, heading in separate directions. At the Taisu embassy, life cards shattered. The old woman's final moments played out before them. A mysterious figure cloaked in black, their gender and features shrouded in uncertainty, effortlessly severed the old woman's head as if plucking a fruit, leaving her soul with no chance to flee. The scene paused. This individual is formidable, likely in the mid-stage of the great sage realm, remarked Qi Mengdie with a grave expression. And the king of Zhenbei, with his two great sages, adds another layer of complexity, she added. The urgent need to relay this information to the Holy Land was evident. Chu Xiu sighed. I attempted to send a message, but Shangjing City's spatial lockdown prevented it. It seems they have grand ambitions, aiming to engulf the entire city, he observed, concern etching his features. Why don't you flee? But I must ensure the safety of the Zhu family, he insisted, recalling Zhu Biyue's plea for protection. Qi Mengdie regarded him thoughtfully. What of the millions of mortals here? You have the option to leave, but I cannot abandon my duty, Chu Xiu declared firmly. He gazed at Qi Mengdie earnestly. Aren't you afraid of death? Qi Mengdie placed a hand on her belly, nodding solemnly. Indeed, I am. With determination blazing in his eyes, Chu Xiu understood the sacred duty entrusted to him as a monk of the Holy Land. To safeguard the stability of the realm, a responsibility he could not forsake. Recalling the tragedy of Qishan County, Qi Mengdie was resolute in preventing a similar catastrophe from befalling Shangjing City. Chu Xiu clasped her hand firmly. Regardless, you must make haste to the palace. Whatever the adversary's intentions, dismantling the 99-star formation must take precedence. Qi Mengdie acknowledged his directive with a solemn nod. And what of you? Me? Chu Xiu chuckled, his eyes glinting with mischief. I'll be snugly tucked away in the embassy. My life is far too valuable to risk as a holy figure. Then remain here, stay safe, Qi Mengdie instructed before departing. Await my return with the Zhu family.
Chu Xiu Transmigrated soon.
Of course, master. But do take care of yourself too. Once Mengdie had left, Chu Xiu sprang into action. Simultaneously, above the palace, a thunderous explosion rocked the air, heralding the collapse of space, and a flurry of snowflakes mingled with sword energy, sweeping through everything in its path. Mengdie, your presence in the capital is indeed unexpected. A voice boomed, revealing the true identity of the thousand-faced true king. In the void stood a man, clad in white from head to toe, his hair and attire blending seamlessly into the ethereal landscape. Holding a bloodied long knife, he exuded a striking handsomeness and refined demeanor, accentuated by a pair of furry fox ears. Thousand-faced true monarch, are you masquerading as the king of Zhenbei? Mengdie confronted him, brandishing an ice crystal sword, her presence commanding the swirling shadows within the snowy realm behind her, a testament to her formidable power now that she had ascended to the middle stage of the great sage. With a solemn expression, the Thousand Faces true monarch acknowledged, "Indeed, it is I. But how did you uncover my disguise?" Mengdie's countenance remained impassive as she vanished from sight in an instant, reappearing with a long sword in hand. She unleashed the might of the great divine power sword technique, the ice and snow destruction, 3 swords of the realm. As snowflakes danced in the air, space itself froze under the relentless onslaught, annihilating all in its path with the sheer will of her blade. The Thousand Faces true monarch's eyes narrowed in response. Gripping his long knife tightly, his snowy locks billowed behind him, and 9 tails materialized, swaying rhythmically as he poured his strength into a powerful strike. "Bring it down." A resounding buzz echoed through the void as a blood-colored sword light, condensed to its utmost limit and stretching hundreds of miles, sliced through space with the precision of a razor, effortlessly cleaving through Mengdie's icy domain. Mengdie reappeared, a bloodstain marking the back of her hand where the sword had grazed, yet she pressed on undeterred, raising her sword once more to unleash the second strike of the ice and snow destruction technique. The shadowy expanse of the ice and snow realm contracted abruptly, ascending to the heavens with a chilling resolve. A series of clicks reverberated as the void's temperature plummeted, fissures spiderwebbing across the fabric of space. Gradually, the freezing point expanded, enveloping them in a world of frost and ice. "Cursed woman," the thousand-faced lord cursed through gritted teeth. "Dark soul, cease spectating and lend your aid. I am no match for her," he called out in desperation. "Ha ha, how amusingly pitiful," hoarse laughter echoed from the depths of the void. A colossal hand materialized from the black mist, hurtling towards the ice and snow world. The figure in the black robe emerged, his cultivation matching the thousand-faced true monarch at the 5th level of the great sage. The giant hand of black mist and the ensnared thousand-faced lord converged on a single point within the icy domain, an image of utter embarrassment. "You can't even handle Qinmian," Black Soul taunted. Grimacing, the thousand-faced true monarch begrudgingly admitted, "Somehow, this woman has become absurdly formidable since her breakthrough to the middle stage of the great sage." "Enough banter," he interjected hastily. "Let's join forces and deal with her together. 2 against 1. No matter her strength, she will falter." Qinmian Zhenjuan nodded in agreement, poised to strike, but his expression suddenly shifted. "This isn't good." "What's the matter?" Dark Soul inquired, perplexed. "The seals on the dungeon holding Zhou Long have been broken, and someone is attempting to release him," the thousand-faced true monarch explained urgently. "No, you must go and handle Zhou Long immediately. We cannot allow him to regain his strength. Otherwise, teaming up with Mengdie will pose a significant threat." The thousand-faced lord swiftly transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the void and streaking towards Zhenbei Prince's mansion. Mengdie's brow furrowed in concern. As Mengdie moved to intercept the fleeing Thousand Faces true monarch, she found her path blocked by Black Soul and the great Saint Corpse puppet. "Don't be in such a rush to leave. Our duel is far from over," black soul taunted, halting her advance with a cold glare. Mengdie's gaze turned frigid as she addressed Black Soul. I am not one to be trifled with. Aware of who had likely infiltrated Jinbei Palace, her tone turned accusatory. Didn't you claim you were retreating to the embassy? You deceitful traitor. She raised her sword with determination, intent on swiftly dispatching Black Soul. The threat he posed needed to be neutralized immediately. However, before she could strike, the figure in the black robe interjected. I've heard you possess the heavenly fragrance constitution. Engaging in dual cultivation with you could significantly enhance our cultivation levels. Lady Mengdie, resistance is futile at this point. He gestured behind him with a sinister laugh, revealing the emergence of the ominous black mystical annihilation flag from the depths of the dark void. As the blood sacrifice commenced, Mengdie could only hope that Chu Xiu's 7th-level trapping formation and the potency of the 3-flower-gathering poison would suffice to detain the 1,000 Faces true monarch long enough for her to address this dire situation and intervene. Despite the reinforcement provided by the 99-star formation, the thickening blood mist hung heavily in the air, signaling the grim toll of the ongoing blood sacrifice. Within a short span, the lives of at least 1 million mortals were snuffed out in Shangjing City, a stark reminder of the merciless hierarchy of this world, where the weak are merely expendable pawns in the hands of the powerful. The annihilation flag, the sacrifice formation has been activated. Mengdie's expression darkened with concern. Amidst the cacophony of screams echoing through the streets, pleading for mercy and a reprieve from death, a formidable figure clad in battle armor, wielding a crimson-tasseled gun, surged towards the palace with unwavering resolve and piercing gaze. Master of Yunxia Peak, I'll engage the corpse puppet while you confront the man in the black robe. Mengdie swiftly relayed her instructions, urgency tinging her words. She paused momentarily, sending a message of inquiry, is Chu Xiu safe? With a gun in hand, the king of Jinbei surged towards the corpse puppet, replying to Mengdie's message. His Royal Highness the Holy Sun intends to confront the 1,000-faced true king. As the black soul beheld the living king, he quivered in disbelief. 1,000 faces, you fool! You failed to eliminate him. Both Mengdie and King Jinbei charged towards the black soul, denouncing him for sowing chaos, attempting to awaken the annihilation flag, and defying divine will. Today marks the end of your treachery, they declared in unison. Mengdie seized the moment of distraction and swiftly struck out with her sword, severing the slippery black soul. Crackling frost encased the wound on Black Soul's torso, eliciting anguished howls. Curse you, Mengdie! Release me, he wailed. In a decisive move, King Jinbei unleashed a powerful slash upon the black soul. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated, shaking the very foundations of the capital. The entire city trembled under the force. Aware of his impending demise, the black soul chose to detonate his body and soul in a final act of defiance. Thankfully, Mengdie acted swiftly, enveloping the ensuing chaos in her ice and snow realm and transporting it to another void. Had she not intervened, the devastation could have been catastrophic, potentially claiming countless lives throughout Shangjing City. After Black Soul's demise, King Jinbei, his voice hoarse and lips chapped, suggested, let's first rendezvous with the Holy Sun. He just confronted a great sage on the other side. However, Mengdie, her expression etched with concern, voiced her worries. My errant disciple has only reached the other shore stage. Can he withstand the onslaught of a great sage? Within Jinbei Palace, in an underground corridor, an unusual spectacle unfolded. Chu Xiu, don't go too far, a skeleton admonished as it dashed ahead. In pursuit, a one-legged youth wielding a colossal 3-meter-long sword protested, You lecherous skeleton, stop running, or I'll jump after you. A resounding crash interrupted their chase, drawing the attention of all present. A skeleton soared through the air in a graceful arc, crashing through the palace wall and tumbling onto the avenue outside the gates. Gasps filled the air as onlookers recognized the fallen figure. It's the thousand-faced lord. I recognize the pendant hanging from his chest, someone exclaimed, prompting a quick exchange of alarmed glances among the crowd. A deafening boom echoed through the crowd, igniting a frenzy of chatter. The thousand-faced true monarch has encountered a formidable adversary? He appears to be in dire straits. Amidst the commotion, a figure materialized atop the ancient tree's crown, stepping onto the golden Tao pattern with bare-chested confidence. His fair skin and chiseled physique were complemented by a massive sword slung over his shoulder. His golden blood radiated like a blazing star, while his cascading black hair framed eyes ablaze with determination. All eyes turned towards him, and whispers rippled through the crowd. Sage Taisu. Your Highness Chu Xiu. Could it be that His Highness Chu Xiu brought about the thousand-faced true monarch's downfall? Surely not, such claims seem exaggerated. As recognition dawned, horror swept through the assembly. In the next instant, Chu Xiu descended from the tree crown, a smirk playing on his lips. Observing from the void, Mengdie murmured, "He's forced a great sage into such disarray, truly remarkable." With the tyrant's sword Songlong gripped tightly in his right hand, Chu Xiu raised it high, accumulating energy as he fused his blood, true energy, and heavenly killing sword intent. With a swift motion, he unleashed the first form of everything comes to an end, where all things are annihilated. Boom! A piercing scream rent the air as the thousand-faced lord's soul fled from the altar, his defeat complete. As the soul of the thousand-faced true monarch emitted a trace of the demon emperor's power, an overwhelming force spread forth, enveloping everything in its path. The sky darkened, stars shifted, and strange phenomena manifested with eerie intensity. Thump, thump, the ancient emperor's aura. Monks, their faces contorted with terror, succumbed to the pressure, dropping to their knees in quivering submission. Even the staunchest among them, the little saint, found themselves compelled to kneel. Yet, Chu Xiu remained resolute, unyielding in the face of this formidable presence. You're merely a vessel infused with a fraction of the demon emperor's essence. Even if the emperor were to appear in person, I would refuse to kneel. No force in this world can compel me to do so. Chimyan Zhanjuan gazed at Chu Xiu with amusement. Haha, Chu Xiu, your tactics are truly unmatched. I nearly fell prey to your schemes, and even my own sacred weapon self-destructed. With the support of the Annihilation Flag, not only can you not kill me, but no one here can kill me either, the thousand-faced true monarch boasted defiantly. You think so, Chu Laolu? A gentle yet commanding voice resonated from the void, heralding the arrival of a colorful rainbow streaking from the distant Taisu Holy Land. Perched atop the rainbow stood a woman garbed in simple white, exuding an otherworldly aura as she surveyed the scene below. She was none other than Taisu, the Holy Mother of Taisu. Chu Xiu breathed a sigh of relief as he noted Elder Mo's swift action in bringing Taisu to the scene as soon as the seal wore off.
Taisu.
The once arrogant thousand-faced true lord now screamed uncontrollably, his soul writhing and quivering in fear. Why does Taisu resort to bullying the weak? He protested desperately. In a blaze of golden light, a golden-haired ape materialized outside the 99-star formation, clad in black armor and wielding a black iron rod. His formidable aura marked him as a demon overlord, Jin Yuan. You monsters of the demon tribe have executed a cunning scheme, Taisu accused, her voice icy. You invade human territory, slaughter innocents, desecrate our sacred symbols, and yet you accuse me of bullying the weak? The golden ape demon Lord Simian features twitched nervously. He had no desire to engage Taisu in combat, fully aware of his inferiority. We bear responsibility for this transgression. Let us negotiate terms for the release of this white fox, he proposed hastily. Taisu remained silent, her hand already resting on the hilt of her blade, contemplating the situation with measured deliberation. Chu Xiu asserted his demands boldly. I've vanquished the thousand-faced true king. I claim his storage ring and a Luopu golden lotus. Lao Chu doesn't work for free. Upon hearing Taisu's recount, Jin Yuan's cheeks twitched in disbelief. Forget about the storage ring. Goodness gracious, you think the demon clan is swimming in riches? Don't forget, you still owe me 3 celestial treasures, Taisu reminded, thrusting another demand upon him. The golden ape demon lord nearly choked on his own breath. Fine, fine, he relented begrudgingly. To procure the celestial treasures you desire, my demon tribe suffered tens of thousands of casualties. The Luopa golden lotus grows amidst ancient mists, elusive and rare. Give me 3 days, and I'll have the last one for you, he promised through gritted teeth, clearly disgruntled by the relentless demands. Succumbing to one extortion after another, he couldn't shake the feeling of being taken advantage of. It seemed he was on the verge of becoming an unwitting benefactor. Today, I will seal it for 300 years to prevent our human race from suffering any more disasters because of it, Taisu declared, her tone light yet brimming with unquestionable authority. Below, the blood of the gathered humans boiled with excitement, stirred by the magnanimity befitting a powerful leader. Golden Ape, escort that fox away. Let him not wreak havoc in the human world again, she commanded. The Golden Ape wordlessly complied, ferrying the white fox away with a resigned acknowledgement. You win, Taisu, he conceded before vanishing into the distance. Chu Xiu's expectations were met precisely. Within the hour following the blood sacrifice incident in the capital, his strategic maneuverings had plunged the thousand-faced true lord into despair. News of even the great holy soldier's self-destruction reverberated throughout the human race. By the gods, Holy Son Taisu wields immense power. Consider, he resides in the other side realm. Indeed, Taisu remains the paramount force in this era of uncertainty. 3,000 years ago, she was nearly invincible. 3,000 years later, we are blessed with a formidable figure like Chu Xiu. Such fortune is enviable indeed. Chu Xiu may well be the successor to Taisu. This son must not be allowed to persist. Hostile factions whispered their murderous intent. In the Taisu embassy in Shangjing City, tensions remained palpable. In the alcove, 2 slender fairies sat facing each other, a cup of spiritual tea resting between them. Mengdie, where has your disciple gone? Sister Hua inquired, her gaze fixed on her friend. Mengdie shrugged lightly, a wry smile playing on her lips. She's probably meeting someone from the royal family. Who knows where she's lurking now? Do you need her for something? I can call her back. Sister Hua's sweet smile persisted as she gazed at Mengdie. Didn't you mention wanting to take a break? Why come to Shangjing City? Are you merely safeguarding your disciple from the shadows? Mengdie's expression turned cold. I don't turn a blind eye to nonsense. I was passing through and stumbled upon a monstrous sacrificial ritual, she explained tersely. Sister Hua remained serene, her voice soft as she spoke. Yes, of course you're right. Fei Luo, aren't you returning to the Holy Land? Mengdie redirected the conversation. Fei Luo shrugged nonchalantly. I could go back, but I'm not making any progress in cultivation anyway. I might as well stay here. Fairy Master blinked, momentarily surprised by the response. What's with the surprise? Don't you welcome me? Sister Hua teased, her lips forming a playful smile. Haha, of course welcome, Fairy Master replied with a chuckle. As Chu Xiu entered, Sister Hua rose to greet him with a warm smile. Chu Xiu, you're back? Surprised, Chu Xiu approached her quickly, extending a hand in greeting. Sister Hua, what brings you to Shangjing City? He inquired, genuinely curious. A blush colored Sister Hua's cheeks as she met his gaze. Why are you still so clueless? She teased, withdrawing slightly. Not one to let an opportunity slip by, Chu Xiu seized the moment. Sister, wait a moment. Let me treat you to a movie and some shopping, followed by coffee, he proposed with a grin. Sister Hua appeared puzzled by the sudden invitation. Meanwhile, Mengdie, observing the interaction, widened her phoenix eyes in surprise, her teeth audibly chattering. Since when did they know each other? She wondered aloud. Chu Xiu turned to his master with a smile. Master, I'm taking Sister Hua out for tea. Are you joining us? I'm feeling tired today, so I'll pass, Mengdie declined. All right then, take some rest, Chu Xiu replied before ushering Sister Hua out the door. However, Mengdie's agitation bubbled to the surface, her teeth gritted in frustration. That treacherous disciple is making advances towards the Holy Master. Hua Luo Fei, you're not even sparing my disciple, she seethed. Chu Xiu and Sister Hua strolled through the market of Shangjing City. Sister Hua, look at this hairpin. It would complement you perfectly, Chu Xiu suggested. Stop fooling around. Your master is watching, Sister Hua replied, her crystal earlobes turning red. I, being their best friend, witnessed the scene and felt embarrassed. Will she think I'm old-fashioned or naive? Don't worry, we're not up to any mischief. Master won't say anything, Chu Xiu reassured her, though he couldn't shake the thought. Is Master intending to join our escapade? Meanwhile, their master, peeking from a distance, was seething with anger. How could the traitor not recognize Hua Luofei? Did Luo Fei keep her identity concealed? Likely so. If he knew she was the Holy Lord, he wouldn't dare be so careless. This was an unforeseen development for Master Fairy. As Chu Xiu and Hua Luo Fei walked hand in hand down the street, appearing like an ordinary couple, a sense of discomfort nagged at her. Why do I feel this way? She asked herself. I shouldn't be feeling jealous because of him.
Impossible.
Brother, let me buy flowers for my sister. A little girl approached Chu Xiu, tugging on his sleeve. In her bamboo basket, daffodils overflowed. Her big, watery eyes added to her undeniable cuteness. Chu Xiu grinned. Look at these ordinary flowers. When my sister Hua holds them, they transform into magical blooms, making her more delicate than any flower. His playful tease caused Sister Hua to cover her mouth, her smile radiant, her eyes twinkling. Smooth talker, muttered someone from the shadows. That's nauseating, complained the fairy master, concealed nearby. How can you utter such repulsive words? Traitor. A pang of jealousy surged within me. Why hasn't he ever spoken like this to me? It seems my standing hasn't improved, and I fail to grasp this reality. Chu Xiu continued to banter with Sister Hua as they arrived at a lavishly decorated tea house and ascended to the second floor. As they climbed, Sister Hua turned to me and said, Mengdie, don't misunderstand. We're just siblings. With me here, who in the world could harm her? Mengdie curled her lips, feeling a twinge in her nose. Is this supposed to be an explanation? They claim to be like siblings, holding hands, sharing hugs, and even going shopping together. Haha, do they really think I'll buy it? And those rebels deserve punishment too. He clearly senses my presence, but chooses to feign ignorance. Yeah, according to him, what's this called? A scumbag. Mengdie, what's wrong with you? Sister Hua finally noticed her silence and asked. I'm fine, Mengdie replied, forcing a smile. We're good sisters, of course, I believe you. In that case, you go ahead and play. I'll head back first, Mengdie suggested. All right, Sister Hua nodded in agreement. With that, Mengdie vanished into thin air. After a few moments, Mengdie reappeared and settled into a seat on the second floor, keeping a discreet distance. Now out of their notice, she observed their actions closely, curious about their intentions. Chu Xiu ordered the most expensive spiritual tea available, along with some cakes favored by women. Is this what they call drinking coffee? Mengdie mused as she watched them indulge in the treats and tea. Sister Hua seemed delighted, setting aside her basket of daffodils. Isn't it just tea? Yet, it's imbued with a sense of mystery. Don't you find that intriguing? Chu Xiu, with grace, lifted his teacup and took a sip before admiring the view outside the window. The tea house, situated on higher ground, offered a sweeping panorama of Beijing's landscape. Look at how beautiful the scenery is, Chu Xiu remarked. Sister, you must be tired from your journey to Shangjing City. Why don't you take a well-deserved rest today? Sister Hua nodded firmly, their connection deepening like that of Romeo and Juliet. From a distance, Chi Mengdie grew increasingly agitated. "Where does that traitorous disciple think he's touching?" she seethed. As Chu Xiu caught sight of his fairy master, he pondered, "What's troubling master? She seems restless." Suddenly, an announcement interrupted their moment. "Don't miss it if you pass by. The most valuable auction in Shangjing City in decades is about to commence." The citizens of Shangjing City buzzed with excitement as they examined the treasures up for auction. The announcer placed a photo crystal on the table and tapped it lightly with his index finger, causing it to project a blue light and reveal virtual shadows of the items. Sister Hua's gaze lifted, her lips parting into a smile. "Yes," she said, "this fist-sized meteorite iron mother is worth no less than 300,000 divine essence stones." Chu Xiu's attention wandered over various materials and a heavenly grade ape until something drew his gaze like a magnet, a bronze tray among the auction items. Precisely, it was a bronze tray, ordinary in appearance, yet Chu Xiu couldn't tear his eyes away. About the size of a standard basin, it bore 2 chips on its surface. One of these flaws aligned perfectly with a bronze fragment Chu Xiu held, imbued with the aura of the innate sword embryo. At that moment, realization struck Chu Xiu, his pupils widening in astonishment. "This lot is related to the innate sword embryo. I must get it," Chu Xiu declared with excitement bubbling inside him. Sister Hua, perceptive as ever, noticed his emotional fluctuations and turned to him with a smile. "You seem happy. Have you found the treasures you seek?" she inquired. Hearing her words, Chu Xiu snapped back to reality, taking Sister Hua's delicate hand and kissing it. "Sister Hua, you truly are my lucky star," he said, smiling warmly. Meanwhile, the fairy master nearly staggered in disbelief. "Is he still talking?" she thought incredulously, expecting her best friend to be ecstatic. But to her surprise, her friend merely smiled and said nothing more. "If you're free tomorrow, let's attend the auction together," Chu Xiu suggested with a smile. "Okay, I'll go with you," Sister Hua nodded gently. Half an hour later, the two descended the stairs and stepped out of the tea house. Chu Xiu planned to take Sister Hua to watch a movie. About 500 meters away from Chu Xiu and Sister Hua, a small stall showcased exquisite ceramics. Among the crowd stood a fairy in a white dress, meticulously examining a cup. Chu Xiu and Sister Hua immediately recognized her. It was none other than Chi Mengdie, seemingly engrossed in her selection. Pretending not to notice them, Chi Mengdie continued inspecting the ceramics. Meanwhile, the fairy master turned to them, curling her lips. "The teacups at home broke, so I came out to buy some," she explained. "You could have sent a disciple to handle such a trivial matter. Why bother yourself, Master Yunxia?" Sister Hua remarked, smiling. Chi Mengdie's mind raced with questions. How? When the traitor is absent, she calls me Mengdie. Did she address me as Peak Master Yunxia in his presence? Their friendship seemed divided, and the boat of their camaraderie was taking on water. Feeling a bit awkward, Chu Xiu excused himself, saying, "Sister Hua, Master, I'll buy you some drinks. Please wait a moment." As he left, Sister Hua playfully winked at Chi Mengdie and whispered, "Mengdie, Chu Xiu doesn't know my true identity. Right now, I'm just an elder of Yunxia Peak. Please don't reveal your secret. It would be embarrassing." Chi Mengdie, though not pleased, responded calmly, "Let's not dwell on that. Why are you so close to Chu Xiu? You are the holy master. Maintain your dignity." Sister Hua smiled faintly. "Anyway, he doesn't know who I really am. Don't misunderstand. Chu Xiu and I are innocent, but he insists on treating me like a sister. I can't stop him." Chi Mengdie sneered. "Innocent, huh? Are siblings supposed to hold hands or embrace each other intimately?" Sister Hua's cheeks flushed. "You've misunderstood." Clearing her throat, Sister Hua turned serious and asked, "Mengdie, are you jealous? It's not appropriate. He's your disciple and you're pregnant." Chi Mengdie felt her face burn with embarrassment, defeated by Sister Hua's words. He spat. "What are you even thinking? Me, jealous? Ridiculous." I just find it inappropriate for you to act this way. The age gap between you and Chu Xiu is too significant, Mengdie countered. You two are truly out of line, the fairy master interjected, kicking the conversation back. Hua Luofei smiled reassuringly and said softly, "Don't worry." He mentioned again that the 3,000 female disciples are in the immortal class. I disagree with that, concubine Hua Luo added. The fairy master's eyes widened in disbelief. He said that to you again? Concubine Hua Luo nodded, and the fairy master clenched her teeth in frustration. This traitor deserves punishment, she seethed. The fairy master calmed down. Don't get so worked up, she cautioned. Sister Hua felt exasperated. What's the big deal if I have a relationship with him? We're both practitioners. Does age really matter? Neither of us is married, so why not? She reasoned. The fairy master was left speechless. Unbelievable, the fairy master exclaimed. Luo Fei, you've changed. You're like a different person. Changed? How so? Sister Hua questioned. I consider you my best friend, yet you want to marry my disciple? Isn't this generation messed up? The fairy master lamented. Sister Hua nearly choked at these words. Meanwhile, old demon Chu stood nearby, exuding an air of authority as the Holy Sun, his expression serious and unwavering. How understanding he is. I could tell that the two women were communicating silently. Whenever the fairy master glared at him with murderous intent, he intervened with a smile. Master, Sister Hua, I bought some of Shangjing's specialty cherry blossom yogurt. Have a taste. With that, Sister Hua turned to Chu Xiu and suggested softly, now that Chu Xiu has met Master Yunxia, shall the three of us go watch the movie together? Chu Xiu's gaze shifted between Sister Hua and the suspicious fairy master before nodding in agreement. Simultaneously, he thought to himself, Sister Hua understands me. She truly is my good sister. Chu Xiu clasped the fairy master's delicate jade hand while Sister Hua rested her hand on Chu Xiu's rounded shoulder. As their trio formed, they readied themselves to depart. The mention of the movie by Chu Xiu was actually referring to a traditional form of entertainment known as a shadow puppet show. Utilizing the principles of light refraction, intricate cutout paper figures enact operatic performances, casting their shadows onto a translucent screen, creating the illusion of movement. A crowd had gathered around the venue where the shadow puppet show was being performed, predominantly comprised of younger spectators. In a curious twist of fate, the scene they encountered was titled, Goddess Taisu Descends from the Mountain, recounting the tale of a contemporary Taisuzi who descended from the mountains to embark on a spiritual journey. Mom, is Goddess Taisu the same as the revered Lord Taisu? Inquired a young boy nestled in his mother's arms. The mother gently nodded, her eyes reflecting the magic of the previous day's celestial encounter. Then I'll become as mighty as a fairy one day, to safeguard you, declared the determined boy, his aspirations soaring as high as the heavens themselves. Back then, the holy master was deemed invincible. Chu Xiu sneered, prompting a glance exchanged between Sister Hua and Mengdie, laden with unspoken thoughts. You might not realize it, but the Holy Lord you speak of is among us, they seemed to silently convey. I wouldn't exactly classify this shadow puppet show as a movie, Chu Xiu muttered to himself, inviting Sister Hua's inquisitive gaze. Fairy Master, too, appeared intrigued. What do you mean? Sister Hua inquired, her curiosity piqued. Chu Xiu pondered, stroking his chin. On distant realms, movies are often referred to as motion pictures or moving pictures. Clearly, the images captured within the record crystal bear a closer resemblance to what we term as movies. Sister Hua wore a puzzled expression at this unfamiliar terminology. Such a definition is unheard of in the Tianqiong continent, she remarked. A blush tinted fairy master's cheeks as he spoke up. Imagine transcribing the tale of the Holy Lord onto paper and then having actors enact it, following the plot, recording it with a photo crystal, and exhibiting it. Wouldn't that be more captivating than this shadow puppet show? Sister Hua's eyes lit up with admiration for Chu Xiu's innovative perspective, while Mengdie, feeling a sudden warmth, couldn't shake off a sense of inexplicable familiarity. Just then, a surprising voice broke through the conversation. "Brother Chu, you're truly a remarkable talent." A flamboyant young man dressed in vibrant red approached, his excitement palpable as he extended a hand in greeting to Chu Xiu. "I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but your idea was simply brilliant. I couldn't resist asking Hai Han about it." Chu Xiu turned to scrutinize the newcomer. Noting his considerable level of cultivation, Chu Xiu inquired, "And who might you be?" "I am Yi Hongyu," the young man replied with a confident nod. "You must be familiar with the Yi family of Zhengzhou." Chu Xiu acknowledged with a nod, realizing that this person was the third young master of the esteemed Yi family. "Brother Chu, could you elaborate more on this project?" Yi Hongyu inquired eagerly, his eyes gleaming with the prospect of profit. "I believe it holds immense potential for financial gain." Pulling Chu Xiu aside to a less crowded corner, Yi Hongyu's fixation on wealth was unmistakable as he leaned in, almost fervently. "I'm very interested," he emphasized. Chu Xiu's gaze shifted, assessing Yi Hongyu's sincerity. "Truly intrigued, Brother Yi?" he queried, gauging the depth of his interest. "Let's collaborate and make some profit. How about a 30-70 split? I'll take 70% and you'll have 30%, Yi Hongyu proposed eagerly, emphasizing his willingness to provide resources. Chu Xiu nodded, recognizing the value of Yi Hongyu's offer. "Don't underestimate the 30%. You bring the ideas, and I'll supply the manpower, materials, and finances." The two engaged in animated discussion, exchanging ideas and gestures until Yi Hongyu produced a contract. With excitement evident on his face, he signed it with Chu Xiu before departing. Curious about the exchange, Sister Hua inquired, "What did you discuss with him?" He seemed thrilled.
Chu Xiu's my cryptico.
"Just something about movies." With the auction not scheduled until the following evening, they returned to the embassy as dusk settled. Originally intending to spend the night under the moon with Sister Hua, Chu Laoma found himself whisked away by a jealous master fairy. "Sister Hua, it's been a long day. You should get some rest," Chu Xiu suggested gently. "All right, you should rest early too," Sister Hua agreed, acknowledging his concern. Sister Hua couldn't help but smile, though a strange sensation stirred within her. If she were to take such a step with Chu Xiu, what title would she assign to Mengdie? Dream Butterfly? Or perhaps Master? The thought left her feeling ashamed, a flush rising to her cheeks. Was it simply a matter of personal preference? Meanwhile, within the confines of Qi Mengdie's palace, Master Fairy stood with arms folded, his piercing gaze fixed upon Chu Xiu. "You've displayed quite a boldness, daring to provoke elders from other peaks," he remarked coldly. Chu Xiu scratched his head sheepishly, retrieving a bunch of candied haws from his storage ring and offering them to Master Fairy. "I actually bought these for you as well, but I couldn't present them earlier," he admitted. Master Fairy's expression softened slightly at the peace offering, though his tone remained aloof. "Our relationship is merely that of master and disciple, nothing more," he asserted. "And your familiarity with Sister Hua, constantly referring to her as Sister Hua, it's rather presumptuous." As she spoke, he indulged in a bite of the candied haws, savoring the sweetness. "And not to mention, you send flowers, claiming they're more beautiful than I am," Master Fairy remarked with a hint of disgust. "It's sickening. I feel sorry for Elder Hua." However, his disdain softened as he witnessed Chu Xiu conjuring a bouquet of light red flowers, reminiscent of blue star carnations. "In truth, the person I truly wish to send flowers to is you," Chu Xiu declared, presenting the bouquet. "These flowers resemble the sun and stars' afterglow on the horizon, stunning and captivating." But before Fairy Master could respond, he was momentarily stunned, a blush coloring his cheeks, rendering him breathtakingly beautiful. Accepting the flower, he spat out, "Bah! Are you repulsed?" Chu Xiu teased, his tone softening. Laughing heartily, Chu Laoma exclaimed, "My woman is beautiful. Is it not my right to praise her? Others would envy her, so why should I feel disgusted?" The laughter filled the air, but suddenly, Fairy Master's expression turned serious, returning to his icy, fairy-like demeanor. What nonsense are you talking about? We're innocent, Fairy Master retorted sharply, his tone defensive. And do you really think I'm that gullible? Tell me, what exactly is your relationship with Elder Hua? Chu Xiu gently took hold of Fairy Master's other slender hand, guiding him to sit at the cave's edge despite his symbolic resistance. Meeting his gaze earnestly, Chu Xiu posed a serious question. Master, tell me the truth. Are you jealous? Ah, who do you think you are? Master replied, lifting his chin proudly. If I'm not jealous, then why should I care about you? He retorted, his tone tinged with defiance. I am your master. Shouldn't I care about you? Fairy Master countered, fixing Chu Xiu with a fierce glare. Promise me, okay? Fairy Master implored softly, biting her lip lightly as her phoenix eyes shimmered. Chu Xiu held her close, whispering tenderly into her ear, You are all my wings. Why bother tearing each other apart? He added, a note of sincerity in his voice. As soon as the words left Chu Xiu's lips, he received a hard slap across his face, sending him sprawling to the ground. You shameless, treacherous disciple. It appears your skills haven't improved much, yet your insolence knows no bounds, Mengdie sneered, advancing menacingly. Don't come any closer. Chu Xiu warned, his voice laced with defiance. I'm warning you, you can't force me. I'm your master. Mengdie, if you have any courage, don't resort to coercion. Chu Xiu challenged, his tone firm. Huh, I'm a woman. I have no seed, Mengdie retorted dismissively. Sister Hua will hear, Chu Xiu interjected, a note of caution in his voice. Don't worry, there's a soundproof formation. You can shout all you want, and nobody will come to your aid. Mengdie sneered. Mengdie, please, be gentle, Chu Xiu implored, though his words fell on deaf ears. The following morning, the Fairy Master, with a rosy complexion, strolled through the courtyard and happened upon Sister Hua. He observed her closely before she spoke, her tone teasing. Mengdie, have you taken some miraculous medicine? Your complexion is positively radiant. Fairy Master touched his flushed face, considering. Perhaps it's due to my recent advancements in cultivation. Sister Hua acknowledged, surprised. Your progress in cultivation has been remarkable lately. I've been monitoring your aura. It won't be long before you break through to the 5th level of the Great Sage once again, Sister Hua remarked, her tone indicating admiration. The Great Holy Land is truly enlightening. It seems that departing from there has brought a sense of tranquility to your state of mind. That's commendable, she added, noting the change in Fairy Master's demeanor. Upon hearing these words, Fairy Master's expression clouded over. She was well aware of the true reason behind her recent cultivation progress, the collaborative practice with the 8 trigram scripture. While acknowledging its assistance in understanding the world, she couldn't shake the discomfort it brought. Why haven't I seen Chu Xiu? Is he still in seclusion? Sister Hua inquired, scanning the surroundings with a hint of confusion. Knowing that revealing Chu Xiu's whereabouts would be unwise, Fairy Master shook her head, implying that he might still be engrossed in his practice. Concubine Hua Luo nodded in understanding, a tinge of sadness evident in her sigh. Although Chu Xiu has managed to break the ancient holy body's curse, allowing him to practice, it's only the beginning, she lamented. She lifted her gaze to the rising sun on the horizon, her eyes reflecting deep contemplation. You've also delved into ancient texts regarding the Eucharist, haven't you? She inquired. Mengdie affirmed, her expression tinged with concern. The completion of the Eucharist marks the onset of the greatest peril for the holy body. There's a belief that the divine will intervene to prevent the rebirth of the ancient holy body, bringing catastrophic consequences. If one fails to overcome it, death is inevitable, Hua Luofei murmured softly. When the treasures of heaven and earth from the demon clan are obtained, his holy body will near completion, she continued, her tone grave. Mengdie regarded her best friend with concern. What do you intend to do? Don't act recklessly, she cautioned. At the crucial moment, perhaps I can intervene to save him, Hua Luofei replied with determination. Jubao Tower, the chosen venue for this auction, stood tall and majestic, towering over 3,000 meters high, surpassing even the grandeur of the imperial palace. As the headquarters of the Taisu Holy Land's Chamber of Commerce, it exuded an aura of prestige. Outside its gates, throngs of people gathered, a steady stream of guests presenting their invitations in an orderly queue. This auction boasted unparalleled standards, attracting only the elite from prominent factions and formidable casual cultivators. However, strict criteria governed participation, especially for casual cultivators. Ample wealth and formidable strength were prerequisites. Among the arrivals was Holy Son Chu Xiu, who, inwardly reflecting, had initially intended to accompany his master and sister Hua. However, unable to locate them at the embassy, he found himself attending alone. Your Highness, the Holy Son, please follow me. Elder Xiaosheng, the overseer of Jubao Tower, greeted Chu Xiu with personal attention. Elder Xiaosheng, an elderly man with a goatee, stood tall and lean, his sharp eyes betraying his competence. Chu Xiu, acknowledging the gesture with a respectful nod, followed him into a designated passage. Meanwhile, murmurs erupted among those waiting in line. Some younger attendees voiced their discontent. Why did he not wait like everyone else? A scoff followed. Ha ha, if you were the Holy Son of Taisu, you wouldn't need to wait either, but you're not, are you? The tension lingered momentarily. I heard he's the one who compelled Thousand Faces' true monarch to detonate the great holy soldier. Yes, indeed, that's him. To think such youth possesses the prowess to rival Taisu's finest. The epitome of talent, unmatched in the world. The whispers swirled with awe and admiration for Chu Xiu's remarkable feats and extraordinary potential. Observing Chu Xiu's departure, envy and admiration simmered among the onlookers. While some harbored jealousy, most were simply awestruck. The female attendees, their eyes sparkling with admiration, yearned to approach and declare their affection boldly. Guided by Dong Tian, Chu Xiu entered the first private room. As he settled in, Dong Tian promptly instructed a maid to serve spiritual tea and fruit. Your Highness, the auction is imminent. Please make yourself comfortable, Dong Tian urged. But Chu Xiu waved off the formality with a smile. Elder Dong, attend to your duties. Worry not about me, he reassured, prompting Dong Tian's nod of compliance before he departed. Seated by the window, Chu Xiu savored the spiritual tea, gazing outside. A graceful maid fanned herself nearby, adding to the serene atmosphere. Outside, a disgruntled voice arose. What do you mean there's no more room number 1? A young man in vibrant attire glared at the portly elder before him. The elder, steward of Fanbao Pavilion in Tai Holy Land, matched Dong Tian in both strength and status. Amidst his profuse sweating, the portly elder chuckled nervously. My brother is Zhou Yi, soon to be the Holy Son of Tai Holy Land. Who dares to show me disrespect? The young man in colorful attire cursed, exuding an air of superiority as if he were second only to the heavens. Quickly retrieving a jade talisman, the elder contacted Dong Tian, seeking a resolution. After a brief exchange, he sighed in resignation before addressing the young man. Sir Zhou Yu, the occupant of room number 1 is Sage Taisu. Sage Taisu? Zhou Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. What's there to fear about Holy Son Taisu? Isn't he just from the other faction? Are we, of Tai Holy Land, to bow to him? Make way for him immediately, he commanded, his tone firm. At that moment, a dashing young man in red approached. Catching sight of Zhou Yu, he sneered. Who's this hot-headed fellow? Oh, it's you, little brat. Why the arrogance? Just because you have a shape-shifting big brother? Zhou Yu retorted, his fury rising. However, his demeanor shifted abruptly upon seeing Yihong Yu. Show some respect, he demanded, his voice tinged with deference. In an instant, a fist loomed large in Zhou Yu's vision, the air exploding as it connected, imprinting ripples on his face. Deformed by the impact, he was hurled backwards, crashing through the wall and leaving a gaping hole. Thankfully, The protective formation prevented further injury, sparing him from potential unconsciousness. Turning to face the commotion, Yi Hongyu's handsome visage bore a smile. "Brother Chu, in room number 1?" he inquired. The fat old man nodded vigorously. Yi Hongyu then produced an invitation, tossing it to him. "That's for room number 2. Ensure this nuisance doesn't disturb Brother Chu. If he provokes him, he's as good as dead," he chuckled before ascending the stairs. Witnessing the scene, the onlookers exchanged puzzled glances. Who's the young man in red? He's Yi Hongyu, the third young master of the ancient Yi family. No wonder he's so domineering. Did you notice? His relationship with Holy Son Taisu seems special. Could it be that Taisu and the Yi family? "Welcome, esteemed guests, to Jubao Tower," announced the host, a captivating woman with a graceful sway and a radiant smile. "I am delighted to be your guide for this auction. Now, without further ado, let us begin with our first item. This silkworm armor," she continued, gesturing towards the gleaming artifact, forged over thousands of years, imbued with natural qi, renders its wearer impervious to both poison and blades. Let the bidding commence. Chu Xiu, sensing an opportunity to gauge the crowd's enthusiasm, ventured 100,000 divine spiritual stones. Internally, he strategized, keen to assess the competition's bidding thresholds. A thunderous voice interjected, 1,000,000 divine spiritual stones. It was Zhou Yu, emanating defiance. "Merely 100,000 divine spiritual stones," he mused, dismissing the significance of Chu Xiu's bid. Moments later, the host introduced the second item, the Luolan divine herb, promising a 1.5-fold increase in cultivation speed upon consumption. Chu Xiu raised the stakes once more, declaring 2,000,000 divine spiritual stones. Not to be outdone, Zhou Yu swiftly countered, 2,000,000 divine spiritual stones. I won't let you enjoy the spoils after taking my room number 1. As the bidding war raged on, bystanders observed the ongoing rivalry with interest. Speculation abounded regarding the motives of the individual in the second private room, noting his penchant for driving up prices whenever Chu Xiu showed interest. Isn't that Zhou Yu from Tai Holy Ground? He had his eye on Holy Son Taisu's box initially. Just another arrogant young noble, nothing remarkable. Haha, this promises to be quite the spectacle. I wager Holy Son Taisu will lose his cool. Amidst the chatter, another item found a new owner on the auction stage. With each new unveiling, anticipation heightened. Chu Xiu's demeanor shifted subtly, his focus sharpening as he instinctively adjusted his posture in readiness for the next bid. As anticipation mounted, the most awaited item arrived, the bronze disc featuring a fist-sized piece of meteorite iron mother. As you can see, this piece of meteorite iron mother, the hostess announced, showcasing the intriguing artifact. While the purpose of the bronze disc remains unknown, its material is exceptionally rare and durable. It is undoubtedly an extraordinary find, and we shall commence the auction now. The starting bid is 50,000 divine essence stones, with increments of no less than 1,000 divine essence stones, she declared. Bids began pouring in, 51,000, 52,000, 55,000. In the hall below, fervent bidding ensued. Meteorite iron mother, a prized material for crafting weapons, fueled intense competition. When the bid reached 100,000 divine essence stones, Chu Xiu intervened. 12,000, he announced, representing room number 1. An abrupt hush fell over the room. Inside private room number 1 sat the renowned Holy Son of Taisu, a figure revered by all present. Whether out of respect for Taisu or for the Holy Son himself, everyone yielded. Indeed, no sane individual would dare provoke a master capable of challenging even the great sage. Such was the unspoken understanding among the attendees. Despite the prevailing atmosphere of deference, a discordant voice emanated from the second private room. 1.2 million? Zhou Yu's gaze fixated intently on the bronze disc beneath the meteorite's iron mother. One of its gaps bore an uncanny resemblance to a bronze fragment bestowed upon him by his late grandfather, a memory that resurfaced vividly in his mind. I can tolerate anything except letting that jerk have this bronze fragment, Chu Xiu muttered, determination flashing in his eyes. 1.3 million, he declared, his resolve unwavering. Seething with frustration, Zhou Yu gritted his teeth. 1.4 million. Is he challenging me? Fine, let's see how far he'll go. This time, it seemed the other party was willing to push the bidding to its limit. 2 million, Chu Xiu announced, his bid comprising the entirety of the divine essence stones obtained from the Thousand Faces True Monarch. The auction hall erupted into commotion at the staggering bid. Such wealth was virtually unheard of. Amidst the astonishment, Chu Xiu remained resolute. These divine spiritual stones are all I have from my master. I may face his reprimand, but it's a price worth paying for this bronze disc. 2,000,001 spiritual stones. Any further bids? The hostess inquired, only to find Holy Sun Taisu swiftly conceding defeat. Still too green, remarked some observers. Merely a show of bravado, speculated others. Zhou Yu might regret provoking Chu Xiu to this extent, a voice chimed in, while another mocked, Tai Holy Land isn't to be trifled with. Deal. Congratulations to Mr. Zhou Yu for securing the asteroid and bronze plate for 2,000,001 divine spiritual stone, the hostess declared, sealing the transaction. With the prized bronze disc in hand, Zhou Yu exited the private room, his shrewdness evident to all. However, one of his disciples questioned, "But there's still an hour left in the auction?" Zhou Yu shrugged. "The remaining items hold no interest. No need to linger." Meanwhile, in private room number 1, Yi Hongyu expressed surprise at Chu Xiu's departure. "Where are you headed, Brother Chu?" Chu Xiu's smile grew brighter. "I have something to attend to. You'll manage fine on your own, Brother Yi." Understanding dawned on Yi Hongyu's face. "Do you require assistance?" Chu Xiu waved off the offer. "No need. I'm quite capable," he assured, before exiting the room with purpose. In the night sky, 2 luminous moons cast their glow, illuminating the densely speckled stars above. At Shangjing's North City Gate, high above, atop a celestial flying vessel, Chu Xiu's attention was drawn to the bronze disc he now possessed. Sensing a potential threat, he braced himself for what lay ahead. Thousands of miles away, above a vast lake, a silver shuttle obstructed their path. Zhou Yu's demeanor shifted, his heart sinking as he realized he was being pursued. A clear voice resonated from afar. "This?" Everyone aboard Zhou Yu's flying boat exchanged bewildered glances. "Lord Zhou Yu." Qin Shimu voiced his concern. "Why has Holy Sun Taisu halted our vessel? Is it due to your repeated bids at the auction?" "But the auction was conducted fairly." "What?" Chu Xiu's expression darkened. "I simply wish to borrow something. Borrowing implies the possibility of returning it. Shouldn't you afford me, Chu, some courtesy?" Internally, Zhou Yu cursed his audacity. "I may be lending you something, but returning it is another matter entirely." "What distinguishes Holy Sun Chu Xiu's actions from robbery?" Zhou Yu retorted. Chu Xiu's anger flared. "You refuse to show me respect, yet dare to label me a robber?" "You've overstepped," he declared, unsheathing his tyrant sword with resolve. Chu Xiu looked angry. "It's one thing to disrespect me, but calling me a robber? You've gone too far." He raised his hand and drew the tyrant sword Songlong. "Elder Imo, restrain that little saint. Leave the rest to me." "Understood, Your Highness." "Be careful," Imo Fian responded. With a graceful motion, she created an afterimage as she darted towards the opponent's flying boat. Zhou Yu's face darkened. He hadn't expected Chu Xiu to be so decisive, taking action immediately without any room for negotiation. Qin Shimu sighed softly. "Master Zhou Yu, be careful." With that, he soared into the sky, wielding a pair of double-moon silver hooks to confront Imo Fian. The two young saints clashed, their energy fluctuating violently and causing the lake below to surge. Under the moonlight, Chu Xiu's grin revealed his white teeth. Dense golden runes appeared under his feet, and with a secret incantation, he teleported several miles away. After 3 rapid teleports, he appeared above Zhou Yu and his group. So fast, Zhou Yu muttered, his eyes narrowing. With a gesture, blue flames erupted behind Zhou Yu, forming a vivid royal bird. It raised its head, cried out, and flew towards Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu's deep eyes reflected a strange red hue. He faced the fiery royal bird with unflinching calm. Above his head, chaos energy surged, gradually forming a delicate green lotus. This was the manifestation of his holy body, a chaos seed green lotus. "Suppress," he commanded. The 2 forces collided, and a wail resounded in all directions. The royal bird, though impressive, appeared fragile before the might of the holy body. It was defeated in a single clash, exploding into flames that lit up the sky for dozens of miles, creating a stunning, dreamlike spectacle. At the same time, Chu Xiu's entire body was enveloped in golden holy flames. His black hair streamed like a waterfall, his momentum was like a rainbow, and his eyes shone with golden light, resembling a demon Buddha descending from the sky, overlooking all living beings. With his chi and blood compressed and his true energy halved, he fused the heavenly sword intent. "I never wanted to fight you. It's your fault for not watching your mouth," Chu Xiu exclaimed. His first move was a powerful one. Everything stopped. Chu Xiu either held back or went all out, aiming to kill his opponent with a single sword strike. Boom! The sword slashed at Zhou Yu's waist with immense force. Zhou Yu's body bent backwards into a C shape, his armor shattering as he was launched like a cannonball. The impact pulverized the upper half of Zhou Yu's body as he flew backwards, scattering blood and minced flesh across the deck. As he crashed into the pool, everything around shattered, creating a scene of utter destruction. Chu Xiu stood in a pool of blood, his black hair dancing wildly, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He moved like a ghost, flashing several times in quick succession, relentlessly pursuing his opponent without giving him a chance to recover. "Why does Holy Son Chu Xiu do things with such extremity?" A pleasant female voice interrupted. Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes, vaguely making out a graceful figure emerging from the smoke. A beauty stood before him. She wore a long cyan dress, her figure was elegant, and her face was veiled in white gauze, with eyes as bright as stars. The contours of her oval face suggested she was breathtakingly beautiful. "Ahem," Zhou Yu coughed as he struggled to climb out of a hole. He kept coughing up blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. He lay on the ground, unable to stand. He was gravely injured. Chu Xiu's sword had nearly severed his spine and shattered all the ribs in his chest, and 7 or 8 splinters pierced through his skin, protruding from his chest in a hideous and terrifying display. Zhou Yu raised his trembling hand, took out a healing elixir, and placed it in his mouth. "Thank you, Miss Ji Yaoi, for coming to the rescue," he said, his face pale with fear. For a moment, he was shaken. He had layered triple protection around himself. If not for his cautiousness in adding those extra layers, Chu Xiu's monstrous strike would have surely killed him. The sheer power of Chu Xiu was terrifying. "This guy is truly from another world," he thought, remembering his brother's warning. "He's a devil." A member of the Ji family? Chu Xiu's narrow eyes were half squinted as he examined Ji Yaoi, much like a male lion sizing up its prey. Ji Yaoi, in her graceful cyan dress, stood firm. She was also in the realm of the Taoist palace, likely still in the stage where the seeds of her supernatural powers had not yet fully developed. She nodded gently, her red lips parted slightly, and her voice as clear as an oriole's call. "I wonder if Holy Son Chu Xiu can grant me a favor and spare Zhou Yu's life." Her tone was cold, as if she were issuing an order rather than making a request. She had the demeanor of someone accustomed to wielding power and treating others accordingly. Chu Xiu glanced at Zhou Yu behind her and chuckled. "Since the beauty is asking for help, I am not an unkind person. If you hand over the item, I can spare his life." Zhou Yu closed his eyes, remaining silent while secretly transmitting messages to Ji Yaoi.
YY frowned.
"That item was acquired by Zhou Yu through a legitimate auction. Isn't your demand excessive?" Hearing this, Chu Xiu's eyes grew colder, his smile turning ferocious. Since you insist on protecting him, then you can die together. Ji Yaoi shouted angrily, Chu Xiu, you're too arrogant. Do you want to spark a war between the Taisu and Jin families? Simultaneously, she thought, rumor has it that the Taisu holy son was a humble person, but he is actually so vicious. Golden secret patterns appeared under Chu Xiu's feet, and his figure vanished. In the next moment, he was directly in front of Ji Yaoi. The extremely domineering sword sliced through the air, aiming directly at Ji Yaoi's neck with ruthless precision. There was no mercy, no hesitation. Love the fragrance and cherish the jade? Haha, Chu Xiu thought. To the old demon Chu, unless a woman was someone he recognized, no matter how beautiful she was merely a red and pink skeleton to be killed without remorse. Ji Yaoi's pupils shrank, and her figure dissolved into petals, disappearing. Let go of your hand. Suddenly, her body began to glow and dissipate in an instant, causing Chu Xiu to frown in confusion, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. In the next moment, Ji Yaoi's divine power surged, conjuring metal chains that ensnared Chu Xiu. But like a ghost, he flashed in front of Ji Yaoi again. This time, he didn't use his giant sword. She was so beautiful that she could drive most male cultivators crazy. The golden energy and blood around his body swirled like smoke, and the shadow of the human emperor appeared behind him. Chu Xiu punched out with the human emperor's fist, a strike imbued with majestic emperor's power, unstoppable and capable of breaking all defenses. Boom! The violent impact caused the mountain to shake, rocks and mud tumbling down. As Ji Yaoi crashed, Chu Xiu remarked, I was being careful, but you forced me to do this. Ji Yaoi looked directly at Chu Xiu, panic flashing in her eyes. She saw no sympathy in his gaze, only indifference and ruthlessness. This person will never show even the slightest mercy, she thought. He is a devil, a madman. Hey! An old sigh came from the void. The next moment, space distorted, and an old man in a white robe stood strangely dozens of meters away from Chu Xiu. The old man shook his head sadly, his wrinkled face resembling a chrysanthemum. Sage Chu Xiu, I dare not take action against you. I just couldn't watch my second young lady die in front of me, so I had to intervene. I apologize to the holy son Chu Xiu on her behalf. We shouldn't meddle in others' business. Please don't blame her, holy son.
Montag Lao.
Ji Yaoi bit her red lips, her eyes full of grievance. Oh! Chu Xiu was surprised and looked at the great sage. Anyone who can achieve great sainthood is someone who has conquered the world. They are all proud people, he thought. He never expected the great sage to apologize so decisively. In that case, take this righteous little girl away. If you are not strong enough, don't imitate others and act righteously. If you can't save others, you'll have to pay for it yourself, Chu Xiu declared, his tone sharp but final. He didn't want to escalate the situation too badly. Sister Hua and Master Bao Bao were not around to support him, and he knew he couldn't afford to be too reckless. If the other party retaliated fiercely, who would he turn to for help? Ji Yaoi seethed with anger, but the old man nodded and swiftly rolled her up in his power, disappearing from the scene. On board a Ji family flying boat, Ji Yaoi fumed, Mr. Mo, why did you apologize to him? She looked like a petulant little girl, though her previous aloofness lingered. Mr. Mo's face was full of sorrow. Miss, this is the Southern Territory, and Chu Xiu is the crown prince here. Since I dare not oppose him, it's better to apologize and de-escalate the situation. Otherwise, if we offend the Taisu Holy Lord, the consequences would be disastrous. Ji Yaoi huffed. You didn't see how domineering he was just now. He definitely wanted to kill me. Mr. Mo sighed. I understand, miss, but sometimes survival means swallowing our pride. Challenging someone of his stature recklessly can only lead to ruin. After the Ji family left, no one could stop him anymore.
Chu Xiu's Lao A Project UEU.
Zhou Yu's face was pale, and the soil beneath him was soaked with blood. He opened his eyes and looked at Chu Xiu helplessly, a sad smile forming on his lips. Brother. For the sake of our brotherhood, how about you spare my life? Just treat me like a thwart." Without saying a word, Chu Xiu began taking out array flags from his storage ring, throwing them around and quickly setting up a temporary space-blocking array. Zhou Yu's eyes twitched as the space teleportation talisman he was about to activate was forcibly interrupted. The glimmer of hope he had just ignited turned into complete despair. "This Demon King is too scary," Zhou Yu thought. "He doesn't give me any chance at all." "Brother, I will give you something. Can you spare my life? Say something. Let me beg you," Zhou Yu pleaded, his voice desperate. Chu Xiu's sunny smile and emotionless eyes made Zhou Yu almost cry. "Bring it here. Whether you can survive or not depends on my mood," Chu Xiu commanded, his tone cold and indifferent. Zhou Yu, reflecting on his life, felt a sense of failure. A bronze disc appeared in Zhou Yu's hand, and Chu Xiu reached out to take it, examining it carefully. A trace of joy flashed deep in his eyes as he sensed its aura. "My spiritual sense detected it, and I sensed it carefully. It truly has the aura of an innate sword embryo," Chu Xiu murmured to himself as he put it away. Then, his gaze fell upon Zhou Yu once again, causing Zhou Yu's body to tremble with fear. Bronze fragment and handed it to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu inspected it, nodded, and put it in his storage ring. A lot of money can be made once the bronze discs are gathered together. The secret of the innate sword embryo can definitely be discovered. If found, Yun can develop his own great holy weapons, holy king weapons, and even quasi-imperial weapons. It feels good just thinking about it. "Well, brother, I've given you everything. Do you think you can let me go now?" Zhou Yu cried with a sad face. Old Demon Chu pulled out a 3-meter-long treasure and placed it on Zhou Yu's neck. "No," Chu Xiu shook his head. "Why not?" Zhou Yu's eyes widened. "Chu Xiu, don't go too far. If you cut the weeds without removing the roots, they will grow again when the spring breeze blows. So I like to cut the grass and root out the roots," Chu Xiu said, pressing the tip of the tyrant's sword Songlong down. Zhou Yu repeatedly screamed in fear. "Father, mother, forgive me for not being able to repay you. Remember to avenge your son." As Chu Xiu swung his tyrant's sword, a wave of energy emerged, blocking his strike. He turned to see a slender young man in a Qingkuan Bagua Taoist robe, yawning lazily. "Brother, you're finally here. Save me," Zhou Yu cried, swallowing hard. Zhou Yu smiled and urged Chu Xiu, "Brother Chu, do me a favor and spare him." "I thought you would keep watching," Chu Xiu remarked. "You're a shameful thing." Zhou Yu approached, lifted his brother, and kicked him on the butt. "Take it easy." Chu Xiu stood quietly on the side. Zhou Yu seemed to be roughing up his younger brother, but he was actually using an extremely clever method to set his bones and heal his injuries. "Haha, Brother Chu made you laugh," Zhou Yu said.
Chu Xiu chúc cười.
"Brother Zhou, I hurt your brother like this, and you want to avenge him?" He admitted that he couldn't see through this guy who looked like a lazy bum. Therefore, he wanted to have a battle with him to test the opponent's quality. No matter what, he was determined to see it through. Zhou Yu didn't give him a chance. He kicked his younger brothers, and smiled at Chu Xiu. "Brother Chu, you're serious. It's all because of his inferior skills. He deserves to be beaten to death."
Chu Xiu not dead.
He had what he came for and said no more. With a great sage in the sky watching, he couldn't kill Zhou Yu. "All right, see you soon," he said. A golden secret pattern appeared under his feet, and he disappeared from the spot, leaving in a silver shuttle.
I'm tired anyway.
"I got a lot of stuff. I'll pull back when it's enough." On top of the silver shuttle, old Demon Chu closed his eyes and sat on a wooden bench, leaning comfortably in Elder Emofian's arms. The sensation was fragrant, soft, and very elastic. "I thank Elder Emo for helping today," Chu Xiu expressed. A blush appeared on Emofian's cheeks as she gently massaged the acupuncture points on Chu Xiu's head with her delicate hands. "You're too polite, holy son. Protecting you while you are outside is my duty," she said softly. "But there's something I don't understand. Your Highness, why didn't you kill Zhou Yu? I think this guy is very scheming and may not pose a threat to you in the future." Chu Xiu's head moved slightly, causing an itchy sensation. This made Elder Mo's face even redder. He has been beaten once, meaning he can be beaten again. Why should I be afraid of him? I'll just leave him behind so far that he can't even see my back. Then he'll be powerless, even if he wants to take revenge. His tone was calm yet full of dominance. Haha, Elder Mo, Master is not here. Why don't you come to my room tonight and let's discuss cultivation issues? Chu Xiu had a mischievous smile on his face as he raised his head. He could only see a mountain peak, unable to see the other person's face. Mo Fian's eyes were like waves, and she was so embarrassed that she almost wanted to find a crack in the ground to burrow into. Somehow, the Holy Sun seemed particularly bold today. Your Highness, are you sure we are just discussing cultivation issues? Elder Mo asked weakly. The once aloof Elder Mo had become quite flustered, all thanks to old Devil Chu's relentless teasing. Otherwise, what do you think we are discussing? Haha.
Chu Xiu Transmigrated.
You. Mo Fian's cheeks glowed, and her beautiful eyes rolled at him charmingly. Your Highness, don't be like this. If the Holy Lord and Yunxia Peak Master find out, how do you want me to behave? Then don't let them know.
Yeah. Chu Xiu Transmigrated Mitskievo.
And the night went splendidly for the two of them. The Yaoqi Holy Land was a sight to behold. The mountain gate stood beautiful and majestic, with a waterfall cascading 3,000 feet high. Brilliantly feathered Luan birds circled in the air, making long and sweet cries. The Holy Lord of Yaoqi and the Holy Lady, accompanied by thousands of disciples and elders, prepared a grand welcome for two guests from afar. The purpose of the visit remained unspoken, though the Holy Lord had her suspicions. Since the guests didn't reveal their intentions, she chose not to inquire, leading to an eerie silence between the two parties. Taisu, resting her chin on her hand, broke the silence. Her smile was so enchanting that it seemed to drain the world of its colors. Her beauty was beyond words, overwhelming the senses. Don't play riddles anymore, she said, her red lips parting slightly. You Yaoqi want to make the legendary physique reappear in the world, and everyone in the entire Tianxiong continent will know it, and my holy son, Taisu, is the key. Upon hearing these words, the saintess of Yaoqi, who had been sitting quietly, trembled slightly. Her usually calm Taoist heart was now stirred, causing ripples of emotion. The women of the Yaoqi Holy Land were all remarkably beautiful, with fair skin, stunning appearances, and extraordinary temperaments. The momentous day had come. The Holy Lord of Yaoqi responded, but Chu Xiu has not yet achieved success. A hint of coldness flashed in Mengdie's eyes, and she spoke firmly. If Chu Xiu had already achieved success, do you think I would need to come to find you? Do you want to get something for nothing and wait to reap the benefits? That's too much. Ever since stepping into Yaoqi, her mood had been extremely bad, her heart filled with anger. The Holy Master of Yaoqi remained calm, simply smiling. Master Yunxia Peak, don't be anxious. She then turned to Taisu and asked, is Chu Xiu's holy body nearing completion? Taisu nodded slightly. If it weren't, I wouldn't be sitting here drinking tea with you. I have consulted ancient books and made some calculations before coming to a conclusion. She continued, on the day when the holy body is completed, Chu Xiu will encounter a catastrophe. He will not be able to survive the ordeal without significant injury. Even if he survives, he will be gravely injured, his lifespan drastically shortened, and he won't be able to live for more than a year. However, if there is help from the innate Taoist body at that time, everything can be reversed. However, Feng Yao hesitated. This? Then, Taisu interjected, we came here because we wish for the Yaoqi holy daughter to dual cultivate with Chu Xiu and help him overcome this trial. The Holy Lord of Yaoqi asked, Taisu, can you guarantee that he can survive this catastrophe? Taisu responded confidently, you don't have to worry about this. If the Holy Sun succeeds, Yaoqi will gain a Taisu Holy Sun as a consort, and the legendary constitution will soon be recreated. If he fails, it is us at Taisu Holy Ground who lose a Holy Sun. What loss does Yaoqi suffer? It feels like something that belongs to you is about to be taken away by an outsider, which is extremely uncomfortable. The saint of Yaoqi lowered her head, her silky black hair hanging down on her chest, her exquisite earlobes already blood red. Feng Yao, what do you say? The holy master of Yaoqi spoke softly, showing no intention of forcing him. The saint of Yaoqi remained silent for a long time before sighing softly. Whether it was for the Holy Land or for her master, she felt she had no choice. I agree, she finally said. Taisu and the holy master of Yaoqi both breathed sighs of relief, but Master Fairy was sour. Damn it, that traitorous disciple got a good deal. He's going to stain such a cute girl, she muttered. I thought since I alone am enough to be humiliated by him, being the heavenly fragrance constitution and not some innate Tao constitution. Ahem. Why do you think so? If a traitor dies, then he dies? Hey, Taisu interjected, let's talk about marriage. We girls from Yaoqi Holy Land will not marry outside. Why do you still want our holy son from Taisu Holy Land to marry you? Mengdie said dryly. Of course, I don't have this plan, the Holy Lord of Yaoqi clarified. The two of them can become Taoist couples, but they still belong to their respective holy places. You know what I mean. Her meaning was straightforward. They wouldn't marry the saint to Taisu Holy Land, nor would they expect the holy body to be married to her. If that legendary physique is born, the child will be trained by our Yaoqi, she added. Taisu and Mengdie did not object. The child became their bargaining chip to negotiate with Yaoqi Holy Land. After the negotiation was complete, they agreed on a time, and the two of them left Yaoqi Holy Land. After they left, the Holy Lord of Yaoqi moved lightly and sat next to the holy girl, holding her hand. Feng Yao, are you dissatisfied with your decision to become a teacher? She asked gently. The saint of Yaoqi shook her head, a smile appearing under her white gauze veil, her eyes clear. Shortly, there will be great changes in the world. Now that the holy land of Yaoqi is growing weaker, if an innate holy body can be born and raised, Yaoqi will have no worries. She was too sensible, her wisdom causing the holy master of Yaoqi distress. Hey, the holy master added, did you know that if this happens, your cultivation level will drop to the same level as Chu Xiu's? Feng Yao didn't seem concerned, instead offering soft reassurance. Chu Xiu has a very strong foundation. After the dual cultivation, I can restore part of his Tao foundation. Even if his cultivation level drops, it will not be without benefits for me. The Holy Lord of Yaoqi hummed in acknowledgement. In the future, after the Holy King's extreme blockade is broken, you can become a quasi-emperor, she continued. Plus, that kid. Feng Yao's eyes shimmered with emotion. Thinking of Chu Xiu, her cheeks flushed. The next morning, Master returned to Shangjing. Sister Hua planned to return to the Holy Land to prepare for Chu Xiu's impending trial, so she did not accompany Master back. At the Taisu embassy, there was speculation about the whereabouts and activities of the traitorous disciple, who seemed to be causing a lot of fuss. I wonder what that traitorous disciple is doing. I am running around to help him with his trial, one person muttered with frustration. I'll show him if he doesn't thank me properly. She cursed inwardly. Master arrived at the door of Chu Xiu's palace. With a push from inside, the door swung open, revealing Elder Imo dashing out. His face was flushed, his hair disheveled, and the aura of the great Tao surrounded him, indicating his imminent breakthrough into the Great Sage realm after surviving the Great Sage tribulation. The two women exchanged a glance. Mengdie was taken aback, while Yan's face reddened with embarrassment, suggesting panic. Observing the scene, Master Fairy entered the room and found Chu Xiu lying on the couch, wearing a frozen expression. What mischief have you been up to, traitor? Master Fairy demanded, her tone laced with murderous intent. Master, please hear me out, Chu Xiu pleaded, attempting to explain. Meanwhile, in a desolate mountain range miles away from the capital city, dark clouds loomed overhead, covering hundreds of miles. Thunder crackled, indicating the mighty power of the heavens. An hour later, the thunderstorm subsided, leaving behind a calm atmosphere. Back in Chu Xiu's room, I've been gone less than a day, and you're already cozying up to Elder Imo, Fairy Master expressed her dissatisfaction. I was just discussing cultivation with Elder Imo. Chu Xiu started, but simultaneously he pondered, Babe Master is so jealous nowadays. I should have discussed cultivation with Elder Imo in the forest. Fairy Master grabbed Chu Xiu's ears, saying, Your sacred constitution will soon reach minor completion. Have you prepared for the trials? The Holy Master will set up a great formation outside the city tomorrow to assist you. You better be in peak condition 2 days later. Stop these shameless acts, or you'll deserve to face the trial's thunderous judgment. Chu Xiu winced in pain. Yes, yes, yes. I'll heed Master's teachings. 2 days later, 100,000 li away from Shangjing City. On the plain, Chu Xiu stood at the edge of the heaven-seizing formation, observing the swirling currents of spiritual energy within. His eyes reflected a sense of resignation. It's reassuring to have someone backing you with such a formidable aura, he thought. I can only imagine the countless divine essence stones that have been consumed. If I were to gather them myself, it would likely take a decade or 2. Are you prepared, rebel? Fairy Master's message came through, her eyes filled with concern. Chu Xiu turned to her and smiled, reassuring her that there was no need to worry. Your Highness, please be careful, Imo Fian added, her expression also marked by worry. Chu Xiu nodded in acknowledgement. Once inside the formation, his aura would be undetectable to anyone except Hua Luofei, the formation's overseer. Concubine Hua Luo gripped the Taisu pagoda tightly in her hand, her eyes losing their starry gleam. Do not fret, I will ensure your safety, she vowed. With the Emperor's scripture in hand, your chances of survival will greatly increase. The Taisu Emperor Sutra is rightfully hailed as the most crucial Emperor Sutra, unlike any other. The secret lies in healing injuries, yet it cannot restore the essence of life itself. The Taisu Emperor's Sutra serves as the lifeblood for enhancing practitioners. Thus, those who cultivate this sutra naturally possess significantly higher vitality than monks of equivalent levels, often several times over. Sending a spiritual thought to Chu Xiu, all preparations are complete. Seated cross-legged, Chu Xiu focused. Tongzi summoned his personal dashboard. Host, Chu Xiu. Realm, 6th level of the Other Shore Realm. Special physique, ancient holy body. Qualification, 39.99 immortal product. Sword intent, heavenly sword intent. Cultivation techniques, Taoist scripture, Zhuji chapter, Holy Body Cultivation Method Part 1, Taisu Emperor Sutra, Taoist Palace Chapter. Secret Technique. The secret technique of Xingzi, entering the hall. Poison in the Alchemy Book, entering the hall. Proficiency in the Human Emperor Fist. Sword Technique. Everything is over immortal. Additional 11/27 techniques available. Breakthrough point, 475.2 million. Luck value, 1674 lavender, 5890 lavender. Comprehensive combat power evaluation, 35 times the combat power of the same level, capable of traversing the 8 forbidden areas. Chu Xiu retrieved a jade box containing the creation life fruit, acquired through trade with Tianji Pavilion. The fruit, resembling a pear with snow-white skin, emitted a lingering Taoist charm and a rich fruity aroma. After rinsing it carefully, Chu Xiu savored a few bites. Tongzi, guide me through a breakthrough in Taoism, he requested. Ding, it has been detected that you possess an ancient holy body and practice Taoism. You will break through the G Realm Divine Bridge. However, the consumption will be significantly increased. 1 year will be condensed into a small week, with each small week consuming 50 million of the breakthrough points. Chu Xiu's spirit embarked on a journey down the passage of the Divine Bridge. His Divine Bridge proved too formidable, its resistance capable of instilling fear and despair in other monks. With such a potent and expansive Divine Bridge, reaching the other side appeared nearly impossible to outsiders. But Chu Xiu was not an ordinary individual. He was inherently exceptional. What is the Taoist Palace? It can be likened to the womb that nurtures mystical seeds. Just as a robust womb yields higher quality seeds, a strong Taoist palace breeds superior magical seeds. Thus, The Taisu Emperor Sutra is revered as one of the most potent Emperor Sutras in the realm of the Tao Palace. The breakthrough is complete. This time it took 5 years, consuming a total of 250 million breakthrough points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for attaining the other shore realm, triggering the system's special reward. Due to your extraordinary breakthrough, the extreme thunder calamity will descend in 5 breaths.
Yeya plese prepare yourself.
The 10th level of the other shore realm had been achieved. The boundless vitality of heaven and earth coalesced into long dragons of vitality, streaming into Chu Xiu's body. The sky became shrouded in dark clouds, spanning hundreds of miles, while thunder roared, showcasing the majestic power of the heavens.